Oh, God, just look who it is. Is it really our beautiful Duchess? The maid said, laughing and openly giggling. From the other end of the corridor, a stately lady in a green dress was approaching them. Lowering her head and trying not to pay attention to the stupid girls, the Duchess continued her way with a measured step. Having caught up with her, two maids, continuing to giggle, tried to demonstratively leave quickly so as not to stand in her way. And only the third girl, Ellie, turned to the mistress with sympathy. She felt sorry for the Duchess, and she sincerely did not understand what she had done to deserve such treatment from the servants. The lady still went about her business calmly, not paying any attention to the girls. Step by step, she sank deeper and deeper into her thoughts. It seemed that she did not care about anything in this world. Several days have passed since she came into this world. One morning, she just woke up in a bed that wasn't hers, which was confusing at first, and everyone's behavior and ridicule surprised her very much. At first, she was outraged, but now I'm used to it. Standing at the window, the Duchess thought sadly that a week had already passed. It's not her home anyway. She was born and raised in Korea, and her name was Park Ha-jung. All her life, she depended on the opinions of others. And even when she got a job in corporate accounting, she did not stop looking for approval among her new environment. Ha-jung always smiled radiantly at her colleagues and tried to please them. Because she was afraid of losing favor no matter what her boss assigned her, she never refused to take it on. And in order to meet deadlines, she had to work overtime. When a new colleague arrived at work, all the projects he didn't want to do went to her. With feigned friendliness, he patted her on the shoulder and apologized for always turning out like this, making excuses that he was very busy. She could not refuse when he directly asked to help him, but every time the team praised him for the work done by Ha-jung, and she could only clench her fists in anger. After all, putting a smile on her face, she agreed to do additional work. Because she worked hard to please others, she often heard rumors about herself. That's how she ended up busy with undesirable projects that had high risks and low prospects. So no one wanted to do them. Behind her back, those around her discussed that she was weak-willed, and that's why she took on tasks that she couldn't handle. But no matter what happened, she would be to blame for it. As always, she did her best, but the project failed miserably, and the company suffered heavy losses. The boss yelled at Ha-jung in anger. Shaking with fear, she listened to how he missed the project only because she said she would work hard, and whether she realized what she had done. If she wasn't going to deal with him seriously, then there was no need to take him, and now because of her, the company has suffered enormous damage. Ha-jung was shaking slightly while she listened to all the boss's complaints. She remembered his obsequious smile when he dumped this project on her, and now he was yelling furiously, asking what she intended to do now. The girl had no idea what to do. She tried to somehow justify that this project was not her responsibility. But the boss interrupted and in a demanding tone ordered me to take responsibility and write a letter of resignation. His words sounded like a sentence without the right of appeal, and the fact that the boss did this in front of the entire team gave rise to new gossip about her. Soon, Ha-jung wrote a statement and, collecting her things in one small box, said goodbye to this work forever. She spent the evening of that day at home alone, with only a lot of alcohol bottles for company. The day she handed in her resignation letter, before falling asleep, she made a firm decision that Ha-jung would never seek approval from others again. That's exactly what happened. And the next time she opened her eyes, she was already here. Moreover, it turned out that she was an oppressed duchess and wondered what was going on. The Duchess walked around the room, noticing the wilted flowers on the table. A pile of dust and not a single hint of cleaning. Even the bed wasn't made, and she tried to tidy up the room a little. Spread out on the star-shaped bed, she thought. It's strange to be ridiculed by maids and maids. Even though she is a duchess, she is not perceived as such. But she decided that from now on, she would not live to please others. Now she is Duchess Chloe Vandenberg, although in reality she is not her. The girl ruffled her hair at such absurdity. Then she exhaled slowly, trying to calm down. This was the biggest crisis in the entire 28 years of Park Ha-jung's life. A new day has come. Waking up, Chloe thought that today was the 8th day of her stay in this world. Rising from bed, the girl went to the bedside table on which stood a container of water for washing. The Duchess lowered her hands into the clear water, but she immediately pulled them away from surprise and the pain that pierced her. The water was ice cold. Her hands immediately turned red. The Duchess thought that this day would not be good. There is only one good thing about this place, even though it is slowly disappearing. These memories of the original owner of the body are still in her head. They said that there is no need to study the lifestyle and behavior of this world. After finishing her morning toilet and getting dressed, Chloe sat down on the chair in front of the dressing table. Big, beautiful green eyes, fine features and fair skin. This girl is really cute, Chloe thought, looking at her reflection in the mirror. But then she exhaled sadly. So what if she's pretty when she has such a character? Once she looked into Chloe's memories, she realized that her personality was completely ordinary. Compared to Jung, Chloe is 20 times worse. She didn't want others to hate her. Even though she has been taught manners, she still has to straighten her tense shoulders. She was always a laughingstock in social circles. Other girls pretended that she literally did not exist. Her style was too unusual by the standards of fashion trends. She was like a person who had lost her self-esteem. This had happened before. Drinking wine is a popular pastime among nobles, and Chloe claimed that her family owned a winery and produced the best wine. Naturally, there were those who wanted to visit her house. Turning pale with fear, the Duchess promised to show the winery. However, Chloe never showed up that day. She became like this because she didn't want to be hated. However, her personality was the reason why she was hated and ridiculed. She had very charming qualities, but the poor thing never showed them. So Jung thought sadly about the fate of her predecessor. The door opened without knocking, and 3 maids entered the room. The main one began to make excuses about why they were late, that something had happened, but stopped short. Confused, the maid noticed that her mistress had already prepared herself. Gritting her teeth, the Duchess thought with irritation what could have happened to the maids that they were late. Old Chloe had never dressed herself with her own hands since she was a child. Knowing her, she would have been shaking and not knowing what to do. New Chloe clenched her hands into fists in irritation. She had seen these faces before. These faces belonged to her boss and colleagues who pushed their work onto her. She can't do this anymore, and she has to say something. Chloe stood up decisively. Walking around the room, she confidently said that she did it herself, but this did not mean that the maid could neglect her duties. The maids even shuddered in surprise at what she said, and in what tone. Chloe asked them to make sure they were on time tomorrow. If not, they would not be forgiven. The maid noticed that Madame was not as usual today, and a sarcastic smile flashed across her face. The maids giggled disgustingly behind her. It was as if the Duchess had been slapped in the face. She was so enraged by the maid's reaction. The maid's face seems to indicate that she can't help but find fault with her. Most people just look down on her, but this woman, Miss Colleen, is completely different. She humiliated Chloe in front of everyone by forcing her to wear dirty clothes. And she tricked me into arriving an hour before the appointed time, assuring that the owners were asking me to wait a little longer. To make fun of Chloe, she disobeyed orders, making excuses for being forgetful and busy. Although the new Chloe has not experienced this herself, she is still angry. The worst thing was that day when the maids suddenly began to treat their mistress well. They smiled and acted friendly, and they wondered how Madame slept. Chloe didn't understand why their attitude had changed, but the Duke isolated her, making her yearn for kindness, and she gladly accepted it. She didn't stop to ask why they were suddenly so nice to her. Chloe became attached to Miss Colleen and the maids, and the next day she was abandoned. It had a big impact on the poor girl back then, but even after Miss Colleen deceived the Duchess so cruelly, she is still plotting behind her back. But she will not tolerate it anymore, and old Chloe should not put up with it. The girl called Miss Colleen. The maid confidently approached Madame. The Duchess's hand flew into the air, and the sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the room. Taken aback by this, Colleen stood in the middle of the room with a red cheek. The maids behind her were horrified. The girl did what she considered necessary at the moment. The head maid could not come to her senses for a long time after the slap in the face from Madame. She touched her cheek with her hand, on which abrasions were visible. Chloe at that moment expressed that the maids are not concerned with how she changes because she does as she wants, and they should just listen to her instructions. And now she has punished Miss Colleen, who is responsible as a representative for their negligence. But if next time they are late again, it won't end with a slap in the face. Do they understand everything? The Duchess asked sternly. Miss Colleen still could not utter a word, but her silence was more eloquent than words. Since everything is clear to them, then they can go, Chloe said. The maids, frightened, pulled the head maid towards the exit. Until the very end, Colleen could not take her shocked gaze off the Duchess's face. Even when the doors closed behind them, she continued to look at her. And then the door closed completely. Chloe was left alone in the room. She breathed a sigh of relief. And completely pleased with myself, I was glad that I could do it. Park Ha-jung's personality, who spent 28 years of her life pleasing others, couldn't change in 8 days. It was just great to use another person's personality and cause such a commotion. And although she feels a little guilty, the reaction of the maids speaks for itself. It was cool, but even if she promised them that next time it wouldn't end with just a slap, it's actually hard for her to do that. In this world, wives and husbands have their own roles. Almost always the men have the job, and the woman runs the mansion, which includes managing the budget and supervising the servants. Unfortunately, Chloe didn't understand these things. From the very beginning, control of the servants was transferred to the butler and an experienced maid. In addition, the butler hired a financial expert when she made several major mistakes, and Chloe asked not to tell anyone about it. Duke, Chloe's husband, never found out what happened. This allowed Chloe not to punish or fire any of the employees. Chloe's memories were interrupted by a knock on the door, and she allowed entry. Apologizing for the intrusion, the maid Ellie entered the room. Ellie is the only person here who supports the Duchess, and the girl asked what happened. Bending in a bow, the maid said that she would like to apologize for what happened yesterday. Chloe remembered the maids laughing at her in the hallway, and she reassured the poor girl that she was not to blame for anything. And Ellie looked up at her mistress with relief. In fact, Chloe was grateful to the girl for this, because she was trying to cheer her up, despite the fact that others might take it badly. With a sincere smile, the Duchess repeated that everything was fine. Tears of relief flowed down Ellie's cheeks. She sincerely thanked Madame for her forgiveness. A light, warm breeze moved the treetops. A great day for a walk, Chloe decided. She lives her life the way she wants. But sometimes her eyes are opened, and she wants to see herself as a good Duchess. In fact, even if she couldn't get used to this kind of life, she had no reason to go back. She has no blood relatives, friends, or significant other. She's just a former colleague anyway, and she just lost the only job she had. If she can't come back as Park Ha-jong, then she should become a real strong-willed Duchess who won't be bullied. So Chloe thought, walking through the garden and admiring the blooming flowers. And there is one more thing that she wants in this life. There were moments in her life when she felt like she was real, that same Park Ha-jong, who lived not for herself, but for the sake of other people. It was truly something she enjoyed doing. She hasn't been able to do this since she's been here, but if the opportunity comes, she'll definitely take it. And she thinks that she can survive in this unusual situation if she can find what she liked in her world. It is decided that during dinner, she will talk to her husband, the Duke of Vandenberg. That evening at dinner, the Duke and Duchess sat at opposite sides of the large table and ate their supper. The Duchess chewed her food thoughtfully, and at the same time she secretly glanced at the Duke, examining him. Chiseled, strong-willed facial features, blonde, shiny hair. The Duke of Vandenberg was handsome and courageous, but he didn't even raise his eyes from the plate to look at her. As he took the glass of wine, Chloe broke the silence between them, saying that she had a favor to ask. The girl gathered all her courage into a fist and looked determined. Stirring the wine in his glass, he did not seem to hear what she said. And indeed, he asked again what she said, and only then did he deign to look at the Duchess. Chloe pointedly put the cutlery back in its place. "I need tea," the girl said demandingly. Tea drinking is what she likes most in the world. Outside the window, the sun was setting. Dinner was almost over. The Duchess voiced her request. She needed tea. Out of surprise, the Duke looked at Chloe for the first time in his life without looking away. The girl nervously crumpled her skirt in her hands and waited for an answer. He must be very surprised, she thought, because this was her first request. An awkward silence fell between them. Duke Alphonse Vandenberg is an ideal husband, handsome, rich, influential, and also a very talented person. He is not interested in love affairs. He refused all offers of marriage, but he still needed a wife to reach the top. Alphonse's demands were simple. A woman of low birth, who would have no power in the Vandenberg family. Someone who would not fall in love with him, and would not interfere in his affairs. No one was better suited than Chloe, and now 13 months had passed since she entered into this political marriage arranged by her parents, and of course there were no feelings between them. On the other hand, Alphonse was a terrible husband. Chloe has acquired a high status as a duchess and lives in a magnificent, truly huge mansion. Hundreds of dresses and a lot of jewelry, all of this suddenly appeared to her. But the Duke could not give her any attention, love, or affection. Chloe was afraid of Alphonse because of his frightening gaze, sharp as a knife. That's why timid Chloe never asked her husband for anything. Sometimes the Duke asked her what was the matter, but she couldn't even say what she wanted to eat. The Duke also noticed that Chloe never asked him for anything, and after that, he completely turned his attention back to his own affairs, believing that it was none of his business. And now the Duchess firmly expresses her request to him. Putting the glass on the table, Alphonse asked what she needed. In his head, he was going through what his wife might need: jewelry or maybe beautiful dresses. "I need tea," that's what Chloe said. The way she said this surprised the Duke very much, and the girl explained that as a child, she often loved to spend time drinking tea, and she needed something that could ease the burden of a political marriage. Tea is not too expensive and most likely will not greatly affect his finances. At these words, the Duke abruptly interrupted Chloe. The girl even shuddered in surprise. Alphonse lit his pipe and exhaled slowly. His gaze was stern and did not bode well. Chloe suddenly realized that her words about finances had hurt his ego. Tapping his finger nervously on the table, the man said that she could order enough tea, but she was not allowed to buy anything else. She can buy whatever she wants within her budget. Chloe asked if it was really anything, and the Duke confirmed, and with that, the dinner was over. Before she woke up in this body, the girl loved to drink tea. Living for 28 years under constant condemnation, tea was her only solace. Even if her boss endlessly reprimanded her, her mind was far away. A cup of tea could easily improve her mood. Of course, the money she had accumulated was not always enough to buy tea, and now that she found herself in this world, this became completely impossible. After all, that's not the only important thing she's missing, but she's looking forward to the different types of tea she can get. Chloe was a little happier now. This sunny morning, 3 maids were already in her room as soon as she opened her eyes. It's good that she didn't have to wait for them today, Chloe thought. There were fresh flowers on the table, and even the water for washing was warm. But the maids helped the mistress dress with special zeal, and they styled their hair quite roughly. But breakfast was served on time. After finishing her meal, Chloe thought their attitude was disgusting, but it was definitely faster and more convenient. There was a knock on the door and she invited him in. The maid appeared and said that the tea she had ordered had been delivered. The Duchess even jumped up for joy, and she rushed as fast as she could to look at her order. In anticipation, she stopped in front of the storerooms. It was noisy there. The workers were moving such a huge number of boxes that the girl thought that the Duke had purchased new furniture, and the butler was in charge of them. Seeing the Duchess, the man greeted her. Coming closer, Chloe said that they told her that her tea had been delivered. The butler confirmed that this was so, and the girl tried to find him with her eyes among all these boxes. The butler pointed with his hand at a mountain of several dozen boxes rising majestically in the middle of the room. At first, the Duchess did not understand what he meant, because she was only expecting a few packs of tea. But then I looked carefully at where he pointed, and then it dawned on her that these boxes contained the tea she ordered. But, still taking the whole situation as an absurd mistake, Chloe tried to clarify that she meant the tea that they drink, the tea leaves that are poured with hot water. "That's right," the butler confirmed with a radiant smile. "In all this mountain of boxes are the tea leaves that she ordered." Chloe realized that this was the Duke's order to order what he understood to be a sufficient amount of tea. But be that as it may, she is sincerely grateful to him, and it is worth showing her gratitude at dinner. And she asked to move the boxes of tea to her room. When all the tea was in the room, the girl began unpacking. Taking 1 jar of tea in her hands, she decided that for the first time, she would make do with the simplest brewing method. She was already going down the stairs to the kitchen when she noticed a girl walking towards her. Ellie, who was dragging a heavy basket of laundry in her hands, happily greeted the mistress. Chloe was also happy to see Ellie, and she invited the maid to drink tea together because company always tastes better. It was clear that the girl was hesitating, and yet she apologized upsetly for the fact that it would not work out now, since Mrs. Miller had entrusted her with some work. Chloe noticed the young maid's hands. They were all covered in scratches. Her hair was wet and her clothes were all stained. Ellie is the youngest among the maids. The older ones take advantage of this and often shift their responsibilities to her. And Mrs. Miller, who is in charge of all the maids, is not at all concerned about how the younger ones are treated, but Ellie definitely needs a break. Taking the maid's hand, Chloe reassured her that everything was okay. She was the Duchess, and she should just tell Mrs. Miller that the Duchess had called her. Believing the lady, Ellie happily agreed. The maids working in the kitchen were very surprised and a little scared when the girls appeared in the kitchen. The Duchess made her first personal appearance in the kitchen. Everyone greeted her as expected, and Chloe thought that usually aristocrats do not set foot in the kitchen, but she is not an ordinary case. In the mansion itself, Chloe is not treated as she should be, but in the kitchen, there is a completely different atmosphere because that they have little contact with others. The maids were surprised by her appearance in the kitchen, but more than happy, and the girl did not tolerate such attention very well, so she tried to think of it as a normal acquaintance. One of the maids asked why Madame had come here, and she replied that she wanted to make tea. This desire greatly surprised the woman. Most people know nothing about tea in the Empire. Unlike tea, coffee is widely known, although Chloe herself has not yet understood why. She asked to bring a kettle to boil water. They brought her a neat silver teapot, but Chloe asked if there was another teapot, one made of copper. The maid was surprised, but noticed that they were very busy now, and maybe the lady would still use the cast-iron kettle. Chloe shook her head. It is very important that the kettle heats up quickly and also leaves little air. Cast iron has very low thermal conductivity, so it heats up very slowly and she needs copper. The dissatisfied maid nevertheless agreed to bring a copper kettle. After a while, a beautiful copper teapot stood in front of Chloe. Turning around, she asked Ellie to bring some water. While selecting dishes for tea drinking, the Duchess noticed that there were no tea sets here, only coffee ones, but she would have to use that for now. Having brewed the tea, she poured it through a sieve into a mug, took the first test sip, and she almost choked, causing concern to the maids. Ellie, horrified, suggested that there was poison in there, but Chloe reassured her that she was fine. It just didn't taste what she expected. The taste turned out to be terribly weak, but why this happened, it is unlikely that the problem is in the tea leaves. They are well processed. After thinking a little, Chloe suggested what the matter might be, and she asked Ellie to bring her a glass of water. The maid immediately handed the lady a glass of clean, fresh water. The Duchess drank the entire glass, sip by sip. This water is easy to drink and the taste is very clean. It reminded her of something. Definitely the water here is not hard at all. One might even say soft. When she was Park Ha-jung, she managed to get a scholarship from her university and was able to go to England for language courses. While she was there, she had difficulty drinking water. It didn't taste good at all, and her skin became increasingly oily after each wash. The neighbor explained to her that the water in Europe is harder and richer in minerals, and tea should be brewed for a little more than 3 to 4 minutes. Many things here remind Ha-jung of that trip to Europe. She unknowingly made the tea the same way she did it in England. That's why the taste was so bad. This time she will try it the way she did it back home in Korea. Having brewed the tea properly, Chloe took a sip, and she immediately broke into a smile. The taste was wonderful. The Duchess then poured tea into another mug and offered Ellie a taste of the black tea, warning her that she might taste the bittersweet taste of the malt. The young maid took a sip with interest, and I was delighted with the taste and aroma. They turned out to be so sweet. And to continue drinking tea, Chloe suggested moving to a more comfortable place. The maids who observed the first samples of tea looked at their mistress with envy and interest, and only one of them did not share the general enthusiasm. The culture of drinks on Earth initially began to appear in Europe. Both the taste and the effect of drinks on the body depend on the quality of water. Here, the water is very clean, so there was no need to develop a tea culture. Some neighboring countries love to drink tea, but the Empire perceives them as barbarians. Wine and coffee are symbols of wealth in the Empire, while tea is perceived as a drink of barbarians. But looking at Ellie, it seems that everything is not so hopeless. There was a knock on the door. Without waiting for an answer, Mrs. Miller rudely burst into the room. Seeing her enter the room, Chloe noticed that the atmosphere was strange. What was going on? With an arrogant expression on her face, the maid said that she had something to tell Madam. So what the Duchess simply asked, Mrs. Miller wants the Duchess to stop distracting this child in the future. She has a lot of problems from this. Chloe was perplexed by these words. And it was because of this that Ellie was punished, the maid added. These words alarmed Chloe. Why did she punish Ellie for following the orders of her mistress? Chloe listened with growing irritation from the maid that she did not need to interfere, since managing the maids was her job. Mrs. Miller looked at her, openly grinning, but it was natural that Chloe, as the mistress of this house, would have priority in orders. But the maid spoke as if her orders were a priority. Taking a step towards her, Chloe proudly noted that she was the Duchess of Vandenberg and asked why she should not interfere. Mrs. Miller did not expect such words from the always timid lady and twitched in fear. Towering over the maid, the Duchess asked which of them had more power, and when she answered that the mistress had, she reproached why then her orders should have priority, since she was the full-fledged Duchess of the Vandenberg family. And in a calmer voice, she asked whether the maid was challenging the authority of the Duke of Vandenberg, from which she was horrified, and began to assure that she had never even thought of such a thing. Gritting her teeth, Chloe thought that they were not afraid of her personally, But they were afraid of the power of the Vandenberg family. Chloe knew about all the insults and humiliations that were inflicted on the former owner of this body. And when Miss Colleen put a bright spot on Chloe's dress, it was Mrs. Miller who laughed more everyone. Turning to her, she said that if she dared to doubt the rights of the Duchess again and again challenged her order, she would have no choice but to punish the maid to the fullest extent. Instantly calming down, the maid said that she understood everything. Clean, fresh linen fluttered on the line, drying under the bright rays of the sun. Ellie tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead. The Duchess approached her, and Ellie was incredibly surprised. Taking the girl by the hand, Chloe said that she did not need to do this anymore, and there would be no such punishments in the future. Chloe assumed that the young maid was thirsty and suggested they rest and drink tea. Ellie happily agreed with the mistress's proposal. Taking one of the free rooms, the girls first discussed the weather outside, which turned out to be hot. Chloe put a jar of tea on the table and offered to brew it today. Their conversation was interrupted by young people who thought that this room was free. These were knights, embarrassed by their unexpected appearance. It's not surprising, Chloe thought. If you walk through the small living room, you almost immediately come to the knights. As they prepared to leave, the knights bowed shyly and wished them a good day. But then an unexpected thought occurred to Chloe. Jumping up, she asked too loudly if they would like to have tea. The knights stopped in surprise. Balthus, the long-haired knight, looked around in surprise at the others. Dark-haired Cain wondered how they managed to receive an invitation from the lady herself. And only Jacob, an energetic blonde boy, agreed with delight, because it was an honor for them. Even if they have nothing to eat, they will remember this moment until the end of their days. Chloe noted with embarrassment that she understood them. The knights generally never treated Chloe badly, but the fact is that they did not have enough opportunities to get to know her better. And Chloe wondered what kind of tea to brew for them. Because 4 people would drink tea, and they were all tired and sweaty, having made a decision, the Duchess stood up decisively, and she asked me to wait for her a little. She would return soon. After some time, she returned, carrying a heavy tray with a drink and glasses in her hands. The knights, like Ellie, noticing how hard it was for her, jumped up in horror. And they rushed to help her, but Chloe calmed them down. She poured a bright drink with ice into each glass and said that it was iced fruit tea. It had a great taste. It was sweet and very refreshing. Taking the glass in his hands and seeing ice there, Balthus was surprised that it was tea. "Shouldn't the tea be hot?" Jacob asked. Chloe replied that tea can be either hot or cold, and this is black tea cooled with pieces of ice. Balthus looked intently at the proposed drink, and then he took a few sips, surprising those sitting next to him. And then he made an incomprehensible sound, now frightening his comrades, who thought that he was ill. Raising his eyes, shining with admiration, he said that it was so delicious. The others still didn't believe that this was possible, but Ellie, who was watching this scene, swallowed the saliva that flowed, so she wanted to try the Duchess's tea. And she did it right away, drinking sip after sip. Having tasted it, the maid began to praise the drink, how sweet and refreshing it was. Cain and Jacob were now salivating. Cain first tried iced tea. Then Jacob almost drank the offered drink in one gulp. Both were delighted. This tea quenches thirst well. It is not too sweet and has such a bright taste. They did not even know that this was possible. Chloe watched them with pleasure. Drinking tea with other people was so much fun. She noticed that she was very pleased with how much they liked it and asked if anyone wanted more. All 4 asked her in unison. A little later, in the barracks, Jacob was talking about the beautiful lady. He described with such delight what happened to them that his interlocutors were only surprised. "Was it really that tasty?" asked one knight, drooling. "Yes, yes," Jacob answered, immediately asking Cain to confirm his words, who only nodded silently. "This is true, but still they will not be able to understand until they try it themselves. That drink has such an unusual and sweet taste. It was the best thing they tried." Jacob added that the taste was never forgotten. Another knight considered the whole situation nonsense. When he was in the mansion, he saw Madame. She can't even look people in the eyes, especially since she doesn't look like a person capable of anything. Jacob and Balt instantly became furious, declaring that this was slander, and how dare he speak so impudently about his mistress, and they would not forgive such rudeness towards her. And then Jacob took out his sword, challenging him to a duel, since he had humiliated his mistress and should not expect mercy. A man approached them and sternly asked what kind of booth they had set up here. It was the captain of the knights who demanded an immediate report from them. Jacob accused Thompson of insulting his mistress. Thompson was indignant at such an accusation, and he tried to justify himself that he had not said such a thing. And in the end, The knights told everything that happened to them in order. Having heard the whole story, the captain became very irritated. That is, it turns out that they came to the Duchess, and she treated them to tea, which she herself made. What shamelessness, the captain could not believe it. And he punished all the knights for a week, including Thompson for causing a fuss. Having spoken, the captain quickly and confidently walked away, and the knights felt unfairly offended. There was a knock on the door of the office where the Duke was doing business. After permission to enter, the figure of the captain of the knights, Valentero, appeared at the door. "What's the matter?" asked the Duke. Hanging his head, Valentero said that his knights acted tactlessly towards the Duchess, and he came to ask for forgiveness on their behalf, and the Duke was very surprised. The captain explained that the knights unceremoniously barged into her chambers and she treated them to tea. And the Duke immediately remembered how the butler ordered a batch of tea for the Duchess. It seemed that it had already been delivered. Tapping his finger irritably, Alphonse noted that he could make all the apologies to the Duchess personally, and he is not interested in his wife's affairs. The captain was embarrassed. He forgot that my lord was actually indifferent to the Duchess. And the Duke added sternly, "From now on, do not come to him on issues related to her." Bowing, Valentero replied that he understood and apologized for disturbing my lord. In that case, the Duke said he could go. Turning around, the captain confidently walked towards the exit. But he stopped right at the door, thinking about something, turned around, and noted that he had forgotten to say that his knights were tirelessly talking about the tea that the lady had treated them to. "And what are they saying?" the Duke asked without much interest. Valentero replied that the tea was delicious, and the knights had never seen such a refreshing drink in their lives, calling it special. With the Duke's permission, he took his leave and closed the door behind him. Left alone, Alphonse thought that this conversation was meaningless and even frank, which is not like Valentero. The image of Chloe flashed before her eyes, persistently asking her to fulfill her request for tea. Alphonse didn't know what to think about all this. Chloe looked at the objects in front of her with pride. Dozens of jars were already neatly placed on the shelves, and Chloe thought that if she herself put everything in its place, it would be easier for her to navigate through them. "There is still a little time left, so now you can rest," and she sat down on a chair. At that same second, there was a knock on the door and asked permission to enter. It was Mr. Butler, who asked to be called simply by his first name, Cale. He noticed that it must be difficult for the lady to figure things out on her own, and offered to help her. Chloe didn't even have to answer, and when all the boxes were empty, she sincerely thanked him. But Cale noticed that he was only doing his job. Chloe didn't know how to thank him for his help, and offered to treat him to a cup of tea. The butler happily agreed and took it as an honor. After collecting several cans of tea, they moved to another room, and on the way, Cale asked, since when the lady fell in love with tea. The Duchess replied that this was before her marriage. They wanted to have tea in the room where Chloe had been before, but to their surprise, it was occupied. It was there that the Duke of Vandenberg quietly read the newspaper. Surprised by such an unexpected meeting, Chloe bowed to the Duke's greeting. It cannot be said that during these 13 months they did not talk at all. Well, they had no communication as such, except for routine greetings. And what is more important, Alphonse always left first without saying a word. Definitely, this time it will be the same. The Duke put down the newspaper and was about to leave, but he asked if they were going to have tea and received an affirmative answer. Alphonse asked if she would treat him to a cup of tea. The girl was very surprised by such an unusual request for the Duke. Park Ha-young never refused a request for tea, since many people did not share her hobbies, and she was also happy to those who showed only a little interest in tea. However, this time she decided that it would not work out and apologized, saying that today she was having tea with Cale. The butler suddenly remembered that he had to do something quickly and apologized to the Duchess that he could not taste her tea. He then quickly bowed and headed for the exit. The very next second, the door closed behind him, and Chloe was surprised at how quickly everything happened. The Duke and Duchess were left alone in the room, and an awkward silence fell between them. In fact, if you think about it, he and Alphonse always sat face to face only during dinner, and besides greetings and business conversations, they did not have any topics to discuss. The girl shook her head, driving away uninvited thoughts. Smiling, she asked the Duke what kind of tea he liked. Having looked carefully at the girl, Alphonse replied that he was the one his wife preferred. He was never interested in culinary delights. If someone created the most delicious drink, he will not get the least bit of interest from it. However, this time, he thought that after 13 months, the Duchess had finally asked him for something. Before that, she was so afraid that she couldn't even look at him, but lately she hadn't looked away. Moreover, when Alphonse looked at her, he met a bright and unclouded gaze. She even took the initiative in the conversation and made a request. Definitely, such a change was extremely unexpected, as if it were a completely different person. The Duke watched carefully as the girl poured tea into a cup. Having finished, she invited him to try the tea, taking the cup in his hand. Alphonse was surprised to think that this is what the girl likes, and took the first sip, taste the tea, then another sip. Chloe felt like she was waiting for the judge's decision on some program. Her heart was pounding. She just quietly watched the Duke drink his tea and hoped that he liked it. At that time, he thought that this was the first time he encountered such a taste and smell. This tea has a long-lasting aroma, and at the same time, it is very soft, despite the prejudice that it is a barbarian drink. The aroma is very pleasant and self-sufficient. Chloe chose a tea with a strong, restrained taste. It is a slightly sweet, slightly tart black tea. It is easy to drink, and a pronounced taste remains on the tongue. The Duke put the cup on the table, and the girl noticed that he drank it all. The man got ready to leave, noting that it was time for him to say nothing about the tea. Chloe was upset that he never said anything about the tea. "In the future, would you treat me again?" the Duke finally asked. Chloe's eyes widened in surprise. She happily agreed, glowing with happiness. The Duke was surprised by the girl's reaction, but he tried to control his emotions. He left the room, closing the door behind him. The girl was holding in her hands a letter written personally to her, signed and sealed as expected. This is an invitation, Chloe thought with strange feelings. Earlier this morning, the maid had given her this letter. Chloe never thought she would receive one. The Marquis's daughter Belladonna is hosting a small dinner party, and by the way, Chloe is a duchess, so she should attend such gatherings. But who is Marquis Belladonna? No matter how hard she tries, she just can't remember this. And when Chloe got married, she ruined her first meeting of this kind, and since then has ceased to appear in society, and as a result, knows nothing about the Marquis Belladonna or anyone else from high society. But now she has no reason to refuse, moreover, to participate in such events. Her duty as a duchess. The past, Chloe simply shirked her work. She should go and see what kind of people there are and try the delicious food. The day of the reception arrived. The Duchess drank a hot aromatic drink, and the girls chatted around. It seems that the Marquis Belladonna is the main sponsor of coffee imports. The rumors are true. For now, she decided to focus on the party. She should feel the atmosphere, and first, she would just eat something sweet. But as soon as she put the cookie in her mouth, the other girls' conversation turned to Lady Vandenberg. Lady Belladonna had heard that Chloe was an expert in tea. The other girls also wondered if they were talking about dried leaves, which are consumed in barbaric countries. Is Lady Vandenberg really interested in plants that are put in water? Some laughed. All the girls looked at her with some superiority, with the exception of one who was embarrassed, and Chloe thought that most likely the tea importer had told everything. It was extremely unusual to bring so much at once. This girl apologized for her harsh statement, explaining that she was surprised. And then she added with a grin that in Sana County they don't drink water with dead plants. Chloe was impressed by this statement. Then, if according to her logic, coffee is not plants, but animals. Lady Belladonna remembered how her uncle Viscount Raphael once gave her black tea as a gift when she tried it. It turned out to be unbearably bitter. Lady Vandenberg must have unique taste. Chloe twitched at these words. And really, the girls laughed. This is very different from the rich astringency of coffee. Chloe listened with a smile as the girls made fun of her. Putting on a secular smile, she asked where exactly her uncle brought this tea from. Black tea is supposed to be tart. Lady Belladonna was furious at what Chloe was trying to say. She actually tried black tea. Her uncle said it was just that kind of drink. But from that point on, they had no desire to drink it anymore, and she thinks it's just not right for them. As Chloe stirred her coffee, she explained that whether the leaves were dried or the beans were roasted, it was natural that the bitterness would not be pleasant. And it seems to her that first, it would be worth finding out how to brew tea correctly. This tea really has a bright taste and a slight tartness. But Belladonna was indignant that the Duchess of Vandenberg was trying to insult her blood relative in this way. Chloe asked her to calm down, because she definitely didn't mean anything like that. What she was trying to say is that if you know how to brew the tea correctly, it won't taste too strong, nor will it be unbearably bitter for sure. Instead, it will be soft and fragrant. A very strange atmosphere developed at the table. Well, one of the girls broke the silence. In fact, they are not interested in her opinion about tea if she wants. Let her enjoy it herself. and asked Lady Belladonna to confirm this. She confirmed, still in an irritated tone, and noted that this had nothing to do with those who did not drink tea. Her irritation only increased when she noticed that Chloe was still calmly drinking her coffee. But then the girl who had been silent until now turned to Lady Vandenberg, who noted that it had been a long time since I last saw her, and she was glad to see Chloe again. The Duchess replied that Lady Horton was pleased to see her too, and indeed the others began to speak. Lady Vandenberg was not a frequent visitor, and a year had passed since the last time. Lady Horton remarked that she had been worried about the Duchess ever since, and was very happy that she had come today. It seems that Lady Wadenberg had some problems with organizing the tea party the girls discussed. A year has passed since then. Lady Horton is worried about her, since she stopped communicating after that incident, but is very glad that she is in good health. Chloe understood why they were all saying this. The failure during the tea party, which was a year ago, greatly hurt Chloe's feelings. Lady Horton giggled, but she doesn't know that this is not the same Chloe in front of her. Apparently, for secular society, the Duchess of Vandenberg is an easy prey. Some of the girls tried to look at her on the sly. Others mocked openly. And each of them probably spread gossip about Chloe. They probably expected this girl to cry or be discouraged by such words. But the new Chloe just smiled friendly and agreed with everything. Lady Horton certainly did not expect such a calm reaction, or rather, lack thereof. It's strange, in a normal situation, Chloe would burst into tears and run away, and she decided to finish off the Duchess, saying that then she looked so unhappy, as if she was about to shed a tear. Chloe confirmed that this happened before, but now she is fine. But she has the feeling that they all want it to be the other way around. Lady Horton froze in place at such a direct remark. Chloe Vandenberg, a woman who always only looked back furtively at others. A poor thing who, instead of fighting back, cried all the time, disgracing her current status. Really, all of the above applies to the woman who is standing right in front of them. Apart from her status, she was nothing of herself. However, the Chloe Vandenberg standing in front of them now has changed. And if she understands how to use Vandenberg's status, then they will be in trouble. Lady Horton shook her head vigorously, assuring that everything was not at all like that. She simply expressed herself incorrectly, so it seemed as if she was trying to insult the Duchess, so she sincerely asked for forgiveness. All the girls in the room froze, rooted to the spot, and seemed to stop breathing in surprise. Lady Belladonna especially could not believe what had happened. Chloe, with a sweet smile, said that everything is in order, and she too sometimes makes mistakes, because she understands Lady Horton. She swallowed nervously, as the Duchess did not even deny that it was rude. To defuse the situation, someone started a conversation about the new issue of the Royal Magazine, which said that bustle dresses had become fashionable, and the dinner party continued calmly. That evening, Chloe had dinner at home at the estate. As they began the main course, the Duke asked her how the tea party had gone and whether she had enjoyed it. Again a polite question, the girl thought. She smiled and replied that it was fun, to which Alphonse noted that this was a relief for him. When dinner was over, it was time to go to their rooms. Rising from the table, Chloe wished the Duke good night, but Alphonse asked his wife to give him a minute. The girl was surprised but agreed. If it doesn't bother her, the Duke would like her to treat him to tea. For a moment, Chloe simply looked at the man, not understanding why he needed this. But then she beamed with happiness and, of course, happily agreed. She asked him to wait in the living room while she prepared everything. After some time, the satisfied Duchess entered the room with a tray in her hands. Alphonse looked at the girl expectantly. She placed cups with different types of dry tea in front of him, so that he could directly hear the aroma of the tea, because tea leaves have various features that are revealed only little by little, and invited him to choose the tea himself according to the aroma. The Duke brought the bowls to his face one by one. I carefully examined and assessed the aroma. Chloe waited impatiently for his decision. Finally, the Duke made his choice, and the girl prepared to listen carefully. The man pointed to one type of tea, calling it good. It turned out to be Lapsan Souchong. Chloe guessed he liked the smoky flavor. In any case, in her world they called him that, the girl thought, but here they call him differently, although, based on geographical location, the names may vary. Pretending to smoke a pipe, Chloe continued to say that the aroma of this tea was similar to tobacco smoke. But the Duke likes cigars, the girl laughed. This laughter attracted Alphonse's attention. Wife, he said, and Chloe immediately responded. This image is not suitable for a lady, he noted, and she first froze and then corrected her behavior. Pouting her lips with resentment, she took the tray and said that she would bring tea now. She needed to wait a little. Alphonse remained sitting in bewilderment. After some time, the Duchess appeared with ready-made tea, and she put a tray on the table on which there was not only tea, there was ham on the plate. The girl confirmed that it was ham, and she smiled radiantly. Tea with ham seemed to the Duke a very strange combination. Sometimes when Alphonse drank wine, he would have ham as a snack. And if it weren't for the distinctive smell coming from the teapot, he might have thought that Chloe was going to offer him alcohol. That's why he was so surprised. Taking the mug in his hand, he noted that the color was not too different from the tea he drank last time, but this aroma of smoke was very unusual. I took a sip, immediately noting the equally unusual taste. "Looks like bacon, doesn't it?" Chloe asked. Every time she drank lapsan souchong herself, it reminded her of bacon. Like bacon, which is made by smoking pork, lapsan souchong tea leaves are also smoked. Bacon-flavored tea sounds interesting, but it is still tea. And indeed, the Duke agreed. He thought that he liked this tea precisely because he chose it himself, even if the sensations were a little strange and it felt like something was missing. "Do you feel like something is missing?" Chloe asked and offered him ham. "And she asked me to try it with this." Without hesitation, Alphonse stabbed a piece of ham on his fork. And he put it in his mouth. Each piece seemed to melt in the mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. What an appetizing combination, the Duke thought. This is the missing taste. The Duchess asked if he liked it, and Alphonse found it extremely surprising that the snack went so well with tea. Lapsan souchong goes very well with different types of meat, salted ham, ham sandwiches, sausages, the girl listed, and also dumplings with a lot of meat filling. Having heard about the dumplings, the Duke remembered that it was food from On, and Chloe confirmed that lapsan souchong tea was also from this country. He is a great country located in the east. Chloe studied information about tea in this world and where it originated. The Duke asked if she liked the country's cuisine. He and the girl admitted that she was delighted with it. The Duke listened to his wife's stories in amazement, without ceasing to drink tea, and even asked for more. When the tea was finished, the Duke thanked the Duchess. He had only recently eaten, but it was nice to continue enjoying food and drinks after dinner. And if she doesn't mind, he would like to drink tea like this sometimes. But Chloe did not let him finish, saying that he could come at any time, which surprised the man. Sharing time with someone over a cup of tea is a great pleasure for her. Now there is a very pleasant, friendly atmosphere between the Duke and Duchess. It is absolutely impossible to call Alphonse a lazy person. Never in his life did he take a day off. He was constantly doing all sorts of things, all because at any moment when he was not busy, he felt the emptiness gradually filling him while he was working. You don't have to experience this unpleasant feeling. However, during this tea break, things were different. He didn't feel a single drop of this corrosive emptiness. For some reason, Alphonse could not logically explain this to himself, but drinking tea allowed him to relax. "The Duke drinks tea with Madame every day," one servant asked the other in surprise. "He must have been mistaken," the second one suggested, but the first servant insisted that there was no way he could have been mistaken because he had been seeing this for several days in a row. But just a couple of days ago, they looked completely strangers to each other. The maid intervened in the conversation and only spoke a few times in 13 months. "Well, maybe after this time they finally got closer," concluded another girl without stopping her work. "Madame is stupid and also timid. The Duke is unlikely to be interested in such a person. But according to the knights, Madame has changed." "What are you talking about here?" came a voice behind her, and the girl shuddered in fright. It was the head maid, Miss Colleen. The servants were afraid that she had heard them speak ill of their mistress, and began to make excuses that they did not mean it at all. "Who said that Madame has changed?" the maid remarked angrily. She told them to listen carefully. Duke Vandenberg was just acting a little unusual, but they would soon return to their original relationship. The maid didn't understand what Miss Colleen meant and slightly raised her eyes to her, but was immediately dumbfounded by surprise. The head maid glared at her, hastening to lower her eyes. The maid was completely sure that this terrible look was intended for her. And Miss Colleen continued that no matter whether Madame or the relationship between them had changed, the servants should shut their mouths and stop talking nonsense. The servants just silently looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders in bewilderment. They replied that they understood everything, and Colleen left in a huff. Her irritated steps echoed down the corridor. There was no way that Chloe had changed. Somehow she clenched her fists in anger. Her face was twisted with all-consuming anger. It's funny. She became so angry at the slightest mention of Chloe that she even blushed. Lady Colleen is the second of Earl Colleen's daughters and is almost the same age as Chloe, Earl Grey's eldest daughter. Count Colin had previously moved to the capital and lived there. Young people at that time often got together and discussed their hobbies, in particular their recent horseback riding. And they mentioned in passing that Lady Colleen was not present because someone had completely forgotten to invite her. As a child, Lady Colleen was an outcast among the children of the aristocrats who lived in the capital. It was impossible to get out of that situation with the help of efforts or any abilities. She knew the feeling of hopelessness at an early age. But later, she still managed to find her light in this pitch darkness when the family of Earl Grey moved to the capital. Chloe, with her character, has become a new target for bullying by the capital's aristocrats. As a result, Miss Colleen stopped being bullied. And she herself began to mock Chloe, telling the others that she never looked them in the eyes. At first, the other children were wary of her statements, but soon they were laughing together and gossiping about Chloe's every move. And Miss Colleen was able to connect with a bunch of the capital's aristocratic children. Chloe is below her in status and should look stupid, otherwise she will be bullied again. This is a kind of obsessive perception. Even now that they are older, she still continues to bully her. Chloe became the wife of the Duke of Vandenberg, and Count Colin thought that the best solution would be to make Miss Colin Chloe's maid. Although Chloe was a duchess, she was always taller than her. The maids and maids feared her more than Chloe. She always made all the instructions and decisions instead of Chloe. This is how it has always been, and this is how it should continue to be. "Madam, long time no see," someone called out to the Duchess as she walked along the corridor. On the street by the window stood the knights she already knew. Chloe was happy to see them, and Jacob complimented her on how great she looked. Noticing that they were sweating a lot, she asked if they were coming from training. Having received an affirmative answer, she invited them to come in and get something cool, and the knights, embarrassed, asked for the same thing as last time. But that time they received a reprimand from the commander, who said how dare they sit next to the Duchess, after which he punished them. Chloe was surprised that they were not allowed to sit next to her, and Jacob explained that, according to etiquette, knights are supposed to stand next to their mistress or master. The Duchess had a thought, and she asked her to wait a little. After some time, she returned and brought several cans of drinks. They turned out to be very heavy and bulky. The knights accepted these cans like jewelry, because the lady prepared this drink especially for them, since it is very hot in the summer. And if they want, she can make more, because she has a lot of different teas. The drink Madame gave was cold, but it was different from the fruity iced tea he drank last time, Jacob thought as he examined the can. Chloe explained that this tea is called oolong tea. You can say that it consists of two types of tea, as it is intermediate between green and red tea. Bolt listens eagerly as the lady says that this tea has all the benefits of green and red tea, so it is soft, tasty, and refreshing, and she loves this tea very much. In addition, she added flavoring to it. The knight could wait no longer and quickly unscrewed the lid. He immediately tasted the tea, sip by sip, causing indignation among his comrades at the way he behaved in front of Madame. Balt drank tea and bent over as if he was ill, but he immediately looked up in admiration, because the taste of the tea is so soft and magically delicious. In addition, it has a fruity taste. Without hesitation, the other knights also tried the drink, and they came to complete admiration. Jacob tirelessly praised the amazing taste and aroma, and Cain was shocked and silent. This tea actually smells like fruit, and Chloe confirmed that it is peach-flavored oolong tea. Jacob found it surprising. There is no fruit in it, but it smells like peach. Did the lady really add peach juice? But Chloe explained that she only added flavoring. It tends to dissolve well and add flavor. The knights had never heard of this, and therefore were very surprised. The Duchess revealed that flavors can be more than just fruity, and there is nothing better than floral or even dessert scents such as chocolate, caramel, or cake. And the fruity-flavored iced oolong tea is truly delicious. There is nothing better than it. You can drink it in the summer. And Jacob commented that it was like seeing a new world. Chloe handed the knights 3 small bags containing peach-flavored oolong tea leaves. The tea she made for them last time was iced, but she really had a hard time breaking the ice. This time, she brewed the tea leaves in a chilled way. It's very simple. You need to fill the leaves with water and put them in a cool place for 12 hours. Now they can make tea for themselves at any time. The knights were delighted and thanked the lady with admiration. In parting, Chloe said that she would talk to their captain so that they could come sit with her and drink tea, which horrified the knights. But the girl explained that they are now her most beloved and dear knights, and she likes to drink tea when there are a lot of people around her. She is an angel, the knights thought. They met a real angel. The lady seemed to have wings growing behind her back. A little later in the knights' barracks, someone noticed Jacob's enjoyment of drinking from a can and asked what it was. In fact, he said with inexpressible tenderness, this is oolong tea that his lady gave him. And when they reproached him for fooling around so stupidly, putting on an innocent face, Jacob remarked that he would never do that. However, the other knights noticed that only these three were constantly drinking something. By the way, it seems that the Duchess gave it to them, and it seems that this mysterious drink is delicious, but Jacob is behaving strangely. He is talking to the drink, the knights whispered. They looked at each other mysteriously, and they began to slowly approach Jacob. He grabbed the can tightly in his hands and was never going to give it away. With a completely creepy look, they told him that they couldn't hide it. With the last of his strength, Jacob asked Cain and Balt for help, but they pretended not to hear. In the end, Jacob was defeated, and the long-haired knight took a victorious sip of his tea. And then his eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe that tea could be so aromatic, sweet, and cool, and persistently asked who gave Jacob this drink. Thus, oolong tea with peach flavor became popular among the Vandenberg family knights. One of the knights bought a lot of this tea and sold it at a high price to his colleagues, for which he was punished and forced to run 400 laps in the heat. Curious knights who had not tasted the drink, and those who had already tried it, got together and ordered a large batch of oolong tea. After this incident, the reputation of the madam who created the tea only grew among the knights, but Chloe naturally did not even know about it. The Duchess was looking through her jars of tea and choosing what to drink this time. Having chosen one, she remembered that she had never given Cale a treat. That time, when Cale helped her with the sorting, she herself promised to treat him with a cup of tea, but she could not do this, since they ran into the Duke. The girl decided that she would call Cale and Ellie to have tea with them today. The butler considered it an honor to taste the tea Madame had prepared, and Ellie simply silently nodded her head in anticipation. Smiling, Chloe replied that it wasn't that big of a deal. She was brewing tea with some white petals. It smells sweet, it's chamomile, Cale asked, and the lady answered that it was she. Ellie observed in surprise that these were not black tea leaves, which she often saw, but dried white petals. Placing a cup of tea in front of her guests, Chloe explained that it was chamomile tea brewed from its flowers and invited them to try it. Ellie took the cup in her hands in anticipation. Cale did the same, but with some caution. He slowly brought the cup to his lips and carefully took one sip. Sweet and fragrant, it is refreshing, like mint, and the aroma calms the mind. And what kind of sweetness is this? The man wondered. It doesn't seem like it comes from the petals. He assumed that the Duchess had put sugar there, but she shook her head negatively and explained that she had used honey. It was customary to add honey to tea in the southern regions of the empire. Mixing honey with chamomile is a favorite way to drink tea in Spain, the country of Park Ha-jung's past life, by the way. A good way to enjoy tea is to add milk to it. Cale noticed that tea used to seem like a strange, tasteless water to him, but in fact it is sweet, like flower sweets. Chloe thought with a grin that this drink, with its own aroma and honey sweetness, could please everyone, and that is why she chose it for Cale. And she asked if he suffered from insomnia. After all, Chloe heard that the butler works late due to insomnia and has difficulty falling asleep, which is why he monitors the night shift workers, and this tea will ease his suffering. Chamomile relieves stress and improves blood circulation, which is good for insomnia, and she also added honey, which also promotes restful sleep. Cale is one of the few who treated Chloe kindly, and just a person to whom she's grateful for a lot. The Duchess smiled and expressed the hope that this would help Cale, since he works so hard at the estate. The butler was deeply touched by Madame's concern, because she put her soul into this tea and thought about it. Jumping up from his seat, he bowed and promised to continue working hard, and asked Madame to take care of him. Ellie watched this entire scene of exchange of politeness with suspicion, and while the Duchess asked Cale to contact her if he still wants to enjoy tea, the maid began to boil with jealousy, because she also likes the tea that the mistress makes. Chloe noticed that all this became possible thanks to Cale, who ordered tea for her, and he replied that it was his job. Did they know, Chloe asked, that in fact chamomile is not tea by definition? Tea is a drink made from the leaves of a tea bush. And Ellie, quite unexpectedly, loudly shouted that before that she and Madame drank what is called tea. Chloe confirmed that they drank tea from the leaves of the tea tree, and anything that consists largely of herbs is called herbal tea or tisane. Then what they were drinking now is exactly Taizan, Ellie said and glanced at Kale. The butler noticed her look and thought that this girl liked the madam, but it didn't seem like the madam was checking on her maid and the butler. With a sincere smile, he thanked Madame for the treats and reminded her that he was always at her service. Chloe decided to take him up on his offer and, a little embarrassed, said that she would like a teapot and cups for tea drinking, since the Duke's estate only has coffee pots and coffee cups. Looking at the maid with a sly grin, Kale replied that he would be happy to buy everything she needed for the mistress. Ellie was mentally broken because her opponent is too strong, and she has neither the money nor the power to give the mistress what she wants. Kale thought that the only difficulty would be the madam's preferences, and it would be better for the bull if she chooses herself. And therefore he said that he would create a schedule for the madam so that tomorrow she would go to choose the service herself. That same evening in the Duke's office, the butler made a schedule and showed it to the master. Alphonse noted that he had business planned for tomorrow, and therefore Kayla would have to accompany the Duchess. The servant wondered if this meant that the Duke himself wanted to go with his wife lately. He had often seen the master and his wife drinking tea, and thought that he just liked tea. But what if their relationship gradually changes? The next morning, Chloe and Kale arrived in town. The Duchess looked around with delight. The butler indicated in which direction the shop they needed was located and suggested moving in that direction. A carriage creaked past them, and with a crash, she stopped right next to the butler. Alphonse Vandenberg stepped out of the carriage, straightening his clothes. Chloe was surprised to see him there, and the man sheepishly explained that his meeting had been canceled and he was nearby. Chloe was sincerely glad that everything had turned out so well, and the Duke only looked away. And only Kale knew that the meeting place was not so close, an hour's drive from here. Realizing what was really happening, the butler with a radiant smile said that since this had happened, he would go buy something, ask for forgiveness, but would return as soon as he could. And he instantly disappeared, wishing the gentleman to have a good time. Alphonse extended his hand to Chloe, and he suggested not to waste time but to go shopping. The girl thought that this was the first time they were walking together, and also this was the first time the Duke had voluntarily agreed to accompany her. Without hesitation, she took a step towards him, and she smiled radiantly, agreeing. Hand in hand, the Duke and Duchess headed to the china shop. They soon found the right store. As soon as they crossed the threshold of the store, they were blinded by the shine of various dishes. Chloe was so impressed that she didn't notice how she let go of the Duke's hand. Alphonse, who did not expect this, had to quickly remove his hand as if nothing had happened, while the girl enthusiastically explored the store. As if spellbound, she examined every shelf, every product. The man just watched in surprise as her eyes sparkled. Teapots, white, black. There was a huge variety of goods, mugs with lids, mugs without lids, saucers, various accessories for tea drinking. Taking one mug in her hands, Chloe twirled it with admiration, examining it from all sides, exclaiming that this was a real teacup. The Duke was surprised how real it was, and whether a coffee cup was any different from a teacup. Of course, the girl answered, teacups, compared to coffee cups, are flatter and wider. In addition, each type of tea may have its own cup. Some cups are unique. Alphonse interrupted the girl, saying that her eyes shine when she talks about tea. This statement took her by surprise and made her feel embarrassed. Blushing, the girl tried to justify that it was because she liked tea, but in fact she did not expect to be so excited. And the Duke fell into a stupor and thought deeply. He thought that he hated it when she talked about tea. She seemed to really love tea. She only talked about it, worried about what kind of tea to make, and when he drank all the tea she made, she literally beamed with joy. He hadn't noticed before that she could smile like that, most likely because he wasn't interested. But how could he be interested in something like that now? The Duke thought, looking at Chloe. It seemed like they had been standing like that for quite some time in the middle of the store, because a delicate cough was heard from the side, bringing them back to the real world. The store owner said that if they needed anything, they could contact him. Chloe continued to look at the display cases. She noted that she especially liked the round teapot, in particular its unusual design. And just by its appearance, she can tell that it will be possible to brew tea for two in it. But this is not enough. Larger teapots are needed. By the way, besides teapots, there are many other interesting things. Alphonse asked if she really liked making tea. The girl happily confirmed this and thanked him for bringing her here. The Duke was very glad that she liked it, and then he turned to the owner that they buy everything that is in his store. Chloe sat silently in the carriage the entire way back. The girl was greatly shocked by the Duke's action. and when Alphonse called her, she shuddered in surprise. "Aren't you happy?" the Duke asked. He thought she would glow with happiness when he bought her all the tea sets, but she didn't look happy. Chloe waved her hands intensely, assuring that she was very happy. But she keeps wondering why he spent so much money and is afraid that they won't have that much space in the mansion. She began to explain that she understood that such a purchase would not affect her financial situation in any way. But she stopped short when she saw the Duke's face. The girl remembered that he didn't like it when people doubted his influence and immediately covered her mouth. "Just a few pieces of china wouldn't make any difference to his finances," Alphonse said, and Chloe was surprised at what he called it for buying up the entire store. And he suggested simply expanding the rooms for storing tea accessories. This is the only thing that can be done now. Now Chloe was horrified that he was proposing to remodel a building with a unique design. Did he really want to remodel the mansion? And how much money would he have to spend on workers? But if she does not agree with him, then she will be in trouble, as his look eloquently indicated. So Chloe decided to just remain silent. A few days later, Alphonse actually expanded the tea premises. It has been modified to maintain good temperature and humidity for storage. And now this room was truly impressive. But even though he did it, Chloe didn't know whether to be happy or not. Carefully examining the new dishes, the girl noticed something unusual. It really caught my eye. Small, neat cup. But this cup did not have a handle. Besides, it is a very custom design. I wonder where it came from. Coffee pots and coffee cups are the most fashionable in the empire. Obviously, tea from abroad was beautiful in itself. But it took time for it to gain popularity in the empire, but in this case, it was precisely because it was from abroad that it could not gain popularity. Chloe loves Oriental tea, but it is not profitable for the empire to import it. She thinks that he is simply not fit to be an emperor. But then her thoughts are interrupted. Kale was looking for her to tell her that it would be lunch soon. The butler volunteered to escort Madame to the dining room. And as if by chance, he asked why Madame shouldn't have a social reception. This question made Chloe stop abruptly right on the stairs. The girl was surprised. Kale confirmed that she could have fun and Madame didn't have to worry. He would do his best to help her. Come to think of it, social events play an important role for her as the wife of a duke. Chloe hosted her last party a year ago, and now it's time to organize a new party. She just recently bought tea sets and will be able to use them. Full of confidence, she said that she would organize a reception and count on Kale's help. Well, now it's time for lunch. You heard that the lady wants to have a reception. The servants discussed the latest news in the estate. But this is strange, because the last reception that the mistress held a year ago ended in shame for her. The maids whispered. I wonder how the reception will go this time. Hiding in the shade of the trees, Miss Colleen unwittingly overheard the girls' conversation. Soon this girl would be humiliated again, the head maid thought gloatingly, and she would look forward to that day. This would be her first party since she became Chloe, and she had to put a lot of effort into organizing it, making a guest list and sending out invitations to them. Make a list of food and drinks. This was all Chloe's job, including setting tables and buying clothes and jewelry. And Chloe spent a lot of time preparing for the reception. This is not to say that it is very easy, but it is worth it. Then there was the old Chloe, but now this is her. Jung had a lot of work experience and was in charge of seminars and sports competitions that she was assigned to do, even though it was not her job. Humming a simple melody, the Duchess made plans for the reception. Kale, of course, knows how Chloe ruined her first party, and therefore asked to show the organization plan to him first. And he also asked her to ask him questions if she doubted anything. Finally, the plan was ready, and unlike what she did at work, she really liked this work and was very excited. The plan was soon handed over to Kale for testing. The servant was shocked at how detailed this plan was written. Was it really the same person in front of him as before? Of course, he himself recommended organizing a reception, but he did not expect to see something like this. And at this time, Chloe was worried that something was wrong with the plan. Kale had been looking at it for too long. She awkwardly said that the budget could be cut a little, but the butler was quick to point out that everything was fine. And he didn't think she would do so well, so he wants to return her budget right now. Old Chloe made a big mistake in managing her budget, Chloe thought. That's why Kale always performed these duties instead of her. This was one of the big reasons why people ignored Chloe. But now she needs to learn how to manage a budget as a duchess. Will you really do this? The Duchess asked with great hope. Kale thought he had gone overboard by promising to return the budget. He noted with a smile that he would think about it. In any case, Madam will be able to do this. If he needs help, let him turn to him. The servants watched this conversation between the Madam and the butler. And soon rumors spread around the estate that the Duchess herself had drawn up a plan for the reception, but not everyone believed them. It was unusual for the butler, one of the main forces of the Duke's power at the estate, to help Chloe, and soon all the servants began to become confused. As preparations for the reception progressed, more and more people saw Chloe's extraordinary abilities with their own eyes. Various rumors and confusion among people grew more and more. This had a great impact on the attitude of people who had previously ignored Chloe. After a long day of work, the Duchess rubbed her shoulders tiredly. Ellie, worried about her mistress, offered to bring some medicine, but Chloe would have preferred a cup of tea instead of medicine. The maid even beamed, anticipating what kind of tea the Duchess would make this time. Touched by the maid's reaction, Chloe invited her to come a little later and find out everything herself. Water was boiling in a wood-burning pot. There were items for making tea on the table. Noticing one of the items, Ellie wondered why there was milk there. The maid's eyes widened even more in surprise when Chloe said she wanted to make green tea with milk. Her loud reaction made the Duchess laugh, and she began to talk. Firstly, you need to add about 1/3 of hot water and twice as many tea leaves as usual. After the tea is brewed, just add warm milk. Ellie suggested that it was like drinking milk and tea separately. It must be very tasty. If you add milk to this tea, it will have a barley taste, which is why Chloe likes it. The strong brew was ready. Gradually add milk. The Duchess offered to try the resulting drink to the girl, who salivated with anticipation. The aroma was so sweet and tasty that Ellie simply could not refuse. She really wants to drink it. Today, Chloe added caramel and chocolate to her tea because its sweet smell attracts attention. The dessert aroma goes well with milk tea, and when you are tired, warm and sweet milk tea will be the most relaxing. Finally, the green milk tea was ready. Ellie took the fragrant cup in her hands. I took a couple of sips, and I admired the unique and delicious tea. She had never tried anything like this. It was something new, like magic. Chloe confirmed that this tea was truly delicious and relaxing. While drinking tea, the girl thought, next time she will make tea like this for the Duke. The guests thanked Madame Vandenberg for the invitation to the tea party. Chloe replied that she was also glad to see Madame Ackerman. Then another guest approached her. It was Madame Belladonna, who also thanked her for the invitation. And as a gift, in gratitude for the invitation, she presented her with coffee, the best in Amencia, which her father had bought. Chloe handed the gift to the maid and thanked Belladonna, noting that she could not help but invite her, since she invited her to her place a week ago. With the sweetest smile, Belladonna asked if Chloe still drinks this water with dried leaves, and noted that she had never tried this barbaric drink. Chloe countered that that's why she chose a tea that would appeal to those who hadn't tried it yet and hoped they would like it. And she asked if Madame would pass, since many people were already crowded behind her, waiting to be able to pass. Moving Belladonna aside, the other guests approached the Duchess and thanked her for the invitation. The tea party organized by the Duchess of Vandenberg began at the large dining table. Chloe was a little nervous but tried to calm down, because it was easier than giving a presentation in front of dozens of people. She thanked all the guests for coming to her tea party today and hoped that they would have a good time. At this time, the maids began delivering trays of tea and treats. While the maids were arranging the dishes, the guests admired them, noting that the cups looked very unusual without handles, and the teapot was also unusual. This tea set is made of porcelain, the hostess said. Such sets are made in the East, and don't they convey all the charm of the East? Chloe noted. Not only is it beautiful, but also made from natural materials such as stone or wood. You don't need to worry about your health when using it as a cookware, and it also retains heat well. This production method reflects the unique philosophy of the East, which views nature as an object of coexistence. The guests noticed that they would also like such dishes for themselves, and it seems that now they feel all the beauty of the East. But aren't these objects of barbarians? Belladonna interjected sharply. She heard that people in the East are barbarians. Besides, they sleep not on the bed, but on the floor. Is this civilized? Chloe listened carefully to Belladonna's indignation. But she herself does not think that people in the East are barbarians. They simply have a unique, deep culture. And perhaps her guests will also want to take a look at their culture. The girl began the tea ceremony by gently and elegantly brewing tea. Then she poured a hot drink into cups, and the pleasant aroma of tea spread throughout the room. The girls watching this commented that it looked so amazing and elegant, and they did not know that Madame Vandenberg had such skills. Soon each girl had a mug of aromatic tea in front of her. Is this really the same tea that Madame added there? Questions were heard from all sides. This tea is called milk oolong, Chloe replied, and she didn't add anything to it. The tea leaves themselves smell like sweet milk. All the guests admired the aroma and appearance of the tea, but no one dared to taste it. Chloe noticed this, that no one had tried tea before. They used to think it was just a dry plant, and now they are afraid to try it. But then the sound of a gulp was heard. One of the girls took a test sip. Taking the cup away from her lips, she noticed that it was really tasty, and she really liked the tea. The others swallowed their saliva with envy, and they decided that they should try it too. And the next moment, almost all the girls took a sip of tea. They were surprised how such a sweet aroma could come from dry leaves. It was too fragrant for them, and only one guest did not touch her cup. Belladonna screamed in rage that this can't be true. How can they smell the milk from the leaves? And she is sure that the milk was just added secretly. But the girl who tried the tea first noticed that if there was milk there, they would have felt its taste. But only the smell of the tea was aromatic and tasty. Another girl added that she also drank milk, but did not think that tea could have such a taste and smell. She also thanked Madame Vandenberg. Thanks to her, she learned something new. Chloe was beaming with happiness. She was glad that the guests liked the tea she prepared. The reason she chose this tea has not changed. Today's guests had only drank coffee before, but had never tried tea. She gathered people who usually bullied Chloe. If she wants them to change their mind, then she needs to make them curious. Since they will be curious, they will eventually try the tea. Chloe said, speaking primarily to Belladonna, that she wished they would not think of Eastern culture as uncivilized. Smiling, Chloe noticed that Madame Belladonna herself had not tasted the tea, but she was saying similar things, which made the guest flare up like a cancer. Muffled laughter was heard from all sides. All the girls laughed at Belladonna's ignorance. The tea ceremony, which Chloe carefully prepared, was successful and new rumors began to spread. Sometime later, the Duchess of Vandenberg received a letter. She read the letter carefully several times, and I was very happy with what was written in it. Sometime later, the Duke and Duchess went to visit. The Fordham couple thanked the Vandenbergs for visiting, thereby honoring them. The man did not expect them to respond to the invitation, but he hopes that the guests feel comfortable. The Fordhams are not a very noble family. Alphonse thought normally he would not respond to such an invitation. But Chloe was glad to see Mrs. Fortham again and was looking forward to today. Mrs. Fortham was also happy to see Chloe. The girls maintained a meaningless conversation at the table, and the Duke was deep in thought. For 13 months, Chloe had not communicated with anyone, but now she took the initiative and responded to the invitation. That evening, she came to his office, and she said Miss Fortham helped her when she had problems. Therefore, she would like to respond to this invitation. The girl literally begged him to agree, and he agreed. He wondered then why she suddenly decided to hold a tea party, but did not interfere in it because it was her desire. This time everything is different. She accepted this invitation of her own free will. But the funny thing about this situation is that she was sincerely interested in this. Alphonse watched his happy wife in surprise. The owner of the house noticed that his wife really liked Mrs. Vandenberg, and Chloe was glad to hear this, although it was a little awkward. Ms. Fortham said that she was invited to a tea party hosted by Miss Vandenberg, and after that she became interested in tea, even bought some, but unfortunately did not know how to prepare it. At this point, Chloe's eyes began to shine, and she was sincerely glad that she, too, became interested in tea. Fortham tried to make tea, but it didn't taste as good as Chloe's, and could she tell her how to make tea as good as hers? Chloe immediately asked to see the tea she bought. The girls went to the kitchen. Fortham placed a jar of tea leaves on the table, and Chloe asked permission to take a closer look. The girl examined the jar carefully. Then she took off the cover. Having scooped tea leaves onto a spoon, I sniffed and noted the sweet smell and rich malty taste most likely. This was high-quality Assamese tea. "This is Assamese tea from the Bahart Kingdom," she asked, and received an affirmative answer. The rich malt flavor is characteristic of Assam. It has many golden tea leaves and a subtle aroma, so it looks like a good tea. Fortunately, the tea ceremonies here were easy to understand since they are one-in-one with the world where she lived. The kingdom of Bharata is similar to India in that world, and Assam from there is very similar to their tea. Mrs. Fortham did not know this. She simply bought what the merchant recommended, and Chloe noted that she was advised good tea, the taste and aroma of which even beginners can feel. The girls poured tea leaves into the teapot. Chloe then poured hot water over them, and it immediately turned a rich color. While the girls were doing magic in the kitchen, the men were talking in the living room. They discussed pressing political issues. Mr. Fortham was very glad that thanks to his wife, he was finally able to communicate with the Duke. Their conversation was interrupted by a noise coming from the door. Their wives appeared in the room, accompanied by a maid with a cart, and asked if they were waiting for them. Each person was given a cup of aromatic tea. Elizabeth Fortham remarked that she was honored to taste the tea she had chosen and prepared by the Duchess. After taking a couple of sips, she admired the divine taste. The malty flavor, similar to sweet potato and pumpkin, is characteristic of Assam. This tea is really rich in malt, Chloe praised. Elizabeth was surprised because she had previously considered all tea to be the same, but this one was different from what she had tried before, and the Duke watched his wife in surprise. She has changed a lot. This wasn't the first time they had gone out together, and each time she looked like she wanted to disappear, her behavior earning ridicule and making her even more self-conscious. But this time, everything is different. She herself accepted the invitation and communicates so calmly with Mrs. Fortham. But Alphonse doesn't understand when she stopped being afraid of communication. Dinner with tea was over and the guests went home. Elizabeth was left alone with her husband. Sitting down next to him, she asked if he had noticed how the Duke was looking at the Duchess. Elizabeth thinks the Duke is interested in Chloe. Fortham replied that he had noticed nothing of the sort. And the girl thought that it was not just a gentle look, but interest which was unusual for the Duke. The Duke of Vandenberg simply cannot be interested in such things. Everyone knows that such behavior is not characteristic of him. But these must be just rumors, she thought with a smile. The next morning, Chloe woke up extremely happy. She sharply opened the door to the kitchen, and all the maids tensed up at once. Apologizing for the distraction, the Duchess walked into the kitchen, and she asked me to bring her the ingredients that she would name. She finally had her first friend, and she would like to give her a gift. Chloe added mentally. Finally, everything was ready. Chloe hoped that Lady Fortham would like her gift. At this time, one of the maids was watching the Duchess with suspicion. The guest's carriage arrived at the Vandenberg estate. Elizabeth Fortham apologized for coming unannounced. The Duchess remarked with a smile that everything was fine and she was always happy to see her. Elizabeth thanked Chloe for the gift, noting that the milk jam she made was delicious. The guest described this sweet and delicate taste with delight. Even her husband was delighted and called it fantastic. Although Chloe had made it before, it wasn't her idea. There is nothing complicated in its preparation. You just need to pour a sufficient amount of sugar into the milk and whipped cream, and all that remains to be done is to cook, stirring, for an hour or two. Elizabeth was shocked at how much effort it took. Standing by the fire for an hour or two was really a lot. The Duchess added that, as an addition, you can mix ingredients such as cocoa powder, Earl Grey tea leaves, and so on. After looking carefully at Chloe, Elizabeth proposed, "How about starting a business with this new invention?" There was silence in the living room. It didn't immediately dawn on Chloe what exactly she was being asked to do. And the guest confirmed that if she wants to start a business with them, then her husband is more than willing to be an investor. But the Duchess was not so sure. She had never thought about it before, and now she needed time and, moreover, to find out the Duke's opinion. As if sensing that they were talking about him, the Duke entered the room. He apologized for the intrusion and asked what they were talking about. Chloe jumped up to greet him. Alphonse said that he heard them talking about business, and although it was a little rude of him, if they could tell him the details. The girls briefly told the Duke about their plan, and he wanted to try this milk jam. Chloe was happy to treat him. She opened the jar and took a spoon. Then she spread the jam on a slice of toast and served it to Alphonse. The Duke carefully took a bite, and he chewed it thoroughly, assessing the taste. Even though he doesn't like sweets, somehow it tastes good. This is different from fruit jam or clotted cream. The taste is somewhere in between. A variety of desserts are popular among the nobility. In addition, this milk jam will not be difficult to distribute. Especially, it is a potentially good advertising item among noble women. And he asked the Duchess what she thought about it. Does Chloe want to start this business? The girl thought about it, in fact. She was not too interested in this. When she was a student, she wanted to open her own tea shop. And now, apart from the duties of the Duchess, she has no more work, and it would be nice to do something else. And she told the Duke that it would be great to start a business. In this case, Alphonse took this as agreement. Lady Fortham was also pleased with the decision. This tea party continued with a discussion of future plans. The kitchen was in full swing. But the maids were not very happy that besides them there were other people in the kitchen. The Duchess was discussing work with Ellie. Chloe asked the maid to pour water and put the kettle on the fire. The other maids were no longer surprised to see Madame in the kitchen, since she always comes here. And only the main maid maintained external calm and continued to work as if nothing was happening. She doesn't want to admit it, but the Duchess has changed. The way she brews tea is mesmerizing and looks really elegant. Memories of recent days came flooding back to the maid, causing her to purse her lips. One of the maids from the kitchen enthusiastically said that she also wanted to try this tea and was jealous of Ellie. The head maid suppressed such conversations because the matter concerned their madam and not anyone else. And besides, she is sure that there's nothing special about tea. While she was examining the jars of tea, someone called her name, and she turned around in surprise. It was the Duchess, and Jacqueline was surprised that she knew her name. Chloe, in turn, wondered why she wouldn't know. After all, she is part of the life of the mansion, and therefore her life. The maid put on the table the dragon fruit and honey that Madame asked for. Chloe thanked her, and she noticed that she did not forget this time and completed her task well. Jacqueline felt a little ashamed when she remembered how last time she did not want to fulfill the Duchess's request, citing being busy. Chloe thanked her sincerely once again, inadvertently making the maid feel even more ashamed. 6 months ago at Vandenberg Manor, Chloe was so terrible at her job that she made more than a couple of mistakes, some of which couldn't be overlooked. The blunder was so big that someone had to take responsibility, and Chloe lied. The proceedings did not last long. Having gathered all the maids, Cale asked Madame who dared to steal her certificate for selling food. The Duchess was shaking with fear. The maids whispered because they did not understand what was happening and none of them did anything like that. But Cale put pressure on the Duchess, demanding to know who did it, and she gave up. Chloe raised a trembling hand. Without looking, she pointed at one of the girls, insisting that she had stolen the ID. It turned out to be Jacqueline, but she never saw what they were talking about. In a trembling voice, the girl made excuses that she didn't understand what they were talking about. She was just a maid, and didn't do anything like that. Jacqueline spoke a lot in her own defense, but the butler did not listen to her. He ordered the head maid to take Jacqueline outside and punish her. The offender was immediately grabbed by her clothes and dragged out into the street. Jacqueline screamed that she hadn't done it, that she had been wrongly accused, but Cale only said that 60 lashes would be enough. The maid tried to ask Madame for help, but Chloe was ashamed to even look at the one she accused of stealing. These memories were always unpleasant for Jacqueline. The other maids understood her feelings. After all, she has to work with the one at whose orders she was punished. After some time, Chloe placed a jar of golden drink with honey and dragon fruit on the table. The girls immediately began to salivate. They really wanted to try it. The Duchess told them to take a cup each, which they were very surprised by, and thought that the lady was not addressing them. Noticing that there was no one else in the room except them, she repeated for them to take the mugs, and she noted that they did a good job at the last appointment. And she wants to thank them for their hard work, and since it is quite hot today, she prepared a cool drink for them. Maids aren't that bad, Chloe thought. They don't mock her openly or spread bad rumors, and they always helped her with making tea. She would feel bad if she didn't share it with them. The maids were surprised that she wanted to treat them. After all, it was not just anyone, it was the Duchess. And she did it for them, those who refused to sincerely serve her. Smiling, Chloe asked if anyone wanted to try the tea. Naturally, Ellie was the first to respond, and it didn't take long to persuade the others either. The girls were even surprised at how enthusiastically they rushed to tea. Then come one by one, said the Duchess, and so all the tea was poured into mugs. Jacqueline looked thoughtfully into her mug. The rest of the girls had already tasted the tea, and now expressed their admiration for its taste, saying that they had never tasted anything tastier than this. Moreover, Madame did this especially for them. It is impossible to imagine other nobles doing something similar. Having treated the maids, Chloe and Ellie prepared to leave. But the girls stopped her. They are simple maids, but Madame took care of them, and they bowed to Chloe, expressing their gratitude. Chloe was touched by this attitude. For the first time, other servants besides Cale and Ellie showed kindness to her. All the maids bowed, except Jacqueline. She still could not forgive the Duchess for her punishment. When she heard rumors that Madame had changed, she did not want to believe it. The scars on her legs still ached, a reminder of the humiliation she had suffered. She doesn't want to hate Madame as before, but can she prove that she has changed? Jacqueline raised her head nervously. She's the only one who did not bow. Is Madame going to scold her for this? Previously, Chloe would not look them in the eye and would punish them indiscriminately. But now the Duchess looked at Jacqueline with a bright smile. The maid was very surprised by this reaction. The Duchess was still saying something, but the maid was no longer listening, lost in her thoughts. The tea that Madame made was very tasty. The girls discussed in the kitchen and hoped that Madame would come to them again. Jacqueline sat alone, wondering if Madame had really changed. After drinking gratitude tea, she understood. But it's all so complicated. Jacqueline tiredly lowered her head into her hands. A special atmosphere reigned in the Duke's office. Chloe looked around with interest. Just think, this was her first time in the Duke's office. Opposite, the Duke sank into a chair. He invited her here to discuss the promotion of her milk jam, which she recently did. The Duke and Duchess discussed plans for a long time. The conversation was fruitful, and each of them made useful suggestions. Chloe thought that progress was happening at a rapid pace. She could not imagine this, but she could no longer stop. And the Duke, it turns out, was better prepared for the conversation than she thought. In any case, it wasn't that she didn't like the scope of her product acquisition. But isn't everything too big? She asked Alphonse. It seems that in the near future she will only be busy with the production of milk jam. Then she should hire several workers, because first of all she is his wife, the Duchess, and the estate workers are at her service. Chloe trailed off, still carrying habits from her previous life in 21st century Korea, when she had to do all the work herself. Alphonse added that there is also no need to receive investments for her business. These words sounded like he was dominating her. The Duke continued that their family had enough income to provide for all their needs, and Chloe remembered that he did not like it when people doubted his abilities. But if she still wants to receive investments for the sake of friendship, then she can do as she sees fit, the man added. And she remembered the friendly Lady Fortham. Smiling, Chloe said that she understood everything. Alphonse was once again surprised by the changes in his wife. In the Empire, women do not have the same educational opportunities as men. For women from noble families, there are such recommendations that they boil down to studying only the arts, music, dancing, embroidery, and more. Separately, you can also learn to keep records, but this happens only when a woman becomes the mistress of the house. Social sciences, management, economics, and other sciences are not recommended for women to study, all because the state is afraid that women will gain power during the study and become a threat to the stability of power. Referring to all this, Alphonse assumed that Chloe had no knowledge of the business and prepared a detailed explanation, but she still had knowledge of the matter from somewhere. No matter what he says, she always understands everything without explanation, just like a business lady. She even expresses her opinion on any issue, and the knowledge that she has in her head is not so easy to remember, and he needs to understand it first before testing it. She also has innovative ideas that didn't even occur to him, the man thought. The woman in front of him is his wife, but she's also a good partner for him. Finally, the discussion was over, and Alphonse offered to take his wife to her bedroom. Chloe noticed that she enjoyed talking to him. The man could not find an answer to this from his wife. They walked silently along the corridors. Alphonse noticed that time seemed to go faster when he talked to Chloe. Besides, he constantly agreed with her, which was not at all typical for him. Something began to tingle in his heart, the Duke noted with surprise. The door creaked, letting a man and woman into the room. Chloe sat down on the sofa. Having seen his wife off, Alphonse was about to leave, but Chloe stopped him, offering to sit with her for a while. The Duke fell into a stupor and wondered what to do. While waiting for an answer, the girl thought that she would like to spend time with the Duke, but judging by his expression, he intends to refuse. Chloe quickly added that if he was busy, it was okay. But Alphonse replied that he was not busy and sat down next to her. For a while, they just sat next to each other. They discussed everything under the sun and laughed. Sometimes Chloe seriously proved something to him, and then she laughed fervently. The man couldn't help but notice that she's been very emotional lately. She wasn't like that before. He wondered how she would behave in an unusual situation, and he raised his hand. And he touched her cheek. Chloe froze in surprise, looking at the man with wide eyes. Alphonse brought his face closer to hers, and at the same time he gently stroked her cheek. Chloe closed her eyes, waiting to see what would happen next. But the man simply kissed a lock of her hair. But he did not take his gaze off the girl. At that moment, the door opened sharply and the maid entered the room, apologizing. And then she froze, having caught such an intimate scene. Realizing that she was at the wrong time, she squealed loudly in surprise. Shouting out that she was asking for forgiveness, she instantly slammed the door. Chloe could only blush from embarrassment. Left alone in the room, the girl thought about everything that had happened. The way the Duke looked at her when he kissed a lock of her hair. He had never behaved like this in the past 13 months, so why did he act so suddenly? What a strange man. Cale sat at the table and reread the documents. Did Madame really write these business proposals herself? The Lord couldn't lie to him. He helped her organize a tea party, but how she managed to do this, the butler could not believe it. Cale's motto was to show respect only to those who deserve it, but he himself believed that the Vandenberg couple stood on completely different levels. Alphonse was a man worthy of respect, but Chloe was considered unworthy of him. And when he witnessed her bullying among his employees, he simply did not pay attention to it. He thought that bullying the mistress of the estate was stupid and pointless, but she deserved it. Cale himself never took part in this. He always treated her like she was his business partner. He just smiled. Madame has changed a lot since then. Just the thought of her using that maid as a scapegoat made Cale angry. Now she treats everyone so warmly and friendly. Has Madame really changed? Okay, he thought. They would soon be able to find enough information. Everyone in the estate was very surprised that Madame started her own business. Shouldn't she fail in a month? One servant asked another, and received the answer that it didn't look like it, since the Duchess was making such progress that no one expected from her. Someone cited the example of a tea party, but they objected that everything went well thanks to the help of the butler. The maids, involuntarily overhearing the conversation, objected that they themselves saw how Madame worked hard. Then you'll have to admit this fact, but she's never worked like that. It's like she's a different person now. The maids noticed that they even had evidence from their colleagues in the kitchen, who said that for several days Madame served them cold tea just because. They said it was the most delicious drink they had ever tasted. The maid herself is sure that Madame has changed for the better. She has become much more capable, friendlier, and more elegant than before. Others said they had noticed this too, and then their conversation was interrupted by a disgruntled question. A very dissatisfied Miss Colleen stood in front of him, and she sternly said that they themselves constantly mocked Madame. Swallowing nervously, the maid thought that Colleen herself was one of them, and in addition, she was the one who mocked her the most. Would she really pretend that nothing had happened? She is sure that Colleen has at least once disrespected Madame and spread gossip about her, and she was very surprised when the head maid shouted that she did not intend to listen to the fact that Madame had changed. Colleen swore that her words were nonsense for the workers. After all, she knows Madame better than anyone, having known her for much longer than 13 months. Bowing her head, the maid apologized for her behavior, and then she received a strong push in response. The blow was so strong that the girl fell to the floor. Coming close to her, Colleen ordered her to listen. Madame Chloe hasn't changed a bit, she said. She has no right to manage the family budget, and she is still the laughingstock of high society. Far from the Duke's love, she is just a walking nuisance. She is, was, and will be, Colleen said. And that will never change. A menacing smile appeared on the head maid's face. And they better remember that, she blurted out angrily. At this moment, another girl intervened in the situation. She understands that her words will sound harsh, but Madame has really changed. The servant helped the fallen maid up, and together they watched the situation unfold in horror. Jacqueline said that she, of course, did not know Madame as well as Colleen, but she herself recently saw the Duchess, and she really became different. So Jacqueline allowed herself to say all this, and he hopes that Madame Head will stop looking only at Madame's shortcomings. Colleen's hand shot up into the air, and she gave Jacqueline an angry, ringing slap in the face. The rest of the servants rushed towards them. They tried to pull Colleen away from the poor maid, assuring her that they would punish her and asking her to calm down. But Colleen couldn't be stopped. She seemed to go berserk and threatened to rip her throat out. Jacqueline did not understand the reasons for such cruel behavior of the head of the maids. From around the corner, other maids were watching this whole scene. The two girls discussed that they definitely did not expect such behavior from their leader. They noticed with horror that they had always obeyed her, and this picture is a real horror. The girls were truly horrified by what they saw, but the third girl was most shocked. 3 girls gathered in the room, discussing plans for the day. Chloe's special maid, Josephine, reminded her that Madame was about to start her own business, and therefore everything said in this room should not leave its boundaries. Recently, a rumor has been circulating around the estate that the butler will soon transfer the right to manage the budget to their madam. Chloe's special maid, Maria, noted with horror that if this was true, then they would lose their jobs. Chloe's special maid, Nina, sadly noted that it didn't matter what kind of punishment she received from Madame, nothing could be done. Maria was indignant that there was no point in pretending to be good, because Madame would never feel guilty, even if she did nothing. But Nina noted with sadness that she always simply watched from afar when Madame was slandered, and Josephine began to think that she, too, was one of those who slandered Miss Chloe most of all. But now she has changed, and before, the more she suffered, the more obedient she became, but not now. As if she had decided something, she stood up and suggested that they go to Madam. Whether they wanted it or not, they would have to go to Madam. Chloe was quietly reading a book when there was a knock on the door. The Duchess gave permission to enter, and the door opened. One by one, her 3 maids entered the room. Surprised by their visit, Chloe asked what brought them here. The girls replied that they had come to apologize, which surprised Chloe even more. Josephine swallowed nervously, and the next moment the girls fell to their knees in front of the mistress, asking for forgiveness for being so impudent towards her. And if the mistress shows mercy, they will devote their bodies and souls to serving her. Trembling, they tearfully asked to forgive them. Nina sadly noted that it would be fair if the lady could not forgive them, because they had committed a sin equal to death. And she added that she didn't know whether she could redeem him by dying, horrifying other girls with such words. Chloe carefully looked at the maids kneeling in front of her. They had slandered Chloe in various ways before, and she could not forgive this. She would prefer to fire everyone and hire new maids. But for now, she cannot control the people here, and she has no choice but to leave them. The Duchess walked up to the maids and looked down at them. If she couldn't fire them, then they should at least give a formal apology. But seeing what they did today, it looks like they are willing to do anything to get forgiveness. And the Duchess said that she would like to ask them something. The delighted maids were ready to do whatever the mistress wanted, but they didn't expect Chloe to ask them to tell them everything they said about her. Don't leave a single detail, tell everything. The girls just looked at their Duchess in shock. That day, the trio of maids on their knees took turns telling Chloe about all the mistakes they had made towards her. If they forgot something, she ordered them to sit on her lap until they remembered. If they still didn't remember, then they came to her the next day. Each told about everything. The time of each story varied. The longest confession lasted 2 days and 6 hours, and it was obvious that Miss Colleen was aware of everything. The rest of the maids began to come over to Chloe's side, no longer slandering or ignoring her. In this case, Colleen again became that little girl with whom no one was friends. The reason why others treat Chloe this way is because of her reputation, Colleen thought angrily. What if her reputation breaks again? A cunning plan has matured in Colleen's head. She knew exactly what she needed to do. Cale was glad that he had finally found the Duchess of Vandenberg. After asking if she was busy and apologizing for disturbing her, he would like to ask her for a favor. Chloe asked in surprise what happened. Smiling sweetly, the butler said that he would like to show her the budget report and the current account for last year, if she did not mind. And could Madam write a budget proposal for the second half of this year? Chloe did indeed follow the butler's request. Cale is not very good at budget management, all because he does not fully understand its importance. The butler already has a lot of work on the estate, and he was not thrilled to take on the additional job of the mistress of the estate, and Chloe's return to her daily duties was a wake-up call for Cale. However, handing over control of the budget to Chloe was not an easy task, and in the end the butler came to the only right decision. He's trying to test Chloe's case. In truth, she is practically not afraid of anything. She has years of experience behind her, especially work experience related to accounting. Full of determination, the Duchess said that she was ready to take on it no matter how much work there was. Cale bowed contentedly and said that he was counting on Madam. After some time, a beaming Chloe handed Cale the documents. This was the budget that she had calculated, and the butler was extremely surprised. It seemed like less than 3 days had passed since he asked her to do the job, and yet he took the documents from her hands and thanked her. Looking at the papers, Cale thought it was impossible to write a report in a few days. He compared it with last year's report, and only 1 or 2 points need to be changed. And then it suddenly dawned on him. After all, this is not a copied report, but a new one, compiled from beginning to end. How did she manage to understand all this? Of course, this is the first time that the madam is doing accounting work, as she has not done it before. Then he has one more test for her, Cale thought, and picked up a thick notebook. He handed the notebook to Chloe and asked her to read it and say what she thought. The girl accepted the notebook from his hands with surprise. This was an outline of the budget plan for the Duke's garden, Cale explained. But that didn't make it any clearer to Chloe whether she should write the budget recommendations. Chloe carefully studied the documents page by page, but I soon noticed one problem. There were some flaws in the papers. The budget did not correspond to the scale of the project. The components did not fit together. It feels like someone wrote this with malicious intent. Cale probably expected her to notice this problem, the girl thought with a grin. Undoubtedly, it needs to be corrected and rewritten. After some time, Chloe gave the butler the corrected budget. She watched with tension as he studied each page. After finishing, Kale commented that this time was also great and asked how she became so talented. He was really curious to know her secret, and Chloe was embarrassed and said that she was very flattered by his assessment. She thought that by working for a company in another world, she had gained practical experience, often in a very stressful psychological environment. In this case, Kale decided that he could trust the lady with the real work. And he said he wanted to give Chloe the budget for the kitchen, and he asked her to do it within 5 days. 5 days is enough to keep the budget the same as always. While doing her assigned work, Chloe asked Josephine to write down everything she said, seal the letter, and mail it to the Berkeley grocery store. The maid carefully fulfilled the request. The letter was affixed with the ducal seal. She then handed the letter to the messenger, and she warned that this was important and must be delivered without errors. The servant confirmed that he would do everything. Then he jumped on his horse and rushed off. The next day, groceries were expected to be delivered to the Vandenberg estate. Sitting by the window in her room, Chloe thought that the day should go well. Today, everything will definitely go well, and tomorrow she will be able to regain control of the budget. She was finally one step closer to becoming the Duchess she dreamed of being, but then the excited voice of a maid was heard from behind the door, saying that something bad had happened. Chloe ordered her to come in first, and she very excitedly began to explain that she was Ashley, the maid from the kitchen. Having asked what happened, the lady received the answer that the order had arrived from Berkeley, and the lady had to see everything for herself. Chloe ran as fast as she could into the kitchen. The maids had already gathered there and were whispering excitedly. When they saw Chloe, they showed her the order from Berkeley. They were boxes full of rare and unusual vegetables, but not at all what she had ordered. How could this happen? The girl thought with horror. She checked the order many times and remembers the entire list by heart, but she definitely did not order this. The servants, very upset by what had happened, also asked how this could happen and were upset that they would not be able to prepare it for tonight's dinner. Chloe decided that she would have to go to Berkeley to find out what happened. Soon she arrived at the store. The owner of the Berkeley store, Matt Berkeley, was also embarrassed by the misunderstanding because he sent exactly what the Duchess ordered. Chloe asked him to show the list she sent him, and he readily did so. Having studied it carefully, the Duchess was shocked. She did not write this, but nevertheless, the letter bore the seal of the Duke of Vandenberg. Someone has maliciously manipulated this. After saying that this was not the order she sent, Chloe asked if Berkeley could change everything, to which the owner noted that they provided hard-to-find products, and if they were returned, the store would suffer significant losses. Chloe understood everything, but if she gave up now, she would not be able to regain control of the budget, and she would also be embarrassed in front of the servants in the kitchen. What should she do? The girl closed her eyes forcefully, hoping that the decision would come on its own. Upset, Chloe left the store and went outside. If she does not cover the expenses of her budget, she will not live up to the expectations of the Duke and Kale, and indeed all the servants. It will be especially awkward in front of the servants, because they will not be able to prepare anything from such unusual products. But then she heard a conversation between two men who were lamenting that they could not sell all the cheese, and now it would become moldy and disappear. It turned out to be clerks from a grocery store in Berkeley, and they were discussing that the price of butter was falling, and cheese most likely would not sell as well as before. Chloe called out to them, and she asked what cheese they were talking about. The men answered that they were talking about Gouda cheese. Then the girl asked if this cheese was still in stock. And I received an embarrassed answer that there were 3 warehouses of cheese, and that was really a lot. During the celebration of Hagia Sophia, there is a custom to celebrate by eating dairy products. On this day, cheap Gouda cheese sells well among ordinary people, so the Berkeley grocery store brought in a lot of Gouda cheese for the celebration. At the same time, the price of butter fell and the demand for it increased, so people began to buy butter instead of cheese. And there's still a ton of Gouda cheese left in the Berkeley warehouse. Mr. Berkeley, the girl called out to the store owner. She has important information and therefore asks for some time. Matt Berkeley was surprised but agreed, and he invited the Duchess to come in. First, Chloe asked if it was true that his store had a lot of Gouda cheese, and he confirmed with a sigh that he tried to sell it at a good price before everything got moldy and turned into garbage. Chloe then asked what he would do if he had a way to sell all the cheese. Matt Berkeley was quite excited about the possibility. Chloe promised to tell him how to sell all the cheese in a short time, but he must give her advertising funds. Berkeley thought about it. He has already tried all possible ways that he almost cut his funds in half, but at the same time, He does not think that the Duchess is stupid or joking. And he agreed, asking how much he should pay for advertising, to which Chloe replied that she needed 1% of the net profit from the sale of cheese. And she asked for 1 warehouse of cheese in advance, and if he could sell more than 1 warehouse using her method, he could even pay her. The owner reflected that 1% of net revenue is not a small amount, however, compared to the previous method of selling cheese at a low price before it spoils. It is not so significant. And deciding that he believed in the Duchess's insight, he asked if she was sure that she could sell all the cheese. Grinning, Chloe asked if it was true that when they sell cheese at retail, they cut it into pieces. And she suggested randomly adding 3 or 4 coins to each wheel of cheese and putting up posters to tell everyone about it. Berkeley even jumped up from his seat at such an outrageous proposal. The cheese sold at the Berkeley grocery store contains gold coins. Maybe you will become the owner of these coins. Try your luck. This is a lottery using cheese, the man was surprised. The concept of a lottery is absent in this world, despite the fact that there are games with prizes. This strategy was developed and used to manage a grocery store by Thomas Lipton, the founder of the large Lipton Corporation in the county where Chloe lived. This is a fresh and brilliant idea. If they do this, then all the people who need cheese will be able to come to Berkeley. From such an explanation, Mr. Berkeley sat back on the sofa. This is the first time, the man noted. When he hears such a wonderful promotion strategy, the Duchess is very wise. Rather, Chloe returned to the estate. The maids were glad to see her and hoped that she had sorted everything out. The Duchess actually brought all the necessary food with her, just in time to prepare dinner. In addition, she prepared small gifts for her kitchen servants, who worked for the benefit of the mansion. Everyone will be given cash benefits that they can use to their advantage. Josephine thought that in the end she was not mistaken. The lady had definitely changed. Turning to her, the head maid thanked her mistress for her constant care for the kitchen maids. They, in turn, will be happy to help her in the future and will continue to work hard. All the girls bowed respectfully. Chloe was filled with unusual joy. Could this feeling she was experiencing be trust? This is a feeling she has never experienced before. She may still be ridiculed by others, but at least not by the servants from the kitchen. The Duchess, feeling emotional, asked them to continue working for the benefit of Vandenberg. Bowing once again, the servants expressed their gratitude. A couple of days later, Chloe sat with Cale in the living room over tea and discussed how she was managing the estate's budget. The butler noticed that the lady was a very wise housewife. Confused, Chloe said he was exaggerating. While enjoying the aromatic tea, Cale noticed that now he had nothing more to ask for. Bowing, he asked for forgiveness for not immediately recognizing her as an excellent housewife, although the girl tried to argue that it was not his fault. If anything, Cale would be very grateful if she could take charge of the Duke's finances. This request was an act of great trust, and Chloe understood this very well because she was offered control over the budget. Although not quite there yet, taking back control of the budget gave Chloe some power, taking a step forward towards the normal Duchess she wanted to sleep with. Meanwhile, the Berkeley store's entire cheese supply was sold out. Marketing gold coins and cheese became popular. No one could have thought that an ordinary merchant, Berkeley, would use such a strategy for promotion. Berkeley was so pleased with this that he showed his gratitude to Chloe with a huge number of gifts. In addition, I wrote a long letter of gratitude and sent additional income that I promised. Thanks to this, the Duchess was able to expand her capital, which allowed her to work without relying on Alphonse. "It wasn't me, madam," Josephine hotly defended herself. The special maid nervously assured the Duchess that she had not forged the order that she had entrusted to her. Vandenberg's stamp on the letter means it was the work of someone at the mansion, and few people can change the order list sent to Berkeley. As far as Chloe knows, only 2 people are connected to this list: Josephine, who listened and wrote down everything she said, and the messenger who delivered this letter to the store. At least from them, she cannot blame the envoy for what happened, since he is not part of the mansion, and he has no motive for such a thing. But Josephine has enough motives. Besides Colleen, she was the one who loved to cruelly mock Chloe in the past. And now the Duchess was reprimanding the maid that she had decided not to follow her instructions, despite the authority of her mistress, which literally made the girl look blank. Although she asked for forgiveness for everything she had done earlier, Chloe could not forgive this offense, and therefore she fired Josephine. Considering the mistakes she made, this punishment is still very mild for her. These words greatly frightened the maid. Therefore, the Duchess wants her to immediately pack her things and leave this mansion. "As you say, madam," the former maid answered obediently. The woman's fist hit the table with all her might. Colleen was shaking in a fit of rage. Risking everything, she bribed the messenger to change the order list. And now she doesn't have many options left. It's becoming more and more difficult for her to hide her actions and methods. But she must deal with Chloe as soon as possible, so as not to fall herself. The maids helped the Duchess with her morning preparations. Maria asked if the lady had heard about the ice pond, which is located in the northern forest. This is a very mysterious place. They say that it remains frozen thanks to magical powers, and it is also very beautiful there. They should visit there someday. In addition, the weather is very hot now, and Maria is sure that this is the most suitable place for a walk. Josephine was fired, and Maria and Nina were slightly depressed after that. And it seems that Nina is already waiting for her turn to be fired. Initially, to make someone yours, you need a carrot and a stick. Now that the stick has been used, you need to use the carrot. And since the girls want it so much, Chloe agreed to go to this pond. The maids were really happy that the mistress agreed, and Chloe suggested going there tomorrow for a picnic with Miss Colleen, the evening before the planned walk. Colleen insisted that she still had unfinished business, so she should return to the main mansion and she would not be able to go on a picnic with her mistress. If so, Chloe allowed her to go, even though it looked very suspicious. The Duchess was dissatisfied with the behavior of the head maid, but could not do anything. Colleen turned around and quickly walked away. The maid's face lit up with a wicked grin. After all, it was she who told Maria about the ice pond in the northern forest. The ice pond is a beautiful place, but at the same time, very dangerous. There are water frogs that infect dragonpox, which can cause a fever after one bite, followed by boils and scars all over the body. Chloe, having been bitten by a frog and infected with dragonpox, will have a disfigured face that everyone will notice. She will also be accused of sending the maids to such a dangerous place. It is only a matter of time. Soon, Chloe's reputation will come to an end. The next morning, the girls got ready for a walk. "Today is simply a great day for a picnic," the Duchess remarked, and the maids agreed with her with pleasure. Suddenly, someone called out to Chloe. They were knights, and Jacob asked where the lady was going. When the knights learned that they were heading to the northern forest, they were horrified. After all, mountain animals and monsters live in the northern forest. Although it is beautiful there, it is too dangerous. Now Chloe was terrified. She didn't know about it. It would have been terrible if they had gone there. The girl thanked the knights for warning her, and Jacob proudly said that they are the protectors of their mistress, and her safety is their priority. Chloe at this time cast an eloquent glance at Maria. The maid was shaking with fear, because he understood that it was she who proposed this dangerous walk. Chloe wondered if Maria knew how dangerous it was, but still recommended this place to her. Besides, Maria was always a follower, and perhaps after Josephine was fired, she wanted revenge. Although, on the other hand, there was no point in going with them knowing that the place is dangerous. In addition, Josephine was fired not so long ago, and it is unlikely that Maria would have set everything up in order to take revenge. Come to think of it, it might not be her fault. And the most suspicious person in this situation is Miss Colleen. She left in the evening saying that she had work at the main mansion. Most likely, the scandal with the substitution of the list of orders was provoked by her, and for sure, the walk in the northern forest was also conceived at her instigation. Everything finally makes sense. Miss Colleen has a grudge against Chloe, and is now putting not only her, but the maids in danger as well. Due to the fact that the Duchess was silent for a long time, the maids became worried whether everything was all right with her, and she reassured the girls that she was just thinking. But Maria was worried that she would be blamed for what had happened. Nina said a little upset that then the picnic would be cancelled. In fact, Chloe was also sorry that the walk did not take place. And then she asked the knights if they were busy, to which she received the answer that they were always at her service. They will follow the mistress like a star in the sky. Chloe was glad for this reaction, even though it was embarrassing, and in the end she laughed happily, thanking her for her devotion. "Then can they visit the knights' headquarters?" the Duchess asked. Training was in full swing in the knights' barracks. The clanking of swords was heard from all sides. The knights were training. Tired after training, the young people happily rested in the shade of the trees, enjoying cool tea. "Guys, we have a guest! Say hello!" Jacob announced loudly. The knights only turned their heads, no doubt recognizing this loud, noisy voice. "Mrs. Vandenberg came to visit you," Jacob said solemnly, which put Chloe in an awkward position. Here the knights froze in surprise. "Let us swear allegiance to Our Lady," Jacob announced loudly. And on command, the knights lined up. One and all, with their hand to their hearts, they solemnly swore to dedicate their lives and honor to serve as Vandenberg Knights. Chloe was impressed. It was the first time the Knights had saluted her, and this is all because Chloe has never come to the Knights before. Bowing, she said her name and said that she was very grateful to them for guarding the mansion. Now the Knights were surprised. Was the lady really thanking them? Never before had aristocrats thanked their Knights. Chloe just smiled happily, and it seemed to the Knights that in front of them was a real angel. They surrounded the mistress, also happy to see her. Chloe asked how they were living here, and the Knights, pleased with the mistress's attention, answered. The maids accompanying her were surprised to see how popular the lady was with the Knights. "What's all this fuss?" a stern shout rang out, and the Knights perked up. The commander would be very unhappy that Jacob, Cain, and Balthus missed regular training. Having fallen into a panic, Jacob tried to justify himself by saying that they were not shirking, and they had an important mission to accompany their mistress. And Chloe appeared from behind the Knights, greeting the commander. The man was quite surprised, and the Duchess apologized for her sudden visit and for interfering with the training of the Knights. Bowing shyly, the commander replied that he was afraid that his subordinates would do something rude. But Chloe assured him that everyone was very friendly and they were having a good time, causing the commander to cast a suspicious glance at Jacob, but he simply beamed at the Duchess's praise. The commander then asked Chloe to give him a moment. They went into a room where they were brought a cup of coffee. Having asked permission to sit down, the commander sat down opposite Chloe. He once again apologized for the rudeness of the Knights who behaved inappropriately the other day. Since he heard that the Knights communicated with her, moreover, they sat with the lady at the same table and promised that next time he would prevent this from happening. To which Chloe replied that everything was fine, and she had fun, and besides, she herself wanted to talk with the Knights, so she invited them. She noticed that she enjoyed making tea for all people, so she wanted him to allow the Knights to come to her tea party. The commander was surprised that the lady's words were aristocratic and courteous, but he did not feel that she was ignoring the culture and authority of the Knights. Now the young lady gave the order with kindness. In addition, it is worth paying attention to the Knights who are excited about their feelings for her. And the commander replied that since the Duchess asks, he will not punish his subordinates for drinking tea with her. Smiling, Chloe sincerely thanked the commander for his concern. The reason why Commander Valentero called Chloe was not only to apologize, he was curious as to why a few weeks ago the Knights often went back and forth to the Duchess's mansion. At sunset that same day in the barracks, Valentero thought about the Duchess. He had previously heard that she suffered from a personality disorder. It seemed that these were just rumors. By the way, should he report what happened today to the Duke? The commander remembered the Duke of Vandenberg saying that he did not care about his wife's affairs, and so that in future they will not inform him about all sorts of little things. The Duke said not to bother him about small things, so the commander decided that it would be better to remain silent. The next day, everyone in the mansion already knew that the lady had gone to the Knights. The servants discussed among themselves that the mistress was generally familiar with the Knights and even communicated quite closely with them, and one servant assured that the Knights were simply currying favor with the mistress. The pillow, charged with rage, flew into the wall. Miss Colleen was tearing and throwing, destroying everything in her room. A little earlier, Maria came to her and blamed her for the fact that yesterday almost ended in tragedy. The ice pond she told them about was a very dangerous place, but still, on the way, they were lucky enough to meet Knights, who warned them. So instead of the ice pond, they went for a picnic with the Knights. Everything didn't turn out the way Colleen wanted. Chloe's reputation, on the contrary, grew, and this made the maid incredibly angry. She looked at the broken bottle. If Maria is forced to remain silent, then she will not be suspected of what happened. "Madam, you called me," Maria asked warily. Chloe had a question for the maid, and she asked her to answer honestly, to which Maria replied that she could not hide anything from her mistress. Chloe's whole appearance spoke of the seriousness of her intentions. She asked who told her about the ice pond. The maid froze in place. Her fate was now being decided. Visibly shaking with fear, Maria claimed that she had come up with everything herself, and the gentleman was mistaken. As Chloe expected, Colleen silenced the maid. And to be honest, it hurts her to watch the plea of a man who is younger than her. But the Duchess remembered how Maria reprimanded Nina to stop behaving like that, and hoped that she would not have to be alone with her mistress. Otherwise, she might blurt out too much. Chloe became an unwitting witness to Maria saying that Nina was acting strange. With a chuckle, Maria concluded that Nina had better not try to trust the Duchess. She still wouldn't be able to understand. Therefore, Maria is not a very good ally, so you shouldn't keep her around for long. I want you to immediately pack your things and leave the mansion, Chloe said calmly. Life on the estate went on as usual. Go to the ball, the Duchess asked in surprise. Drinking aromatic tea, the Duke confirmed what he had said earlier. But if she doesn't want to attend the ball, then that's okay, he added, putting down the cup. And Chloe was surprised again this time by Alphonse's behavior, because she didn't remember him ever asking if she wanted to go somewhere. According to etiquette, spouses must attend the ball together, and it seems he needs to take Chloe with him as before. The girl replied that she would be happy to go because she was interested in what would happen there. The Duke thought about it. Her answer seemed very interesting to the man. As far as he knows, Chloe has never gone to the ball, but if he remembers, after their wedding, she only went to the ball once with him. For the rest of the evening, they peacefully drank tea and talked. A few days later in the evening, a huge crystal chandelier shone brightly. The Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg arrived at the ball. They talked sweetly to each other, trying not to pay attention to those around them. But it was difficult because they themselves definitely attracted everyone's attention. The men were surprised that the girl next to the Duke of Vandenberg was really a duchess. The women were surprised that she was the only one who smiled, but before she always looked insecure and withdrawn, and the Duke was never interested in his wife. But these two seemed to get along well, and, back in the day, everyone thought that there was no couple who would look as beautiful as them. At this time, Alphonse leaned over to his wife and began to whisper in her ear. He informed Chloe that he would have to leave her for a while, as he had an important conversation about work with one person. The Duchess released him with a smile. When the Duke left, Chloe thought sadly that she would have to enjoy the party and the meal alone, and she headed towards the table with snacks, but she was called out. 3 girls approached the Duchess with greetings. A minute later, Chloe was surrounded by a crowd of girls. They admired her beauty, noted her beautiful dress, and gave all sorts of compliments. One of the ladies asked if it was true that the Duchess and the Duke had a fairly close relationship. After all, they had never seen the Duke act so affectionately, and Chloe thought that they were curious because she and the Duke looked good together. And the girls immediately confirmed her thoughts, saying that it was nice to see how a husband and wife complement each other perfectly. But they added that they are like brother and sister who get along well, and Chloe understands better than anyone how annoying it is when their husbands try to keep their distance. Chloe thought she was becoming a victim, but she answered with a smile that it was so, for which she received a very angry look from one of the girls. And the same girl continued that maintaining a good relationship with her husband is the best thing a wife can do, and in this sense the Duchess should not worry because she is beautiful, but doesn't she think that they are more like a sister? To be loved by a husband, as Chloe must know, is true happiness for women. Chloe noticed that, on the one hand, Marquise Dyer is right, but on the other, she does not think that a woman's happiness depends solely on whether she is loved by a man or not. This statement from the Duchess shocked the surrounding women. Chloe suggested that perhaps the Marquise had no hobbies. It's a hobby that's fun and one that makes you willing to study all night long, even skipping meals because you feel the urge to learn more and more. Just enjoy it, and it seems that small vibrations are passing through your body. And in these moments you feel so good that you say to yourself, yes, I am alive. Your life can change a lot just because such a passion exists in it. But the Marquis was not satisfied with such an answer, and she, starting to shout, asked how something could exist more important than her husband's love, and whether the Duchess had a similar hobby. Yes, Chloe answered with a sincere smile. She feels happy when she drinks tea, and it would be great if the Marchioness Dyer also felt this someday, but the wounded Marchioness dryly thanked her and hurried to disappear. Another girl came up to Chloe and said she was great. In fact, Marchioness Dyer had tried to attract the Duke's attention many times before, and most likely she was now saying this out of jealousy. Chloe thanked her for telling her this. The evening at the ball went on as usual. Wonderful music sounded. Many couples came to the center of the hall and danced. After sipping a glass of wine and watching the dancers, the Duchess thought it was time to dance. Whether the Duke will ask her to dance, but this does not matter because there is not a drop of love in their marriage. And it would be excessive impudence if she made him care about her even more than he already does. Suddenly, someone called out to her, and she jumped in surprise. Holding her breath, Chloe slowly turned around. "Would you like to dance with me?" the question asked. An unfamiliar man stood in front of her holding out his hand and invited her to dance with him. The Duchess was slightly confused. For some reason, she thought it might be the Duke, but even though he had a lot of work to do, as always, she herself was going to have fun today, and she agreed to the proposal, holding out her hand to the man in response. But her hand did not reach its target, as someone intercepted it. The extremely surprised girl looked to the side. Alphonse held her hand tightly, at the same time wondering what business this man had with his wife. His gaze did not express anything good. In reality, dancing is just a social activity, so it's no big deal if you're married. In addition, the man froze in indecision. The Duke of Vandenberg is famous for his composure towards his wife. But Alphonse's gaze was more eloquent than any thoughts, and he scared a potential dance partner. Quickly wishing the ducal couple a good time, he disappeared, his heels sparkling. Chloe was confused by the whole situation and the man's hasty escape. But the Duke continued to look at her, and now she began to feel awkward. To somehow diffuse the situation, she noted that she was glad that the Duke had found her. Alphonse asked if this was true, and he asked permission to dance with his wife. The couple moved step by step in a slow dance. Chloe moved unsteadily, but she definitely remembered old Chloe learning to dance. But remembering the dance in your head and knowing the dance with your body are completely different things, and those around you noticed this, whispering that the Duchess looked like a log. Those around him came to the conclusion that the Duchess did not even have a basic education compared to the Duke. Chloe heard these whispers out of the corner of her ear, and she shook with shame. In a broken voice, she admitted to Alphonse that she really couldn't dance. Holding the girl close to him, the Duke reassured her, asking her to rely on him. And the girl trusted the Duke, allowing him to lead in the dance. Beautiful music sounded, and the world around sparkled. A man and a woman merged in dance. They were so beautiful that they attracted everyone's attention. Alphonse did not take his attentive gaze off Chloe. The girl smiled happily, pleased to be dancing, led by the Duke. The Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg danced enthusiastically at the ball. When the dancing was over, Chloe headed to the recreation room, thinking that even if she had no skill, her skills were enough to make the dance look good and dance with the Duke to give her great pleasure. Opening the door of the room, she decided that she would rest a little and return to the hall. There were already other girls in the room, and noticing the Duchess of Vandenberg, they greeted her. One of the girls called Chloe and asked her to sit down. The girl sat down on the sofa between the other ladies. Once Chloe got settled, the noble ladies started talking about sharing slightly naughty stories. They had heard all sorts of stories, but the Duchess was still the most interesting person, and Chloe felt that for some reason she should not be here. One of the girls, swallowing nervously, asked Chloe an indecent question. What it's like to spend the night with the Duke of Vandenberg. Chloe didn't expect this question. And the ladies kept asking if the Duke's stamina was really so great that once they started, they could do it until the morning. Is the Duchess satisfied with the Duke's size? What is the Duke's sexual orientation? How often do they sleep together? How many times a month? Chloe felt more and more out of place. True, the Duke and she are a couple who are obliged to produce an heir, and there was a clause in the marriage vow that they should sleep together. But in reality, it is not like that. Before Chloe's eyes, either a vision or a memory appeared. Alphonse was hanging over her, completely naked. The girl clenched her fists. You are ill-mannered, she told the girls sternly. If they are close to each other, then they can share secrets with each other. But where has it been seen that in the first meeting they ask about something like this so impolitely, and all the ladies instantly bite their tongues? Chloe stood up abruptly. If they say something like that again, then she won't let it go so easily. Slamming the door, Chloe left the room, leaving the ladies to think about their behavior. At the entrance to the hall, she ran into the Duke. Noticing the girl's condition, he extended his hand to her to find out what happened. But the girl abruptly pulled his hand away, blushing with embarrassment. Even her ears turned red. She never wants to remember the nights with them that surfaced in her memory. Alphonse was surprised by his wife's behavior, but he didn't know what to say. And noticing that Chloe looked rather tired, he suggested returning home. Park Ha-jong had no experience of marital relations. No, she was in a romantic relationship, and she shared a bed with her boyfriend. But it doesn't matter how experienced she is. Chloe blushed again with shame and embarrassment. This is a completely different matter. She hid her red face in the pillow. No matter what she wants, she can't shake the feeling that she did it. And she will also have to repeat this with him. She, of course, knew that she had become someone's wife, but the memories of that time are very vague. This is not to say that she is unpleasant to be his wife, but it would be nice to have some time so she could prepare her heart. The next morning began with work in the library. Chloe and Alphonse worked hard and discussed the entire planned list of tasks. Chloe was worried, but everything went well. Nothing unusual happened, and they also had a good time today. Rising to see the girl off, the Duke asked if her body was okay. Chloe was surprised by this question, and Alphonse asked if she wasn't very tired yesterday. Realizing what he meant, the girl shuddered from the memories. The Duke took a few steps, and he ended up right in front of Chloe. Alphonse looked into her eyes intently, and before the girl's gaze, the memory of old Chloe surfaced, how he looked at her in the same way, but at night and naked. Confused by the unwelcome memories, Chloe quickly turned away. Although the Duke did not understand the reasons for such sudden embarrassment, he found it quite funny. Many women tried to seduce him, but he never thought that such behavior could be sexual. Yet he feels that these seemingly random actions turn him on. The next moment, the girl was pulled in by a strong male hand. The papers in her hands flew to the floor, and the Duke's face grew closer. Chloe squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for what would happen next. The Duke's lips touched her neck softly. The girl froze in surprise, and scattered documents lay around. There was a knock on the door, and the butler's voice was heard. After being allowed to enter, Cale opened the door and apologized for the intrusion. But he froze in amazement when he saw what was happening in the room. He realized that something had clearly happened, since the Duke was darker than a cloud, and the tomato-red Duchess was embarrassedly clutching a stack of papers. "What happened?" Alphonse also asked, slightly blushing. Cale came to report the preliminary results of the study he was assigned a few days ago, and Chloe hurried to leave them alone. Alphonse detained his wife and apologized that he would not be able to see her off, to which Chloe remarked that it was okay, because she had not far to go. Cale also stopped the Duchess because he wanted to ask her something. Since there were only a few days left before her birthday, he was interested in when she wanted to hold a banquet in his honor. Only now did Chloe remember that the owner of the mansion must organize a banquet in honor of her birthday herself. She replied to Cale that she hadn't really thought about it yet, but would start preparing in the near future, to which he, in turn, offered to contact him on any question. Night has come. Chloe sat on her bed and thought painfully. Why is she so nervous? Why did the Duke do this? These questions haunted the girl and made her blush with embarrassment. Covering herself with a blanket, she tried to calm down and fall asleep. But an unexpected knock on the door greatly puzzled her, and the girl was surprised to ask who it was. Alphonse's voice sounded in response, and Chloe's heart began to pound furiously, and her face turned red again. When she opened the door, the Duke apologized for his late visit. The point is that he would like to quickly say something to the girl. "What happened?" Chloe asked, puzzled by the seriousness of his tone. It became known that a relative of the Duke's father would visit them and stay for about 2 weeks. Chloe asked who was going to come, and heard in response that it was Mrs. Mason. She took care of Alphonse when he was a child. She has the title of Countess, but she is a princess of a neighboring kingdom and, on the other hand, a high-ranking aristocrat, also related by blood to the imperial family. Her character is a little grumpy, but he is not an evil person. Chloe thought that this was a little unexpected, and she was a little confused. But since everything had already been decided, nothing could be done, and she would do her best to be recognized as a good wife to the Duke. When asked exactly when Mrs. Mason would arrive, the answer was that it would be tomorrow, and this discouraged Chloe because she in no way expected this to happen so soon. Alphonse explained that an urgent message had recently arrived, saying that she had been traveling for a long time. The Duchess was fully aware that she would soon meet a relative of the Duke. The next morning was very sunny. Birds were chirping in the treetops. A carriage arrived at the Vandenberg mansion. The hosts respectfully greeted the arriving guest. "Long time no see, Alphonse," Mrs. Mason said decorously, and the Duke bowed respectfully, greeting the guest. But the woman's gaze was focused on the girl standing next to her. Chloe also bowed and introduced herself as the wife of the Duke of Vandenberg. The Duchess felt embarrassed by Mrs. Mason's gaze. There was an awkward silence between those present. Mrs. Mason said rather dryly that she was tired because she had spent the night on the road, and Alphonse volunteered to take the guest to her room so that she could rest. After the guest had rested, everyone gathered in the living room. Sitting down on the sofa, the guest said that she finally felt alive. At her age, it is already difficult to endure such a long journey. Then she turned to Chloe and asked her name, and asked her to bring something to drink. Chloe looked carefully at Mrs. Mason and everything that surrounded her. There was a jar of mints on the table. The girl continued to look and think. The Duchess fanned herself intensively, and her face was tense. Jumping up, Chloe asked to wait a little. She would soon bring drinks. When the door slammed behind her, Ms. Mason was horrified that Chloe took her request literally, and went into the kitchen herself. She had no words to describe her action, but was immediately struck by a headache. After all, Chloe, as the mistress of the Duchy of Vandenberg, should not do this. Soon Chloe returned, accompanied by a maid who was carrying a tray of drinks. This appearance surprised the guest, and he was surprised by the drink he brought, not like coffee, fragrant and aromatic with an unusual color. While the maid was putting down the drinks, Chloe explained that it was tea. Now Mrs. Mason was quite unpleasantly shocked. Is this a drink from the East or from Iberia? Is this drink really drunk in the Empire? But then Alphonse intervened in the conversation, noting that his wife's tea was special, and let Mrs. Mason not judge in advance, but try it first. And again the guest was greatly surprised now by the words of her ward. A strange atmosphere developed between the relatives, and Chloe felt awkward. She noted that she tried very hard when preparing it, so she hopes it turned out delicious. The guest looked with suspicion at the liquid splashing in a glass of ice. But still I decided to try it. She took a few careful sips, and with surprise I felt a familiar taste. It tasted like mint, Chloe confirmed with a smile. First, the very first thing you will feel is the sharp taste of mint on the tip of your tongue, which seems to be refreshing. Then there is a sweetish taste like candy. At the end, the subtle, spicy taste of mint softens, acquiring a rich and fragrant smell and taste. Besides, such a refreshing tea is just in time. It's delicious, said Mrs. Mason, and Chloe sparkled with happiness, pleased that her guest liked it. And she was incredibly glad that she was able to please her guest, because she saw how Mrs. Mason put mints on the table and assumed that she would definitely like mints and sweets. The guest asked what kind of tea it was. Chloe said that this is mint tea. You need to brew strong green tea, add sugar and fresh mint, and then leave it for a while. The nomads of the southern province willingly drink this drink. This tea in Chloe's past life was called Moroccan mint tea, and as the name suggests, it was often drunk by Moroccan nomads. Nomads drink it hot quite often, but today the weather is quite hot, so Chloe made it cold. Ms. Mason noted that it was unusual that Chloe knew everything about the nomads. Then the tea party continued as usual. The moon appeared in the sky, and it was already dark. Mrs. Mason walked along the corridors of the mansion and thought that the tea was delicious. But what impressed her most was the way Alphonse spoke about his wife and her tea. Could Alphonse really say that? The guest thought. This child has never been like this before. Clenching her fists from unpleasant memories, she wondered how this could happen. Perhaps he gets along well with his wife. Time passed as usual. From the window, the lady watched the Duke and Duchess strolling through the garden. The young people talked very nicely, and the heart of the woman watching them gradually calmed down. Preparations for opening the business went like clockwork, of course. Chloe also participated in it. She helped with interior design. For the store, the ducal couple chose a site in the center area, densely populated with houses. The decision was made taking into account the fact that milk jam is close to a luxury that would be purchased by the nobility or at least the middle class. Finally, the store was ready. However, when Alphonse bought a 2-story retail store in the center of a shopping street, Chloe was amazed. Isn't the size too big, she asked, since initially there was a plan to turn over 10,000 milk jams. The size is large, the Duke noted, but this does not mean that the circulation of goods cannot increase. After all, this business bears the name of a family of high social status, so its reputation should be up to par. As a result, the store, unlike the original plan, became a place not only for the sale of milk jam, but also for other types of jam, syrup, and honey. In any case, business was looking up, and the coverage was going to increase, and Chloe was making every effort to get to the top and create a good clientele. The Duke and Duchess once again came to see how the construction and renovation of the store was progressing. There was very little time left before construction was completed, Chloe noted. The Duke looked carefully at the building in front of them. Then he turned his gaze to his wife. Chloe looked very excited and quite pleased. Alphonse thought that his wife was an excellent colleague, and as a wife she was also good. But as a partner, she surpassed all the boundaries of a political marriage beneficial for the family and for each other. Spending time with his wife is a break for him from this boring daily routine. Sometimes he cannot understand her, but he never feels irritated. On the contrary, it was very interesting. How long has he gotten used to his wife? How long have they been living together? In any case, he does not want to return to the time when he lived without her. A few days later, at the Vandenberg mansion, Ms. Mason called Chloe over for a chat and asked if she was feeling well in such hot weather. The Duchess thanked her guest for being concerned about her, and she thought that it was the first time Ms. Mason called her, so she was a little nervous. Relaxing a little, The guest explained the reason why she called the Duchess to her place today. She would like to drink some more of last night's tea, so if she doesn't have anything particularly important to do, she asks to have a cup with her. And Chloe naturally, happily agreed. After some time, there was a glass of drink on the table. Mrs. Mason thanked her from the bottom of her heart and noted that she could not stop thinking about this tea. With visible pleasure, the guest took the glass and drank the tea, sip by sip. When the drink ended, the lady turned to the girl, asking how her and Alphonse's married life was. Chloe jumped in surprise. And then, blushing, she replied that everything was fine with them. The Duke was actually very kind. The woman looked closely at the girl, making sure that this was true, and she asked to take care of Alphonse, because this boy before her is still a child. Chloe was very surprised that she called the Duke a child, and therefore, apologizing in advance for her question, she asked if the lady had raised the Duke, and the woman replied that it was so. Chloe debated whether to ask the next question, but she still really wanted to know everything about this man, and she asked about the Duke's parents. "They died a long time ago," Mrs. Mason answered simply. Her face expressed deep sorrow, but, throwing away sad thoughts, she looked up and said that since Chloe was Alphonse's wife, she should know everything that the Vandenberg mistress needed to know. Swallowing nervously at the sudden seriousness of the conversation, Chloe thought that she wanted to know what kind of person the Duke was, what kind of life he had lived, and wanted to know everything about him. Alphonse Vandenberg's natural father, Ludwig Vandenberg, was the former Duke of Vandenberg and an impeccable aristocrat. He was talented, self-confident, and arrogant, and rumors spread among the youth that cold blue blood flowed through the veins of the Duke of Vandenberg, and Ludwig wanted Alphonse to be just like himself. Moreover, even a more self-confident aristocrat, Alphonse inherited his father's blood and quickly became cold-blooded and intelligent. But Ludwig was not happy with this. At the age of 3, Alphonse learned aristocratic rules of etiquette, politics, and history. At the age of 4, he learned fencing and horse riding. Classes lasted all day from dawn to dusk. But this was also not enough for Ludwig. He told his son that the manifestation of emotions is excluded in the affairs of the aristocracy. He always urged not to show his inner intentions to others. Personal emotions are considered a shame. One must be restrained and persistent, and this method will enhance his dignity. And to his father's decrees, little Alphonse faithfully answered good father. Therefore, subsequently, he could not even imagine what awaited him in the future. The pen slid smoothly across the paper, writing out letters and words, and suddenly stopped. Alphonse couldn't concentrate. This was the first time this happened. Maybe he should do something else, since this matter is not urgent. He shouldn't go to his wife, the man thought. There is something about business that he needs to ask her opinion about. The called butler said that the lady was suddenly called by Mrs. Mason, and they went into the living room. Alphonse was surprised why Mrs. Mason called his wife. Saying that he understood, the Duke dismissed the butler. Step by step, he walked towards the living room, and soon he was already standing in front of the doors of the desired room. He had already raised his hand to knock on the door when he heard snippets of conversation when Mrs. Mason told Chloe that she was Alphonse's wife, as well as the mistress of the Vandenbergs, and should know something. And the Duke was overcome with unpleasant memories. Ludwig did his best to suppress Alphonse's emotions. Every time Alphonse expressed emotion, his father punished him harshly. Alphonse's self-control was at its limit, of course. Before him, it was more correct not to cry when beaten and not to get angry when insulted. Without closing his eyes for 3 days, he mastered the method of hiding signs of drowsiness after 4 days of hunger. He learned to aristocratically eat the soup placed in front of him. As a child, before his ego had fully matured, he had the idea that his father was always right and followed him unconditionally. But he grew up, and it was time for his ego to mature, like a sprout that grows even though it is stepped on. 10-year-old Alphonse said he didn't understand why he had to live like this. It goes without saying that when people are happy, they laugh, and when they are hungry, they want to eat. And no matter how many history books he reads, he cannot find a single family who raised their children in the same way as he is being raised. His father's way of raising him is not being used, Alphonse said bluntly, and he no longer wants to tolerate this attitude towards himself. Without interrupting lunch, Ludwig calmly asked if he regretted what he said, and the boy answered in the negative. That day, after finishing the meal, Ludwig locked Alphonse in the closet and ordered him to think carefully he would not let him out until he fully thought about his action. Ludwig ordered Alphonse to be given food 3 times a day and once in a chamber pot. Little Alphonse knocked on the door and shouted, For the first month he resisted and screamed loudly. In the third month he apologized and asked for forgiveness. Starting from the 6th month, he didn't say anything. He just cowered and stared into the black void with his eyes. And 11 months later, Ludwig ordered Alphonse to be released. He noticed that he had thought enough about his action. Bowing his head, the boy asked his father for forgiveness. From the day Alphonse emerged from his captivity, he no longer had any emotions left in his soul. The only thing he knew was anger and hatred, but he couldn't bear it. The only thing Ludwig taught Alphonse was incredible patience to hide the fire deep in his chest. But the year Alphonse turned 14, Ludwig Vandenberg died. It was an accident. A drunk driver was driving a cart and hit the Duke of Vandenberg and 3 other people. They all died instantly on that spot. It was a very futile death. Despite this, Alphonse held a deep grudge against his father. For this child who had lost his parents, Miss Mason said, she was the only relative. And when he was entrusted to her, she was afraid. At that time, Alphonse did not look like a person at all. She truly cared for him during those 4 years until he became an adult. And yet after her efforts, Alphonse eventually recovered from it. Listening to this story, Chloe expected that the Duke would have some kind of injury, but she could not imagine that it would be something like this. She thanked Mrs. Mason for telling her all this. Closing the door to the room behind her, Chloe stopped. The Duke's pain is so palpable as if it were her own. She really wants to console him and hug him. This impulse cannot be explained by simple excuses like the fact that he is her husband and because he is a friend. Looking up, the girl noticed something. Alphonse stood right in front of her. The girl hesitantly tried to start a conversation, and the Duke, who heard everything that happened in the room, only silently looked at the girl. "You found out?" He took a couple of steps towards her. Chloe apologized for this, but he noted that it was not her fault. After asking the girl not to say anything, he instantly turned around to leave. Chloe tried to stop him, but he asked her to go into another room. The Duke walked measuredly along the corridors of the mansion, Chloe walking at a distance from him. Along the way, Alphonse thought that the lady had shared her experiences, and this made some impression on his wife. At heart, she is a fragile girl, a woman with a bright smile who does not know the same misfortune. Therefore, he deliberately did not remember his past and did not want to reveal it to his wife. He did not think that she could bear it. It is not good to open your soul to a lady, thereby disturbing her with misfortune that she cannot bear. As they moved into another room, Alphonse turned around, and although he told her not to say anything, what should he do if she was crying? "Why are you crying?" he asked the girl, and she answered because he doesn't cry. The Duke wanted her not to know anything about his misfortune. In any case, it is boring, dull, and remains forever in the past for him, and he hopes that she will not be depressed by this story. However, why is she crying now? And Chloe replied that she was crying instead of him. For the first time, addressing him informally and looking him straight in the eyes, his wife told him that he was a wonderful person. His life, the feelings he holds in his chest, the hard work he has endured, all this is beautiful. Observing such sincere emotions of his wife, Alphonse thought that she was not as fragile as he imagined. Chloe continued that it would be nice if he was happy, and the man thought that he was indeed happy now. Happy that she is his wife, and with these thoughts, it was as if the door of a locked closet had opened in his soul. The day has come when it's time for Mrs. Mason to leave, but she doesn't want to do it at all. Hugging Alphonse, she wished him health, and in return, he wished her a happy journey. Ms. Mason then turned to Chloe, and she stretched out her hands to her. A little unexpectedly for the girl, the woman suddenly hugged her warmly. She thanked her for the fact that now she could be calm, because she would be a good mistress of the Vandenbergs. Chloe also thanked the lady and wished her a safe journey. The carriage slowly moved away, taking away the Duke's relative. Sitting by the window, the lady was thinking about what had happened the last couple of days. She spent Alphonse's teenage years with him and saw many people bond with this child. They were fascinated by Alphonse's appearance. Very often those who met Alphonse admired him and fell in love with his magnificent side. Sometimes those who learned about Alphonse's other, darker side sympathized with him or lashed out with only lip service. However, Chloe was not like that. For several days they drank tea together and shared stories with each other. But to be honest, Chloe's demeanor did not change when she learned new things about Alphonse. For her, Alphonse was still Alphonse. She simply accepted it and still looked at him the same way. Leaning back in her seat, Mrs. Mason thought that Alphonse had met a wonderful wife, and there was no wife more suitable for him. She had a feeling that now she could breathe easily and lighten her burden. A few days later, the Duke and Duchess gathered in the drawing room to drink tea. Alphonse noticed that it might not be very convenient to drink tea in the living room. "In what sense?" Chloe asked, and received the answer that 2 tea pantries were too far to go. After thinking a little, she agreed that it was so. Even if you use people when drinking a cup of tea, it is difficult to bring tea and tea set to the living room every time. Alphonse thought about this and suggested renovating the tea warehouse so that you could drink tea there. It looks like it would be nice to have a fireplace, so you could make tea there without having to go to the kitchen. The girl was interested in this proposal. She really liked this, and if he allowed her to do this, she would be incredibly happy because it would be a space full of tea and a tea set, and she would be able to drink tea comfortably. But she was confused whether everything would be all right, because he does so much for her. But the Duke replied that it was not only for her sake. They put it in a cup on the table. He noted that in any case, the sooner they start remodeling, the better, so they need to start designing right today. Taking advantage of the moment, Chloe would also like to ask the Duke for a favor. She would like to order new cups and teapots. The teaware that she showed everyone was imported. So for the imperial people, the teaware was inconvenient to use or the design was not to their taste. So she came up with a design for teaware that could possibly appeal to the people of the empire. Nodding in agreement, the Duke said that they would do so. Chloe thanked her, noting that finally she would have her own tea room, and she was infinitely happy. But the Duke corrected that the tea room would be theirs. He would really like it to be just for the 2 of them. From such a proposal, the girl turned red as a tomato. Without noticing, the store was completed. With the opening coming up, they were busy hiring employees and such. The interior was beautiful and elegant, with the color red being the main aspect of the interior of the store, mainly aimed at the main customer, the rich lady. The only problem is that the size was too big and they couldn't fully fill the second floor of the store building with goods. So for now, it was used as a warehouse for stuff. The name of the store was Chloe's idea. Alphonse gave her the opportunity to come up with it. It soon became clear why Alphonse gave up the right to come up with the name of the store. Chloe was very excited because they had their own store and their store would open very soon, but Alphonse corrected that the store was only hers. As if he hadn't heard, the girl asked him what he was talking about, and the Duke replied that this store was a gift for his wife's birthday, and there is very little left until the birthday. Chloe was very moved. She literally threw herself into the Duke's arms. Hugging him, she happily thanked him for such a gift. For some time, the man and woman stood hugging each other. Meanwhile, rumors about business became a hot topic among the peasantry. Whether this business will really be successful, be that as it may, Madam's so-called business is a little unreasonable, people around said, and even though she actually managed to make a management budget recently, but the business is very different from that. Someone said that the lady suddenly became qualified, but still, business is unreasonable. Others noticed that perhaps on the contrary, everything would be very good. After all, the Duchess's other business projects also exceeded all their expectations, so no one can know whether this business will be successful. Each person individually had his own opinion, but there was no gossip more interesting than his personal life. Ultimately, that day came. In other words, the day of creating an heir with the Duke. Somehow on the day of preparation for such a significant event, the maid had more energy than usual. Chloe did not resist and allowed herself to collect herself. Remembering what happened a couple of hours ago, Alphonse came close to her. He leaned over and whispered in her ear that he would come to her. From such memories, the girl blushed again. In the evening, there was a knock on the door, and the Duke announced that he was going to enter. Chloe jerked when the door finally opened. Alphonse asked how long she had been waiting for him, to which the girl replied that she just took a swim and went out. This is not the first or second day that she sees the Duke. But why is her heart beating so wildly and she feels so awkward? The man smiled softly, looking at his wife. Then, forcing the girl to sit down, he leaned on the bed, thereby pressing the girl to it, and asked if everything was okay. The girl's heart was beating wildly, and at this time the man's face was approaching her face. He moved even closer to her, and she replied that everything was fine, while at the same time lowering her gaze from embarrassment. Gently taking the girl by the face, he wondered if she had always been so sweet. Why did he and she kiss each other? Squeezing the Duke's hand in emotion, Chloe thought that this was her first kiss with him. It seemed as if the whole world around was sparkling, and the whole night lay ahead. The next morning was very sunny. The Duchess slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw in front of her was the face of the Duke, who asked if she had woken up. They lay in the same bed, and the girl instantly remembered everything that happened yesterday. She asked if he slept well. Alphonse thought that he should repeat what happened last night. But this is completely impossible. In the contract signed immediately before the wedding, it was clearly written that nights together are limited to 1 day a month. Therefore, standing up sharply, he noticed that today they had slept late, and they needed to get up. Chloe also tried to get up, but instantly fell back. She literally could not move. Her lower back and whole body hurt. Alphonse said he would call the doctor. The visiting doctor noticed that it seemed that the Duchess's muscles were affected by sudden physical activity, which they had not previously received. It seems that apart from this, there are no other problems, and she gives ground medicinal herbs that are good for muscle pain. They need to be warmed up and placed on top of the lower back. In addition, it is necessary to constantly train. Chloe listened to all this, overcoming the pain in her back. After the doctor left, this incident became a hot topic of conversation among the servants. Not everyone talked about it, but one conclusion was drawn from this fact: huge changes had occurred in the relationship of the ducal spouses. Finally, when the tea room was finished, Chloe invited some people in and thanked them for coming. Then she solemnly opened the door. The girl was in joyful anticipation. The room sparkled and sparkled on all sides. On the second floor there were many jars, ordered and sorted. The knights, as well as the maid, were delighted with what they saw. Jacob marveled at how perfect it was. Alphonse congratulated his wife on finishing the room. In fact, the Duke thought that at the first tea party, he would not allow anyone into this place. But nevertheless, he said that he was glad that the room he created was completed and asked if she liked it. And the girl felt how he emphasized this, but perhaps she just imagined it. She happily smiled and replied that she really liked it. And so everyone sat down in their chairs, awkwardly waiting for the drinks to be served. After some time, a cart entered the room. Chloe came in next, pushing this cart. Alphonse noticed that this was the cup and teapot they had discussed earlier, and it was already completed. Ellie also noticed the new cups and that they were different from the ones she usually sees. Were they really coffee cups? This is a tea set that is made by the imperial people and is easy to use, Chloe answered. They are similar to the coffee set, but different. A teacup, in comparison with a coffee cup, has a wide shape for enjoying the fragrant aroma and a kind of inspection. And also, unlike a coffee pot with an elongated top and bottom, a teapot has a round shape for the purpose of easy movement of tea leaves. And Jacob paid attention to the drink. The lady poured a drink of an unusual color into mugs and explained that it was milk tea. That is, a drink made from black tea with milk, to which Jacob was very surprised, saying that it was very unusual. But it must certainly be tasty since it was made by the mistress, and he trusts the mistress more than anyone else in the world. So the knight took the first sip. Alphonse also took a sip. The others also repeated after them, trying the drink. Quite tenderly, the Duke noted, the original drink, and Chloe was glad to receive the praise of Alphonse, who is quite stingy with her. The rest also began to praise the tea in every possible way, how sweet and aromatic it was, and very, very tasty. Chloe was glad they liked it, because she really likes milk tea herself, so she definitely wanted to introduce it to them. Alphonse remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. He then said that the reaction to this tea was quite good and unique, and how about selling this drink too? Chloe couldn't believe her ears. This milk tea drink intertwines the fragrant and rich aroma of black tea and the tenderness of milk. It also contains a unique, noble taste of honey that everyone can enjoy. The Duke confirmed that he was serious. Suddenly, Jacob shouted that if this tea was on sale, he would definitely buy it. Ellie also said that she was diligently saving money. The girl even blushed at this reaction. She was very pleased to hear it. And she modestly noted that she would think about this proposal. Chloe sat alone in the living room, enjoying a cup of tea. After Milk Jam, she plans to start selling milk tea. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a voice was heard asking if it was right that she was now drinking tea. The Duchess almost choked at such an unexpected question. A tall, handsome man appeared on the threshold, clearly aware of this, and said that he would also like 1 cup. Chloe recognized him, but was not very happy. First Prince of the Empire, Artur Konosar Vladimir, a very dissolute young man who loves alcohol. And at every opportunity he sits back, without setting aside time for a meeting. Until now, the Crown Prince continues to brazenly ignore the position of Prince. Chloe had heard discussions that the Prince would be visiting the Duke's office today, but it was unlikely that he was going to come here. Several years ago, old Chloe secretly loved the Prince and confessed to him, but the Prince only laughed. And in secular circles, rumors spread about Chloe's love for the Prince, and everyone ridiculed her. Now it was unpleasant for the girl to be near this man. But still, he was a prince. So Chloe respectfully asked what business he was here for, to which the man replied that he learned from the maid that Chloe was in this room. Therefore, before leaving, he decided to stop by for a while. The man continued and winked at her playfully. The Duchess indifferently noted that she understood everything, but this reaction did not suit the high-ranking person. At that moment, the Duke entered the room and noticed that the two already knew each other. But nevertheless, he introduced them to each other, and Alphonse's gaze directed at the Crown Prince was very frightening. Chloe noted that this was the first time she had seen such an expression on the Duke's face in principle, and thanked him for introducing them. The prince playfully asked not to drive him away, since he only wanted to drink tea with Chloe, but Alphonse said that he also wanted to drink tea. Lightning literally flashed between the men. In the end, the prince allowed the Duke to stay, noting that this was his wife after all. Chloe thought with disgust that the prince was still convinced that there was some kind of connection between them. It's disgusting, but one way or another, he is a prince, and there is no particular reason for refusal. And trying to keep a normal face, the girl asked what kind of tea they preferred. But what I got was a lightning-fast answer, the one I like. But how does Chloe know what the prince likes? With all possible respect, the Duchess said that she would prepare the drawing room. After some time, she was already pouring fragrant tea into cups. Prince Arthur, looking at the drink served, was surprised that this was the same tea. He then took the cup, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it, noting that the smell was strange. Alphonse immediately retorted that the smell was luxurious. Arthur quickly downed his cup of tea, and the next moment he asked in surprise what it was. It was exactly like the scent that women spray. And burst, Chloe answered, but she thought to herself that this was a well-known name in this world. But in her world, this tea was called differently. In some foreign regions, Earl Grey, in other words, it is named after Earl Grey. Earl Grey, the prince asked, is the name of the man who developed this tea, but Chloe replied that this is not entirely true, and there is a legend that he discovered this tea. Earl Grey went on a journey through the mountainous terrain, and there he discovered a small boy, the son of a local official, who had fallen into a pond and rescued him, after which the local official, in gratitude, gave him this tea, which was a local product, so this tea began to be named after Earl Grey. The prince was impressed that Chloe knew something like that. He had no idea about it at all. And he reminded how a few years ago Chloe boasted that she knew wine well, and how she was greatly disgraced afterwards. These words confused the girl, but she tried to remain calm. Alphonse, in order to diffuse the situation, noticed that it smelled like a flower or fruit and asked what it was, to which the girl replied that it was bergamot, an oil that she obtained from orange and plant fruits from one region of a foreign country. It seemed to give off a floral aroma or the smell of a citrus fruit. The prince asked that it turned out that the yellow one mixed with tea leaves was bergamot, but the Duchess replied that no, these were calendula petals, which she deliberately mixed with tea. The aroma of this tea is similar to perfumes and cosmetics. She mixed different ingredients in case the strong scent of bergamot becomes overwhelming. The prince was again surprised by Chloe's talent, which he had never suspected, and he was sure that the Duchess decorated the tea with golden calendula, similar to his eye color. Alphonse smiled at the fact that the color of the calendula was so similar to the color of his hair. And Chloe, incredibly pleased that everyone liked this tea, remembered that she had long mentally called this tea Earl Grey flower. When the time came for the prince to leave, he noted that they had drunk tea well, and he was really glad to see her. The next moment, he sharply grabbed the Duchess by the hand, and with a smile he asked rather than simply said thank you. Chloe was confused by this behavior of a high-ranking guest, but Alphonse instantly covered his wife with himself, not allowing the prince to touch her. The Duke's gaze sharpened. The prince raised his hands reassuringly, noticing that they were just talking, and with a grin he asked if the Duke was jealous. Well, today the Crown Prince of the Empire drank good tea. Then he got into the carriage and rode off into the sunset. His Highness the Prince went to the palace, but why is Chloe still a little awkward? And at that moment there was a storm in Alphonse's soul. What if she chooses a prince? Why does he feel this way? Because one way or another, this marriage was a contract, concluded out of necessity. And in the contract there was a clause according to which they must respect each other's privacy. Therefore, even if his wife has some kind of relationship with the prince, he should not be interested in this. But why does he feel this way? Alphonse called out to Chloe, and she immediately turned around. The Duke thinks she deserves gratitude for being a good wife, and takes out a box of jewelry. Chloe carefully opened the box. Inside were incredibly beautiful jewelry with emeralds, sparkling and shimmering in the sun. The girl asked if she understood correctly that he was giving these jewelry to her, thus showing the feelings of her husband. But she is not the wife who lives in the hope of receiving material rewards from him. And if he wants to express gratitude to her, then she wants to receive something else. A little more, something that is characteristic of a person. Alphonse was silent in confusion. He did not understand what she was talking about. And Chloe explained that she meant a smile created by kind and loving eyes. The Duke only vaguely understood what she was talking about, and Chloe understood this. Closing the box, she said that she was grateful for his efforts, but could not accept this gift. And then she hurried to leave the Duke. She thought they were getting a little closer to each other. Was she really mistaken? Now she will address him only formally for a while, and she needs a little more time to think carefully about what to do next. After some time in the Emperor's palace, ladies and gentlemen sat at a table in a flowered garden. The woman sitting opposite Chloe greeted her and said her name, Marisa Winchester. This meeting of married couples together now is very inappropriate. The atmosphere between them is now awkward. Besides, if it were a simple tea party, she would refuse, but it is organized in the imperial palace. The ruler of the empire, George Walpole Mercedes Vladimir, decorously descended into the garden with his son. Having greeted the guests, he allowed them to raise their heads. And the crown prince noticed the Vandenberg couple among the guests, which made him incredibly happy. Small talk was held at the table. Those present discussed horse riding. The emperor asked what the Duchess of Vandenberg's hobbies were. Before Chloe could even open her mouth, Alphonse replied that she liked tea, and the way the Duke said this greatly impressed the ladies present. One of the men noticed that the Duchess had very unusual taste, to which he immediately received an unkind look from the Duke, who replied that, unlike the prejudices common among the imperial people, there was depth and dignity in his wife's tea, and if the Duke had taken even one sip of the Duchess's tea, he would have changed his mind. And then one of the ladies intervened in the conversation, who said that it reminded her of how Mrs. Cloverfield also praised the tea of the Duchess of Vandenberg. She said that this tea, even made from brewed leaves, has a milky aroma. It really fascinated her. The emperor was also interested in the fact that tea could have a sweet smell of milk. He found it surprising, and the prince replied that it was so last time he was carefully given tea with the amazing aroma of flowers and fruits, and he was sorry that he didn't can convey this taste to other people present here. Another lady noticed that this was really surprising and apologized to Chloe for the possible tactlessness, but she would also like to have tea. Her proposal was taken up by the rest of those present. In this case, the emperor remarked, if the Duchess feels well, then why shouldn't she do it? And he directly asked Chloe to take care of the tea. The girl was surprised by such an atypical request from His Majesty the Emperor. It's a little difficult in this environment, but she can't refuse. And she replied that it would be an honor for her if the people gathered in this place were not embarrassed by the lack of her skill. In the silence that followed, the clinking of cups could be heard. Relieved, Chloe thought that fortunately she usually carried tea with her. The people present at the banquet watched with delight as she prepared the tea. They wondered whether these round beads were really tea leaves, to which Chloe noticed that these were rolled tea leaves. If you poured hot water, the leaves would immediately begin to open. The emperor also noticed that the teacups were quite unusual and asked if this tea was oolong tea, and the girl explained that this oolong tea was called tea guanyin. The emperor took the first sip of the finished drink, and its aroma seemed very unusual to him, as if very sweet but not like the aroma of flowers. And Chloe confirmed that this is a peculiar aroma of orchids characteristic of tea guanyin. Only tea leaves were processed, nothing else was added to it for the sake of aroma. It has a peculiar sweet aroma of orchids and fruits. And His Majesty could not believe that nothing else had been added, and that it was a natural aroma. The others also took a couple of sips, admiring the taste and aroma. His Majesty was extremely surprised that such an amazing aroma and smell existed, and thanked the Duchess for treating them to such good tea. Satisfied, Chloe remarked that there was no need for gratitude, and the Emperor told Alphonse that he must be glad to have such a wife, to which the Duke replied that he did not deserve her. Prince Arthur noticed that the couple were acting rather awkwardly, wondering if they had quarreled. Chloe was afraid that it was so noticeable, and Alphonse pretended that he did not understand what he was saying. After the banquet at the imperial palace, the Duke and Duchess returned home in a carriage. Chloe was so lost in thought that she did not immediately hear the Duke calling her. Alphonse asked his wife for forgiveness for what happened last time, but the girl said that nothing happened and everything was fine. Finally, the carriage arrived at its destination. The Duke gallantly opened the door and offered his hand to his wife. Chloe stepped out of the carriage but was a little confused by the way the Duke squeezed her hand. Her heart was beating wildly. She was excited. They were met at the door by the butler, who greeted the gentleman while Chloe tried her best to remain calm. But she was not allowed to enter the house. Alphonse gently hugged the girl from behind, causing her to freeze. Holding his wife in his arms, the Duke said quietly that he was not used to it yet. He doesn't know how to express his feelings, so he asks her for forgiveness, but promises to learn if she wants it. "Please wait," Alphonse said, looking into her eyes. Chloe was surprised to realize that from the moment he wanted to give her jewelry, he was still worried about what happened. And wouldn't it be right to wait for him just a little bit? The girl thought with a smile. And with a sincere smile, she agreed. The maids talked about how things had gotten much better between the Duke and Duchess lately, and they even hugged outside the front door. Miss Colleen thought angrily that the servants, cooks, and knights had gone over to Chloe's side, and now she had nowhere to retreat. Clenching her fists in anger, she decided that this was her last chance to destroy Chloe. Two maids, Cheryl's sisters, came into the room early in the morning in order to make the mistress the most beautiful woman, that is, to create a harmonious image for the banquet. They asked the lady to trust them, as they would try to create such a beautiful image that she would look like the main guest of the banquet. We put on makeup. We also picked out an outfit and did our hair. And so she sat in front of the mirror, examining the final result. Everything was beautiful, however. It felt as if the clothes were taken from another person. But this is just a feeling. She knows little about fashion, but experts see it differently. As she went down the stairs, the Duchess thought that 3 hours ago, Mrs. Fortham said she would come, so she would be there soon. As she descended, she encountered some servants, and she was very surprised by their reaction, since they looked at her intently and a little worriedly, but she thought it was because she was beautiful. At that moment, the door opened and it was announced that Mrs. Fortham had arrived. She joyfully greeted the Duchess. Chloe did the same, inviting Elizabeth to pass. But the guest stopped abruptly, clearly stunned by Chloe's appearance. She grabbed her hand sharply. Instantly opening the door, she asked to go with her, promising to explain everything along the way. The carriage was racing at full speed. The girls were silent for a while, but then Ms. Fortham asked Chloe who dressed her up like that. The girl didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but she explained that she meant her outfit. It was exactly the same as that of the Marchioness Dahlia, the Duke's former mistress. Now Chloe understood the horror of the situation, while Elizabeth continued to say that she did not understand what the servants wanted to achieve by doing this. I was doing such a stupid thing to the mistress. But Chloe knew there was only one suspect, and that was Miss Colleen. Finally, the carriage arrived at its destination. Hastily bringing Chloe along, Elizabeth explained that the local designers were not very famous, but despite this, they had excellent skills. The lady of the house came out to greet Mrs. Fortham. She noted that she was dressed very nicely and asked if she wanted to order a dress, to which Elizabeth replied that today's guest was not her, but her companion. The designer looked closely at the second guest. She noted the wide, uneven hanging sleeves of her clothes, noting that it was beautiful, but already out of fashion. Especially this color, she would have missed such a rich red and would have chosen the right shade for the client. 21 months ago, Marquise Dahlia made this style popular, but only the outfit was copied in a hurry and terribly. If it were her, the designer said, she would rather leave the one who offered her this and would no longer enter into a deal with him. And, taking out a notebook, asked what her first and last name was. Chloe introduced herself. The designer began to write down her name, and then it dawned on her. She realized that this was the same Duchess of Vandenberg and hastily apologized for being impolite, to which Chloe only laughed slightly, noting that she was now well convinced of her insight. Having calmed down a little, the designer asked if they had arrived to order a dress, to which Chloe answered negatively. She is throwing a banquet today and wants to pick out a completely new dress with makeup and hairstyling. The designer began flipping through her notebook in search of free time. But when she learned that the banquet starts in 2.5 hours, she stopped abruptly. Throwing the notepad on the table, she said that it was impossible it would take at least 8 hours to do everything, but not 2.5. Raising her hands as if to give up, she said that there was no way she could, but then Mrs. Fortham intervened. Sparkling like a diamond, she asked Morgan to think about it. The time of the banquet is relative, so they might be a little late. Besides, Would it be a better opportunity to show off her talent? And it was okay if the dress wasn't quite perfect. After all, Ms. Vandenberg is essentially beautiful, and Morgan can make that beauty look a little better. Thinking about Miss Fortham's words, the designer looked closely at Chloe again. Swallowing nervously, she agreed to try. The banquet in honor of the birthday of the Duchess of Vandenberg began, but the guests were dissatisfied with each other, indignant at why the Duchess had not yet appeared. Perhaps it was because of the incident a year ago, when the Duchess of Vandenberg hosted a banquet and made a big mistake. Perhaps the memories of that time fill her with fear. The ladies present exchanged words, noting that, in addition, the Duchess of Vandenberg is known for having no social skills. Miss Colleen, watching from the corner, was biting her fingers, nervous that the Duchess had not yet appeared. It looks like something is wrong. According to the plan, they should already be here by this time. At that moment, the door opened and it was announced that the Duke and Duchess had arrived. The girl was like a fresh flower. The ducal couple literally sparkled. Chloe was so beautiful that everyone around her could not believe that this was really the Duchess of Vandenberg. Alphonse also noticed admiring glances directed at his wife, especially from the men present. Too beautiful, he thought. A maid watched the triumphant appearance of the owners of the house from the corner. She was angry and couldn't believe this was happening. As if sensing something, Chloe turned towards her. Her gaze directed at Miss Colleen said it all. A cold shiver ran through the maid's body. She realized that she had been exposed. She blew herself up, trying to disappear as quickly as possible. The Duke and Duchess basked in everyone's attention. The butler approached them and quietly said something to Alphonse. She was caught, Cale said. The Duke immediately understood what it was about, and he ordered to take her to a separate room, and until he finished, not to let this rat escape. The maid struggled with all her might, trying to escape from the knights holding her, but they shoved her into a separate room, without much ceremony, and closed the door. The maid tried to open the door, banging on it furiously. She screamed that she urgently needed to leave. She did not give up for a very long time, but finally collapsed from fatigue. The banquet in the main hall ended and everything became quiet. Miss Colleen sat alone in a dark room. Finally, the door creaked open to reveal the Duke of Vandenberg. Throwing herself at his feet, she screamed that she had made a mortal mistake and asked for mercy. She promised that she would not do stupid, impudent things to the noble lady. Grabbing the Duke by the leg, she went completely mad, asking him to be lenient with her. The servants accompanying the master were shocked by her behavior, and they rushed to remove the insolent maid from the Duke, grabbing her by the arms. With a completely crazy look, without getting up from her knees, she stared at the Duke and asked if he would be merciful to her. Alphonse silently watched the maid's madness. He then said that his wife had delegated all powers of punishment to him, which shocked Miss Colleen. Chloe thought about everything that had happened. The maids told her that, apparently, it was Miss Colleen who advised Maria about the ice pond. She remembered how Jacob, fortunately, warned her in time that the northern forest was inhabited by mountain beasts and monsters, and although the scenery there was excellent, it was too dangerous, and the maid seemed to have done so clearly with malicious intent. The Duchess thought with horror what would have happened if she had been unlucky enough to meet the knights. Enough time has passed since the maid crossed the line, and she will pay for all the atrocities she has done to Chloe. It later became known that Alphonse punished Miss Colleen with 300 blows of the rod and handed him over to the imperial court. The crime was regarded as an insult to the aristocracy and an attempt on life. As a result, Miss Colleen was sentenced to death, and she brutally paid for her misdeeds at the cost of her life. After this, the servants, having heard the news about Miss Colleen's punishment, themselves came to Chloe and asked for forgiveness, offering to punish them for their actions. The chief chamberlain and chambermaid returned her budgetary and personnel rights. Sometime later in the mansion, Chloe sat in the tea room and enjoyed a mug of hot aromatic tea. She has endured so much in the past, so she wants to work a little more now. The Duke called out to her, noting that she had done a lot, and how about we go away and rest together? He made a reservation for a performance that his wife should like. The girl blushed slightly. It seems that the Duke is thinking about her and preparing in advance. He is a very caring person. And smiling softly, she agreed with his proposal. That same day, they arrived at the theater. The Duchess was very impressed in the theater premises. She looked with delight at the stage, which was very clearly visible from their seats. If you watch the performance from here, it will be very pleasant and fun, she noted, unlike the Duke, who was not interested. The man sadly thought that within 4 hours he would be doomed. Finally, the performance began. Actors appeared on stage and some action took place. Chloe watched the scene with obvious delight, and Alphonse was surprised how his wife could like such a boring performance. When it was funny, the girl laughed. When something sad happened, she almost cried. A peculiar talent, Alphonse thought. When intermission was announced, Chloe said with admiration that it was a lot of fun. But when she turned to the side, it was impossible to tell from the Duke's face. It seemed as if the Duke did not understand where he was or what was happening. The girl thought that he did not like performances, and in order to somehow support her husband, she extended her hand to him. And she said that feeling like the emotions of complete strangers become her own is really fun. And she thinks that conveying emotions is an art. She asked to focus on this just once, and in the future she will not ask to watch the play with her again. Alphonse thought about her words. In the humanities education he received long ago, nowhere was such an interpretation of emotions offered. If he once again concentrates on the performance, as his wife says, perhaps he will understand something. When the performance continued, he perceived everything completely differently. On stage, the actors played a very touching love scene, because of which the audience shed tears. But Alphonse still did not understand why there was a need to cry here. It is unreasonable for him to prioritize someone else's safety over his own. At this time, the actors on stage kissed, and this action seemed a little more interesting to Alphonse. He looked surreptitiously at his wife. Chloe blushed and swallowed hard. Her hands, lying on her knees, clenched nervously. She also glanced furtively at the Duke. The man noticed this, and his face lit up with a knowing grin. The next moment, he pulled the girl towards him, and taking her by the chin, he approached her face and kissed her. The girl was outraged by the nonsense he was doing, but the man again pulled the girl towards him, motivating her by the fact that no one sees. After all, they have personal places. The girl was still trying to somehow object when Alphonse straightened the strands of hair behind his ear, thereby opening it up. The next moment, he gently kissed the edge of her ear. Instantly flushed, the girl was indignant at what he was doing and asked him to concentrate on the performance. "I'm focused," the man replied, stroking her face. "The play was very interesting," he said. Chloe was outraged and embarrassed at the same time. After the performance, they went outside. Alphonse asked if the girl liked the performance. Looking down, she replied that it was fun, but thought that she did not remember any part of the performance. She thought she wanted to rest and drink something, and when she looked up, she saw something. There was a cafe right in front of them, and she asked if they could go there. Alphonse agreed, and they headed to the cafe. But they blocked their way, noting that it would be difficult to take his wife with them. Since this coffee shop serves as a social place for gentlemen, the butler is embarrassed. But women are not allowed in. Their establishment is not just a place for friendly communication. It is a place of knowledge where gentlemen can have serious discussions about business, society, and politics anyway. This place is not suitable for a beautiful lady. Chloe was especially outraged by the words that the role left to lovely ladies is to bring beauty. In that case, the Duke of Vandenberg said grimly, he would be glad to remain with a wife who would faithfully fulfill her role. And he asked to call the owner, since he buys this store for triple the price. A wad of banknotes immediately flew at the servant, and Alphonse said that he was fired, and this was his salary for that day's work, so let them pack their luggage and get out. And also vividly conveys his words to the owner. Still, the Duchess managed to get into the cafe, and their persons did not go unnoticed. The servant bowed, bringing a cup of coffee. Alphonse asked if Chloe liked this coffee. The girl replied that it was very tasty, but she felt awkward because of the looks and whispers around her. She couldn't predict whether the coffee would go into her nose or her mouth. Looking around, she noticed only gentlemen. And I thought it would be great if such a place existed, but for a group of women. Of course, there are evening dances and tea drinking, but they are different from this place where you can relax and have fun with friends. But this will be difficult to achieve now. Alphonse brought the girl out of this thoughtful state. Setting the cup down on the saucer, he said that he had made a reservation at the restaurant and that she might like it. Chloe noted that it was very thoughtful of him to make sure there was a place for dinner after the performance. She happily said that she couldn't wait for them to go to the restaurant. Soon, Alphonse led her to an unusual-looking multi-story building, and Chloe realized that it was a restaurant with cuisine from the On country. The Duke assumed that she would like it, since she had already spoken about it. She remembered saying that she liked the cuisine of On, and she was pleased that he still remembered her words. For some reason, it seems to her that something good will happen that evening. The girl entered the establishment with anticipation, but then they were called out. The prince and his companion entered the restaurant right behind them. He was very glad that they met. After all, their meeting is destiny, so why don't they eat together and he will pay for his dear friends, to which the Duke replied that it is not worth it. The prince persuaded the Duke to agree and said that there was just a free room for 4. Alphonse thought that since there was a girl next to him, he would not do anything absurd, and in the end, agreed. The company of young people sat in a specially designated room, and a large number of delicious dishes were placed in front of them. Chloe enjoyed every bite. The Duke asked his wife if she liked it, and the girl answered with delight that it was very tasty. The prince also asked the girl who accompanied him, whose name was Elena, whether it tasted good to her, and received the answer that the taste was incomparable. His Majesty the Prince remembered that he had not introduced the girls to each other and called his companion Elena from Thornton without ceasing to chew all this time. The girl also introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet you. Meanwhile, Alphonse mentally noticed that the prince had changed the girl again. Washing down her meal with a drink, Chloe thought that it was very tasty, but for some reason it seemed that something was missing. The dish was tasty, but a little greasy. It felt like the tongue was covered in one piece of butter. And to erase this feeling, she suddenly realized that she was missing jasmine tea. Both the prince and the Duke were very surprised at her statement. And the girl explained that there is a tea called jasmine. It is a green tea served in the cuisine of the An country, which is mixed with jasmine petals, thereby imbuing it with aroma. Its advantage is that it has the best compatibility with fatty and hot dishes, so she has been enjoying this tea along with hot food for a very long time. Plus, the jasmine scent is not overpowering, but subtle and charming, and it's one of her favorite teas. The prince noticed that Chloe was funny when, every time she talked about tea, her eyes began to shine. Alphonse did not like this statement from the prince. He continued that if he listened to her explanations, it began to seem to him that he was drinking slop, and therefore he wanted to try the tea she was talking about. Chloe is a little sad to think about it, but it would be great if they could drink jasmine tea in imperial restaurants. To which Prince Arthur suggested calling the owner of this restaurant. After all, he is his friend, and therefore they can talk to him personally. Chloe was impressed by his proposal, but still decided that it was not necessary. However, the prince has already decided and said everything, and most likely there is not a tight schedule tonight. Chloe still insisted that there was no need to disturb the owner. But despite the girl's excuses, the prince acted his own way. And noticing that she shouldn't refuse like that, he rang the bell. After some time, the owner of the restaurant approached them. He was told that high-ranking guests wanted to talk to him about selling tea. During the period of studying the culinary arts of the country, he learned about its existence, but did not bring it into his store, since he believed that none of the inhabitants of the empire enjoyed this tea. And the prince invited the owner of the restaurant to try it himself, because one of the skills that Chloe acquired was making tea. And the owner's eyes immediately sparkled at this opportunity. Whether Chloe could do this, Alphonse supported her with a slight nod of his head, and the girl made up her mind. She said that then they could try jasmine tea directly in their mansion. The same day at the Vandenberg mansion. After some time, the tea was ready. The guests sipped it with pleasure. The restaurant owner, Braxton, took the first sip, and I noticed that, as the lady said, the feeling of excessive fat disappears. Arthur noted the very delicate aroma of this tea. It is the complete opposite of the Earl Grey that he was given last time. And Braxton praised that he could not even imagine that it was so tasty, and would go very well with the fatty cuisine of the country cup on saucer. In addition, you will have to import directly from the country. It may cause difficulties for suppliers, and it is likely that the calculation of profit and loss will not be accurate. But Chloe said that they don't have to worry about the customer, because the Duke will help them, to which Alphonse replied that this is quite possible. This is good, the restaurant owner replied, but he cannot know for sure whether visitors will like jasmine tea. Still, the product is expensive, and he honestly doesn't dare to play with it, and Chloe suggested making it public and offering a 50% discount in honor of celebrating the launch of the new menu. Alphonse retorted that aristocrats would not like the discount system the prince supported him, noting that commoners loved this. Chloe agreed with them, thinking that the consumer life of aristocrats is often a show-off. If she tried to introduce a system of discounts for them, it would hardly give a good reaction. If so, then what can satisfy both the imperial aristocracy and the wealthy class? And finally, the girl made a proposal to stimulate people who are obsessed with fashion. If they don't drink jasmine tea when they eat the dishes of the he country, they will feel behind the fashion, and Braxton was interested in her proposal, and the girl explained that it could be easily organized like this. A famous person who is the main leader of fashion will personally notify everyone about it. And after her words, all eyes were focused on His Majesty the Crown Prince, which made the man slightly confused. Chloe happily clapped her hands and suggested putting up a poster in the restaurant. Jasmine tea, the taste of which even the prince admires, or the prince always drinks jasmine tea when he eats the dishes of the country. There is nothing more refreshing and beautiful. Surely everyone will line up to follow the prince's example, and it seems that it is time to take his autograph. This is called the autograph law in advertising. Chloe looked carefully at the Duke sitting next to her, and he looked at her, and the expression on his face was very unusual. The prince noted that this was a brilliant proposal, praising that Chloe's head cooks well, and shrugging his shoulders, he remarked, hinting at himself, that this body needs to be a model, and therefore he certainly doesn't mind. After all, this is for his dear and close people Braxton and Chloe, but he asked what the fee would be for this. The Duchess replied that as long as he cooperated with them, they would pay him, and asked Earl Braxton for confirmation, to which he said that if there was enough advertising, he would not be stingy. Then Chloe decided to create an advertisement and a slogan, and asked to prepare a product with a contractor for the Duke. At this time, Alphonse was overcome by the thought that his wife, in fact, loved the prince, and she looks at him all the time, perhaps even now. That's why he looked closely and intently into Chloe's eyes. Then he pulled her towards him by the waist, and he kissed him in front of the guests. Then he asked me to call him simply by his first name, as usual. The girl flushed. She was indignant that he did this in front of strangers. The prince thought that the two were having a very good time, and he did not imagine that the Duke was capable of doing such a thing. It was so childish. He himself hugged his companion by the shoulder, but the girl asked His Highness not to do this, and then the prince simply kissed her on the forehead. But he didn't stop looking at Chloe. Earl Braxton looked at these people with puzzlement. The man thought only that he wanted to go home. The golden carriage was soon rolling along the road. The prince looked thoughtfully out the window. The girl asked what His Highness was thinking about, and the man playfully asked her to guess, and the girl guessed about Mrs. Vandenberg. The prince shuddered in surprise at how accurately she guessed, and, putting on a completely childish face, he asked why she thought so and received the answer that she just guessed. Everyone said that the Duchess had changed. And this is true. In the past, she was known for her stupidity and timidity. What about Alina herself? Arthur asked. What is her impression of Chloe? And the girl simply replied that she was jealous. After all, she knows nothing at all about business, but it is rare for 3 men to seriously listen to what a woman says like this, and it was surprising. And besides, the Duke must also be completely fascinated by his wife. The girl thought that if she looked like the Duchess, Prince Arthur would be completely fascinated by her. Grinning, Arthur replied that the Duke could not be fascinated by Chloe. He was just having fun playing the newlywed, and this was an imaginary whim. Moreover, Elena is much more beautiful. The girl just smiled slightly, noting that the prince was also okay. After the decision was made to start sales in the tea room, Jasmine tea was introduced into the restaurant. It was imported by the Vandenbergs and delivered to establishments. There, jasmine tea was served along with dishes from the On country. A planned advertising poster with the image of an authoritative prince was hung on the wall of the restaurant. It brought enormous popularity to tea among aristocrats and the wealthy class. Many visitors to the restaurant with he country cuisine noted that the combination of food with jasmine tea is better than coffee with bread, and in addition, it is very popular. Recently, many people want to try it. Meanwhile, Chloe was visiting her store called Triple Sweetness. She was greeted upon entry by Mrs. Fortham. Elizabeth was glad that, as expected, the milk jam was the best and very popular. Milk jam became very popular and many people visited the secret suite, especially among noble ladies. As a result, less than a week passed before Triple Sweetness began to receive large orders, not only from private clients, but from aristocrats, bakeries, small restaurants, and many others. To survive in this market, you need to constantly think about a new product, and Chloe decided to make a new product with rose jam. Mrs. Fortham was surprised that the Duchess was talking about a rose flower, and could it really be eaten? The Duchess explained that the rose flower is beautiful, but it can also be used for food production. After the rose flower blooms, the seeds are left from which rosehip tea is made. Elizabeth noted that she had no idea about this, and Chloe continued that pink jam originates in the warm provincial country of the south. and she thinks that the unusual aroma and beautiful appearance will help attract the attention of all noble ladies. Mrs. Fortham clapped her hands, thinking it was a great idea, and asked how it was possible that Mrs. Vandenberg was so erudite and beautiful, thereby confusing her. A few days later, Chloe and Alphonse were invited to a banquet at the Imperial Palace, and again, they were in the center of everyone's attention. People asked each other in surprise whether these were the same Duke and Duchess whose birthday had recently been celebrated. The Duchess has really changed this year, so polite and mature, very beautiful. Many people noted that she had changed a lot, as if she had become a different person. Moreover, the Duke had also changed a lot, and there were rumors that the relationship between the spouses was not very good, but the way the Duke supported his wife admired everyone. After a short dance, Chloe felt a sharp pain, and she realized that she would have to change her shoes, which had rubbed her feet until they bled. She looked around for the chamberlain. Noticing this, Alphonse asked what was bothering her, and the girl said that the shoes did not fit, and she wanted to change them and asked to wait for her a little. With an insistent movement, Alphonse sat his wife down, and he called the chamberlain, asking him to bring shoes for his wife. Relaxing slightly, and allowing her legs to rest, Chloe sat down on the edge of the fountain. The girl thanked the Duke for his help. Soon they brought her shoes, which made her very happy. But the girl never expected what would happen next. Right in front of everyone, the Duke got down on one knee. He carefully put the shoes on her feet. The girl's heart was beating wildly. The man's heart was not far behind him. From the outside, this whole scene looked very romantic, which was noted by everyone around, saying that the rumors about bad relations between the spouses seemed to be just empty rumors. Alphonse asked Chloe if the shoes were comfortable for her. Still red from embarrassment, the girl said she was comfortable. The Duke just looked closely at his wife and smiled. But then a servant approached him and said that His Majesty the Emperor was looking for him. Telling Chloe that he would come soon, Alphonse asked her to stay here and not go far. In turn, the girl asked him not to worry. For some time, she sat alone on the edge of the pool and rested. But then Prince Arthur approached her and asked why the Duke of Vandenberg's lovebird was alone today. Chloe formally greeted him, but the prince said that such treatment was too terrible and asked to call each other more conveniently. Chloe thought that if she was the prince's subordinate, then he looked like her old boss. And what did he mean by the word more convenient? Leaning too close to the girl, the prince said that you can just call him Arthur because it's more convenient. And besides, she also calls Alphonse by name. Realizing what he was getting at, the girl frowned. And the prince, as if nothing had happened, laughed, noting that the address Your Highness was too burdensome. Keeping the formal style of communication, Chloe asked what business he contacted her about, to which the man remarked that he was sure that he was close to her in his own way. The girl realized that he was spreading rumors that they were close in front of witnesses, perhaps in order to mock her, and she sternly said that she was a little embarrassed to talk about it. But she never felt that they were close. Besides, she is the wife of the Duke, and does not want to be burdened with unwanted rumors, so she asks the prince to refrain from one-on-one meetings. Arthur was hurt by the girl's response. The Duchess asked her to forgive her, and she hurried to leave as her husband came to her. The Duke gallantly kissed his wife's hand. At the same time, he glanced angrily at Prince Arthur. The Duchess said that she wanted to get some fresh air, and the Duke agreed to accompany her. Pay no attention to the prince, the couple left. They slowly walked along the corridor towards the exit. But at some point they heard a whisper. Someone was discussing their relationship, that Chloe was being treated coldly and her husband did not notice her. And one of the girls said that she would do the same, because who would love such a stupid and a wretched woman, so the Duke could certainly be fickle at least once without any particular reason. Chloe had forgotten that Alphonse was not the kind of man who would love anyone. No matter how close partners they were, he was known for not giving his heart to anyone. During the wedding, a receipt was signed stating that they would not love each other. So it doesn't matter to her, but why do these facts feel like the edge of a dagger? The Duke sharply opened the heavy curtain behind which this conversation could be heard. Ariana was among the girls who loved Alphonse. She loved him passionately, but his marriage was the end for her. She went crazy, jealous of Alphonse's marriage partner, and besides, this same partner turned out to be a pathetic girl who was not suitable for his wife, Ariana, believed that such a girl would not be loved. But why now did the Duke, without hiding his anger, burst into the room? "Lady," Alphonse said seriously, "you unceremoniously wag your tongue, knowing nothing about someone else's situation." Chloe Vandenberg is the official owner of the Vandenbergs, so by insulting her, they are insulting the owner of the Vandenbergs, which is him. And if the ladies dare to dishonor the honor of the Vandenbergs, then he has no choice but to react on behalf of the family. Is that really what they want? The girls were quite frightened by the tone and appearance of the Duke, and tried to justify themselves that this was not what they meant. One of the girls immediately bowed low, nervously saying that she had sinned to death, made a daring mistake, and asked for forgiveness for it. Alphonse said that if the ladies dared to mock his wife again, he would use all the strength of his family and answer with honor. After these words, the Duke moved on. Already at that moment, when the Duke and Duchess left the room, the second of the girls, Ariana, muttered something under her breath, asking the Duke not to do this. Hearing this, Chloe turned around, not sure what she meant. Like a madwoman, the girl asked Alphonse not to look at her with those eyes. The next day at the Vandenberg mansion, Alphonse asked Chloe if she wanted anything as a gift. The girl realized that the Duke was worried about yesterday's incident, and she replied that she wanted a jar. Alphonse was surprised. Couldn't he go to the hardware store and take as many cans as he wanted, which made Chloe laugh. She said that tea leaves are very fragrant, and if they are not sealed tightly, they will lose their taste. So she would like an airtight jar that can preserve the taste and aroma of tea leaves for a very long time. Letting out a slight chuckle, the Duke remarked that he knew it was something for tea. But everything is fine if the wife wants it. It seems that this thing cannot be obtained directly from the market, so she asks her to wait a little. Smiling radiantly, Chloe sincerely thanked Alphonse, and the whole appearance of the girl evoked a feeling of impatience in the Duke. Chloe was sitting at the table sorting out documents when the maid announced that he had come to visit. It seemed that no one was supposed to come to her today, and she asked who this man was, to which she received the answer that it was the Marquis Belladonna. When the guest was shown into the living room, he apologized for his sudden visit and thanked him for his hospitality. The girl asked why he came to her, wiping large drops of sweat from his face. The Marquis noticed that the Duchess was very straightforward. The reason he came was because news had reached him of a very good business run by the Duchess, that she had created many popular and attractive products. Chloe noted that he praises her, but the Marquis added that the Duchess is modest, and his daughter also likes milk jam. Chloe immediately remembered Lady Belladonna. She never thought that this was possible. Therefore, the guest continued, he would like to supply the bakeries and coffee shops of Belladonna with goods from triple sweetness and sell them. They asked if this would be possible. The Duchess did not think long, and she replied that unfortunately it would be difficult, to which the Marquis tried to convince the Duchess that if she made a deal with their business, she would definitely make a huge profit. The Marquis Belladonna owned many coffee shops in the southern part of the empire, but among them there were establishments with sanitary problems. If stores make a mistake when monitoring triple sweetness milk jam, people may even get food poisoning. The triple sweet brand value is very important, and you should think a little more about long-term gains and losses rather than immediate gains. Chloe told Marquise that she felt that in the personal restaurant business, the most important thing was hygiene. She had never done business with stores that might have sanitary problems, and she plans to do so in the future. Most likely, the busy Marquis needs to do a lot to do, so she hopes he will come back to them. The Marquise Belladonna thanked the Duchess for agreeing to visit them. Chloe replied that everything was fine and asked to see what was inside. A couple of days ago, she again received a partnership offer. The letter stated that an inspection had been carried out at his establishment. It seems that the Marquis was serious. He did all this just for the sake of cooperation with her store. But she still wants to see for herself. Without exaggeration, all surfaces in the store sparkled clean. The girl ran her finger along the shelf, checking if there was dust on it. The Marquis of Belladonna at this time noted that the store must be clean so that the visitor feels comfortable while visiting. Chloe didn't have time to answer anything when a meow was heard from the side. It was a cute white cat who lived in the store because he is an excellent rat catcher. The Marquis explained that his business partner, a ship captain, recommended this cat and said that cats are excellent at catching rats and mice, so they took him in. Chloe was then shown the kitchen, where several people were kneading dough. The Duchess watched everything carefully. She thanked me for being able to examine everything in detail. But the Marquis noticed that he was the one who should thank the Duchess and asked again, how about cooperation? But Chloe replied that anyway, unfortunately, it was still impossible. The Marquis was shocked by this answer. How is it that his store is clean enough? There is not a speck of dirt there anymore. To which Chloe replied that this was true, and the building itself was clean. But the kitchen workers did not cover their heads while working. The Marquis was surprised why he was doing this, and Chloe explained that workers are required to wear hats to prevent hair from accidentally getting into the food. In addition, not a single employee is in our hands, and in the restrooms there is no place to wash them. There were no wash basins. The Marquis was increasingly plunged into darkness by her words. And one more thing the girl noted. They can't keep animals in a place where they sell food, the cat sheds, so keeping clean is problematic, and contrary to what the captain said, having a cat to catch mice at home and on the ship is great. But this is not the same as keeping a cat at the counter. It is better to use mouse traps. Cleanliness in the kitchen is important, but employee hygiene must not be neglected. From hats to aprons, to work in the kitchen, all clothes must be clean. You also need to wash your hands, and under no circumstances keep cats near the kitchen. Well, the Marquis replied, well, if he fulfills these conditions, will the Duchess agree to cooperate with them? And Chloe just smiled silently. When she visited the bakery again, she was convinced of the Marquis's serious intentions. The Marquis of Belladonna corrected all these mistakes that she spoke of. Workers wore hats and wash basins appeared in restrooms. She even saw mousetraps instead of a cat. Well, now finally, the Duchess liked everything, asked the Marquis, and Chloe was pleased to note that they did a great job. However, the girl noticed that everything was not so simple, and her face darkened. Since problems with unsanitary conditions in Marquise's stores began to be resolved only recently, she is not yet able to supply her goods to all of their establishments. Therefore, they will start with small batches, then gradually increase the number of deliveries. The Marquis beamed happily. He was so glad of their cooperation because the Duchess had already taught him so much. And the pleased Chloe noted that it is gratifying to know that the Marquis listened to her advice. Although she feels a little guilty before him, she is glad that the Marquis will now more closely monitor the storage conditions of the products. Running Triple Sweet has kept Chloe as busy as she thought. Milk jams in familiar flavors like chocolate and coffee have become popular. Even matcha and Earl Grey are in high demand, and more people are now enjoying tea. Even if it takes a lot of effort, making money doing what you love is just a dream. However, some were not very happy with how well things were going for Chloe. The girl yawned widely from fatigue. The Duke of Vandenberg noticed this, and he said that Chloe looked tired. Perhaps she was not getting enough sleep. But the girl replied that she slept well last night. But in fact, lately she had begun to sleep less. For some reason, she could not sleep for a long time and just tossed and turned in bed. He offered to help. If running the store was tiring her, it would be better to find someone who could run the business for her. Chloe replied that everything was fine, and it gave her pleasure. She wanted to run the store herself. Then she should at least take a day off and rest today, Alphonse suggested, and Chloe thought for a while. And she didn't even notice how Alphonse approached her. The man picked her up. I pressed myself against him. She embarrassedly tried to find out what was the matter. But the man took a couple of steps and put the girl on the sofa. Then he leaned towards her, doing something with the back of the sofa. And the next moment, he decomposed. Alphonse lay down next to the girl, and he told her to rest. Why did he gently stroke her cheek, thereby speeding up her heartbeat? Chloe closed her eyes. But she can't sleep because of him while he's looking at her. Then the man pulled the girl towards him so that she rested her face on his chest and asked if she could sleep like that. For some time, the girl tried to escape from the tenacious embrace. So they lay next to each other, and the man's large, warm hand gently stroked the girl's back. Chloe's eyes began to droop, and she blinked more and more slowly. A couple of minutes later, the girl was already snoring sweetly. Alphonse simply looked at her sleeping wife. It looks like he won't be working today. Everything is ready, Chloe thought, looking at the cookies. Although these are just your average chocolate chip cookie, she seems to have managed to do a little Earl Grey and matcha. But she needs a taster. I wonder if she can go to the barracks. The captain asked what business brought the Duchess to them, and she replied that she had brought some cookies as a thank you and hoped that they would like them. The captain was very flattered that the Duchess brought him homemade cookies. For some time they talked about various matters, but then Chloe, apologizing, said that she had to go, and the captain replied that it was a pleasure for him to talk with her. The Duchess rose to go to the door, but the next moment I felt myself falling. Vaguely, I saw the captain's frightened face in front of me. The man was afraid that my lady was not feeling well. Trying to turn it all into a joke, Chloe laughed tightly and assured that everything was fine. She was just dizzy. The captain thought that the Duchess was a reed, but now she looked very bad, and worriedly said that Madame looked exhausted. Perhaps she should see a doctor. But the lady thanked him for his concern and said that she really had to go. Left alone, the captain agonized over whether he should report to the Duke about what had just happened. He remembered the face of the Duke, who asked him not to report such trifles concerning his wife. Perhaps he is worrying in vain, and the Duke will not like such news. The captain thought that over the years he became more and more worried about trifles. At that time, Chloe somehow felt completely ill. She walked along the wall to the dining room, thinking that she needed to call a doctor. Entering the room, the Duchess apologized that he had to wait for her. Alphonse was already waiting for her in the dining room, and the girl sat down in her place. A couple of minutes later, food appeared on the table. Everything was incredibly tasty, and the girl had not eaten since the morning, but now she did it through force, because she didn't feel like eating at all. In addition, my head hurt so bad that it felt like it was going to explode. As a result, the girl almost didn't touch the food. The Duke noticed this, and I thought that she usually eats quail with pleasure. He looked carefully at his wife and noted the unhealthy color of her face. Looks like something is wrong this time. Rising abruptly from his seat, the Duke approached his wife. Quickly going to the opposite end of the table, where the Duchess was sitting, he asked her a question about her well-being. But the girl's appearance spoke for itself. "You look bad," Alphonse said. And Chloe jumped up sharply, about to make excuses to her husband. But everything in front of the girl's eyes became blurred, and she felt nausea and a headache so severe that it seemed like she was about to explode. Alphonse's voice, excitedly calling her, seemed so far away the girl's eyes closed. The Duchess fainted. Fortunately, Alphonse managed to catch her. The man was very scared. The girl was completely pale. He urgently demanded to call the doctor, to which Cale replied that he had already sent for him and he would be there in a minute. Unconscious Chloe lay in her bed, spread out on her pillows. The doctor was intently measuring her pulse, and after the Duke asked about his wife's condition, she replied that it would be some time before the Duchess woke up. Her condition is much worse than she expected. The symptoms should have appeared earlier, given how advanced everything was, and the situation would not have been so dire if the Duchess had rested more. The Duke became very gloomy at these words. Have the maids forgotten that it is their direct responsibility to look after their mistress's well-being, and have not noticed that she has become worse? He asked the maids present in the room, which made them shudder. The girls were really afraid for the mistress's condition and said that they were very sorry. And although the Duke was very angry, he understood that it was all his fault. All because he allowed her to decide all business matters alone. But this is just an excuse. He knew that she devotes too much time to business and needs rest. I hoped that she herself understood when to take a break. She shouldn't have been so careless about it. The commander approached him, who also heard about the lady's condition. He sincerely asked for forgiveness and said that a few days ago he noticed the Duchess's poor condition, but did not act. Alphonse angrily asked what prevented the commander from reporting this, and the commander explained that this was because the Duke had previously ordered not to disturb him on minor issues concerning the Duchess. This answer stunned Alphonse, and he actually remembered how he himself gave such an order. It only happened because of his indifference and arrogance, and now his poor wife lay unconscious. Alphonse spent a lot of time at her bedside. The purpose of his marriage was only to increase his status. He would get everything he needed from her, and she would get everything she needed from him. If she had expected love to the grave from marriage, then of course he would not have been able to give her this. But the worry was unnecessary, because she was afraid of him. But one day his wife changed. Alphonse remembered the tone in which she asked to buy her tea. He began to constantly catch himself thinking that he wanted to see her smile even more often. Even her tear-stained face began to seem charming to him, and then his heart was filled with hitherto unknown feelings. Even before realizing it, he realized that she had taken a special place in his heart. She had become important to him, and he will do everything in his power to hear her laugh again. If only he could take away her pain. Covering his face from fatigue, he thought that he didn't look like himself. Since when did he become like this? But there is no way he can return everything to the way it was. And he already knows the answer to his question, this feeling that people call love. Chloe gradually came to her senses. Her eyelids were still heavy and her throat was dry. She couldn't even lift a finger. She felt something cold touch her lips and several drops of water entered her mouth. With difficulty opening her eyes, she tried to see who was right in front of her. It was Alphonse, and he looked very sad. "Why do you look like you're in pain?" the girl asked, smiling slightly, "even though the only one suffering here is me." Trying to smile, the girl asked not to make such a scary face and asked if it was okay if she slept a little more. Alphonse simply wished her good night, and the girl instantly fell asleep, regaining her strength. The next morning, she stretched with pleasure, noticing that her body still ached a little, but felt much better than yesterday. Then breakfast was served. Her appetite returned, and she ate well. Alphonse, sitting opposite, remained silent. The girl thanked her husband for being there all this time. Without looking up, the Duke said in a very sad voice that he was really worried about her. And these words really shocked the girl. It's not often you see Alphonse not hiding his true emotions, she thought, and a light chuckle escaped her lips. By the way, Alphonse said he was not the only one waiting for her to awaken. As the Duke warned from the moment she woke up, the pilgrimage began to her. Captain Valentero first came and apologized for being so inattentive to her. Then the knights and Ellie came, who were also very worried about the mistress's condition, especially Jacob, who was literally crying. Then several maids came and said that all the kitchen workers would like to visit the mistress, but they felt that it would be too much, so they came on behalf of everyone, and all the servants were praying for the mistress's speedy recovery. Chloe couldn't even imagine that it would affect everyone like that. It really inspired her. But still, lying in bed all day is very tiring. She couldn't even leave the room, because Alphonse brought his desk here, and now sits over her soul, not allowing her to take a single step from the room. After fainting, she was confined to bed for 2 days and was not released even after the fever subsided. But it is unclear how much longer she should lie like this. Soon she would simply wither from boredom. Having thought of something, she crawled out from under the blanket and called Alphonse. She said she would like a cup of tea and asked if he would join her. It wouldn't take long, but the man said without hesitation that it was impossible. The girl was shocked by such an uncompromising answer, although in fact Alphonse thought that her offer was tempting, but his wife's health would always come first. The Duke calmly sorted out papers while sitting at his desk. After some time, he heard characteristic snoring. It looked like Chloe had fallen asleep after spending all her energy trying to get up. She's so beautiful when she sleeps. The man sat on the edge of the bed next to his sleeping wife. Her face looks a little exhausted, he thought. She just fell asleep carefree. But the strangest thing, Alphonse thought, looking at the sleeping girl, was that she was beautiful even when she was sick. And unable to resist, he lightly ran his hand over her cheek. Has he ever experienced anything like this and how he wants to hug her? But gritting his teeth, he decided that it was impossible. She needed complete rest. But the very next moment, he quickly leaned towards her, thinking that at least he could afford this. And then he kissed her. Is this a dream? What is this soft and sweet sensation on her lips? Chloe thought, and it becomes rougher. Opening her eyes from sleep, the girl found herself kissing Alphonse. This is the wretch whose words it was that she was entitled to complete rest, she mentally indignant. Finally, the man pulled away slightly. What is he doing? Chloe asked indignantly, but he just smiled and apologized. Still continuing to be indignant, the girl reminded that she was a patient and she needed to rest. Alphonse's hand, with his index finger extended, touched her chin. He turned her face towards him and smiled contentedly. Will she forgive him? He asked, looking straight into her eyes. Flushing like a tomato and quickly covering herself with a blanket, the girl muttered that she didn't know. And she also thought that he himself, more than anyone else, was interfering with her recovery. 2 days later, the doctor congratulated the Duchess on the fact that she was completely healthy. Chloe was glad that she would finally leave this room and be able to return to her normal life. She immediately headed to the tea room, but Alphonse met her at the threshold. He congratulated his wife on her recovery, and the satisfied girl grabbed his hands and thanked him for his work. The man said that he had prepared something to celebrate her recovery, and Chloe became very interested. A minute later, the maids entered the room, carrying a small, neat box in their hands. It was a beautifully engraved box. It is upholstered in multiple layers of fabric and treated with a water-repellent coating. Chloe was incredibly happy that it was a teapot, that is, a box for storing tea. Alphonse has prepared 76 of these boxes, and from now on, they plan to supply them to the tea shop. This news also made Chloe happy, and to thank Alphonse, she hugged him. The Duke also hugged his grandfather in return. He asked why not hire a financial expert to shift some of her responsibilities, and Chloe agreed, since she could no longer claim that she could handle everything herself, especially after being overworked. In the near future, the butler provided profiles of some people and explained that he considered Oliver Smith the most suitable candidate in terms of experience and performance, and asked what the gentleman thought about this. but Alphonse strictly answered, no. Not expecting such a reaction, Cale inquired about the reason for the refusal. Duke Vandenberg's expression was quite frightening, and throwing the questionnaire on the table, he said that it should be a woman. The butler wondered in shock whether the Duke was really worried about the relationship between Milady and the financial advisor. Was this the same Duke of Vandenberg? But he obediently replied that he understood everything. A girl named Yeo-jin greeted the Duchess and introduced herself as the daughter of the gifted treasurer of the Qin Kingdom and her new financial advisor. The Duchess was impressed by the girl's appearance because she was very similar to the Koreans due to her background. Despite the business nature of their meeting, Chloe was pleased to meet her. She hoped that a trusting relationship would develop between them. She also heard that people from the Qin Kingdom love to drink tea, and since she also loves tea, she hopes that they will be able to have tea parties in their free time. Without looking up, Yejin thought that the Duchess was most likely lying about the tea. After all, she has only met foreigners who pervert and disrespect the art of tea drinking. Obviously, this is just hypocrisy. But since the Duchess was in front of her, Yejin said that she had no reason to refuse her. Then Chloe suggested going to the second floor. What Yejin saw amazed her. She couldn't believe that all those cans on the shelves were tea. Chloe confirmed her guesses and asked if the girl liked green tea, to which she received the answer that any would do. After some time, Chloe returned carrying a tray with a teapot and cups. Yejin was surprised that this tableware was so similar to the tea set from her country. With all the elegance she could muster, Chloe poured tea into cups. And when everything was ready, she invited Yejin to try the drink. The girl took the cup in her hands, still not believing in the reality of what was happening. And she carefully took a sip. Unlike the oily black tea she had tasted away from home, this is real green tea, with a magical and delicate texture. And this sweet and fragrant aroma, this is truly a delicious green tea, and on top of that it has an aftertaste. Is it really Janmaika? She asked in surprise. Chloe was glad that the girl understood everything so quickly. But she asked if everything was okay, because she brewed this tea herself, which surprised the girl. After all, this tea is surprisingly similar to the one prepared in Qin. The aroma is so familiar and fills her with longing. Chloe was pleased that Yejin liked her tea. She asked if she felt lonely traveling on her own. It just seemed that way to her, since she also once had to go through a lot, and she understands her feelings. Letting go of your past life and learning to live in a new place among strangers is not something that is easy to do, considering all the circumstances in which she found herself when she got here. The Duchess said that this happened after her marriage, and here everything is quite different from her parents' home. At times like these, it's good to have something you can rely on, and for her, that something was tea. She asked if it would be okay if she called the girl by her name, and she replied that it was okay. And Chloe offered to share tea with Yejin. She hopes that he can help in difficult times, just like she did. Yejin was impressed with the kind of person Duchess Vandenberg is, and with a smile she thought that she was not lying, and she really liked tea. The girls chatted pleasantly for a while, drinking aromatic tea. There was a letter on the table, and Chloe thought with surprise that it was an invitation from Lady Fortham. In light of recent events, she hasn't been able to go out into society at all, so she's very happy to unwind a little. On the appointed day, the Duke and Duchess arrived at the Fortham estate. Chloe thanked them for the invitation, and the Forthams, in turn, thanked them for accepting the invitation. The garden banquet was in full swing. Alphonse was surprised to notice that everyone had already divided into groups, and dispersed the men were talking about the fact that the Duke had recently opened a store, and that it was popular with noblewomen. Some of them noticed that they were talking about triple sweetness on the central alley, and for the first time they come across a store specializing in jams and sweets. In view of how much people talk about it, it is impossible not to express their admiration for it. They were surprised to see pink jam and asked how the Duke came up with such an idea. Alphonse noted that apparently there was a misunderstanding. The store is not his own, and he has no power over it. This answer discouraged the gentlemen, and they did not understand what the Duke was talking about because they had heard that the store belonged to him. With a mysterious face, Alphonse said that he should introduce them to someone, and he walked away from the men towards a group of women. Gently touching Chloe's shoulder, Alphonse attracted her attention, and he asked me to give him some of your time. After apologizing to the other women, the Duke led Chloe aside. The remaining ladies were surprised at how warm the relationship was between the Duke and Duchess. And, in addition, it seemed that the Duke had just smiled, and Mrs. Fortham was touched by the fact that they looked like real doves. Alphonse led his wife to the group of men he was talking to and introduced her. He called her the owner of triple sweetness, which incredibly surprised the gentleman. Everyone asked if this meant that the lady was helping him with his work, but the Duke replied that absolutely all the business of the shops was run by his wife, and he himself has nothing to do with it. So let them not be shy and ask questions to the Duchess, but the men still could not believe that the Duke's wife owned a store. They thought that, as a woman, she probably didn't know much about business, so they wanted to ask her a few questions. The questions turned out to be trivial, and Chloe answered them with ease, which greatly impressed them. The wives of these gentlemen watched in amazement as Lady Vandenberg talked with their husbands, and wondered whether men could talk about anything other than boring things like business. And Lady Fortham remarked with delight that Lady Vandenberg was truly incredible. When the questions ended, Chloe remarked that it was time for her to return to the ladies, and she was glad to chat with the gentlemen. One of the men said it was an honor to talk to Lady Vandenberg, and it was interesting to listen to her while at the same time extending a hand to her. But Alphonse did not like this behavior, and he coughed delicately. The man hung there with his hand outstretched, horrified by the Duke's terrible gaze. That evening the wine flowed like a river. Alphonse noticed that Chloe seemed to have had enough and had been drinking a lot. But the girl, drunk from alcohol, denied this and stated that she was not drunk. However, he noticed that it would be better if she stopped and took the glass from her. He also noted that it was late and suggested returning to the mansion, while simultaneously handing the girl a glass of water. Having acted like an offended pug, the girl turned away and said that she didn't want to. She hadn't left the house for so long, and now she couldn't even talk to Lady Fortham. She immediately hid behind Elizabeth, flatly refusing to leave. Alphonse was shocked by his wife's childish behavior, but then a servant approached him and, apologizing for interrupting, said that there was one urgent matter where the Duke needed to be present. And when Alphonse asked what the matter was, the servant replied that he did not know, but he was told it urgently, and he had to hand it over to the Duke personally. Alphonse turned to Chloe, who was still hiding behind her friend. Once again, the girl repeated that she did not want to go home. Then Lady Fortham asked the Duke not to worry. She would look after the lady for him. Having bowed, Alphonse hastened to leave them. Elizabeth told Chloe it was okay to leave. Flushed and cheerful, Chloe asked if the Duke had left and received an affirmative answer. Then she threw herself into Lady Fortham's arms and thanked her for hiding her. Chloe was having a lot of fun, dancing with Lady Nocturne and giggling. Lady Chandler immediately joined in the dance, hugging her tightly, and then she also rushed to Lady Wedgwood with her arms. She announced that it was called a free hug and explained that where she was from they did it a lot. And she asked if anyone else wanted a warm hug, to which several gentlemen responded instantly. And Chloe, without any second thoughts, extended her hands to them, but she was instantly picked up by tenacious hands. It was the Duke who returned and said that they had enough. And then he gave a very furious look to the gentleman who dared to encroach on his wife. No matter how drunk she is, does she really have no personal boundaries? The man thought. But after looking carefully at the girl, he realized that she was completely drunk. Without realizing her actions, Chloe fell on the Duke's chest and said that she missed him. She gently pressed her whole body against him, like a little playful kitten. The Duke was quite dismayed by the behavior of this woman. She always behaved so modestly, for sure. Even under pain of death, she would not show emotions more than usual. But she just said that she missed him. And the next moment, he kissed her in front of everyone present. The carriage was racing along the road at full speed. Still drunk, Chloe sulked because she didn't want to go home. And although she was quite drunk, she remembered how Alphonse kissed her right in front of everyone. And then he persistently took her home. And now the girl was indignant that she wanted to stay there longer, to which the Duke replied that they could attend another reception later. The girl was upset because she wanted to have fun now. The next moment, she felt Alphonse's lips on her lips. The young people kissed for a long time in the moving carriage. This went on for so long that the girl couldn't even breathe. She pulled away to catch her breath and then pressed her lips to his. But then the creaking of a carriage being stopped was heard, and they were forced to interrupt. Alphonse said very dissatisfiedly that it would be better if they lived away from the Forthams. He was about to get out of the carriage, but Chloe grabbed his clothes. In the mansion, the butler and servants were waiting for the gentleman to return home. Cale was the first to raise his head, and what he saw surprised him. The gentleman carried my lady in his arms, and it seemed that she was drunk. However, why he didn't ask someone else to carry her, there was probably only one reason for that. One of the maids asked him in a whisper if they should help the Duchess change clothes and bathe. But the butler replied that there was no need to disturb the Duchess until the master left the chambers, and with a wink, asked if she understood what he meant. Having reached the room with the help of the Duke, Chloe instantly collapsed on the bed. Alphonse didn't understand how he got to this point. He thought that he had stopped caring about his own feelings since childhood. Then why do these very feelings intoxicate him and force him to act this way? The girl opened her eyes at the moment when the man's fingers touched her lips. The Duke could barely restrain himself from the feelings that overwhelmed him. But at the same time, considering himself pathetic, Alphonse hovered over the helpless girl. And it took him a lot of effort to just lightly kiss her forehead and wish her sweet dreams. But this seemed not enough to Chloe, and she stretched out her hands to him, at the same time standing up and hugging the man tightly. A moment later, Alphonse was lying on the bed, and the girl was on top of him, and passionately pressed her lips to his. Slightly drunk, flushed, she was incredibly beautiful, and Alphonse could not resist. The next morning, the Duchess woke up, and I realized that I was alone in the room. Looking carefully at her hand, she thought that everything that was, perhaps, was just a dream. Both the gentle touch and the happiness flowing through her body seemed to be something she simply dreamed about. Chloe decided that she should stand up, but as soon as she did this, a sudden pain pierced her body. It turned out that this was not a dream, and her back spoke eloquently about it. Chloe pressed the bell intensely, hoping that Alphonse would also come soon. Time passed, but the Duke did not return. Chloe spent all her time in her bed, suffering from back pain. After what he did yesterday, isn't it rude of him to leave her here all alone? The girl thought. In the evening, the maid reported that the master had returned home, and having asked where she could find him, the Duchess received the answer that the Duke was in the office. This surprised her very much. Is it really possible that after yesterday the Duke is still not going to see her? This won't work, she decided, and she went to him herself. She knocked decisively on the office door, and opening the door, she entered. Alphonse greeted her very hesitantly, and he asked in surprise why she was sulking. The girl was on the verge of indignation. Is he really laughing at her? Is this all he can tell her? Sitting down on the sofa, she stated that he had returned late today. The Duke apologized for keeping her waiting. Trying to look into his eyes, the girl was surprised to notice that he was avoiding her gaze. The man really tried not to look into her eyes. Chloe then said that waking up alone after what happened last night was quite unpleasant, and as his wife, she has the right to worry, so she hopes that he will no longer leave without saying goodbye only to come back late home. Twitching her leg nervously, she noticed that that was all she wanted to say. Alphonse said that he was sorry that he left her alone, and he would make sure that this did not happen again in the future. But there is a reason for the late return, and Chloe would like to know what it is. Placing the documents on the table, the Duke said that this was a contract that he had drawn up today, and also asked her to read it. The girl picked up the documents. Tea leaves from her store will be supplied to the Imperial Palace, and the court ladies of the Imperial Palace will be trained in the art of the tea ceremony, a contract signed by the Emperor himself, George Waltball Mercedes Vladimir. After reading the document to the end, the girl realized with amazement that these were supplies to the palace. Alphonse noted that he was not entirely sure that she would appreciate it. Without listening to him, the girl instantly threw herself into his arms, showing gratitude. The man was glad that she liked it and therefore hugged her back. At the same time, he whispered in her ear that he was glad that she was not angry because of the violation of their agreement. Chloe noticed that it actually lasted a lot, but Alphonse didn't believe it since she had been quite aggressive the night before. The girl explained that she was just drunk, but the man noticed that when a person is drunk, you can understand his true nature. Still hugging him, Chloe was burning with shame. Alphonse suggested making some adjustments to their agreement, since he thinks that once a month will not be enough for them. The girl thought that all this talk about Alphonse's heartlessness was probably a lie, and she replied that she would think about his proposal. There were a few days left before the meeting with the Emperor, and Chloe thought that she should go out before this event. Of all the events she had received an invitation to, she would have preferred to attend something casual, preferably soon, and chose one. Unfortunately, she did not know at the time that she had made a huge mistake. Chloe was quietly enjoying the drinks and desserts served when she was suddenly called out by a lady whom Chloe had previously seen at the ball. Ariana Warnett said she didn't expect their meeting to happen here. It was this girl who was gossiping about her with her friend, and it is unlikely that she greeted her now without a second thought. Ariana said that she has heard so many rumors and hopes that the Duke is doing well now. Of course the Duke is perfectly fine, Chloe replied with a smile. Lady Warnett was delighted at the wonderful news, and noted that she always prayed for the Duke to remain in good health. After all, talking about him awakened so many pleasant memories in her heart. At one time, the Duke simply showered her with bouquets of flowers. He accompanied her wherever she wanted and always looked at her so affectionately. Chloe listened to this entire speech with an inscrutable face. Ariana, bursting into laughter, asked for forgiveness for the fact that she seemed to have gone too far. Of course, the Duke is no longer interested in anyone except the Duchess, but she is so jealous of her because now he belongs only to Chloe. While stirring the coffee in her cup, Chloe noted that she did not know that she had a relationship with the Duke in the past. It was unlikely that the Duke would tell her about this. Ariana noted with a chuckle, because they were something more than just close friends, to which the Duchess replied that she was very interested and curious about how close they were. Ariana could barely contain her emotions because she provokes Chloe with all her might. But why is she still calm? And Chloe thought that it was unacceptable to show such disrespect for her status in a normal situation. The ladies present would have intervened, but it seems they are just waiting for her to run out of the room in tears. Do they really still look down on her? Well, great, this is the perfect moment for bait, the Duchess decided. And she answered that she and the Duke loved tea, so they often had tea parties together, and suggested that Ariana and the Duke probably did something similar with him. But she replied that they constantly drank coffee together, and she even prepared him various snacks especially for the Duke. Maybe she then remembers which of the snacks he especially liked, Chloe asked. After thinking for a moment, Lady Warnette replied that the Duke liked cookies with dried fruit. And then Chloe smiled and noticed that Lady Varnette was lying to her. The Duke does not like sweets, moreover, he hates cookies, which is why he prefers regular tea without a strong aroma. But now it's even curious what else from Lady Varnette's stories about her relationship with the Duke is fiction. Ariana immediately realized her mistake, and she became gloomy because she had been fooled by this vile Duchess. The other girls immediately began to whisper that they had never really heard of Lady Warnette and the Duke having a relationship. Realizing how this could turn out for her, Ariana Warnette blushed with shame. The hostess cleared her throat tactfully, and she turned to Lady Vandenberg, noting that she had heard about her unusual love for tea and was surprised that she had so quickly learned so many features of another culture. Those around her immediately agreed that this was truly amazing, and they would not mind trying her tea. Were it not these girls who laughed at her drinking tea, Chloe remembered about the reception with Lady Belladonna, and the Duchess of Vandenberg decided that she had had enough. The next day, sitting in her office, Chloe thought that she needed to finish the pending work as soon as possible. The Emperor desires tea similar to Tea Guanyin. Of all that is currently in stock, only one will be suitable in its properties. Tea from a country called Bharat. The girl smiled contentedly. This is what is needed. After some time in the Emperor's palace, the Emperor greeted Lady Vandenberg warmly and expressed the hope that his request would not cause her any trouble. Chloe replied that she was honored by his order, to which the Emperor corrected that this was not an order, but just a small request from an elderly man. He was very curious about what kind of tea she had prepared for him today, and Chloe was ready to demonstrate everything. Seeing the tea, the Emperor asked if it was the same tea that they drank last time, oolong. But the girl replied that this time it was black tea. Then the Emperor assumed that this was the same tea that his son highly rated. The girl explained that the reason she chose this tea lies in the fact that, like oolong tea, it undergoes incomplete fermentation, which makes it similar to them. That it, like Tea Guanyin, has a fruity, floral aroma. And what is the name of this tea? Asked the Emperor. This tea is known as Darjeeling, replied the Duchess. This tea is produced in the Darjeeling region of the Bharat Kingdom. Darjeeling differs from Assam tea and all others in that it grows on a different tree. Assam tea is heavy, with an aroma reminiscent of potato and pumpkin, while Darjeeling tea is light and has a fruity floral aroma that gives a sweet aftertaste. It tastes like Tea Guanyin, which smells like lilac and smells more like the fruity floral aroma of oolong. Its main difference from Assam is that Darjeeling grows on a tea tree brought to India from China, which is why she prepared this tea for His Majesty. The Emperor noticed that the aroma of this tea is really unusual if Tea Guanyin smacks of the East. Then this tea is full of floral and fruity shades. Chloe confirmed that this is exactly the case. Because of its aroma, Darjeeling is one of the top 3 types of black tea. Chloe again managed to surprise the Emperor. He enjoyed the smell and look of this tea enough, and now he wants to try it, so he asks to prepare it. The girl happily started brewing and asked to give her some time. After some time, the Emperor noticed a noise coming from the door. A maid entered the room, rolling a cart with tea supplies in front of her. Today, he will try 3 different types of tea. What a wonderful day, the emperor thought. But he wondered if it was all Darjeeling. That's right, Chloe replied. This tea is harvested 3 times a year. All 3 teas have unique aromas and properties because they were collected at different times, which is why she prepared all 3 teas at once. The emperor was surprised that the time of collection could influence the final result. This is very interesting, and what is the difference? This Darjeeling was collected between March and April and is the first collection, or His Majesty can himself appreciate its taste. This tea has the same shade as tea guanyin. Due to the processing technology, green teas and oolongs are very slightly oxidized, so they have such a shade. This tea is brewed at a low temperature, about 80 degrees Celsius, and it also needs more time to brew. The ruler was very interested. As soon as the emperor tried the tea, he noted that it was so easy on the tongue, soft and with a hint of something floral, and the aroma was quite sweet, and this tea was also a little tart. His Majesty noticed that his mouth was a little dry, and Chloe immediately said that after this tea, a feeling of astringency often appears in the mouth. Any tea to some extent gives this effect, but the first collection of Darjeeling especially stands out for this. This means that the rest of the tea should not be as tart, the emperor asked, and expressed a desire to try the next one. This is the second collection, Chloe said. It is collected in May-June, and it is brewed at 95 degrees, and she placed the cup in front of the emperor. The man took a sip. This tea made him more emotional. While the previous tea had a floral aroma, this one has a strong fruity aroma. And Chloe confirmed that the second Darjeeling collection has the aroma of ripe fruit. And every time she drinks it, she feels like she is eating a juicy fruit. It has a great aroma. What an interesting comparison, the emperor said. This scent is truly unique. And he noticed that he couldn't wait for the next tea. The last Darjeeling is called Autumn. It is brewed according to the same principle as second flush Darjeeling. The emperor watched impatiently as the girl poured the tea. Due to the fact that the previous types had a strong aroma, he thought that this one would have the same. But he was mistaken. Its aroma was subtle. He only felt it when he brought the cup closer to his face. The emperor tried the third tea with great pleasure, but he surprised him more than anyone. This tea is very sweet. It is his first time trying such sweet tea. In it, the ruler felt the taste of the ripest fruit, one that is still hanging on a tree while all the others have long been lying on the ground. And Chloe confirmed that before winter, all the sweetness accumulates in the tea tree leaves, which is why it is so sweet. The emperor placed the third cup on the saucer. He noted that this was not bad, but the latest tea was too sweet for an old man like him, and he would not be surprised if he got tired of this tea too quickly. What was to be expected, the girl thought. People who don't like sweets won't appreciate autumn Darjeeling, and Chloe remembered how she offered this tea to Alphonse, and he didn't like it at all. The emperor concluded that he had a wonderful time drinking tea, and was confident that he made the right decision in asking Lady Vandenberg to prepare tea for him. Of all 3 types, he would choose the second vintage. Its bouquet of aromas can be compared to first-class wine. Chloe noted that His Majesty has excellent taste. It's not for nothing that Darjeeling is called tea champagne, and the emperor laughed at the fact that the Duchess really knows a lot. He will send the contract to the Duke's residence and asks Chloe to review it. Prince Arthur had a pleasant conversation with another girl in his chambers, and she said that she had recently heard that His Majesty really liked to drink tea and asked if the prince liked it. Putting his arm around the girl's shoulders, Arthur confirmed and said that he personally knew the Duchess of Vandenberg, who personally supplies His Majesty with tea. These words excited the girl. She was delighted that the prince not only had many friends, but also followed fashion. The prince replied that the Duchess of Vandenberg's skills and knowledge of tea are truly impressive, and thanks to her talent she prepares delicious tea. His interlocutor was even more delighted and asked what types of tea His Highness had tried. He began to list that he had tried Oriental tea with the scent of flowers, and also with a unique fruity aroma. This is a special tea that Chloe prepared especially for him. Chloe came up with it specifically for him. He invited Isolde to try it as soon as the opportunity arose, and he was sure that she would like it. The girl happily agreed. Then the prince proposed a toast and poured a glass of wine. Having made a toast to health, they knocked glasses. "And here is His Majesty's favorite tea," Isolde solemnly announced. Miss Winchester's friends admired how she was able to get the famous black tea so quickly. Isolde was delighted with this tea, and the girls around asked if it was really that good and wanted to order one too. The box was filled to the brim with letters, all with orders for black tea leaves. It seems that the rumor that the Duchess likes tea has finally spread among the higher circles, Yejin noticed. And judging by the letters, many people want to try the tea that the Duchess likes so much. Chloe replied that she was thinking about selling tea at Triple Sweet. Apologizing for the tactless question, Yejin asked if the people of the Empire were actually able to experience the richness of tea's taste and aroma. Smiling, Chloe replied that that was exactly what they were trying to achieve. And she wondered which of all the possible varieties of tea could be sold in a store. In the Empire, tea leaves are nowhere to be found, so they need to be brought here from other countries. Delivery time and prices will be rather high. If the tea does not sell well enough, she will bear huge losses. So she thinks that Assamese and Sinhalese teas are the most suitable. Yejin noted that this is an excellent choice. If we consider all types of black tea, then these two are the safest for them due to their neutral taste. Assam was the first tea Lady Fortham bought, and it has a very strong flavor, reminiscent of sweet potato and pumpkin, and a pleasant malty aroma. While Sinhala tea is more similar to Ceylon tea than any other tea she has ever tried. While deciding on the type of tea to import is important, she needs to decide how to present it to the public. Regarding the Darjeeling that she prepared for His Majesty, she tried to emphasize the original taste and aroma. But this black tea is suitable for the middle class, so she can present it as a drink that is easy to prepare and drink. However, too many variations are also not good, and this will make it difficult to understand people who buy tea in leaf form. It may be better to sell tea that can be easily prepared at home. And then it dawned on Chloe. She had an idea. Duchess Vandenberg visited her store, Triple Sweetness, and she brought with her new types of tea. She came to bring her idea to life. The store's customers remarked that they had never seen anything like this before and were very impressed. The seller replied that it was black tea, recently His Majesty's favorite drink, and asked if the ladies would like to try it. The ladies were willing to try it, and they asked me to pour them a cup, just as Chloe thought a tasting is the best way to showcase a new tea. And indeed, the store's customers were delighted with how beautiful the tea with lemon looked. It was quite bright with beautiful yellow lemon pieces. The ideal base for its preparation is Ceylon tea, all because it is soft and pure tea with lemon will definitely appeal to lemonade lovers. Tasting the tea, the ladies admired its refreshing properties, noting that it was just in time because it was quite hot today, and they noted that it was somewhat reminiscent of jasmine tea, although the color was completely different. It was a little sour but very refreshing, and one by one, each of the girls wanted to try tea with lemon. But unfortunately, it ended very quickly. But people noticed that there was another pot with a different tea, and they wanted to try that too. Assamese tea has a unique aroma. It is not surprising that the ladies also liked it, and Chloe thought that she could already start purchasing Assamese and Ceylon tea. Ellie happily congratulated her mistress. She has heard that people in the Empire are becoming more interested in tea, and she is so happy for the Duchess that she has realized her dream. Chloe thanked Ellie, but noted that these people still didn't like tea. But it looks like everyone loves him, the maid said in surprise. These people don't like tea at all, Chloe noted. They just follow fashion. They still have a lot of work to do. It will take time for people to taste and love tea. You need to have time to show them all the beauty of tea before their interest fades. Ellie was delighted with Milady's insight and how she loved tea with all her heart. She thought the Duchess was simply incredible. Now it is important to concentrate on demonstrating different types of tea, Chloe thought, and she should organize a second tasting. She will present some unique tea to her regular customers. Looking out the window, she noticed that someone had arrived there. Outside the window, merchants' carts pulled up one after another. They finally delivered. The girl was delighted. The door creaked, letting newcomers into the room. Chloe introduced herself and greeted the guests. The men who came in also bowed and said that they were honored to meet the Duchess. Chloe ordered the second Darjeeling harvest of the year and asked if it had arrived. The men unloaded the goods and invited the Duchess to check it. Taking one jar in her hands, the girl examined it carefully. All the tea leaves were collected from one plantation, and the sellers noticed that all the tea was of the highest quality. Chloe opened the jar and was convinced that the smell of the tea was strong, meaning it was definitely harvested this year. The aroma of tea leaves disappears quite quickly, and if they are stored incorrectly, the smell may not remain at all. There is, of course, pu'ert tea, which only gets better with age, but Darjeeling leaves are especially good the year they were first picked. But she also noticed that the tea has leaves that are too large and many have stems left. so she will only take leaves of the right size and with small stems, and she will not take those that have lost their aroma. The Duchess's careful selection of tea surprised the traders. They whispered that this lady knew more than they thought. After all, she was from the Empire, so how did she know so much about tea? Smiling brightly, Chloe asked if she could try all 5, and then she asked the merchants to follow her along with the banks. On the way to the tea room, the men were talking about who this girl was. Because usually the Imperials don't know anything about tea, they whispered that this Duchess was very suspicious. The main shout dealer forced them to stop talking nonsense, because there are people here and they can be heard. The youngest objected that it didn't matter, since no one understood their language anyway, which only upset the main one. He sternly asked if they were really not at all aware of the latest events about 2 months ago. Someone bought all the tea in the Empire. It seems that that mysterious rich man bought all the tea not only in the Empire, but also in the neighboring countries. Legends began to be made about his fortune. The men noticed. They say that even the Iberians could not get tea for some time. Then the chief merchant looked sternly at them and noticed that, of course, they knew that it was the Duke, in whose residence they were now. The merchants, who had been laughing until now, suddenly fell silent, realizing that the Duchess they had seen had bought all the tea in the Empire. After some time, the tea that Chloe asked for was ready. The girl took her first sip with pleasure. "This Darjeeling is truly special. There are so many flavors in just 1 cup," Chloe noted. At first she smelled caramel and a hint of macaroon, but then she could smell some more herbs. I think it was jasmine or maybe mint, and also a hint of citrus. The traders watching the tasting asked each other in surprise how long the Duchess was going to do this. Events in the evening of the same day. Satisfied, Chloe admired her purchases today. When Alphonse approached her, the girl responded to the call. She asked if he had finished his work, and the man replied that he had, and in turn asked how the purchase of goods was going. Sparkling with happiness, the girl replied that everything was going great. The Duke thought that his wife had great fun today, but at the same time, he was worried that she was working a lot, and asked if she wanted to rest, since she had just recovered from her illness. Chloe was pleased that Alphonse was worried about such trifles, and she noticed that she and he had become quite close lately, which surprised Alphonse, and I was very happy about it. And the Duke's heart beat faster when he noticed her expression. The Duchess remembered her last meeting with Lady Ariana, and now, having met someone like her, I began to understand Alphonse better. If people like Lady Varnett fell at their feet every day with a declaration of love, she would probably want to abstract herself from any manifestations of it. That's why she's happy with their current relationship, and out loud, Chloe told Alphonse not to worry because she would never fall in love with him. From these words of the girl, the man's heart skipped an unpleasant beat. It's good that his feelings don't show on his face. It seems that Chloe really thinks so, but the Duke can only blame himself for that. One of the conditions of the marriage contract was not to fall in love with each other. He himself wanted this, but he answered out loud that it couldn't be any other way. The girl changed the subject, remembering the meeting she'd recently spoken about. There is something else besides tea that she prepared. The owner of the workshop greeted the customer who came in. He asked if this was the lady who came a few days ago, and he said that although her order was unusual, there was no work that Master Mendes could not do, and the order had been completed yesterday. Taking Chloe into the room, he showed her her order and expressed hope that she would like it. The Duchess was already delighted and thanked the master, because thanks to him, this tea party would be exquisite. On the day of the second tea party, the weather was clear. The Duchess was called. Mrs. Fortham and the Marchioness of Ronefelt expressed their gratitude for the invitation. They can't wait to try the tea that Chloe made today, and the girl, in turn, is worried whether they will like it. Finally, everything was ready, and everything needed for tea drinking was on the table. The guests were immediately delighted. It was the first time they had seen such a charming round coffee pot, and the coffee cup looked like an unopened bud. While examining and touching the service, they never ceased to admire it. But Chloe corrected that it was not a coffee set, but a tea set. It was created for tea drinking. The Marquise immediately wanted one for herself, and asked if she could buy it at Triple Sweets. The Duchess just smiled silently, and announced the start of the tea party. This time she prepared royal milk tea. Whispers immediately began among the guests. Is there really milk in this tea, and do the tastes of tea and milk go together? Chloe explained that this tea is similar to Earl Grey with milk jam, also made by boiling black tea leaves, milk and sugar. When trying milk tea for the first time, the taste may seem unusual. Taking the cups in their hands, the girls noted an amazing aroma, soft and sweet. and Elizabeth thought that the tea had a slight aroma of whiskey. Chloe was amazed by her observation, because this time the tea was really boiled with whiskey. If you add it, the taste will undoubtedly improve. Vanilla pods were added to single malt whiskey, steeped, and then added to milk tea, but don't worry, all the alcohol evaporated during boiling. In England, royal milk tea is a drink that is brewed with the addition of whiskey and has a distinctive aroma of malt whiskey and an exquisite taste. Chloe chose it because she wanted to present a special menu, and it ended up being a big success. Adding whiskey to tea was quite an interesting idea, the girl told Alphonse, and it was nice to hear the praise. So you added whiskey, the Duke clarified, examining the cup in his hands. Having confirmed that this was true, and that it was especially tasty with plain black tea, not even milky, I asked him how he liked it. The man certainly liked it, and the girl blossomed with happiness. And looking at her, Alphonse felt something. Putting the mug on the table, he asked her for forgiveness. Chloe honestly didn't understand what she should forgive him for. He explained that for a long time he had been too rude and had not even tried to get closer to her, and he regrets that he didn't start spending more time with his wife earlier. From now on, he will try to do everything for her and asks her to forgive him for not doing anything to get to know her better. Listening to his confession, the girl was surprised to think that this man thought that he had neglected her, of course. He had been cold to his wife for 13 months. But the fact is that she was no longer the same Chloe. Waving her hands, she began to assure Alphonse that he had nothing to apologize to her for. But the Duke sternly told her that there was no need for her to do so, and why couldn't such an honest person in everyday life as she could be the same in this difficult moment? Alphonse must think she's uncomfortable around him, but Chloe can't tell that she's not the person he thinks she is. The whole situation is pretty awkward. The Triple Sweetness store has received a new product, milk tea and some other things. Chloe looked at the small, neat jar. When she was sick, she couldn't leave the room because of Alphonse and make tea. Thanks to black tea syrup, made from tea leaves and sugar, you can make milk tea simply by mixing it with milk. It's delicious even when spread on toast. Yojin came up and said that another order had come in. They wanted to buy a tea set. It looks like the last tea party really was a success. Apparently the tea time advertising was effective, Chloe thought. In her previous life, many tea brands collaborated to sell the necessary teaware, but Triple Sweetness was the first to collaborate with an imperial restaurant business. The decision was made to order a large number of branded teapots and cups from a pottery workshop, and Morgana was commissioned to design the brand. Although this is very different from designing dresses, she took it very seriously. Thanks to Chloe's strategy and good marketing, tea even became much more popular among children than among aristocrats. While Chloe was looking around the tea warehouse, Alphonse quietly approached her. Noticing movement behind her, the girl turned around with slight fright. The Duke stood before her in all his glory. She did not expect to see him here and asked if he was returning from the palace. And with a soft smile, she suggested that they go home together. The Duke remarked that working hard was good, but Chloe needed to rest more. But the girl did not consider herself tired, especially since she had not yet completed even half of the planned tasks, and asked to wait for her a little while. She finished some of the tasks. Despite Alphonse's presence, the girl was focused on work. That's why the man hugged her from behind, and he hugged me tightly. And then, turning her slightly towards him, he kissed her. The girl was unable to resist. The only thing she noticed was the smell of cigarettes coming from him. And she liked it. My heart was beating wildly. I couldn't breathe. Finally, Alphonse pulled away slightly, allowing her to catch her breath. Chloe's legs wouldn't support her, and she had to lean against his broad chest. Chloe clutched her unfinished work to her chest and tried to look sternly at her husband, but he immediately took the documents. The Duchess tried to get them back, but Alphonse quickly rolled up the scroll, noting that business could wait. And he put it on the very top shelf, where Chloe, with her small stature, would not have been able to reach. Apparently, she doesn't fully understand the situation she's currently in. He ran his finger across her face. "And what situation am I in?" Chloe asked, dumbfounded. Alphonse smiled mysteriously, then leaned in too close and whispered if she had ever thought about changing the contract. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl said with difficulty that she had promised to think about it, but had never attached much importance to it. After listening to her answer, Alphonse moved closer to her face again, and I noticed that it didn't matter, because a month had already passed since the last time. Chloe flinched as warm lips touched her neck demandingly. The girl found herself pressed against the shelves and, realizing where this was all heading, tried to object that now was not the time or place for this. But the Duke saw no problem and continued to slide his lips over the delicate skin, At that moment, footsteps were heard on the stairs leading to the second floor. It was Yojin coming up. She was looking for the Duchess. Yojin saw Chloe with the Duke and, apologizing for disturbing her, said that someone had come to see her. The Duchess, red as a tomato, nervously tried to collect her thoughts. Duke Vandenberg was adjusting his clothes, and for some reason the documents ended up on the very top shelf. Noticing all this, Yojin realized that she had interfered with something. When Chloe went down to the first floor, she saw Prince Arthur and Alina waiting for her, and I wasn't very happy to have such guests. The prince greeted her in his usual manner. Alina was more polite. Chloe thought that she didn't mind Alina's presence, but it was unclear what to expect from Prince Arthur, and she asked what brought them here. The prince waved his arms vigorously and said that he was not there for business purposes. Alina is a big fan of Chloe's tea shop, so they came here for a date. Chloe was very surprised that Alina liked her store, and the girl confirmed this with a nod. The Duchess decided to take them at their word, even though she didn't trust Arthur, and suggested going into the special guest room. Once everyone was seated, Chloe asked them if they wanted jam or tea, but the prince shook his head. Alina had already tried everything that was in the store, and so they would like to try something new, something that would make everyone around them envy them. Maybe Chloe has a product that's about to hit the market. The Duchess thought about it. Next she wanted to put up for sale was aromatic tea. Earl Grey would probably be the best candidate. This is the most famous tea in the world from her past life, and it also goes great with baking. However, due to its unique aroma, it should not be offered to beginners. So Chloe is still considering whether to put it up for sale, but she may test Earl Grey on unexpected guests. Having asked to wait, the Duchess left. Soon she brought a tea set of her own making, and she began to pour tea into mugs. At this time, Arthur was sniffing the aroma emanating from the tea, and he recognized it. It was the Earl Grey that Chloe had treated him to the first time. The girl confirmed with a smile that it was him, but different from the Earl Grey flower he had tried. This is pure Earl Grey. There are no additives in it, so the bergamot aroma can be too intrusive. The guests sniffed the drink that was served, looking at it with interest. Arthur noticed that the aroma was definitely stronger, but the tea didn't get any worse. As Chloe expected, he liked it, which could not be said about Alina. The girl winced when Chloe asked if she liked the tea. Clearly hiding something, Miss Thornton replied that the tea smelled wonderful. But Arthur left the cup empty, and Alina didn't even seem to touch it. And Chloe hastened to reassure the guest because Earl Grey has a rather specific aroma and not everyone will like it. She couldn't finish her first cup of Earl Grey either. Alina wondered if this had happened to the Duchess, and Chloe replied that it had, even though tea was her favorite drink. Everyone is free to choose from a variety of tea flavors, the one they can enjoy. There are no right or wrong preferences. Miss Thornton was relieved to note that she had not known the Duchess to think so. Chloe loves to have tea with her guests, and would love for them to enjoy tea as much as she does. And now she wants Alina to like Earl Grey. To come up with something like this, the girl wondered whether it would be worth making milk jam or cookies with the addition of Earl Grey, but their taste would still be little like the original aroma of tea. We need a way of serving tea that will appeal to those who are not crazy about it, but at the same time, tea should in no way lose its individuality. Then it dawned on Chloe, and she asked him to wait a minute while he made another Earl Grey. And indeed, a minute later, a bowl with 2 scoops of ice cream appeared on the table. The prince noticed that Chloe had promised to bring another Earl Grey, but it was ice cream. Alina assumed it was tea-flavored ice cream, but Chloe just shook her head. It's just vanilla ice cream. Guests were puzzled as to how vanilla ice cream was related to Earl Grey. Chloe clapped her hands and said that she would show him now. At her call, a servant came up with a teapot in his hands and began pouring tea into a bowl. The Duchess asked if they had ever heard of affogato with Earl Grey. Affogato is a fairly popular dessert in the Empire, but Earl Grey affogato is a bit of a question mark. Chloe confirmed that a standard affogato is made with espresso, but this one is made with the tea they just tried. It is the perfect complement to cold, sweet ice cream, and they can see for themselves when they try it. Arthur resolutely took the spoon and, scooping up some ice cream, put it in his mouth. The taste turned out to be light and delicate. It seems that anyone would like it. Alina hesitated a little, but she also decided to try the offered dessert. And then I was immediately surprised by its sweet taste, like milk jam with a hint of Earl Grey. I can't even believe that tea with such a heavy aroma was used here. Chloe was genuinely glad that Alina liked it. She noted that Earl Grey goes great with milk. After tea, Arthur and Alina went home, and Chloe needed to think carefully about what kind of tea she would sell in the store. She is sure that Earl Grey is a good option since both guests were happy to buy tea leaves. But it all depends on people's taste preferences. It's easy to become disappointed with Earl Grey right after the first sip, and she needs to choose a tea whose aroma will best meet the standards of most buyers. She needs tea with a charming aroma and an acceptable price. So everything is leaning towards selling Earl Grey, especially since it can be used in many ways, such as a baking ingredient. It was decided that Chloe would sell 2 teas, one of them Earl Grey, and the other one that people would like, the taste that the majority would choose, the aroma of some dessert or fruit. If I had to choose between the two, the fruity scent definitely wins. In this case, you need to choose a fruit that will be warmly received by customers. This will be strawberries. They are very popular here. In addition, you can make jam from it. Chloe reached for one of the jars. Having brewed the tea, she sat down to try it. As she thought, it tastes incredibly good. This variety can really become popular. It is rare to meet someone who does not like strawberries. However, the girl thought about it. Even if this taste is approved by the majority, it is very common in itself, and strawberry tea will not cause a sensation. And she wants to create tea with a new, unusual aroma, to sell blends that cannot be found anywhere else. To take the safe route or to take a risk, that was the question, and she hesitantly placed the cup on the table. She decided to develop a flavor on her own. Something not very common, but not too extravagant so that people would like it. In fact, blending teas is not the hardest job. After planning the concept of the desired fragrance, you need to select the right ingredients and try mixing them in different proportions until you get the desired fragrance. Using black tea and strawberries as a base, you can create a fresh and sweet fruity homemade tea. Time passed. Chloe worked tirelessly. Time after time she brewed mixtures and immediately tried them. None of them were the one. Thus, the girl tried more than a dozen options. After a few days, the work was finally completed. Taking a sip of the last tea, the girl inhaled with satisfaction. Finally, she succeeded. She found the golden mean. It's a little different from what she had in mind previously, with a sweet strawberry base. And the aromas of cherry and red currant make the tea more luxurious and refreshing. The rose petals, which she added last, complemented the light aroma of the fruits. This is definitely a success. To try the new tea, she called the Duke and apologized for interrupting him from his work. She develops a new tea that she plans to sell at Triple Sweets and asks everyone to try it. Ripe fruits go well with both iced and milk tea, Chloe chattered as she explained. After listening to the explanation, Alphonse looked suspiciously into the cup, but took his first hesitant sip. The tea was very sweet, and he decided that it did not suit him, but the taste was not unpleasant. Chloe eagerly awaited his verdict. The man took a few more sips. The tea turned out to be very tasty, and although he doesn't like sweets, everything is to his taste. Finally, Chloe couldn't stand it any longer and asked if he liked the tea. Alphonse answered in the affirmative, mentally adding that he didn't like the tea, but the girl herself. The Duchess was quite pleased that he liked it. She was actually happy. If he said he didn't like it, she would start to worry. And if Alphonse, who doesn't like sweets, said that everything was fine, then she had chosen the right combination. Even if this tea doesn't live up to its taste, you can still notice how harmoniously it mixes without any gimmicks. As Alphonse finished his tea, he thought that it had been made with sincerity. The Duchess never stopped glowing with joy. After some time, she suggested that the servants in the kitchen try the same tea. The girls admired the fact that the Duchess created this tea herself. It was very tasty. They asked if it had a name. Chloe replied that she was still thinking about it. The main source of the tea's aroma is pure red berries. It would be nice to come up with a name that would highlight their color, and even better if everyone could feel their sweetness and ripeness. The first homemade triple sweetness teas went on sale at the beginning of August. The biggest sellers were Earl Grey and a new tea created by Chloe called Scarlet Mouth. The shop's visitors were very attracted by the brightly decorated tea. They thought it was just regular black tea, but it looked so beautiful. It smells incredibly sweet. The servant who came up explained that this was their new product, an exclusive summer product. The servant said that this tea was created personally by the Duchess of Vandenberg, and one could search the whole world to find one that was sold only in triple sweetness. The news that this tea was made by the Duchess herself, that is, the one everyone is talking about, instantly spread among the girls. They all said in one voice that they simply had to buy it. After all, their relatives will be surprised if they bring home such tea. I wonder what it tastes like. They were some of the first buyers of the new tea. Scarlet Mouth sold well in August and September due to its high quality. Earl Grey also sold well, and all thanks to a competent advertising campaign. but there was also a problem. Yojin congratulated the Duchess on the fact that the tea was still selling well, selling out in no time. This tea sold even more than the Earl Grey milk jam, which had previously topped the sales list. Chloe thanked her for the congratulations, but asked what tea she was talking about. Eugene blushed with embarrassment. She mumbled barely audibly scarlet lips. Unfortunately, while Chloe is good at brewing tea and marketing, she doesn't quite nail the name. Yojin and the other workers are a little embarrassed to say the name Scarlet Mouth out loud. Even customers are reluctant to pronounce it. But because the sales period is coming to an end, she can no longer change the name. The name of the next tea definitely needs to be made more neutral. Maybe, Chloe thought, something like Scarlet Berries. "It's so great to learn more about tea personally from the Duchess," said the Marchioness of Ronnefelt. "Why not try teaching aristocrats how to brew it?" Sitting opposite, Chloe began to think that she could actually teach other people. But by the way, she said that she was afraid that her knowledge would be insufficient for this. The girl asked her not to be modest because her knowledge was more than enough, and she should think carefully about it. Of course, it would be great to have tea brewing lessons, but she really feels like her skills aren't enough for this. Teaching isn't the easiest thing. Still, she believes that they are only enough for a hobby, and such an idea needs to be thought through carefully. After news of Chloe and Lady Ronnefelt's relationship spread through society, the Duchess's reputation, which was already quite good, rose even higher. People began to believe that Chloe had really changed. On the other hand, there was one person who could not rejoice at the girl's greatly increased popularity. Alphonse could barely hear what Chloe was chatting about, thinking that she would get tired of the constant social events. But she looks happy, and that's good. But the man was overcome by other feelings. Never in his life had he wanted anything so much. He needed this woman, down to the last tip of her hair. He wants these eyes to look only at him, for this voice to sound only for him, for these lips to smile only at him. Maybe he would have put her in a cage. Then her world would revolve around him alone. And it is worth doing so. Chloe asked what he was thinking, but since the man was not listening to her at all, he asked again what she said, to which the girl only laughed. Could the Duke really fly in the clouds too? The Duchess went on to say that Lady Fortham had said something and met someone 10 years ago at a ball. Alphonse heard nothing again. "I thought that I would never be able to lock it. If he does that, she will never smile like that again. Her smile is more important to him than his own ego. If he monopolizes it, will everything be okay?" He put the cup on the saucer and got up from the couch, then sat down next to Chloe. Without saying a word, he ran his hand through her hair and kissed her. The kiss was long. Alphonse enjoyed the girl's closeness. Chloe softened, giving herself over to the man's power. Without her noticing, the Duke forced her into a horizontal position, and he himself found himself above her, hanging like a statue. Noticing this, the girl let out a frightened gasp. Alphonse asked what happened, and Chloe was indignant that he was pretending to be a fool. And she reminded him that this was not a bedroom, but the man retorted that it was not a street either, so everything was fine. Chloe was extremely outraged by this turn of events. Although, compared to the storage room at Triple Suites, this place is still better. Driving away the uninvited thoughts, the girl decided that she couldn't fall for his bait. Alphonse lifted her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes. "If she doesn't like the place, he will help her love it." He covered her hand with his own, cutting off any resistance, and he came so close that Chloe felt him with her whole body, flying away on the wings of bliss. The Duchess of Vandenberg had become very tired lately, and had begun taking dancing lessons from Countess Maynard. Countess Maynard is famous for her private lessons, where she teaches aristocrats elegance and grace. Clapping her hands, the Countess suggested conducting a small test to check everything the Duchess had learned. Chloe didn't expect this. Without understanding why, she suddenly became very scared. The Countess would lead as a man, while Chloe had to perform the female part. But because of her nerves, she completely forgot the movements and could not remember what to do. There were cheers of support from the audience. It was Ellie who shouted that my lady would definitely cope. Nina and the other maids also supported her. And even the head maid nodded slightly, thereby giving her support. And Chloe realized that thanks to them, she wasn't so scared anymore. She finally relaxed and smiled and was determined to do it. Before the exam had even begun, there was a knock at the door. Duke Vandenberg appeared in the hall. The Duchess was very glad to see her husband and asked why he was there. He heard that Chloe had an exam today and wanted to watch, and asked permission to be present. He also encouraged the girl, and thanks to his simple words, Chloe felt his support to the fullest. In that case, Countess Maynard coughed, "It's time to begin." Duke Vandenberg asked if they had any men to dance with, and he himself volunteered to perform the male part. The gaze of the maids and servants was riveted on their masters. After all, they were such a beautiful couple that they seemed to sparkle. Chloe had no idea that Alphonse could have such a warm look. Countess Maynard announced a waltz. Chloe whispered to her partner that she didn't need help during the dance, and Alphonse agreed to do as she wished. The man pulled her towards him by the waist. They stood in a stance, ready to dance. All movements fell out of Chloe's head, but this did not bother her. She was relaxed and not worried at all. At the same time, she felt a strange sensation. Her heart was beating louder and louder. Why are Alphonse so kind to her? Is it because they are business partners or simply because they are married? It wasn't that she cared, but she was genuinely happy. The girl enjoyed this warm feeling. Slow music started playing and the couple started dancing. The movements came back to them on their own as if they had been dancing like this their whole lives. They fluttered like butterflies around a flower. When the dance was over, Chloe sighed with relief. It seemed that her movements had become better. The Countess also noticed this and said that she was proud of her student. The girl lit up with praise. Alphonse was also pleased. The Countess also thanked the Duke, but he, not paying attention to those around him, leaned over and kissed his wife. The Duke's behavior shocked and confused the servants in the hall. But Chloe was the one who was most shocked by the Duke's unexpected action. When he finally pulled away, she was indignant that he was allowing himself to do this. There were people here. Is she embarrassed by physical contact with her husband? Alphonse asked. And the girl, stuttering, said that this should happen in private. She couldn't even lift her red face and was forced to hide on the man's chest. Now they can dance together at balls, the girl noticed as they walked down the corridor after classes. Alphonse was surprised by these words, and she explained that when they were at the ball they couldn't dance because of her poor skills. Alphonse is a wonderful dancer, and it is blasphemous that his talent is wasted because of her. Today's dance was amazing, because she studied hard to dance with him. From now on, they are simply obliged to dance at every ball. Alphonse froze in surprise. Something filled his heart, making it beat faster and faster. He feels that he would remain happy even if time stopped right now. He involuntarily extended his hand. He approached the girl and kissed her. Is this really happiness? Chloe wanted to be outraged by his behavior again, but there was no one around, and the girl decided that let it be so. She kissed the man herself and decided that she would just enjoy the moment. Mrs. Lockwood apologized to the Duchess for her lateness. Chloe thought she had never been late before. Perhaps something happened, and she asked if Mrs. Lockwood was all right. She's been looking pale lately. If something's bothering her, she can tell her everything. Maybe Chloe can help her. The maid was hesitant. It was too personal. Chloe noted that while servants certainly had many responsibilities, a master also had to take care of his workers. Mrs. Lockwood, although awkward, began to speak. She married for love, and almost 6 months have passed since the wedding. The relationship in the family was wonderful, because the groom, Baron Lockwood, doted on the bride, but there was a fly in the ointment. Her in-laws, the Viscounts Lockwood, did not like her. The reason for this was the significant difference in the influence of their families. Mrs. Lockwood tried very hard to win the favor of her husband's parents, but nothing worked, and 6 months passed without result. Chloe had no idea that Mrs. Lockwood had this kind of thing going on. Her father-in-law likes to drink, the maid continued, so she tried giving him alcohol from abroad, but it turned out that he already had exactly the same one, so he was not happy with the gift. So, Viscount Lockwood likes alcohol, asked the Duchess. And Mrs. Lockwood replied that he simply adored foreign alcoholic drinks, and his collection boasted particularly rare, high-class specimens. I learned that he was interested in the tea that the Emperor liked. Chloe concluded that the Viscount enjoys high-end alcohol and is interested in tea. The girl had an idea. She asked if Viscount Lockwood liked cocktails, and Mrs. Lockwood confirmed this. When it comes to drinks, he always follows the latest trends. Therefore, he will not be interested in a regular cocktail at all. The Duchess then asked if Mrs. Lockwood had ever heard by chance of alcoholic cocktails. Tea itself is a great drink, but it also goes well with alcohol. If you mix them, you get a cocktail with an original taste and amazing aroma. Alcohol and tea complement each other wonderfully. Whiskey with tea is an example of this. Chloe promised to teach Mrs. Lockwood a couple of recipes, one of which would definitely suit Viscount Lockwood's taste. The maid thanked the Duchess with delight. First, Earl Grey should be steeped in hot water for 3 minutes. Then you will need to remove the tea leaves and let the drink cool. Then add gin and a large spoonful of honey, and at the very last moment, orange juice. This is the Earl Grey cocktail. Mrs. Lockwood was surprised that the recipe was even simpler than she thought, and she could repeat it. The Duchess had no doubt that the girl would cope. and she handed her a glass of the finished drink, offering to try it. The girl took the glass in her hands, but looked at it with doubt. And yet they still bumped glasses, and Mrs. Lockwood took her first sip. The combination of aromas of heady gin and fragrant Earl Grey is wonderful, moderately sweet, pleasant, and invigorating. Moreover, it is both alcohol and tea. It is so original. And Chloe also noticed that this was not the most interesting option, and asked what fruits Viscount Lockwood liked. "He seems to like strawberries," Mrs. Lockwood replied after a moment's thought. "In that case, Chloe knows the perfect recipe. The cocktail is called strawberry mojito. They add black tea there too." The maid was surprised. "No, this cocktail does not use black tea, but a herbal tea called rooibos. It is produced in southern trophic regions and, unlike black tea, does not contain caffeine. However, it also does not have a strong aroma. So, rooibos may not appeal to someone trying it for the first time, but it can be mixed with other ingredients to make a cocktail in which the aroma of rooibos will play in a completely different way. First, you need to brew the tea and let it cool. At this time, you need to mix the strawberries with mint leaves and sugar syrup, and then mash everything thoroughly. Add lime juice, cooled rooibos, and rum, a final touch of a couple of ice cubes, a splash of soda, and a splash of water. That's not difficult at all, thought Mrs. Lockwood. Chloe suggested trying this drink too. The maid took a sip in anticipation. The aroma of rooibos combined with the sweetness of strawberries is perfectly complemented by the freshness of mojito, creating something completely new. The girl tried something so incredible for the first time and was left in indescribable delight. Chloe really liked her reaction. Placing 2 jars of Earl Grey and rooibos leaves on the table, the Duchess expressed the hope that Mrs. Lockwood would accept this gift with pleasure. The girl, of course, was touched by the Duchess's attention, and with tears in her eyes, she thanked the lady for her generosity. A few days later, at the Lockwood estate, taking advantage of the gift and the Duchess's advice, Mrs. Lockwood prepared cocktails for her husband's parents. These new and unique drinks impressed the Viscount and his wife. This event marked the first step towards positive changes in Mrs. Lockwood's relationship with her in-laws. Lady Winchester is a real socialite, because last time it was she who treated us to the tea that had just gone on sale. One of the girls remarked that the tea didn't seem to suit her. Every time after it, her stomach hurts. Another girl said the same thing, noting that it smells rather strange, even unpleasant. Listening to this conversation, Lady Fortham thought with horror that this should not be so, and asked if she could find out what kind of tea they were talking about. The ladies couldn't say exactly what kind it was, but they named the shop where they bought the tea leaves. Recently, several more shops have appeared that sell tea other than triple sweet, and it seems that this was just such a shop. There is something else that is suspicious. All the ladies who felt sick from the taste and smell of the tea, as it turned out, bought it in the same place. What's wrong with this store? Chloe carefully read a letter from Lady Fortham, in which she told how some ladies she knew had recently bought tea from a shop that had caused them stomach pains. Chloe thought that perhaps the delivery had not met all sanitary standards, and if we leave everything as is, people will stop buying tea altogether. She must deal with this problem personally. And the Duchess, accompanied by one maid, arrived at the store. The girls walked inside resolutely. The seller was surprised to see the customer. Only a noblewoman could have such an expensive dress, but she is accompanied by only one servant. So, he decided, this noblewoman was from a poor family. Smiling sweetly, Chloe asked if she could buy some black tea. The seller answered in the affirmative and offered to show it to her. Chloe sat down on the sofa at the table. Having placed the jar on the table, the seller explained that these were the tea leaves she had asked about. Chloe looked at the jar doubtfully and asked where he got it from. The man shrugged, not really knowing. The fact that he had no idea where the tea came from was a red flag. When Chloe opened the lid and saw the contents of the jar, she immediately realized that it was not black tea. No matter how you look at it, this is definitely not black tea. It looks more like the leaves of local trees. But that's not the worst thing. The problem is that as an expert, you can't fool her that easily. But people who don't know anything about tea can easily be fooled. And she asked to sell her 100 grams of this tea. Once at home in the mansion, Chloe brewed the tea she had bought, but she really didn't like the color. It was very cloudy. Black tea without impurities should be bright and clear, and after brewing, it will have a golden or amber hue. But this tea can hardly be called that at all. How can you even drink this? There was a knock at the door. Yojin entered the room. She did a little research, as the Duchess had asked her to. Having noted the good work, the girl asked what she had learned. Taking out a small bag from her pocket, Yojin unfolded it. Inside were various leaves and herbs. The unpleasant discovery hit Chloe hard. Yojin began to list black tree leaves, ash leaves, and some licorice leaves, evidence that the tea was fake. The Duchess thanked for the help. Sometime later, the Duchess of Vandenberg, accompanied by her maids and knights, arrived at the store again. The owner was very happy to see the customer. Smiling, Chloe asked to look again at the tea leaves she had bought last time, mentally calculating the money he would receive. The seller also smiled and asked to follow him. Having settled down at the table, the girl asked to brew a cup of tea for her, and she would like to drink it now. A couple of minutes later, the shop owner returned with a tray containing a cup and a teapot. Having placed them on the table, he explained that this was the very same medicinal tea from the East that the emperor loved to drink. Without ceasing to smile and without stopping, he told us that tea helps with headaches, stomach pain, diarrhea, lung diseases, even nightmares and memory loss, and after it you feel a powerful surge of energy. "Your tea is quite cloudy," she said. Bowing very deeply, the owner replied that this is exactly what black tea looks like. Pretending to believe it, Chloe said it was quite interesting because it was unlike any tea she knew. Hearing these words from the customer's lips, the merchant was taken aback. The girl explained that she had already tried this tea at home, and at the first sip she felt how disgusting it was. Unfolding the paper with leaves on the table, she noticed that these were the leaves she had bought last time. "All the leaves here are different. You can even see the stems. Not only are there no tea leaves here, but there is also a lot of garbage mixed in." The man realized that he was in big trouble. He suddenly jumped up, trying to justify himself. But a sword was pointed at his neck, and Jacob was indignant. How dare he raise his voice at the Duchess of Vandenberg? The merchant's expression changed completely. Could it really be that same Duchess of Vandenberg standing before him? Meanwhile, Chloe was giving instructions to her maids prepare boiling water and serve the tea set. "Bring her some tea." In a few moments, everything was ready, and the girl took the teapot in her hands. And she poured tea into a mug right in front of the merchant. Placing her mug of tea next to the merchant's, she asked if he still thought he could get away with it. The difference between them is obvious. The girl suggested that the secret was hidden in this teapot. And indeed, when she opened the lid, she saw that after brewing, all the leaves for some reason turned out to be green. The merchant mixed the trash together, then dried it and painted it black. "This is what made the tea so dark. Or is she mistaken about something?" she asked the merchant. The man immediately fell to the floor, begging for mercy. The Duchess decided that it was not for her to choose his punishment. Let him leave his pleas to the judge. He will be punished for causing harm to the health of the nobles. He not only took advantage of their inattention, but also put their health at risk. No matter how much you, the merchant, lamented and begged, nothing will save him. The security service that Chloe had called in advance resolved the situation, and the counterfeit tea shop was closed. Its owner was taken into custody for his illegal activities. The essence was quite quickly sentenced. All procedures were carried out promptly. Summer soon came to an end, and autumn came. Chloe was surprised by Alphonse's offer of a vacation, and the man noticed that she needed rest, especially since she fainted not so long ago. The girl didn't even have anything to say in response. She decided that she should stop burdening herself for a while and take a break. Trying to avoid this, she said that autumn is not the best time for a vacation. But Alphonse knew a good place for a seasonal holiday. It was one of their villas. Chloe agreed to take a vacation and immediately began giving instructions to the servants. She wanted to prepare everything herself, but Alphonse stopped her. He really wanted Chloe not to overexert herself. Once the preparations were complete, Chloe and Alphonse headed to their resting place. After 2 days of long travel, the couple finally reached the villa. What the girl saw there impressed her very much. It was a huge villa, surrounded on all sides by rose bushes. The girl's eyes sparkled with such beauty. "The place is famous for its magnificent autumn landscapes and rose gardens," Alphonse said, and he's really glad she liked it. Chloe looked pleased. The servants at the villa greeted the Duke and Duchess. Alphonse also greeted them, especially Wilkins, whom he had not seen for a long time. Wilkins is in charge of the villa, and he was pleased to finally meet the Duchess of Vandenberg. He asked what the gentleman wanted first, to rest or to inspect the villa. Chloe wanted to look around first, and the servant led them to the balcony, which had a stunning view. The Duchess was impressed by the view from the balcony. It was truly wonderful. And the Duke suggested staying here. Tea accessories were placed on a table nearby. Chloe was thrilled that this was their first tea party in this place. The girl took a sip of tea with pleasure, but the taste of it confused her. "There is something wrong with this tea. It doesn't taste like usual." Looking closely at the tea, she tried to understand what was going on, and Alphonse, noticing her anxiety, asked if everything was okay with the tea. Chloe noticed that the taste was different, But she had stored the tea leaves properly so they couldn't have gone bad, and the tea set had nothing to do with it. So the only thing that could have changed the taste was water. The villa is located quite far from the estate, naturally, the source of the water, and therefore its composition will be different. Chloe discovered this when she first got here. Water is a very important component of tea, and it is different everywhere. Tea brewed in water from the capital will taste different from tea brewed in water from the village. In countries of her native world, such as England, where tea drinking is part of the culture, it is easy to find tea whose quality will perfectly match the composition of the local water. If she wants to sell tea in other parts of the empire, she needs to take into account the characteristics of their water. All this time, Chloe sat opposite the gigolo with a thoughtful expression on her face. "He must be thinking about work again," the Duke remarked. And he asked the girl if the tea was really that bad. Chloe replied that he was fine, and that the view from here was just wonderful. Tea in such a wonderful place. What could be better? Alphonse had no choice but to agree with her. That evening, the Duchess went to bed, feeling like she was going to fall apart if she didn't rest. Today, the girl decided to go to bed early. Her peace was broken by a knock on the door. Who could it be? She opened the doors, and Alphonse stood on the threshold, asking permission to enter. Chloe and Alphonse sat on the bed next to each other. And then the girl remembered that she had already changed into her nightgown. They're married, so it's not a big deal. She tried to calm herself down. "What brought you here?" she asked the gigolo. The man replied that he simply missed her. The girl certainly didn't expect this. Blushing with embarrassment and with a stuttering voice, she clarified that it meant he missed her and came. Did he really come simply because he wanted to see her? If that was the case, why drive him away? Let him stay for a little while. They lay down on the bed, and Chloe started telling something. The Duke listened to her attentively. Looking at her sweet face, the man's heart beat faster. He couldn't stand it any longer and moved closer to her to kiss her. The girl did not resist. She even closed her eyes in pleasure. After a few moments, they finally caught their breath. And then Alphonse put his hand on the bed, and he himself hung over the girl. Chloe waited for what would happen next as the man slowly leaned towards her. But the girl stopped him. She said that they had been on the road for 2 days, and she was very tired. On vacation, you need to rest and not lie around exhausted in bed, as happened once before, so not today, next time. Alphonse was taken aback by her reaction. For a while, he sat with his face covered by his hands, and then he just lay down next to her. The girl wished him good night, and the man, stroking her hair, also wished her good night. A few moments later, Chloe was already asleep. At such moments, he wants to thank his father for the fact that he learned to control himself as a child. Otherwise, the situation would have gotten out of control. The next morning at breakfast, Alphonse said that he wanted to discuss something with her, and Chloe almost choked on the fact that he wanted to discuss their prenuptial agreement. He doesn't really want to break it again, so maybe he should review it and officially change some points. Wiping her face with a napkin, Chloe asked to talk about it later. He noticed that they had put off this conversation so many times already, and he thought that just one night a month was not enough for them, and that it was actually hurting their marriage. But he was already thinking about a possible solution to this problem. Still trying to clear her throat, the girl asked, "So twice a month?" The man said that even that wouldn't be enough. Then the girl suggested once a week, but it still wasn't enough for him. Blushing even more, Chloe wondered how much this man needed. Finally, she asked what he was proposing. The Duke proposed to exclude this clause from the agreement altogether. In his opinion, the intimacy of a married couple should not be limited by any contracts. Chloe thought about it. If they remove this clause from the contract, it means they will be able to do this much more often. What a cunning fox, the girl thought. However, everything is not so simple. For herself, she doesn't want to reject his offer, and all the girl could do was nod, embarrassed. Alphonse lit a cigar. He stroked the girl's hair with his hand, coughing. Chloe asked him not to smoke in the bedroom. At this time, the village hosts an annual festival dedicated to the harvest. And since they were on holiday, why not visit a local festival, suggested the Duke. Chloe was delighted the holiday is taking place at the same time as their vacation. What a coincidence. And I happily accepted his offer. It sounds fun. The man was happy to please his wife. The village is located very close to their villa, and it is usually quiet and peaceful here. The streets will soon become very crowded. Many will come to enjoy the festival and admire the blooming roses. Walking through the streets of the village, Chloe admired everything around her. There are so many interesting things here. Different street food, decorations, and much, much more. The young people even tried something. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. One merchant had some jars on display. It turned out to be fruit milk, a local delicacy made by adding fruit compote to milk. Chloe found this very interesting, and she expressed a desire to try it. The soft taste of milk combined with the sweetness of the fruit is very tasty. And the girl noticed that if you add fruit compote to milk tea, it should turn out well. It will look like fruit milk, and it will be easier for people to accept milk tea. The man listened attentively to her thoughts. Alphonse chuckled, thinking she was talking about work again. Then they moved on. By the way, if you look around, you can see bottles and drunk people all around. Isn't that a bit too many pubs for one small village? Lost in thought, the girl slowly walked through the village. Something else caught Chloe's attention. On the counter stood cups, sugar bowls, and other accessories of unprecedented beauty. Taking them in her hands, the girl looked at them with delight. The Duke asked if she liked it, and in response, Chloe made it clear that yes, she really liked it. But before, he couldn't even imagine that their relationship would become so close. Alphonse thought that he would buy it for her, like last time, and began to get out the money. But the girl herself had already called the seller, and she said that she wanted to buy all their goods. The girl behind the counter thought she had misheard, but Chloe repeated that she wanted to buy everything here and asked to pack it carefully so that nothing would break. Realizing that this customer really wanted to buy everything, the saleswoman immediately jumped up, ready to do everything. The Duke only quietly hid the money back. I realize that my wife can now buy whatever she wants. She doesn't just look adorable, you can feel that there's something more to her. A little girl watched the peacefully walking couple. She took a few steps towards them, but then a noise was heard, to which the knights accompanying the ducal couple reacted. Alphonse held the girl tightly, pressing her to the ground, and she screamed that it hurt and that now he would break her arm. The Duke asked sternly what she was going to do with his wife. Chloe was horrified by the whole situation and asked to let the child go because she was in pain. Alphonse did it reluctantly, but the girl remained lying there, her face buried in the ground. Then she stood up and tears appeared in her eyes. She assured the lady that she was only trying to rob her. She didn't mean to hurt her. Alphonse was unhappy about this, and Jacob was furious that she dared to stretch out her little hands to his mistress. Alphonse thought with relief that this child was a common thief, and he ordered the girl to be handed over to the guards. But the girl immediately fell to her knees, begging for mercy on her. Her grandmother was sick, and her father was an unemployed drunkard. She just wanted to buy medicine for her grandmother. Chloe's heart sank. But Jacob immediately reproached the girl for lying. She was just trying to pity the gentleman so that they would let her go. Besides, the knight didn't like the way the girl stared at him. This child has no shame, no conscience. She's definitely lying. And while the girl was saying how a man with a haystack instead of hair could know this, Jacob was angry with her. Chloe thought with chagrin that it was still unclear who the child was here. The Duchess tried to calm them down. I asked the girl what her name was. My name is Sandy, the little girl replied. Then Chloe asked what her grandmother was sick with. The doctor said that grandma had scurvy, although scurvy is usually suffered by sailors. The girl has no idea how her grandmother could have gotten sick with this. Chloe had heard of scurvy before. This disease leads to bleeding gums and tooth loss, fatigue, muscle pain, and more, and in the worst case, death. In her home world, absolutely everyone knows that this disease is easily treated and almost never occurs anymore. It is simply a lack of vitamin C. The locals don't seem to know about this yet. Chloe asked how far the girl lived, and Sandy replied that their house was close to everyone. Then Chloe asked to take them there. Sandy happily agreed and asked to follow her. Sandy's house was indeed nearby, although perhaps calling this place a home would be an exaggeration. Once inside, Sandy let her grandmother know that she was home. It was sad inside a woman in bed, a drunk man sleeping sitting at the table. The Duchess looked at this spectacle with sadness, and a bottle rolled past with a characteristic sound. The simple, or rather meager, products also attracted attention. Sandy had heard that gin was good for scurvy, so she gave it to her grandmother. They also say that if you bury a sick person in the ground, leaving only his head above, he will get better. She tried everything she could, but nothing worked. Alphonse asked Chloe what she was going to do. Sandy's grandmother is sick, Chloe replied, and they need to help her. Alphonse understood her feelings, but scurvy is incurable. It is well known that countless sailors have perished from it, and that the merchants who deal with them have suffered losses because of this disease, and even the soldiers of the royal army die more often from scurvy than in battle. So thought Chloe, in this world, no one has yet discovered the fact that scurvy can be cured with vitamin C. Therefore, it is considered an incurable disease. How fortunate that she has knowledge from a past life. And Chloe asked Sandy what her grandmother usually ate, to which the girl replied that her grandmother had no teeth, so she could only eat oatmeal. Now it is clear why Grandma Sandy got scurvy even though she was not a sailor. The reason for the development of scurvy in sailors is simple. They spend many months on the ship, and they do not have the opportunity to eat fresh vegetables and fruits containing vitamin C. But anyone can get sick due to a lack of this vitamin, especially when eating so little. Did Sandy give her grandma any fruits? Even though she has no teeth, she can still drink juices. This question surprised the girl very much. "Madam, fruits are very expensive," the girl noted. Right, Chloe realized. Because they were hard to get, people simply didn't know that fruits were good for sick people. Sandy had probably never given them to her grandmother. What would be the easiest and fastest way to give the body vitamin C? Here she noticed through the open window the plants growing on the street. The Duchess had a brilliant idea. A few minutes later, she gave Sandy a jar with some contents, 6, and she opened it to show it to the girl. It was rose hips. This is the name of the withered rose fruit. It is useful for those suffering from scurvy. You just need to brew it and give it to your grandmother to drink. The girl took the jar with surprise. Chloe explained that the jar was full of rose hips, but that 1 cup a day would be enough for her grandmother. The Duchess believed that rose hips would be the best medicine in this case, because their fruits contain a huge amount of vitamin C. It contains 30 times more than lemon, which is why rose hips are also called a vitamin bomb. The ducal couple was leaving. Sandy waved gratefully at them. On the way to the villa, Chloe looked thoughtfully out the window. Sandy told her how they ended up in this situation. Her father was a real hard worker, but after an accident, he lost his right arm and could no longer work. The desperate man had found solace in alcohol, Chloe thought with annoyance. Alphonse asked if she still thought about this family, Chloe thought, and I really wanted to help them. When they returned home, it was already quite late, and Wilkins greeted them. And while they were gone, they received an invitation from a local landowner. Chloe is interested in this invitation. The Baron invites the Duke and Duchess to join him and his wife for dinner tomorrow. The following evening, the Baron and Baroness greeted the ducal couple. Chloe and Alphonse also thanked for the greeting, and they were invited to come through. We sat down at the dining table. The Baroness asked if the Duchess had enjoyed her stay with them. The girl replied that she certainly liked it and that there were such wonderful views, especially their rose garden. Chloe will never be able to forget it, and now she understands why Alphonse suggested coming here. True, besides the pleasant moments, there were also sad ones, such as the family of the little girl Sandy, her old crumbling house, sick old grandmother, and a drinking father. And Chloe asked the Baron to tell her what people here mainly do for a living. The man happily told the story. Most of the locals are farmers, and trading during festivals also brings in a good profit. And most likely, the Duchess has already noticed that the local autumn landscapes are also their pride. Thanks to the annual influx of tourists, they can afford to hold festivals. In that case, Chloe noted, if she offered a job that would be beneficial to the locals, would he agree to help with the organization? The owner of the house did not expect such an offer. He exchanged surprised glances with his wife. I asked what kind of work exactly they were talking about. Chloe explained that, as they well knew, scurvy was causing a lot of problems for the Empire. The disease had taken the lives of many soldiers and merchants. Now it is considered incurable, but in fact this is not so. You just need to replenish the lack of vitamin C in the body, and the main source of this vitamin is fresh vegetables and fruits. The Baron wondered if she was really talking about scurvy, and if it could be cured by simply eating vegetables. Chloe sadly confirmed that it really was that simple. But this medicine is not yet known, because keeping fruits and vegetables on a ship is quite problematic. Moreover, the difficulty of keeping them fresh means that vegetable prices in the lucky cities are rising. Yet their region has a colossal source of vitamin C. Now the Baron and Baroness were surprised. What kind of colossal source was this? And Chloe explained that rose hips, the fruit of wilted roses, are the source of vitamin C, containing more of it than lemon. The deal she proposes is this. The rose hips will ripen very soon, and if they are collected and dried, they can be sold to traders and sailors as a cure for scurvy. Due to its small size, rose hips are easy to store and transport. The Duchess's proposal sounded intriguing, but this was the first time the Baron had heard about this. If her words were true, this was the greatest breakthrough in medicine. And Chloe, smiling, asked to show them something as proof. The next day, they went to Sandy's house with the Baron and Baroness. Chloe knocked, and she said it was her. For a long time, no one opened it. Then the door opened, and the girl literally jumped into the Duchess's arms. She was so grateful to her because Grandma's gums no longer bleed, and she already feels much better. Chloe was also very happy about it. The Baron and Baroness watched this sweet scene with surprise, and Chloe explained that this girl's grandmother suffered from scurvy. A little earlier, she gave her a jar of rose hips to make tea from, and it is thanks to them that Grandma Sandy is now slowly getting better. The Baron excitedly asked if rose hips were really an effective cure for scurvy, and Alphonse offered to help them if they wanted to conduct medical research. The Baron said he would be very grateful. If the research proves that rose hips can actually cure scurvy, then Chloe hopes that the Baron will consider her proposal. He will organize the cultivation and collection of rose hips, and the Vandenbergs will take care of marketing and sales. The Baron will be delighted. Just think, a cure for scurvy is growing right under their noses. It's a real gold mine, not to mention the fact that they will finally give scurvy patients hope for recovery. Alphonse thought with a sigh that he had only arranged a vacation for them, so that Chloe could rest apparently. All his attempts were to distract her with work on the counting machine. Well, he is powerless here. All he can do is keep reminding her to take breaks. A man came out of the house to the noise. He was unhappy with the mess they had made here. It was Sandy's father. And on the street, he saw a baron and baroness whom he knew very well. The Baron noted that he should pay attention to the guests. He introduced the Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg. Sandy's father bowed and asked to forgive him for his insolence. Chloe responded by asking him not to worry, and that she had a small favor to ask of the Baron regarding their business. Sandy's father is to be one of the first hired to pick rose hips. He lost his right arm in an accident, and now his family has a hard time making a living, so Chloe wants him to be able to work again. "You too, Sandy?" Chloe asked the girl, and the little girl burst into tears. She really wants her dad to be able to work again. It's hard for her to watch him become more and more desperate every day. They may never have been rich, but at least they were happy. She had already resigned herself to the fact that things would never be like before. But she still wants him to be that good old dad again. The man wanted this too, to be able to work again. His life is a disgrace, but he hopes that he can still become the kind of father that his daughter will be proud of. Therefore, he swears that he will work tirelessly and begs the Baron to take him on. The Baron certainly cannot refuse the Duchess's personal request, and Sandy's father rushed to thank him. But the Baron noted that it was not him who needed to be thanked, but the Duchess. Then the man began to thank Chloe and promised not to miss this chance. They would start everything from scratch. Chloe sincerely hoped that he would keep his word and that Sandy would be proud of him, that he would not make her get on the slippery slope again, and that she would send someone to check on them later. The touched man continued to thank his mistress. Watching the Duchess's conversation with Sandy's father, the Baron was thinking about his own. It is no wonder that such a woman became the wife of the Duke of Vandenberg. She is incredible. The results of the research were not long in coming. They confirmed the effectiveness of rose hips in the treatment of scurvy. Baron Kennedy immediately began running a rose hip farm. The Vandenberg merchants distributed the collected fruits to port cities, where they were quickly sold out as a cure for scurvy. Thanks to the rose hips, countless sailors have now been saved, and in one small hut, laughter can finally be heard again. In the carriage on the way to the villa, Alphonse asked Chloe a question, how she learned that rose hips cure scurvy. The girl was afraid that he asked after all, and she quickly began to explain that by chance she had met an orphan who was sick with scurvy when she was little. He looked so tired, and rose hip tea is great for relieving fatigue, so she gave that orphan some tea to make him feel better, and the tea not only made him feel a little better, he even began to recover. Having rattled this off, the girl thought with horror that she had been found out. Alphonse noted that she had done something truly incredible. The people who had been cured would be grateful to her. The girl blushed with shame. After all, it wasn't she who discovered that vitamin C cures scurvy. She even feels a bit ashamed. Could it really be because she lied to Alphonse? Besides, there is one more thing that worries her a lot. Can she do something about it? She exhaled tiredly. She couldn't wrap her head around it. After a couple of days of rest, Alphonse approached Chloe. There was a place not far from here, he said, that he would like to visit with her. Chloe became curious about what he wanted to show her, and of course she agreed. The couple were walking in the forest. Walking along the barely trodden path, Chloe wondered if this path was used at all. It was a bit crooked and the climbs were steep, but it seems Alphonse knows his way around here well. The man walked at a measured pace. After some time, Chloe called out to him, gasping for breath from the inability to catch her breath. She asked him to rest a little. She sat down on the nearest stone. The man stood next to her, slightly concerned about her condition. It was the first time Chloe had seen Alphonse so confused, and she found it quite charming. She giggled. Alphonse noticed that he had not thought about the fact that she would get tired quickly. He should have been more attentive, and therefore he apologized. The girl replied that it was she who should apologize. The man thought about something for a while. Then he put on the jacket he had taken off earlier, and he resolutely approached the girl. Chloe had a bad feeling about this, and the next moment Alphonse picked her up in his arms along with the umbrella, and he asked if she was comfortable. The girl replied that it was not that, he was not going to carry her like that the whole way. When the man replied that he was going to, she objected that he would get tired, but she immediately covered her mouth. After all, she remembered that Alphonse hates it when someone underestimates his abilities. But the man just grinned and asked if he looked tired. So they walked through the forest, Duke Vandenberg carrying his wife in his arms. She was so light, like a feather. It seemed to him that he had done everything to make her eat more, and also told her to increase her portions because she had just recovered from her illness. But even after all his efforts, she is still just as thin. The head chef will need to be replaced. Chloe thought that Alphonse didn't look the least bit tired. She knew he was strong, of course, but now she felt like he was a real monster. She had the best husband in the world, the girl thought. Endurance was really important for a man. The word stamina brought back some very spicy memories for Chloe, and this made the girl blush. When they finally arrived, the Duke lowered her to the ground, and he reported that they were there. They had an unforgettable view of the surrounding area, which delighted Chloe. They stood on the top of a hill from which the entire village could be seen. "How did he find this place?" the girl asked. Alphonse said that he discovered it completely by accident. As a child, wanting to run away from his father, he would run to where no one could find him. "I ran wherever my eyes looked until I came across this clearing. It was the only place he felt peace in, and he never told anyone about it." But this case was an exception. While Chloe admired the surroundings, the man admired his wife. This is the most precious place for him. Chloe realized what had just happened and looked closely at her husband. As he let her into his precious island of peace, the most beautiful smile in the world blossomed on his face. He looks genuinely happy. Seeing him like this makes Chloe happier herself. Alphonse extended his hand to her, and the girl took it. The day came when the vacation came to an end, and it was time to leave. The servants saw the masters off and wished them a safe journey. Sandy was also there. The Duchess consoled the crying girl, promising that they would come here again for a holiday. "I'll be waiting, madam," the little girl promised enthusiastically. The girl waved goodbye to everyone from the departing carriage. After the couple returned to the estate in the capital, everything returned to its place. Nothing changed, besides inviting Chloe to the imperial family. The Duchess of Vandenberg appeared in all her glory. The silver medal in the form of an eagle, the symbol of the imperial house, was awarded only to those who had rendered great service to the entire empire. Chloe received it for discovering a cure for scurvy, which was previously the death fear of all sailors. She was the first woman in the empire to receive the silver eagle. Despite the fact that she became very famous and respected in society, her ordinary life did not change at all. "So, did you enjoy your vacation?" the girl heard the question while working in the store. Arthur heard that even there she had started a new business. Her activity was amazing. Now she was not only the owner of the store, but also a heroine who had defeated scurvy. Chloe responded indifferently that it just happened that way. But the prince did not like this reaction. He expected something completely different. And then the prince noticed that there were interesting rumors circulating around the Vandenbergs. People were saying that they were madly in love with each other. The girl, although she did not stop working, blushed to the tips of her ears at these words. Do people really say that he and Alphonse love each other? Now Arthur was pleased because this was the Chloe he knew. A few days later, Chloe was visited by a doctor. She carefully examined the Duchess, measured her pulse and blood pressure. Finally, the medical examination came to an end. Chloe has been undergoing frequent medical checkups lately. Winter is also approaching, so she should spend more time in the garden before it gets cold. Chloe, accompanied by a maid, went down to the first floor. When she heard the whispers of girls discussing her, the maids lamented that the Duke and Duchess spent so many nights together, but the mistress was still not pregnant. Perhaps she is in poor health. She recently fainted because she was tired. The maids are worried about their mistress. Mrs. Lockwood was quite angry when she heard this talk. How dare they say such things about the lady? Chloe tried to calm her down, but the maid was very outraged by such impudence and shamelessness, and she ordered to bring the whip. The maids need to learn a lesson. The Duchess stopped her, saying that everything was fine and thanked her for standing up for her, but she did not hold a grudge against the girls. They didn't insult her after all, and they said this because they were worried about her, so Chloe forgives them. Mrs. Lockwood meekly agreed. But she still asked permission to teach them a few lessons in ethics so that they would learn it well, to which Chloe agreed. That same evening, the girl changed into a nightgown and sat down tiredly on the bed. It's really weird. She's done this with Alphonse many times and still hasn't gotten pregnant. I wonder why this is. Maybe there is something wrong with her body. Moreover, Alphonse married her to produce heirs. If she can't bear him a child, she doesn't deserve to be his wife. In fact, Chloe is not ready for children yet and has a hard time imagining herself as a mother. She should stop thinking about it. Besides, she doesn't plan to be pregnant yet. Now she should focus on herself and her store. Autumn was coming into its own, and the Duchess thought that she should attend some event. There was a pile of invitations on the table, and Chloe chose one of them. On the appointed day, she sat at the table with the other girls. The ladies were discussing how one of them had been given a necklace by her husband for her anniversary, to which the other lady replied that it was wonderful, but that she envied Lady Vandenberg the most. She really has a wonderful husband. His fencing skills are amazing. He commands respect and admiration from everyone, but most importantly, he loves his wife. Chloe replied that Alphonse was indeed too good for her, to which the girls remarked that this was nonsense, and that they were in fact the perfect couple. And they are simply made for each other. At these words, another girl loudly put her cup on the saucer, and all the attention of those around her was riveted on her. And yet, she began, her gaze eloquently directed at Chloe's stomach. And the Duchess understood this, because the girl did not even hide her thoughts. But what she wanted to say by this, Chloe frowned. And yet what the Duchess asked this lady? Oh, nothing, she replied as if nothing had happened and continued to drink her drink carefree. But Chloe already knew what she was getting at. Thoughts about this had been tormenting her for a long time lately, and now she tried to raise this topic. But Chloe decided to turn a blind eye to it for now. A few days later, Lady Fortham invited Chloe to visit, and she broke the news she was pregnant. Elizabeth has just told her husband about it, and besides him, Lady Vandenberg is the only one who knows about it. Chloe was genuinely happy for her friend, and she began to congratulate her. Elizabeth hopes for a beautiful daughter, but her husband wants a son, and Chloe is sure that in any case, their child will be charming. Although Lady Fortham is happy, there is one thing that upsets her. The fact that she can't drink black tea anytime soon. A cup of tea in the morning gives her pleasure. Of course, black tea is bad for the fetus, Chloe said. But don't be upset. She knows how to please Elizabeth. Lady Fortham was eager to know what Chloe meant. Using the landlady's kitchen, Lady Vandenberg brought a tray a few minutes later. As she already knows, black tea contains caffeine, and caffeine is harmful to the fetus. So instead of drinking tea from tea leaves, she suggests trying herbal tea, or as it is also called, tisane. Tisanas are brewed not from leaves, but from herbs, flowers, or fruits. Chloe had already served it to Cale and Ellie a few months ago. Elizabeth asked again. She receives, now Chloe has brewed herbal tea. And the girl, smiling, confirmed. Since Elizabeth wants to drink black tea but cannot, she prepared herbal tea that can serve as an alternative to black tea. Lady Fortham was indeed surprised that the mug did not contain black tea, and Chloe suggested inhaling his scent. Elizabeth sniffed and noted that the aroma was slightly different from black tea. This tea is called rooibos, the Duchess explained. With its appearance and taste similar to black tea, rooibos can be considered an alternative to it. And due to the low level of tannin, the tea will not become astringent, even if it is over-simmered. The downside of this tea is its aroma. It is slightly specific, so many people don't like it, but it would be better if Elizabeth tried it herself. And the girl took a sip with enthusiasm, but the taste and smell of the tea puzzled her. She seemed to understand what smell Chloe was talking about. At first, there was a feeling of some kind of interference, as was the case with Earl Grey, but once you get used to the aroma, you can feel its pleasant taste, similar to the taste of black tea. If she still didn't like it, she could just turn it into milk tea. The Duchess suggested if you add milk to the tea, the aroma won't be as intense. Elizabeth was incredibly surprised that herbal tea could be made with milk, and Chloe smiled, because Lady Fortham really did like milk tea. She poured milk into the tea, and she stirred it, and Elizabeth noticed that it really did look like regular milk tea. It also tastes very similar to black tea with milk. The specific smell is barely noticeable, and the taste is much softer and sweeter. Lady Fortham rushed to thank Chloe profusely. She felt that she would not be able to drink tea during pregnancy. But what a relief that this is not so. Chloe was really happy to help her friend, and she offered to show other types of herbal tea. Chloe and Alphonse were invited to dinner with the imperial family, a dinner that was a great honor for all 15 invited families. Alphonse had always been a highly respected man who attracted everyone's attention, but now everyone was talking about another high-ranking figure. Ladies surrounded Chloe, expressing admiration for her birthday celebration and asking for her party tips. Questions poured in from all sides. How did she decide to open a store? Is it true that she runs a business on her own? And where can she buy such a beautiful dress? Chloe never thought she would find herself in the spotlight like this. But the Duke didn't like this because his wife was covered like flies on honey. How does she put up with all of them? The man wondered, when she can simply ignore them if she's tired. It's time to stop all this. His wife is too kind. He has to stop them. Alphonse grabbed Chloe around the waist and turned the girl towards him. Then he kissed her in front of everyone. Those around were shocked and confused at the same time. But the young people paid no attention to them, and they continued to kiss passionately. Finally, they parted their lips. But they continued to look at each other lovingly, and silence fell in the room. No one said a word, and the Duke and Duchess silently turned around and walked towards the exit. When they were far enough away from the people, Chloe stopped in a stupor, and her face flushed with embarrassment. What was that? The girl angrily hit her husband on the shoulders several times, and she indignantly asked if he had really gone crazy. But the man just chuckled and said that he wanted to help her get out of the crowd. The girl, red as a tomato, asked why he did exactly this and exactly like that in front of everyone. The ladies who witnessed this scene were surprised to see the Duke smiling. It was the first time anyone had seen the Duke smile. When the Emperor appeared in the hall, the subjects respectfully greeted the shining sun of the Empire, and he, in turn, thanked everyone for coming to dinner, because the future of the Empire depends on each of them, so such receptions are necessary. Today's menu may seem a little modest, but he hopes the dishes will be to their taste. The table was laden with all sorts of varied dishes. Chloe was delighted with the delicacy of the appetizers. They all looked delicious. However, although she is hungry, she cannot taste the food because her corset is too tight. But if you look closely, all the noble women were in the same situation as she was. Lowering her head, the girl cut off only a couple of pieces. Alphonse noticed that she had eaten little and became worried. "My wife, why aren't you eating?" the man asked. But the girl, trying to remain carefree, replied that she was already full. But the Duke was not convinced. He speared a piece of meat with his fork, and he called Chloe. "My wife say, said the man, rising to the girl's mouth with food. Chloe was taken aback by the Duke's behavior. Alphonse does this in front of everyone because he is worried about her, and the Emperor is sitting right in front of him. In a whisper, so that only her husband could hear, she said that she would eat a little more, but he should just put his fork back. Alphonse sadly agreed, and the Duchess began to eat resolutely. She ate slowly and in small pieces. The main thing is that she eats at all. But Alphonse was still not satisfied, and he offered her to eat a little more. Chloe tried to object, but he insisted. After eating another piece, the girl asked if it was enough now, and she glanced at him with one eye, her whole appearance expressing displeasure at his excessive concern. This time the man looked quite pleased, and since she ate meat, he offered her some vegetables. After lunch, Chloe decided to tidy herself up, and she went off to the ladies' room. But before she had time to open the restroom door, she heard a quiet conversation. The two girls were discussing how amazing the Duke and Duchess's acting was to the audience, and how they played the role of a couple in love so well. One of the girls heard this from Lady Wilford in confidence. At this point, Chloe decided to intervene and open the door. She also asked what exactly they said about her and her husband. The ladies were horrified by what the Duchess of Vandenberg herself said. With quick apologies, they rushed past Chloe like meteorites, and they instantly rushed away from the toilet. The girl didn't understand what kind of game they meant. Although she didn't want to focus on it, she couldn't shake the strange feeling and had a bad premonition. The next morning was sunny. Yesterday's reception left Chloe very tired, and she needs to get some good rest today. There was a knock at the door, and a maid entered to announce that Lady Fortham had arrived. The Duchess was surprised by her friend's unexpected visit. Elizabeth Fortham's face was blank. Chloe noticed that she looked depressed and asked what was wrong. She was so sad that she seemed about to cry. And indeed, tears began to appear in the girl's eyes. Bursting into tears, Elizabeth began to say that she knew about the wonderful relationship between the Duchess and her husband. Maybe others didn't know, but she knew. And when she heard these rumors, she couldn't stand it. Chloe was frightened by her friend's emotionality. Rushing to console her, she asked her to calm down and not to forget that she was pregnant. Somehow stopping crying, Elizabeth took Chloe's hands and told her what had happened. Elizabeth Fortham recently attended a social event, and while walking in the garden, she accidentally overheard a conversation between two noble women. It was absurd. They said the Vandenbergs' relationship was not as good as it seemed. They said that their affectionate attitude towards each other was false, and that there was something that made the Duke unhappy with his wife, and that was why you would soon get divorced. Chloe asked if they had talked about the reason why her husband was unhappy with her. Elizabeth, hanging her head, replied that it was because she could not bear the Duke heirs. It was like someone had hit Chloe over the head with a hammer. With tears in her eyes, Elizabeth said that Chloe needed to tell the Duke about this. He needed to know. To reassure her friend, Chloe smiled reassuringly and thanked her, also asking her not to worry about her. She would definitely tell the Duke about this later. After the guest had left, the Duchess returned to her room, her hands trembling. Couples married under a contract are supposed to have a child within a year, but they have been married for almost 2 years and there is no sign of pregnancy. The concept of marriage here is different from what it was in her past life. Here people marry to have an heir without taking love into account, and most likely Alphonse thought the same. Chloe was quite worried. If this is so, then it turns out that she is a bad wife, a useless wife. Then what will Alphonse do when he finds out about this? He will be cold with her again. Will hate her because of the rumors. What if he really does file for divorce? But even in this case, she would be able to live independently. She has her own business and property. She would have the opportunity to buy a house and live as an unmarried businesswoman. As the girl thought about this, tears rolled down her cheeks. No, if they had divorced within the first 6 months of their marriage, then maybe everything would have been fine, and maybe she wouldn't have been so devastated. Being a wife who is unable to bear him a child and claim that she loves him is unbearable. The Duke was working in his office. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a voice announced that it was Chloe. The man was surprised but invited her in. The girl hesitantly entered the room. She apologized for disturbing him at such an hour. Looking down, Chloe said she wanted to ask something. Looking up at him with tear-filled eyes, Chloe asked if she had been a worthy wife for him. Alphonse was shocked by this question. He gently took the girl, who was starting to cry, by the shoulders and asked what she was talking about. What does it mean to be a worthy wife? He saw how difficult this conversation was for her, and he himself was very worried about her. He took her hand and said, "You are irreplaceable. No other woman would be worthy of being his wife." These words calmed Chloe down, and she apologized for making him worry so suddenly. Having become much more cheerful, the girl said goodbye, and she instantly ran away. Duke Vandenberg stood there bewildered. A couple of days after these events, a stack of documents landed on the desk. As the Duke had ordered, Cale compiled a report on all events taking place in high society. Alphonse glanced through the documents, and almost immediately he found what interested him. Everything is as he thought. According to rumors, the relationship between the Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg is not as good as it seems, and they behave so tenderly with each other only for the sake of reputation. Very soon the Duke will divorce his wife because she is barren. Alphonse was confused. As soon as he heard the results of her medical tests, he immediately realized that Chloe had a weak body. And yet, the fact that she would have difficulty getting pregnant never bothered him. Even if they got married just so he could follow traditions, everything changed. The only meaning of his life is to be her husband. He lives for her. And it seemed to him that everyone already knew about it. Hadn't he done enough, the Duke wondered. In addition, Alphonse clenched his fists in anger, which made his wife feel guilty, hurting her greatly. The man's gaze was full of fury. The butler noticed this too. Pulling himself together, Alphonse asked who had started spreading these rumors. "Countess Chiara Wilford," Cale replied. Having noted the good work, the Duke dismissed the butler. A couple of days later at the Wilford mansion, early in the morning, the maid burst into her mistress's room with bad news. A letter arrived from the Vandenberg estate. The Countess opened her eyes in shock at this news and demanded that this letter be brought to her immediately. The letter listed all the evidence and testimony that Countess Wilford had insulted the Duchess of Vandenberg, and was sent as a warning to prevent such a thing from happening again. Reading these lines, the girl grew cold with horror. At the same moment, her husband burst into her room, also with bad news. All clients suddenly terminated their contracts with them. They insisted on this, even though they would now have to pay a fine. The man was outraged at how this could happen. Only now did the girl fully realize what she had done, and from an excess of feelings, she fainted. Count Wilford tried his best to bring his wife to her senses. A little later, Duke Vandenberg read a letter from Count Wilford, in which he asked for forgiveness for his wife's actions. There was a knock at the door and Alphonse invited them in. It was Chloe. She didn't understand at all why her husband called her, and the man was only thinking about how she could cope with all this with such a weak heart. He said that he wanted to ask her for something. It might be a little problematic, but he wants to organize a reception and make an announcement on it. The girl was at a loss to guess what kind of announcement her husband wanted to make. She, of course, agreed to help him. It wouldn't be too much of a burden for her, so let him not worry. That same Friday, even though the reception was organized so unexpectedly, all high society was invited. The ladies were delighted that even the Crown Prince was invited to the reception. Arthur, as always, was surrounded by female attention and showered the girls with compliments, and only Alina stood aside and tried to be friendly. The ladies surrounding the prince asked him if he knew what the Duke was going to announce, since he was quite close to him and should know it. To which the prince replied that perhaps Alphonse would tell him about the barbarians or how to avoid rot on potatoes. The prince thought that was all he could tell him about. Despite the man's rather absurd assumption, the ladies were delighted with his words. The reception was in full swing. Duke Vandenberg appeared on the second-floor balcony, looked at the guests attentively for a while, then made a loud announcement, attracting everyone's attention. Chloe listened to him attentively. All the invited guests also turned their attention to him, including Prince Arthur and Alina, and even Ariana Warnett. I, Duke of Vandenberg, stand before you all because I have something to say to all the people of the capital, he declared loudly. The prince, who was at that time accepting food from the hands of one of the ladies, thought that this had nothing to do with him. But he is still interested to see Chloe's reaction. Alphonse continued that he was aware of the disgusting rumors that were circulating around them. The source of the rumors had been identified and appropriate measures had been taken against it. As a duke, he will not tolerate words or actions that defile the honor of his family members, and anyone who spread false gossip will pay a corresponding price. Chloe wondered if this was the big announcement he wanted to make. I, Alphonse Vandenberg, love my wife Chloe Vandenberg, he declared, blushing slightly, and the girl opened her eyes in surprise. The man continued to say that he loved sincerely, with all his heart, more than life, and this will never change. He does not intend to divorce his beloved wife and will do everything to protect her honor and dignity. Alphonse Vandenberg swears by God that everything said is true. These words were not easy for the man to say. It was a surprise for Chloe to hear them, and next to one guest, even pieces of food fell to the floor. Prince Arthur seemed to be the most shocked of all. He didn't understand how the Duke could do this. Since protecting the family's honor is important, this may be considered a public warning. But declaring that he loves his wife is a completely different matter. It is a public display of affection that can lead to a loss of reputation for a nobleman, and proud Alphonse confessing his love is nonsense. Having finished his speech, the Duke went down to the first floor. He cast an ambiguous glance at his wife. This look left Chloe stunned, even though the Duke was the one who wrote a clause in the contract that they would not fall in love with each other. Now, the man thought, she would be disappointed to learn of his feelings for her. But even if she feels disgusted, even if their relationship is not the same as before, it will be better than seeing her feel guilty for something that is not even her fault. Yes, that would be better, the man thought as he walked past his wife. Suddenly Chloe called out to him, which surprised him greatly. Not believing his ears, he turned around. The girl's face was a mixture of many emotions. We need to talk, Chloe said. And the couple retired to a separate room. Do you love me? The girl asked. Yes, replied the Duke. This is not a love marriage, Chloe thought. He wanted a wife he wouldn't love, and he got it. Someone like him was able to love someone, and that someone is her, Chloe thought with bated breath. Alphonse asked if she was angry. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, why she should be angry. That he fell in love with her, and this is a breach of contract, the Duke explained. Seeing his guilty face, the girl thought with affection that he was afraid that she would get angry. She awkwardly scratched her cheek and informed him that they had broken the contract many times and he would have to make changes to it anyway, so she saw no point in being angry with him. The man never expected such words from her and did not believe that everything was okay. Besides, he made a public announcement, and it was probably hard for her. Chloe responded that she knew he did it for her and she was okay. After all, she thought that she was an unnecessary wife, but everything turned out differently. The man seemed to be greatly relieved by her words. It was as if a weight had been lifted from him, and he happily hugged his wife. The girl responded to his embrace. Didn't she realize that he loved her? His words about how he liked the same things she did, how he stroked her hair, that secret place that no one else knew about, he showed only to her. The only explanation for all this is love. And yet she couldn't believe it. She thought that Alphonse didn't see her as a woman, so she was afraid to assume anything. But he loves her, and that's enough to make her happy. Don't let him go, the girl whispered, that there was actually a reason why she wasn't angry. After all, she loves him too. The Duke asked again as if he had not heard. Blushing slightly, the girl repeated once again that she loved him, that she really loved Alphonse Vandenberg. The world around the man seemed to be illuminated by a bright light. This is exactly what he needed. She loves him as much as he loves her. Chloe Vandenberg's love is all he needs. They merged into a kiss. He didn't understand how he could not know this before. Chloe thought she just realized it now too, but it was so obvious. Continuing to kiss, they sank down onto the sofa, completely dissolving in each other. That evening, the owners of the mansion never returned to their guests. Dawn was breaking outside the window. Lying in bed, covered only by a sheet, Chloe thought that the banquet was most likely over by now. She should thank Cale and Mrs. Lockwood for cleaning up. The girl felt Alphonse press against her back. She tried to ask him what he wanted, but he reached out to rip the sheet off her body. He asked the girl, who tried to object, whether her husband loved her enough and took good care of her. The girl blushed, realizing what she wanted. But cutting off any objections, the man took her by the chin. "I was allowed to love my wife," he said proudly. Chloe blushed even more at these words, and she herself joined his naked body. She still can't believe that she met him in this world. If this is a dream, then she doesn't want to wake up. "This is not a dream." Alphonse hugged his wife. "This is reality, and she does not need to wake up." That's right. This is reality now, Chloe thought. She hasn't forgotten her past life yet, but her memories are blurry. This time was short, but she will cherish it. All the people she lives for are right here. It's time to say goodbye to 28-year-old employee Park Ha-jung. With these thoughts, the girl fell asleep. At the same time, Alphonse's speech caused a stir in secular society. The majority of nobles, especially the older generation, were extremely indignant. Some young nobles had a different reaction. This public statement by Alphonse Vandenberg caused no small surprise, the Duke's love, and the fact that Chloe was the wife to whom the Duke had long treated coldly also attracted attention. Life in the mansion continued as usual. The next day, Alphonse returned early. Chloe rushed towards him with hugs. The man really liked this reaction. Hugging the girl to himself, he asked if she could free up some of her time. He wanted to go somewhere with her. "Is this really a date?" the girl asked, and received an affirmative answer. A little earlier. Although they now know that they love each other, the relationship between them has not changed much. Things like drinking tea and eating together, kissing, talking, warm hugs, they did before. There are no particular differences, Chloe noted. She felt like something would change when the fact that they loved each other was no longer a secret. Something must have changed, the man thought with surprise. She was wrong. He was simply incapable of taking good care of his sensitive wife. "We need to come up with something." And now Duke Vandenberg invited his wife on a date. Chloe was delighted. She asked me to wait for her a little while she fixed her makeup and came down. In the carriage, the girl was at a loss as to where they were going, and the Duke explained that he had long wanted them to have matching clothes, and he waited until he could go and choose something like that with her. Alphonse thinks that this day has come. Did he really want to give the dress to the woman he loved? Chloe wondered. It's romantic, the girl giggled to herself. "First, we'll go to the studio, and then we'll visit the restaurant. I've booked everything," the man said. The girl liked this plan. Arriving at the place, the Duke helped the Duchess out of the carriage. When Chloe read the name of the studio, she thought that she had never heard of a milliner with that name. Perhaps she is simply not as famous as Morgan. Even if so, it was Alphonse's sincere intentions that brought them here. The man gallantly opened the door, letting the lady go first. What Chloe saw in the store discouraged her. It was a nightgown shop, and some very revealing underwear. She whispered to Alphonse that this place was unusual. The man sincerely did not understand what was wrong. Was he really going to buy her a nightgown, Chloe thought in shock, and yet she had nothing left to lose. Trying to calm herself, she thought that there was nothing wrong with buying pajamas for her wife. He seems to be in anticipation and she can't refuse him. They were met at the store. The owner greeted them and said that she was glad to see them in the store and asked them to follow her. Chloe was glad that only women worked there. To begin with, the hostess suggested taking the ladies' measurements. Really, right here the girl was surprised, and the answer was affirmative. She glanced sideways at her husband, to which the woman asked her not to worry, since there were only them and her husband here, and no strangers would be allowed in. However, Chloe felt uncomfortable taking measurements in his presence, but she had already agreed. Stripped down to her underwear, Chloe stood motionless as the girls took their stand. One of them noticed that Madame had turned red all the way to her hands, that she was cold, and she suggested putting more wood in the fireplace. Chloe blushed again with embarrassment and explained that she was not cold. I wonder what Alphonse is doing now. Looking towards her husband, she noticed that he was staring at her. Finally, the measurements were finished, and the Duchess was allowed to sit down and wait a little. Then they brought a catalog of sample variations, so that she could choose the style that she liked. The girl began to leaf through the magazine with interest, and Alphonse also looked at the catalog. Chloe was left blushing again as the catalog only featured pajamas and nightgowns. The Duke asked if he could see the finished samples. He wants to see how they will sit on his wife. The designer replied that there were several models. The size might not fit perfectly, but if they wanted, they could try it on. And since Alphonse really wanted Chloe to try it on, the girl was called into the fitting room, explaining that an assistant was at her service. Nervously saying that she could handle it herself, Chloe went into the fitting room. There were already samples of pajamas waiting for her, which she needed to try on and show to everyone. She patted her cheeks to somehow come to her senses, and I decided that I had to start somewhere. The first thing she came across was an exquisite black lace negligee with slits in interesting places. She immediately threw it aside and hastily began to look for something less revealing and less delicate. The girl chose what she liked, but still did not dare to go out in such an outfit. Saying under her breath that she was not shy, Chloe resolutely opened the door. Right behind her, the owner of the store was already waiting for her and invited her to come in. The woman also noted that this color suits the Duchess very well. The cut is simple, but the look is delicate. Then she was offered to try on the next option, which also suited her very well. The straps and ribbons on it emphasized her charm. The girl was slightly embarrassed by the compliments and thanked him, but in reality, the compliments didn't touch her. I only cared about what Alphonse thought. She wished he didn't see her in such an embarrassing state. On the other hand, she wished he liked it. Maybe she's gone crazy. But the girl mentally asked the man with her eyes whether he liked her, whether he considered her attractive in this outfit. The hostess asked her to try on the next outfit. Chloe glanced quickly at her husband. The man seemed to be petrified. He sat with an impassive face. Why is he so serious? Chloe wondered. Doesn't he like it? The girl gritted her teeth in resentment. Why did he first look forward to it, and then sit with such a dissatisfied face? After trying on everything she liked, the Vandenbergs left the store. The Duke helped Chloe out, holding her hand, but the girl felt that something was wrong. He didn't even look at her. Did she do something wrong, Chloe wondered as she got into the carriage. A second later, quick footsteps were heard, and the door to the carriage opened. Chloe barely had time to be surprised. Without saying a word, Alphonse quickly climbed inside, closed the door behind him, and pressed his lips to the girl's. He kissed her as if he hadn't kissed her for a long time, and the girl realized that he was not angry. Alphonse had been waiting for this for too long. Finally, he pulled away from her. "Go to the nearest hotel," he said loudly to the coachman. The girl tried to stop him because they were planning to have dinner and she was very hungry. You could tell from Alphonse's face how hard it was for him. But, gritting his teeth, he agreed with her words, and he ordered the coachman to follow the original plan. Chloe was surprised when they arrived at the on-country cuisine restaurant, and she immediately became happy because so much time had passed since the last time they were here. The Duke thought that this time no prince would disturb them, and they will be able to enjoy food in each other's company. Alphonse had a very difficult time dealing with his feelings. On the way to the restaurant, they met Count Braxton, the manager of the establishment. The man was happy to see guests in his restaurant again and was very grateful for the help provided. Thanks to the Duchess, he learned about Jasmine tea, and now guests can enjoy the dishes properly. Therefore, valuable visitors like them will be served in the best possible way. In addition, the Count would like to discuss something with the Duchess, and he said that he would pay them a visit in the near future, to which Alphonse said in a sepulchral voice that he could not. Such a rude answer surprised the Count. In addition, he remembered some moments from their last meeting. As the Duke devoured his wife with his eyes, do not pay attention to those around you. No one would have thought that the ice-cold Duke could fall in love like that. So Count Braxton turned it all into a joke and said that of course he couldn't speak about it so harshly. Chloe asked if the Count had had dinner, and the man replied that he hadn't yet. Then the girl invited him to join them and they would be able to chat about tea. The Count doubted whether he could do this, and Chloe persuaded him that everything was fine. It would be better this way, and although Chloe said so, it was clear from the Duke that he was not delighted. And when the girl remarked that the dinner would be wonderful, Alphonse meekly agreed that it would be as she wanted. Count Braxton mentally asked for help, and so the guests and the host sat down at the table. A variety of dishes began to appear on it. Chloe was delighted. The food at this place was always delicious, and now they also served Jasmine tea. The Count plans to add another tea to the menu, and asks the Duchess for advice on this matter. After thinking for a bit, the girl replied that since there was green tea on the menu, something like oolong should be added. Or pu'er, a type of black tea, will do. Alphonse, in a state of confusion, listened to their conversation. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken her to the store first. It would have been better if they had eaten first. The man overestimated his patience. Chloe said that pu'er tea is the most famous among the varieties of black tea. It has an excellent fat-splitting effect, which helps to lose weight. And she would also recommend some types of oolong tea. The girl hesitated, feeling something on her back. It was Alphonse, despite the fact that they were not alone, who placed his hand on her waist. Trying not to show that anything was wrong, Chloe continued talking about the tea, but then she blushed. Alphonse liked the girl's reaction and continued to stroke her. The girl began to shake so much that the Count sitting opposite her noticed it and became worried that the Duchess was not feeling well. The girl coughed slightly for appearance's sake and replied that she was simply lost in thought and asked what she was talking about, to which the Count reminded her that she was talking about the differences between types of oolong tea. The Count carefully wrote down everything Chloe said, that there are 2 types of oolongs, dark and light. The next moment there was a loud slap, and Count Braxton looked up from his notebook in surprise. The Duke rubbed his reddened hand, and the Duchess explained with embarrassment that there had been a bug there. The girl glanced quickly at her husband. Alphonse hid this unexpectedly tender side of himself from her. Having finished dinner and discussing tea, Earl Braxton warmly thanked the Duchess for her help and invited her to come more often. They would always be welcome, then wished the couple a safe journey. Before they could drive away, the girl was forcefully thrown back onto the seats. Alphonse leaned over her and asked if it was really that funny, leaving the girl puzzled by his question. He demanded not to look at others like that and not to smile at them. Chloe couldn't believe it. Alphonse was jealous. Chloe cupped his face in her hands. Then she rose up and kissed her husband herself. The man literally went soft in her arms. He really liked the way the girl behaved. Was there anyone more beautiful in his life? Taking a break from her wife for a second, she told the coachman to go to the nearest hotel. A few days later, several girls gathered at the Ronnefelt mansion. They were Viscountess Time, Countess Harrows, and Countess Ward. Lady Ronnefelt, clapping her hands, announced that it was a great honor for them to learn the art of tea-making from the Duchess, and since everyone was assembled, she asked to be allowed to treat them to a welcome tea and refreshments. She learned to cook them from the Duchess of Vandenberg herself. These dishes perfectly reveal the taste of black tea. Guests marveled at the fact that she learned this from the Duchess, and noted that it was very interesting that there are specific snacks that perfectly complement black tea. Chloe happily confirmed this. The girl's attention was drawn to a teapot standing on some kind of stand, and Chloe explained that it was a tea warmer on purpose. A glass teapot is nice to look at, but it doesn't hold heat well, so she uses this tea warmer. Finally, Chloe decided to start the lecture and began to explain that all tea can be divided into 6 large groups: white tea, green tea, yellow tea, black tea, semi-fermented, all types of oolong, and post-fermented tea. Actually, these are the main types of tea. Lady Ronnefelt thought that her intuition had not failed her after all. The Duchess really did have a talent for teaching. One of the girls noticed with surprise that white foam had formed in her cup. Chloe asked again in surprise. And indeed, a barely noticeable white film formed on the surface of the tea. The Duchess noted with delight that it was tea cream. This phenomenon can appear due to the composition of the tea mixture. They say that tea becomes cloudy in this way if it is brewed correctly. The girls immediately chimed in that the tea must be very good, and Lady Ronnefelt remarked that it could not be otherwise, since the Duchess herself had chosen and brought it. By the way, the sisam is delicious, Countess Harrows noted, and asked for more. Chloe went on to say that if she used unfiltered tea leaves, they would spoil if she left them in the teapot. But there is a way out. The special thing about Assam is that its sweetness is similar to that of potatoes, which makes it go well with milk, and she will show them how to make a simple milk tea. Instead of milk and sugar, you can add another good ingredient, condensed milk. It goes well with Assam. Chloe will add 5 teaspoons of condensed milk to the tea. The students were delighted to receive milk tea in a matter of seconds. Chloe offered the first cup to Countess Harrows. She hesitantly took the cup, sniffed it, and took the first sip. It turned out to be much thicker and tastier than milk tea. The Countess was delighted, and it was easy to prepare. Countess Ward remarked that she was not very good at making tea, but thought that with such an easy recipe she could handle it, which was also better because they did not need to know the exact measure of tea and count the time. As Chloe expected, everyone likes simplicity and ease. And thoughts were born in the girl's head. The traditional way of preparing tea is really very confusing. What a pity that the lesson had come to an end, the guests lamented. It was very educational, and they had a pleasant time. I say goodbye. The girls asked to let them know if the Duchess decides to hold another lesson. They also noticed that the Duchess was so busy that they didn't even know if she would be able to free up time for this. But nothing could be done. because their Duchess was a star of high society. Chloe waved her hands in confusion, claiming that they were exaggerating. Lady Ronefelt remarked that the Duchess was so modest. In light of recent events, when it came to the Duchess of Vandenberg, there was no one who did not know her as a socialite. The other girls confirmed this, noting that Chloe is the envy of many girls. Smart, capable, with character, inspiring many women in empires. They really embarrassed Chloe, but they enjoyed making fun of her. Be that as it may, each of the girls promised that they would visit the tea shop often. Chloe was only happy about this and asked to visit them more often. That evening, the Duchess was getting ready to go to bed. The girl tiredly lay down on the bed and thought that in order to attract people, she would have to simplify the process of brewing tea using tea leaves causes difficulties for beginners. After thinking for a while, the girl thought that in the current situation, one interesting thing could be done, namely to create tea bags. Using tea bags is really much more convenient than using leaves. Making tea is quick and easy. Tea bags can easily become part of everyday life, and more people can enjoy tea. First, you need to decide what material to make the bags from. Chloe settled on cotton, silk, and muslin. In her past life, they were made of nylon or cornstarch, but the Empire had not yet discovered them. So cotton and linen bags are cheap to produce, but both have an unusual fibrous taste. Only people with sensitive taste buds can detect this, but it still won't do. Furthermore, silk is expensive to produce and is inferior in quality to other materials. So we're ruling him out too, Chloe thought. And finally, muslin, a plain cotton weave fabric. It is similar to cotton, but with less fine fibers, and muslin has virtually no flavor. Moreover, it is cheap to produce and is quite transparent. It's not for nothing that in her past life they made tea bags from muslin. Next, you need to decide how to crush the leaves. All teas sold at Triple Sweetness are made from whole leaves, never cut in their original form. In her past life, there were tea bags with whole leaves, but usually they were used crushed, like from a machine. The smaller the tea leaves, the better they brew, but if the tea leaves are crushed too finely, bitterness will appear, which will make it difficult to taste the tea. And Chloe decided to find the right way herself. After much experimentation, the Vandenbergs' shop began selling tea bags containing Earl Grey, Assam, and Ceylon tea. A whole month has passed. The assistant ran as fast as she could towards the Duchess, shouting that they were in trouble, and Yojin stopped to catch her breath. Chloe, starting to panic, asked what happened. "This concerns tea bags that have recently appeared in the store," the assistant replied. "The sales volume of tea bags has exceeded the monthly sales volume of all loose-leaf tea," Yojin said enthusiastically and congratulated the Duchess. This news greatly impressed the girl, and she touched her so much that Yojin became worried about her mistress. Sobbing with emotion, Chloe apologized. She must have just been nervous. She didn't even think that everyone would like them so much. To which the assistant replied that this was exactly what was to be expected. After all, the lady worked so hard, and Yojin herself would never have thought of such a form of selling tea. The Duchess had developed a wonderful product, the assistant said. She was a wonderful inventor. The Duchess corrected him by saying that she was not an inventor, but simply loved tea, and how wonderful it was that more and more people were becoming imbued with the same love for it. "Should we celebrate with a cup of tea?" Yojin, the Duchess, suggested, and the girl happily agreed. It was late autumn. The trees around the mansion had lost all their leaves, and the days had become much shorter. The butler remarked that it seemed like it was time to prepare the estate for winter, to which Chloe replied that they should start right away. Kale offered to contact him at any time if she suddenly needed help. At this time, both people and animals are preparing for winter. If you think about it, this is her first winter here, but how did everything go last year? The girl wondered. Kale had previously offered to help Chloe as well. The girl, shaking, assured that she would do everything herself, and that she did not need help. But the butler insisted on contacting him at any time if he suddenly needed anything. Old Chloe responded rather sharply, making amends that he didn't trust her, and since she said she didn't need help, that meant it. Chloe was stubborn and inexperienced, so she became an easy target for cunning traders, and without buying a single thing that was really necessary, preparation for winter turned into a complete disaster. She doesn't have a single useful memory of winter preparations, and in her homeworld, she prepared for winter very differently. It was necessary to repair the walls and windows to avoid drafts, prepare the heating equipment for use, checking the availability of warm blankets and clothes in the house, as well as supplies of firewood and non-perishable food. In a word, there is a whole mountain of work. It would have been nice to start with a detailed study of the issues, but of course it was not without problems. The man gallantly kissed the Duchess's hand and said that it was an honor for him to be in the same room with her, and that he was very glad that she had chosen his store. The man introduced himself as Jeremy Mackey, and Chloe said she was pleased to meet him and hoped they were making a good deal. He is confident that he will be able to make her an offer that she cannot refuse, and she will not regret the cooperation. I will dry all this. Chloe thought that with such a skill in conversation, he clearly does not suffer from a lack of clients. As she already said in the letter, the reason she invited him was to prepare the estate for winter. The seller agreed that many people are currently busy preparing for winter, especially considering that winter this year promises to be very cold. Well then, Chloe needs to do some renovations to the mansion. Firstly, she would like to update both of the rooms. They would also need a lot of firewood. Besides that, she would like him to show her the heating options. Jeremy found it all wonderful and reported that he had prepared everything, asked permission to show everything in order, clapped his hands and called the servants, who brought everything necessary. Shining like a polished teapot, he began to explain that this glass was cut using the latest method. Developed only this year, there is not a single scratch on the glass, and its surface can compete with a lake in windless weather. He continued to explain that this glass has the highest energy-efficient properties compared to ordinary glass and is also capable of increasing the room temperature by 2 degrees. The endless chatter made Clock unable to think clearly, and after thanking him, she said that she was not interested in repairing the windows in the mansion for now. Continuing in the same spirit, he will lull her vigilance, and she will definitely buy something unnecessary. She already went through this in her past life. It is unlikely that she will be able to quickly consider all his proposals now. After apologizing to Jeremy, the Duchess said she needed to think about it for a bit and asked if he could come another time. Smiling politely, the merchant agreed and said that he would visit her again a little later. Even though Chloe has been here for 6 months now, she still has a lot to learn about life in the Empire. And since she herself doesn't know enough about the Empire, she just needs to ask for help from someone who does. The helpful butler immediately came to mind. After some time, Cale stood in front of her and asked how he could help. The Duchess said she was currently making winter preparations, but had some questions about materials for the renovation. The butler was surprised that the Duchess had turned to him. Beaming with joy, he asked her to ask him anything she wanted. He answered all her questions and gave very practical advice, and told her all the new information in great detail, and his help in this matter turned out to be invaluable. The day of Jeremy's return visit arrived. The merchant was very glad to see the Duchess, and Chloe also greeted him warmly. Then she placed several sheets of written paper in front of him and said that she wanted to order exactly as much as was written here. No more, no less. The merchant read the papers carefully, and he noted that the Duchess had prepared very carefully. She's much more serious than she seems at first glance. Well, that suits him. Noticing that it was very beautiful, he said that he would prepare the goods according to her order. And so, having carefully prepared, Chloe was able to make the right deal. Although, of course, the troubles didn't end there. It was necessary to complete the renovation of the rooms and change all the light bed linen to warm ones. Chloe also ordered new maid uniforms from a designer who specializes in creating comfortable work clothes. The maids were very happy that their rooms became warm, and it became so easy to fall asleep without drafts. Now all their blankets are cotton. They are so soft and warm. All this is great, of course, but now in the mornings you don't want to get out of bed. One day, the head maid gathered all the maids to tell them the good news. The lady ordered winter uniforms for them, so we should thank her for her concern. The girls immediately tried on the new uniform, noting that it was warm, but light, and very comfortable. Watching the maids happy with their new clothes, Chloe thought that she didn't want anyone to freeze, and she hopes that they will all be warm this winter. Alphonse Vandenberg unabashedly told everyone around him that he loved his wife. Prince Arthur couldn't believe that he just said this in front of everyone. Did he really love Chloe so much that he was ready to sacrifice his own reputation? Of course, Chloe is a wonderful girl. She does a brilliant job running her store and brews the most delicious tea. And I even learned to clearly express my thoughts, unlike before. However, if you look at it this way, there are so many beautiful girls living in the capital. Arthur met countless women, but none of them became dearer to him than himself. How something so absurd ever came into his head is beside the point, and the prince is deeply disappointed in the Duke. In general, it's interesting whether Chloe herself loves the Duke, because she was once in love with him. Whether Chloe had been so pretty back then, he couldn't remember. Deep in thought, the prince did not immediately notice that someone was calling him. The girl sitting next to him asked what he was thinking about. The man apologized and said he was distracted for a minute. But the girl was surprised, because the prince usually doesn't behave like that. But, deciding that it was unlikely to be important, the girl continued the conversation. Didn't the prince think that the Duke of Vandenberg's statement was very romantic? To say such a thing for the sake of his wife? At the risk of losing his authority in the eyes of the aristocracy, it seems that the Duke is head over heels in love with the Duchess. What's romantic about that? The prince was surprised the Duke simply did something stupid. But the girl noticed that His Highness spoke just like her parents, which greatly surprised the prince. Isn't it charming that the Duke of Vandenberg himself fell in love, and with none other than the infamous Duchess? The prince wondered why Chloe was so notorious, and Isolde replied that she had a bad reputation. She was incapable of anything. In society, she was called the Liar Duchess. This nickname even has a very funny story. It had become fashionable in social circles to drink wine. The Duchess was not yet married at the time, and she boasted that she knew a lot about wine and claimed that her family had its own distillery. Naturally, people became interested in this, and some even wanted to visit this distillery. But on the appointed day, the Duchess never came. And all because it was a lie, and she felt so ashamed that she didn't even show up for the meeting at the appointed time. The prince was very displeased with such stories of the girl, and his look eloquently expressed it, asking Isolde what time she was talking about. A lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then, and Chloe had changed, and it was not very funny to mock other people's mistakes made in their youth. Angrily, he said that that was enough for today and he would go. The prince walked alone along the street, noticing that it was very cold. And he wouldn't refuse a cup of hot tea in such weather. The man stopped, thinking about something. Then he turned around and went the other way. Chloe was interrupted from reading her book by a maid's message that His Highness the Crown Prince had come to visit her. The girl thought that it was the first time he came to her on a personal visit without warning. Interesting, why? She doesn't really want to be alone with him, but she has a feeling he didn't come for no reason. The prince who came in greeted the Duchess as always in his mocking manner. The girl responded to the greeting formally, which is why Arthur asked to omit all these formalities. The girl apologized and asked if she could find out what brought him here. The guest remarked that it was so cold today, and he came in the hope that she would treat him to a cup of tea. Chloe thought that it seemed that nothing serious had happened, and it would be better for her to call Alphonse. Turning to the maid, she quietly asked her to convey a request to the Duke, and to say that His Highness had come to visit him, and she wanted them all to drink tea together. No need, Alphonse said, and everyone standing nearby was surprised, but Chloe was incredibly happy about it. Duke Vandenberg was in the same room. Approaching his wife, he hugged her, and his gaze was directed at the uninvited guest. What a lucky coincidence, the Duke remarked. Since they all wanted to have tea together, they would do so. Prince Arthur was not too pleased with the unfolding events. Pretending that everything was fine, he sat down on the sofa and said that the more people, the merrier. So what tea will Chloe serve them today? The prince hopes it will be something special, something new. It doesn't look like Darjeeling at all. The Duchess began to get angry. Special tea. Not like Darjeeling. What kind of incomprehensible requests are these? But the more complex the wishes, the more effort it takes to prepare tea. The girl tried to calm down. Well, she will give him what he wants. Maybe this way he will love tea a little more. Especially the tea, which was very different from Darjeeling. Considering how highly the prince valued Earl Grey, Chloe thought he would prefer a tea with a rich aroma, while Alphonse, in turn, did not like sweetness. Early winter has just come into its own, and tea with milk is the best choice for drinking tea in such weather. The girl smiled at her thoughts. After asking the men to wait, she said that she would bring tea soon. As the door slammed behind the Duchess, an awkward silence fell over the room. Alphonse said that he still did not know the reason why His Highness had paid a visit to his wife. And Prince Arthur replied that he had come to drink tea because Chloe was an unrivaled master at this business. But Duke Vandenberg grimly remarked that all this looked very much like the prince was seeking to meet a married woman simply to have tea in secret from her husband. The guest did not understand what he was talking about. Did he really need to get permission from his husband just to meet his wife? After all, they were in the Empire, not in the East. Trying to sound friendly, Arthur noted that possessive men were not at all attractive. And he's sure that even Chloe doesn't like this. This was none of the Crown Prince's business, Alphonse retorted, and he earnestly asked her not to approach his wife again. Arthur was offended by this attitude towards him. At that moment, the door slammed, causing the men to turn around. Chloe walked into the living room holding a tray of tea. There was a tea set with aromatic tea on the tray. The girl apologized for keeping them waiting and sat down next to Alphonse, ready to start drinking tea. Chloe was indignant, but the Duke only smiled slightly. He was pleased with his wife's reaction to a simple kiss. The man suddenly leaned over and kissed the girl on the cheek, not at all embarrassed by the presence of His Highness. Prince Arthur was as black as a thundercloud at Vandenberg's outburst. Chloe, sheepishly smoothing her hair, began to tell them that she had brought them Ceylon tea today and asked if anyone had tried it. Arthur replied that he had tried it. She sells it at Triple Sweets, and Alina really liked it, so she treated him to some. But what was so special about Ceylon tea? He asked, since she was already selling it. What makes you think that it is the only one? Asked the girl. The variety she chose today is extremely unusual. It is called UVA. Just like black tea from the Kingdom of Bharat, Ceylon teas are also classified by geographical names. What is interesting is that all the tea plantations are located on the mountain of the small island of Dawan. Therefore, according to the altitude of the plantation, teas are divided into high mountain, mid-elevation, and lowland teas. Alphonse was surprised that the taste of tea depends on the plantation. The girl happily explained that the lowland variety has a more tart and strong taste, but it is more refined the higher the tea is grown, and Uva is a highland Ceylon tea. Although it is completely different from Darjeeling in taste and aroma, Uva has its own unique charm, which is why it is included in the top 3 black teas in the world. Chloe thought that His Highness would like this tea, and so Prince Arthur hurried to try it. This special black tea. Finally, the hot black tea was poured into cups. Arthur took his cup and brought it to his nose. Then he took his first interested sip. The taste of the drink surprised him greatly. It has a tart taste, but is much more delicate than Assam, and is different from both Assam and Darjeeling. Certainly the taste and aroma were delicious, he noted, but he would not call it unusual. And right after he said these words, something changed. The refreshing aroma that covers the harsh taste is something very familiar. It's mint, Alphonse noted. That's right, Chloe answered. Uva tea contains mint, the leaves of which contain menthol, which is what gives it a refreshing aftertaste. In fact, Chloe thought it looked more like a menthol patch than mint, but there was no such thing in the Empire yet, and so the girl did not voice it. The prince said that not only the fragrant but also the minty aroma of black tea is certainly very unique. It is believed that the minty aroma of the tea comes from the pine grove located in the vicinity of the plantation. That's why regular black teas don't have this aroma, Arthur guessed. But most likely, it is a publicity stunt. Chloe shattered his guesses. No matter how much pine needles there are, it would be difficult to penetrate all the tea leaves, but experts claim that this aroma is a feature of the variety itself. Uva tea has a wonderful taste, and thanks to its tartness, it goes well with milky notes, the girl continued to say. Add milk to the tea. Then she suggested trying the resulting drink. The men took a sip at the same time, and again Prince Arthur was very surprised by the unusual taste. Among milk teas, Uva is second only to Assam. It has a less pungent but rich taste and aroma. The men thought that this tea was really tasty, and it seemed that it was not in the top 3 for nothing. Alphonse thought that tea was not quite his preference, but the combination of this black tea and milk is simply wonderful, and he wants to enjoy it longer. Good tea, the Duke praised, and Chloe beamed with joy, pleased that he liked it. And Prince Arthur also said that it was quite good, and asked if he could buy some of these tea leaves. The girl was slightly surprised that His Highness actually liked it, and she asked if she could satisfy his desire to try a special tea. Embarrassed, the prince replied that that was enough, it was very tasty. Chloe doesn't have many UVA tea leaves, but if he wants, she can sell some. And while the girl was talking to His Highness, something happened. Alphonse suddenly kissed her on the cheek again. Chloe asked in an indignant whisper what he was doing right in front of His Highness, and she angrily hit him on the shoulder. To distract the girl a little, Alphonse lightly pinched her on the cheek. Chloe was completely confused, not understanding what he was doing, and small tears of misunderstanding appeared in her eyes. Prince Arthur realized that he was clearly out of place here and reported that he had had a good time, and since his cup is empty, he will go and later send someone to pick up his tea. As he was leaving, he noticed a book lying on a chair and asked if Chloe had finished reading it, to which the girl replied that she was somewhere in the middle. And His Majesty thought for a moment, and then said that the culprit was the Governor-General, and all because the Marquis of Conwell was the owner of the cross-eyed maid. Chloe was quite puzzled by the prince's unexpected statement. Could this really be a spoiler? One of the most important plot twists, the girl wondered. What's wrong with them all these days? Strange, Arthur thought as he returned home. He had a great time, drank delicious tea, but his mood dropped sharply. This had never happened before. It feels like his heart has been broken. On such a cold day, nothing warms you up better than a cup of warm milk tea. They already released a limited edition collection last summer, so it's about time they released a winter one. But what kind of milk tea would be best? Chloe wondered. Maybe adding rum to milk tea, or after all, Western spices. She saw fruit milk at a city festival last year while on vacation. And the girl had a brilliant idea. What if we take it specifically for making milk tea, and it will be milk tea with fruit compote? It even sounds great. It would be nice to add something that will add some winter charm to this collection. I wonder if banana and mango would go well with milk tea, but the problem is that these are imported fruits, which means they will be expensive, and the Duchess decided that it was worth thinking about better options. A few days later, Chloe was riding in a carriage. She couldn't think of anything suitable about tea. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the carriage stopped abruptly. The girl sitting in it hit her head on the glass in surprise. She went out to see what had happened and found the coachman scolding someone for blocking the way. Coming closer, Chloe asked the coachman what had happened, and the servant explained that he was trying to drive away the children who were brazenly blocking the road. Children, the girl was surprised, and indeed, there were small children standing in front of them, a slightly older boy, and a very small girl was hiding behind him. With tears in his eyes, the boy explained that he and his younger sister were very hungry and asked for mercy. The coachman shouted at them, "How dare they speak so insolently," and threatened to call the guards if they did not leave immediately. The children were even willing to sit in prison, because at least they would be fed there. Chloe felt very sorry for these children. They stopped the carriage to beg for alms. Leaning towards them, she remarked in a gentle voice that they really did seem hungry. Seeing the lady up close, the boy involuntarily admired her beauty. And then he covered his mouth with his palms, ashamed of the words that had escaped. And once again he asked the lady to show mercy to them. Chloe would like to give them a lot of money, but she was afraid that they might become targets for criminals. And then she asked the maid to buy the children a loaf of bread. The boy and girl were very grateful to the kind lady, and Lady Vandenberg was glad to help these dear children in some way. The coachman, who witnessed this whole scene, was surprised at how warmly the Duchess treated the orphan children. And yet she always greets and thanks him, a simple coachman. She is truly worthy of a Duchess. Chloe was about to leave, but then something unusual caught her attention. Several men had gathered around a fire nearby. The girl asked the coachman in surprise what they were doing, and was told that it looked like the common people were frying sweet potatoes. It's impossible to convey Chloe's surprise when the meaning of his words dawned on her. And how come she hadn't thought of it before, the girl thought. No one said that milk tea can only go with fruit. It looks like she finally found the answer. That's how she came up with the idea of adding sweet potato puree to the tea, Chloe told Alphonse, and asked him how he liked it. The Duke found this quite original, but noted that Chloe should take into account that the nobles of the empire were not very fond of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are an agricultural crop that was brought with the discovery of the New World. And while chocolate and tomatoes took root easily, sweet potatoes are a different story. It is a tuberous plant that grows in the ground, and this has given rise to many superstitions. Moreover, because sweet potatoes have an unpresentable shape, most nobles consider them disgusting and dirty. The Duchess was deep in thought. She had already hoped that she had come up with a great idea, and she had no idea that everyone felt this way about sweet potatoes. It seemed that she had wasted so much time studying the empire and still didn't know anything. Noticing that the girl was upset, Alphonse suggested introducing the sweet potato to everyone so that they would love it. Chloe perked up. This seemed like a great idea to her. Sweet potato is not bad at all, and it will not be difficult for her to introduce everyone to it in the old days. Nobles did not think about what their dish consisted of. They also did not think about tea until it became popular. Sparkling like the sun, the girl warmly thanked her husband for his help because he had helped her a lot. At first, the man was surprised, but then he was touched by her appearance, and he kindly and hintingly asked if, since she was so grateful to him, why shouldn't she thank him in return? The next moment, he pulled Chloe towards him and kissed her. Once the gratitude was over, Chloe continued to think if you're going to represent potatoes, the first thing you need to do is change your mind about them. Of course, you can add it to the pie without telling anyone and serve it, but she doesn't want to do that. Still, people don't like the way he looks. We need to somehow add sophistication to him in the eyes of the nobles. And then the girl noticed that her husband was getting ready to go somewhere. For some time, she watched him with interest, thinking about something. In the end, she asked me to help her. "Could you wear this?" Chloe handed Alphonse a flower. The Duke was very pleased that his wife gave him a flower, and she explained that it was sweet morning glory. If people saw such an influential person as the Duke of Vandenberg with this flower, it would radically change their attitude towards sweet potatoes, and then the hostility of the nobility towards this crop should decrease. So she asked her husband, if anyone asked what kind of flower it was, to answer, "Morning glory sweet potato." It came as a shock to the man that she gave him a flower not to express her love, but he carefully touched the boutonniere, she gave it to him, and even put it on herself. The Duke was happy. Then, promising to return soon, he went to the Emperor's palace. And the first person he met there was Prince Arthur. His Majesty, in his usual manner, greeted the Duke cheerfully and casually, and asked how Chloe was doing. The prince's attention was soon drawn to the Duke's boutonniere. Noticing that she was very cute, he immediately reached out his hand to touch her, for which he immediately received a slap on the hand. With a very unfriendly look, Alphonse asked not to touch. Arthur rubbed his hit hand and asked resentfully if the flower would really wither from his touch. Arthur Canossar Vladimir is the man Chloe once loved. The very thought that she almost became Vladimir makes Alphonse feel sick. "It's a gift from my wife," replied the Duke. And the prince was taken aback by this. No matter how much he liked him, it was ridiculous to make such a fuss over some flower. But Arthur wants to get it. The prince was surprised at his own thoughts. Why would he, the first prince of the empire, need some kind of flower? What a whim! The man was surprised at his own behavior. And he told the Duke that his love for his wife was boundless, and their feelings could go down in the history of the empire. Duke Vandenberg thanked him politely, to which the prince only grinned. The next moment, Alphonse grabbed Arthur's hand, and he forbade him to treat Chloe with disdain. "She is not the kind of woman with whom you can allow yourself to do that. Even a member of the imperial family must observe the rules of decency." The prince angrily pulled his hand away. He was unhappy that some duke dared to tell him what to do, and he said that it was time for him to go. He couldn't believe that she had to be his wife. He felt very sorry for Chloe. A few days later, at another reception at the palace, a tired Arthur lamented that time was running too fast. He also remembered that he never found out what kind of flower it was. He is used to always getting what he wants, but now he can't even get some plant. He noticed the gentlemen talking nearby. They also had these unknown flowers pinned to their faces as boutonniere. He called out to these gentlemen and asked what kind of flowers these were. Bowing respectfully, they replied that it was a sweet potato flower. "Isn't a sweet potato an ugly underground plant?" Arthur wondered. "It's hard to believe that everyone is walking around with something like this. You live and learn. But he is the first prince of the empire. He has no need to wear a sweet potato flower. It is just another of his whims." A beautiful female voice called out to His Highness, and seeing who this girl was, Arthur was very happy. It was Chloe, the girl, who also noticed that the prince looked great today. "And she has a gift for him." Arthur blushed with embarrassment and noted that he usually didn't accept gifts, but since it was Chloe, he would make an exception. The man's heart began to beat faster as the girl took out and applied that very beautiful flower. And from the girl's smile intended for him, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The prince completely lost his head when Chloe said that she had something to tell him. The girl's voice was gentle and slightly languid. She began to say something. "Chick chirp" was heard from afar, and Arthur woke up. Drooling, the man lay in his bed. Slowly but surely the realization dawned on him that it was just a dream. In a state of upset, he jumped up, cursing the damned flower in every possible way, and urgently demanded a servant. With this flower again. Arthur couldn't believe that he had dreamed of some unfortunate flower. But there is something good in this. He finally understood what kind of flower the Duke of Vandenberg's wife gave him. So both the Duke and even the prince appeared in high society with flowers, and these sweet potato flowers captured all the attention of the public. The price for them jumped due to increased demand from the nobility. The planting of sweet potatoes in greenhouses increased, and very soon it became a sought-after crop among the aristocrats. And life in the Vandenberg mansion went on as usual. The Duchess rested contentedly in her bed, recalling the conversation they had recently had. Marchioness Ronefelt said she planted 50 sweet potato seedlings in a greenhouse, and their stems were already longer than her forearm. The marketing worked as Chloe thought it would, and sweet potatoes saw a huge increase in popularity. Of course, these are just flowers, but they also bring in a good income. But it is still too early. Now we need to start the next phase. At the next meeting of the tea club, Mrs. Ackerman and Mrs. Time noticed flowers in a vase. They noted their pleasant smell and beautiful appearance. Mrs. Time asked what was on the tea club menu today, but the girls replied that in any case, everything the Duchess shows them is always new and unusual, and it will probably be the same this time. Chloe appeared and warmly greeted her guests. Many of them might already have guessed the menu for today's tea party, but she is sure that they will be surprised by what she will show them. And besides, Chloe hopes that they will enjoy this time. Unusual-looking desserts appeared on the table. The ladies made guesses it was a cake, a tart, or even a pudding, or something like a mousse, but that was where their knowledge ended. Chloe noticed that it was all made from one ingredient, from the culture whose flowers they wear near their hearts. The noble ladies were very surprised by the statement of the Duchess. Is this really a sweet potato? But it is red-purple and seems to be quite ugly. But the dishes on the table look very appetizing. Chloe confirmed that it is indeed a sweet potato. It is tender and soft and tastes really good. It also helps with weight loss because it has fiber and starch, which is why the Duchess of Vandenberg wanted to introduce it to everyone. The girls were impressed and noted the beautiful color and charming appearance of the dishes presented, but doubts were also heard and Chloe's heart sank. After all, sweet potatoes are the food of peasants. The girls were hesitant and did not dare to try them. Chloe thought that the flowers would have their effect, and the noble ladies would be more receptive, however. It was not enough. And all Chloe can do is keep a straight face. I don't see anything wrong with that, said one of the girls to the Duchess's surprise. Lady Fortham offered to try first since no one else wanted to. The others were worried whether it would be okay, and maybe they shouldn't act like peasants. But Elizabeth said not to worry, because she trusted Mrs. Vandenberg, and she was sure it would be delicious. Taking a piece of sweet potato pie on her fork, the girl looked at it hesitantly, and nevertheless, she opened her mouth and put food in there. She chewed her food carefully while the other girls watched her with bated breath. Lady Fortham's face did not tell whether she liked it or not. Having finally finished chewing, the girl looked up with shining eyes and said that it was incredibly delicious. It tastes like grains or nuts, but lacks the crunchiness that is typical for them. The texture is very soft and tender, as if soaked in maple syrup. Lady Fortham reached for a second piece, asking everyone at the same time if they were sure they didn't want to try it, because she plans to eat every last piece. All the girls looked at her hesitantly, but at the same time they were very eager to try what Lady Fortham described with such enthusiasm. And yet each of the ladies present reached out with a fork to take a piece for herself. It was incredibly delicious. After trying it, they noted that the taste was quite piquant and not at all greasy. At this time, Elizabeth secretly spurred on the Duchess of Vandenberg. Chloe mentally thanked her for her help. Having finished the pie, the girls turned their attention to another dish. It was quite unusual, not resembling either jelly or pudding. Chloe confirmed that the dish is called yokin, an oriental sweet made by hardening sweet potatoes with gelatin. But it was time to move on to the final step, the Duchess thought. Asking for attention, Chloe noticed that they had light snacks and were only missing tea. Today she has 2 types of tea ready for brewing, and guests can choose which one they prefer to try. So, would they like to start tasting? The girl asked, smiling. Marriage. This term was originally associated with wine, but can also be used for tea. It means a great combination of tea and tea snack. This time the tea party is held to introduce sweet potatoes to everyone. So, to let the sweet potato and tea show off their unique qualities, Chloe found the best marriage to highlight each other. This spicy and rich malt aroma and amber hue is Assam, and for Ms. Fortham, Chloe prepared a decaffeinated corn infusion. The Duchess suggested that the guests try it, although the girls wanted to, they still didn't dare. But curiosity got the better of them, and each of them took a sip and tried a piece of the offered dish. They noticed that Assam completely covered the aftertaste of sweet potato. Assam and sweet potato pie really go together. Chloe completely agreed with their conclusions. Although sweet potatoes go great with black tea, they also go great with green tea. Like a magician, she began to remove the cover from the teapot standing on the table, which delighted her guests. It was the first time they had seen such an unusual teapot. Indeed, this item looked very unusual. Chloe said that it was imported from the Jung kingdom. There was not a single decoration on it, but it was still elegant, as if imbued with a pure spirit. Since ancient times in the East, rulers valued sincerity. No matter how high your position, you had to take care of your people and not yourself. One of the girls was surprised that the Duchess of Vandenberg used teaware of such a simple shape, which was intended for commoners. But isn't it natural for aristocrats to enjoy wealth and power? The ladies thought that all people in the East were akin to barbarians, but it turns out that they have such a noble culture and virtue. That's right, Chloe confirmed. The East has its own special, deep, and wonderful culture, different from Western culture. Westerners do not accept their culture and sometimes even regard it as barbaric, but it is not their fault. It is just that all people are different. So if they want to enjoy the Oriental culture, this green tea is called sijak. In the kingdom of Jian, green tea is classified according to the time the leaves are picked and is called wujiang, sijak, jungjak, and daejak. The earlier the time of harvesting the leaves, the milder the taste and more pleasant the aroma, so Chloe brought them sijak today. In the kingdom of Jian, the more tender the leaves, the better the quality, so the most luxurious type of tea, wujiang, has such a subtle aroma that it completely masks the pungent aroma of sweet potatoes. On the other hand, the more mature leaves of sejak have a stronger aroma than wujiang. The beauty of green tea from the kingdom of Jian is that it retains a freshness reminiscent of the scent of spring, a delicate scent of milk, and the taste of beans. And Chloe suggested trying the marshmallow with tea. At the same time, the girl pointed with her hand to the desired dish, a piece of sweet potato marshmallow, a sip of refreshing green tea. A tea that is not as sweet as black tea and washes away the tart taste of sweet potatoes, and at the end, a pleasant and fresh aftertaste on the tongue. The ladies present were undoubtedly impressed by this combination of flavors. And Chloe was glad that they liked what she had prepared, but she suggested that they would want to try something sweet afterwards. At this moment, the maid, at the sign of her mistress, poured another cup of tea into the mugs, which everyone present immediately recognized. It was milk tea. A cup of strong milk tea will not hurt after a walk in the cold, sitting in front of the fireplace. When a thick hot liquid fills the stomach, the rich smell of black tea and the taste, so delicate and sweet, fills the nasal cavity. But it wasn't just milk tea. There was something else unusual about it. And the Duchess confirmed that it was milk tea with sweet potato puree added. After Chloe's tea party, where she introduced sweet potato milk tea, it was released as a winter limited edition product in triple sweet. As a result, sweet potato milk tea and various dishes containing it were released, and in general, sweet potato gained popularity in the capital's high society. The ladies noted that they had previously considered sweet potatoes to be ugly and low grade, but it turned out to be an excellent addition, sweet and slightly astringent, and sweet potatoes can be used in many dishes. This is what Lady Winchester thought as she enjoyed her tea in the evenings. It was at this occupation that her father, the Duke of Winchester, found her one cozy evening. As the men sat down next to their daughter, Lady Winchester asked her father to grant her one wish. She said that sweet potatoes are very popular now, and everyone likes them, especially herself. But she doesn't want to enjoy it alone. It would be great if others could appreciate it too. So she asks her father to grow sweet potato trees on the lands he owns so that ordinary people can also enjoy them. The Duke was shocked that his daughter thought the sweet potato was a tree, so he didn't immediately understand what she was asking for. But later he couldn't understand how he hadn't thought of it himself. Sweet potatoes were popular with aristocrats, and they were also easy to grow, store, and very inexpensive. This is a good harvest for the common people to use for food. It is called rural crop, which can free the people from poverty. Thus, thanks to the desire of his daughter, the Duke of Winchester began to spread sweet potatoes. After the first sweet potato harvest, it took only a few months for sweet potato cultivation to reach a large scale. One bright sunny day, Chloe Vandenberg was admiring the flowers in a field. A warm breeze gently ruffled the girl's hair, simultaneously spreading the scent of flowers around, when suddenly someone called her by name and asked if she was happy. Before she felt unwanted, but now everything is different. There are people here who need her. She has the opportunity to drink tea and laugh with good people. She is really happy. To which the voice replied that it was quite obvious. After all, she took her place, the voice became ominous and did not bode well. This is my place and my happiness. The wind became stronger and scattered all the flowers. It is me, Chloe Vandenberg. Either a vision or a living person appeared in front of the girl. Everything she likes so much belongs to someone else. Her friends, the servants with whom she is on good terms, her status as a duchess, her wealth, even Alphonse, all do not belong to her. The vision loudly demanded that everything be returned, attacking the girl, causing her to close her eyes in fear. And the next moment everything was gone. Chloe opened her eyes from a nightmare with a beating heart. It was just a dream. but the girl could not calm down for a long time. Alphonse was sleeping peacefully next to her. He was so handsome. In a fit of tenderness, she barely touched the man's lips, while simultaneously experiencing a feeling of bitterness. Is she really taking someone else's place? One fine day, the Duchess of Vandenberg visited the merchant's stalls. There she was greeted by the already well-known merchants, and Chloe expressed her hope that they would make a good deal. The merchant also hoped for this, and invited the Duchess to go inside. A few days ago, a request came from the imperial family to increase tea supplies from next year and provide good uva tea. Chloe decided that work was the best way to distract herself from sad thoughts. Tea is truly amazing, the girl thought, inhaling the aroma of fresh tea leaves, one tea tree, processed leaves of Camellia sinensis, but such a different aroma. At this very moment, there is a feeling as if all worries are behind you. Just now, there was the aroma of dried fruits, and now you can smell the aroma of toasted bread. The girl asked to taste the chosen tea, and at that moment a boy was watching her. He didn't believe that the imperial aristocracy knew anything about tea, and he wasn't going to admit it so easily. He had to check it out first. He went into the Duchess's tent and noticed that she knew a lot about tea and offered to listen to an interesting story about black tea. Initially, only green tea was exported. He began his story. But because the journey took a long time, the green tea leaves fermented and upon reaching their destination were already black. However, black tea was becoming popular and they began to ferment it specifically. The boy asked if this was surprising. Duchess Vandenberg noted that the story is indeed interesting. The boy was already smiling, thinking that the stupid aristocrat had fallen for his story. But that's not true, Chloe finished, surprising him. Tea is heat-treated during production to prevent further oxidation, so no matter how long it is stored, it will still remain green. Also, black tea is not produced by fermentation, but by an oxidation process. Oxidation is the breakdown of a substance when it comes into contact with oxygen. For example, a cut apple changes its color to brown. Fermentation is the change of a substance under the influence of microorganisms. There are post-fermented teas, such as PUARH. It was incredible, the boy thought. He thought she was just pretending to know about tea, but for it to really be that good. The merchant, who came up at that moment, grabbed the boy by the collar and asked what he was doing in front of the Duchess. The man apologized himself and made his son also bow down and apologize to Chloe, but he was still afraid that he might have offended her in some way. The girl assured that everything was fine, and the merchant's son, on the contrary, told her an interesting story, which was quite entertaining. Reassured by the Duchess's words, the merchant said that the tea was ready and offered to come with him. After doing her shopping, Chloe got ready to head home. But sitting in the carriage, she realized that she had a problem. She had no idea that she would buy so much so that she had to hire 3 carriages. Still, you shouldn't make purchases when you're mentally tired. It's not that money is an issue, but since the freshness of tea is so important, storing it in such quantities is not a good idea. So Chloe promised herself never to shop when she's stressed again. One clear, sunny day, Chloe Vandenberg found herself at the Imperial Palace on business, where in the corridors she accidentally met Prince Arthur. Observing the rules of etiquette, the girl greeted His Majesty. Arthur, as usual in a good mood, suggested that the girl go for a walk and chat, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which the girl firmly replied that she was busy and apologized. But the prince was not upset and decided to tell her everything he wanted right here and now. This left Chloe a little confused as to what he was trying to say. Another spoiler like that time with the book she was reading. "I think you are magnificent," the prince said, leaning slightly. The girl was taken aback by these words. The man continued that he had never noticed this before, but recently she had become magnificent and he really admired her. That was all he wanted to say, and turning around, the prince walked away, leaving Chloe standing there in bewilderment. "Thank you," was all the girl could say after him. But why so suddenly? Was he planning something? This thought did not give him any peace. On the last night before Christmas, Chloe and Alphonse decided to have a small celebration just for the two of them. The Duke was concerned that his wife was tired, to which Chloe replied that there was a bit of work to do at the moment. But she thought that even if she wanted to do something, the servants, who were very protective of their mistress, would not allow her. Besides, Alphonse is busier, he takes care of everything himself. The man hugged the girl around the waist, pulling her towards him. How did he manage to meet such a beautiful woman? Since he was 10 years old, a huge black shadow had been standing behind him, and to her surprise, she loses her power and disappears in front of her. Stroking a strand of her hair, Alphonse thought that he had met undeserved happiness. Chloe noticed that it was still a long time before midnight and asked if he would like a cup of tea to perk him up a bit. She has some tea especially for today, and he will probably like it. To make the next year a success, Chloe tried to combine the concept of the coming year in this tea. Alphonse did not understand at all how to express this next year in tea, and the girl thought about how to explain everything so that he would understand. In the East, each year is associated with some animal. This year is the year of the rooster, the next year is the year of the monkey, and so on. There are 12 species of animals in total, and every 12 years they repeat. This is called a 12-year cycle. So next year is the year of the dog, and that's what she used as a concept. The Duke was very impressed by his wife's knowledge, and he did not know what to say, but finally said that she was very well versed in Eastern culture. Chloe felt a jolt of shock and was afraid she had said too much. In a stuttering voice, she said that when she was little, she was very interested in this topic. So she read a lot of books. That's how she knows all this. Alphonse seemed satisfied with her explanations, and the girl calmed down a little, and the Duke agreed to try the prepared tea. Since the tea utensils were oriental, he thought the tea would be green, but the liquid that Chloe pours into the cup is brown, and it is not red enough for black tea. It seems the Duke will try this tea for the first time. It's hojicha, the girl explained. Hojicha is a type of green tea that is unusual because its leaves are cooked over a fire. Alphonse wondered if tea leaves were really roasted. Chloe confirmed and explained that if you do this, the special taste and aroma inherent in green tea disappears, but it is very appetizing and tastes similar to grain tea. But that's not all, the girl said slyly, and asked her husband to guess what she had put there. Alphonse, in turn, asked what the reward would be for guessing correctly. He was clearly hinting at a certain reward from his own wife. After thinking for a moment, the girl offered to fulfill any of his wishes. The Duke liked this version of the reward. As a hint, Chloe can say that she even put 2 ingredients in there and hurried him to try the tea quickly. Otherwise, it will get cold. The Duke raised the cup to his lips in anticipation and took a sip. He definitely felt a spicy and at the same time burnt taste. Could this really be the idea of a dog in Chloe's head? A dog that is associated with such warm feelings is gentle, affectionate, and gets along well with everyone around it. And all this reminds him of someone, the Duke thought, looking at the joyful Chloe. The nose is slightly pierced by the aroma of spices, a sharp taste on the tongue, cinnamon and ginger, Alphonse said in a slightly surprised tone. Wow, Chloe was glad he got it right, because she only added a little bit of ground cinnamon and ginger. And while she was making the tea, she ate enough ginger to last her the next year. The Duke praised his wife for doing such a good job, and the girl picked up that it couldn't be otherwise because she brushed her teeth so many times to hide the smell. Putting his finger to the girl's lips, he asked her to be silent for a bit. In the silence of the night, the clock struck midnight, the beginning of a new year. The first thing Alphonse did in the new year was tenderly kiss his wife. A happy Chloe said she hopes for him this year, too. The ducal couple celebrated the arrival of the new year with a tender kiss. But soon the girl pulled away with a laugh, leaving the man puzzled. Chloe, amused, noted that Alphonse tasted like ginger and cinnamon. The man seemed to be struck by lightning and froze in place in surprise. The next moment, he jumped up and said that he would step away for a minute. When he returned to the room a short time later, Chloe asked if he had brushed his teeth properly. The girl was still laughing, although the Duke did not share her joy. To stop her laughing, he pinched her cheek, and it helped. Chloe stopped having fun and now sulked at her husband, rubbing the itchy spot. "Can I use my wish right now?" Duke Vandenberg asked seriously. Leaning closer to the girl, he whispered in her ear that he wanted to spend the last night of the year with her, before the sun rose, which greatly embarrassed her. The next morning, the Duchess met in bed, suffering from back pain, and seeing how her mistress suffered from the slightest movement, Nina was very worried about her. Having assured the maid that she was fine, the Duchess was actually a little angry with her husband. She had told him that spending the whole night in bed until sunrise was not the best idea. Alphonse was not at all alarmed and came to visit his wife. Sincerely concerned about the girl's condition, he asked if she was in pain. Chloe didn't expect to see him, but in fact the girl was pleased by his attentive attitude. In fact, Chloe was a little embarrassed. She was wearing the simplest dress, and there was a compress on her back, and although she was ashamed, she could not move from the spot because of the pain. Alphonse noticed her unusual behavior and assumed that she was uncomfortable with him. Chloe countered that this was absolutely not the case, and that she was simply embarrassed for no particular reason. But when the girl said that she was embarrassed, Alphonse seemed to go into a stupor. Although she tried to explain that she was embarrassed by the whole situation, plus the smell of herbs floating around her, to Alphonse at that moment she looked attractive, and in response he noted that in his opinion she was always beautiful. From such words and his tone, the girl blushed completely, embarrassed and indignant at the same time. She asked not to say such words anymore, but she couldn't argue for long in this position, and in the end, she lowered her head, allowing herself to relax. Alphonse noticed the compress on her back and asked how she felt. Still angry, the girl muttered that her back hurt a lot. Then the Duke asked permission to massage her back, and Chloe was surprised. Really, he knows how to do a massage. But it turned out that he couldn't, and so Chloe began to doubt. But the Duke confidently said that although he had never done this before, everything would be fine. The girl was simply surprised by his enormous self-confidence and agreed. Lying on her stomach with her back up, she enjoyed her husband's soft and strong hands, right up until the moment when these hands slid down to the side of her chest, thus massaging not only her back. Not only was it very embarrassing, it was also too strong, and the girl screamed from the sharp pain that pierced her. The man was afraid that he had hurt her and quickly apologized. Through tears, Chloe replied that everything was fine, but he was pushing too hard and asked him to be more gentle. Alphonse promised to be more careful, and Chloe found it funny how confused the Duke of Vandenberg looked. "This time I'll be more gentle," he whispered in her ear, his strong male hands gently and tenderly sliding down the girl's back. A couple of hours later, Chloe could already walk without piercing pain and mentally thanked her husband, because thanks to his skillful massage, she feels much better. As she passed the window, she noticed that it had already snowed. And in such cold weather, it will be simply wonderful to drink hot milk tea. The assistant announced that Countess Harrows had arrived, which surprised Chloe greatly. She greeted the unexpected guest warmly. She suggested that it must have been difficult for her to get here in such weather, and also offered to drink some hot milk tea. The Countess was very impressed by the treat offered. Milk and sugar come together to make a wonderful milk tea. In the Duchess's past life, it was called British milk tea. The Countess had barely taken a sip when she immediately noted that it was very tasty, and to try something so wonderful was like a dream. Still, there is no one better than the Duchess of Vandenberg in the art of brewing tea. And isn't it wonderful to be able to drink this wonderful drink every day? The girl asked, so she would like to order a lot of milk tea from the Duchess. She really likes it at the Vandenbergs and doesn't want to leave, but since she has an appointment, she should hurry. Chloe asked where exactly the Countess had an appointment, and I received the answer from Viscountess Agnes. They agreed to have tea together. To be honest, it is very far and difficult to get there, but since there is no more suitable place, there is no choice. It would be great if there was a place where you could sit and have conversations, like coffee shops for men. And then Chloe remembered something. She had once visited this place, a men-only coffee shop, accompanied by Alphonse. It was a place where men could relax and make small talk. At that moment, Chloe also thought that it would be great if there were such places only for women. Even then, the Duchess realized that women simply needed something like this. After the Countess left in a hurry, Chloe slowly walked up to the second floor of the store. She hadn't thought about it before, but since the store opened, the second floor had been used as a warehouse. But it is spacious here, and tables and chairs would be great, so that not only men would have their own special place. The Duchess was determined that she was going to open a tea room here for everyone. Until now, noble women spent most of their social life in each other's living rooms. However, according to Chloe, a place for public meetings is necessary for everyone, regardless of gender. Therefore, if she opens a tea house, she will do it in such a way that it will be like a public salon for noble ladies. Chloe shared these thoughts with Alphonse, and he supported her idea while offering help if she needed it. The girl was grateful to her husband, but she didn't need anything and she would do everything herself. The Duke once again realized how lucky he was with his wife. After that, Chloe asked Yojin to find a good architect. The tea house's target audience will likely be young girls in their 20s and 30s who are interested in the latest fashion influences, so attention needs to be paid to the interior and atmosphere, bringing a modern aesthetic to its past life based on popular empire designs. In her past life, if a tea house was good, then all the others could be refused without hesitation. But the question is how to do it here, the girl thought. For several days, the Duchess of Vandenberg worked on the design project for her tea room. An architect arrived shortly afterward and responded to their search. After a short greeting, the Duchess decided to get straight to business. She put a stack of written paper on the table. The man was very surprised by such a businesslike approach of the noble lady. Chloe explained that these were instructions and reference materials for the interior she wanted, and she hoped that it would help the architect. The man studied the papers with surprise and thought that the Duchess had drawn up and was going to use an interior that was not particularly used in coffee shops for the first time. A client could cause the architect such confusion. He thought she was just a rich woman who wanted to change the furniture arrangement in her shop, which was her hobby or something. But she explained everything so clearly and intuitively, and if he didn't do everything possible for this order, it would mean that it would be difficult for him to satisfy the requests of other people. Could it really be that this fragile girl wrote all this huge instruction? The prolonged pause was interrupted by Jung, who was indignant that the man was so rudely staring at the noble lady so intently, to which the architect immediately apologized and explained that he was simply quite surprised. But this explanation did not satisfy Chloe's assistant, and Jung continued to look at him sideways for a long time. After the architect left, Chloe leaned back on the couch and breathed a sigh of relief. Now the anxiety should be a little less. Before she had time to relax properly, a maid entered the room and said that a message had arrived from the imperial palace. It seemed that something urgent had happened, and they were asking her to come tomorrow. The Duchess had no idea what could have happened so urgently in the imperial palace that she was called so suddenly without warning just one day in advance. The next day at the imperial palace, Chloe greeted the emperor himself respectfully. The man was glad to see the girl and suggested that she leave the ceremonies. After all, the Duchess was always distinguished by her excellent manners, a real example for many aristocrats. When everyone sat down at the table, the servants began pouring tea into cups. Now in the palace, people have learned to brew tea properly, the girl thought. The emperor apologized for asking her to be brought here so urgently, but he had no other choice, and he asked if Chloe knew about the guests who would be arriving in 2 weeks. The girl thought, the guests who will arrive in half a month, it seems, are a delegation from the kingdom of On. She heard something about it from Alphonse because between the West and the East, including their empire and the kingdom, not very good diplomatic relations. This visit is the first in a long time. Even in the imperial palace, this event is considered extremely important, so preparations for the reception are in full swing. But how could this have anything to do with her, she wondered. The emperor assumed that she herself understood how important this business reception of the delegates was. More than 60 years had passed since the arrival of the official representatives. Even the emperor himself cannot understand the purpose of all this yet, but this is a great opportunity to show the kingdom of On the power of our empire. So the best minds in the imperial palace put their heads together and came up with a plan to best serve all the delegates. But the emperor had a better idea. He wants to treat the delegates to tea. Chloe couldn't remember a single official event in the empire that had ever been held with tea, and it wasn't particularly popular here. However, this time the emperor is interested not only in tea, but also in the kingdom of On, whose ambassadors are well versed in it. The girl thought it was a great idea. They say that in the kingdom of On they are bad at 3 things: drink, tobacco, and tea, because they don't trust them. The emperor was again surprised that Chloe knew about this. In fact, she is the best tea connoisseur in the empire. But to be honest, the girl thought, it's because it's very reminiscent of China from her past life. There were few people in the empire who knew much about tea, the emperor continued, so he had no one else to ask for advice except Chloe, a great honor for a girl. However, the man hesitated. They have a problem. The taste of the prepared tea has changed greatly. They brewed several types of tea in different ways, but nothing helped, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the leaves. The Duchess was surprised that he mentioned several types of tea. Did they really prepare a whole set of tea? And she asked to look at the list of proposed treats. The emperor readily provided the Duchess with a list of all the teas and snacks for the official dinner to receive the delegation. Chloe read the document carefully for a while. It's good that she knows these teas. In fact, it's a good selection, because among all the teas that she supplies to the imperial family, these are the most expensive and high quality. But there was something on that list that really posed a huge problem, and Chloe tried to carefully explain this to the emperor. First, she asked why this particular composition was created. The emperor explained that these were the highest quality and most expensive teas of all that she supplied them with, so he defined them as follows: all in ascending order from simple to exquisite. And finally, he chose a refreshing green tea, which leaves a pleasant aftertaste. Chloe was horrified. They had thought out the menu in the most primitive way. At banquets, in order not to spoil the taste, the most expensive things are left for last. But the usual dish is different from tea. It was unpleasant to report this, but the problem was not specifically with the leaves, but with the order in which the tea was served. If so, the emperor agreed, in what order, in her opinion, would it be best to serve tea? Chloe said confidently that it was in the order of oxidation of the tea leaves. The greater the oxidation, the stronger and richer the aroma. If you drink tea with a higher oxidation level first, and then drink tea with a lower oxidation level later, it will affect the taste and aroma of the tea that was drunk first. Therefore, when serving several varieties, they should be arranged from tea with a low level of oxidation to a higher one. The least oxidized tea is green, somewhere in the middle is oolong, and the most oxidized is black tea. Therefore, first there should be Bai Hao Yingren, made from soft sprouts and with a light taste and aroma, then Xinyang Maojian green tea. After that come medium oxidized oolong teas Tiguan Yin with its delicate floral scent and a Hong Pao, which has fruity and spicy aromas, and at the end it is better to serve golden Yunnan black tea, which has a rich taste. The emperor was delighted with how easily Chloe resolved the issue, and he thanked the girl from the bottom of his heart. This would be very helpful in receiving the delegation. The Duchess asked for forgiveness, but also asked permission to suggest something else. It would be better to arrange the snacks so that they would match the taste of each tea. Soon, a delegation from the Kingdom of An arrived. The delegates themselves attracted everyone's attention because they looked very unusual, hair the color of ebony and skin the color of gold. The stately young man looked around emotionlessly. The people of the empire were like frogs from a well to him. Such a barbaric and pathetic West. The long-awaited guests from the kingdom were met personally by the emperor. He reported that rooms had been prepared for them in the palace, so His Highness hoped that while they were here, they would feel at home. Following the emperor, the delegate looked around and thought that in order to hide their low cultural level, the Imperials frivolously boasted of their population and wealth. The first thing they did was take the guests to the dining room and express the hope that they would like everything. The representative of the An kingdom looked at the table with doubt. Compared to the dishes on An, the dishes presented here looked appetizing but did not live up to expectations, which was quite disappointing. But, still observing the rules of etiquette, he began his meal. After some time, the first course was finished. The man thanked the emperor for such a wonderful treat and wanted to get down to business. But then the door opened and, one after another, the maids entered the room, carrying snacks on trays. Noticing what was on the plates, the delegate was surprised that these were sweets for tea. The emperor explained that they had prepared this for their distant guests from the An kingdom, and he hoped that they would like it as much as the main course. Then the maids began pouring tea. The aroma of the first tea seemed very familiar to the guests. The emperor explained that it was Bai Hao Yinzhen, a fine white tea prepared especially for the guests. Bai Hao Yinzhen is a noble and hard-to-obtain tea in the kingdom. The guest thought, it can't be. He would never have thought that he would taste it here, and yet it is so. He was also impressed by the way it was served in accordance with oxidation so as not to spoil the taste. Even dasik served in a certain order go well together and complement each other. Apparently, there is a man in the empire with such outstanding insight. In the kingdom of An, they do not trust those who are not good at drinking tobacco and tea. In other words, they only recognize skilled opponents. He was indeed prejudiced and thought wrongly. After finishing their tea, the delegates expressed their gratitude for the truly respectful reception and promised not to forget how warmly they were received. The emperor was very pleased that the guests liked everything. The next day, Alphonse told Chloe about how the reception of the delegates went. The girl was delighted that everyone liked the tea composition she had chosen, but she was even happier that the relations between the delegates of the empire had softened, and she hopes that this will help the empire in negotiations with the kingdom of An. Alphonse said the atmosphere was good, but one of their requests really surprised him. In a very serious tone, the Duke announced that the delegates had asked for an end to the import of opium. Chloe realized with horror that it was a drug extracted from the poppy plant. According to the delegates, due to the smuggling of opium through the empire, the number of addicted people in the kingdom of An is increasing greatly, so they need the help of the empire. The girl couldn't even imagine such a thing. She wonders how the imperial palace reacted to the request for help, and she hopes that the majority is in favor of stopping the supplies. Alphonse replied that today there was a meeting on this issue. Although the lion's share of the nobles declared their neutrality, some of the major nobles claimed that it was impossible to stop smuggling. They are convinced that the profits from opium smuggling are of great economic importance and will only increase over time due to its properties. Chloe was outraged because the fact that the export was absurd was much more important than the economic benefits. While the imperialists fill their glasses with wine, the people of He suffer from drug addiction and social problems. And Chloe wondered who exactly was opposed to stopping the smuggling. In response, she received the names of Marquis Ronefelt and His Highness the Crown Prince, which surprised her very unpleasantly. After all, she is friends with the Marchioness of Ronefelt and has been crossing paths with the prince quite often lately. She has a request for Alphonse. The girl believes that this is a very important issue, so she asks him to make every effort not to leave everything like this. Alphonse understood everything and asked his wife not to worry. Chloe Vandenberg was very grateful to her husband for his support. And looking at her, the Duke thought that she herself did not even know how much she had influenced what was happening. Relations between the West and the East were not very good due to prejudices, and in the past the Empire would have immediately rejected the delegate's request. But thanks to her great efforts in promoting Eastern culture and tea, these prejudices have become much less. Because of this, it became possible to calmly discuss such a topic. She is truly his pride, the Duke tenderly kissed his wife on the cheek. The Duchess thanked the Marchioness of Ronefelt for her attention. And she has a special reason for calling her today. Perhaps the Marquise knows about the recent meeting at the Imperial Palace. The guest assumed that the Duchess meant replacing the garden fountain. And Chloe realized with surprise that, unfortunately, it seemed that the Marquise knew nothing at all about what was happening. She explained that she was referring to a delegation from the Kingdom of On. On has been smuggling a drug called opium, which has caused them to have problems with an increasing number of addicts. The Marquise didn't know about it at all, but if such a dangerous thing was spreading through the Empire, then it was a big problem, the girl assumed. Chloe noted that this was precisely why she was telling her everything, since it was her husband who was most against stopping the smuggling. These words sounded like a blow to the gut for the guest. Chloe explained that because smuggling is very profitable and does not harm the Empire itself, Marquis Ronefelt claims that they do not need to do anything for the sake of another country and insists on continuing the smuggling. But Chloe herself believes that people are much more important than any economic gain. So she has a special request for the Marquise. She asks the Marchioness of Ronefelt to convince her husband of this matter. But does a woman have the right to interfere in politics? The girl wondered. But looking at the Duchess of Vandenberg, she thought that she could. Smiling slightly, the guest agreed and asked him not to worry, as she would do everything possible to convince him otherwise. The request for Miss Ronefelt was not over yet. To shape public opinion, Chloe held a tea party and told her close friends about this situation. Therefore, soon the conversations in the Imperial Palace were completely different. Gentlemen noted that it was unethical to export drugs to the Kingdom of On, and that opium smuggling was a shameful matter, unworthy of the Empire. Prince Arthur and Marquis Ronefelt, who accidentally overheard these conversations, were quite embarrassed. At a second meeting on the issue, the majority voted to put an end to opium smuggling, but the emperor also took into account other opinions and would demand from Ona equal diplomatic benefits. And after some time, the empire began a large-scale investigation with the aim of finding all the opium dealers. During the investigation, carried out with the support and command of Alphonse, it was possible to successfully arrest a number of smugglers. Even the law enforcement officers were surprised at how quickly the criminals were arrested and discussed how it was all thanks to the Duke of Vandenberg. People don't even suspect that, in fact, the reason why he devoted himself entirely to this matter was because of his special relationship with his wife. Even the kingdom's ambassador was shocked at how quickly all the smugglers were arrested. He didn't think that they would take on this matter so actively. It turns out that the imperialists possess not only a profound cultural strength worthy of respect, but also national strength and generosity towards the difficulties of neighboring countries that are in difficult situations. The delegates respectfully thanked the emperor for his help, and in turn promised that the kingdom would not forget their good deed. The emperor, in turn, apologized for the whole situation, since the blame for neglecting the problem of drug smuggling lies with the empire, and promised that this would not happen again. In the 700-year history of the empire, this was the first time that a visit by a delegation from the East had ended in such a favorable and peaceful manner. Several months later, after the delegation returned home, various gifts were sent to the imperial family as a token of gratitude for such a service. And due to the improved relations between the empire and the kingdom of On, trade between the two countries increased. It also had a direct impact on Chloe herself. The purchase price of tea has dropped significantly. In this regard, Yojin asked if they would keep prices unchanged to significantly increase profits. But Chloe replied that she also wanted to lower the prices so that even more people could enjoy tea. The assistant liked this answer very much. Who lowers prices when the cost of food falls, but for the Duchess, the popularization of tea is more important than her own benefit. Is there a person who loves more often? The girl wondered. Chloe's decision was very good news for the common people who were interested in the aristocrats who had recently shown great interest in tea. As a result, all the inexpensive tea available in triple sweetness was bought up by the lion's share of middle-class people, resulting in a significant increase in the number of customers. At the same time, the construction of the tea house was completed, a place where women could freely mingle and enjoy excellent tea prepared with exquisite skill. The visitors were looking forward to. One of the first to congratulate the Duchess on the opening of the tea house was Mrs. Fortham. Chloe would like Alphonse to be here too, but he's been very busy lately. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by noise at the other end of the store. Looking in that direction, Chloe was stunned with amazement. Alphonse was standing in the store in all his glory. The girl was glad to see her husband, but he said he wouldn't come. Alphonse replied that he just wanted to surprise the girl. This unusual behavior, completely uncharacteristic of the Duke of Vandenberg, surprised Chloe, as it was unusual that a man with practically no sense of humor would come here secretly to congratulate her on the opening. And the girl was incredibly happy. Despite his cold character, this act shows how dear she is to him. From the overwhelming feelings, Chloe even shed tears. She was very happy. "How beautiful you are," said the Duke and kissed Chloe. The Duchess of Vandenberg was pleased by such attention and tender attitude of her husband, but then she flushed with embarrassment. After all, they were at the opening of the tea house, and several dozen pairs of eyes of the first visitors were looking at them attentively. The Duchess's friends, including Lady Fortham, were touched by the couple, wondering how they could be so sweet, since some of their husbands were embarrassed to even take their hand in front of others. No one imagined that they would become such a wonderful couple. Still blushing with embarrassment, Chloe noticed that it seemed like it was time to open up. Taking the pocket watch in her hands, Yojin began the countdown. The Duchess of Vandenberg took up the scissors. The first visitors held their breath in anticipation of the grand opening. Taking the red ribbon in one hand and scissors in the other, Chloe ceremoniously cut the ribbon. The two parts of the tape slowly fell to the floor, and the opening of the tea house actually took place. Taking small cups of tea in their hands instead of glasses of champagne, visitors loudly congratulated the Duchess on the opening. Elizabeth Fortham was the first to rush to Chloe with congratulatory hugs. The Duchess's assistant Yojin applauded respectfully from the side. Chloe was truly grateful to everyone for their congratulations. Before the girl had time to say everything she wanted, someone's hand fell on her shoulder, and turning the girl towards him, Alphonse kissed her. "Congratulations, wife," said the Duke, smiling slightly. At that moment, Prince Arthur entered the store to apologize for being late, but his speech was cut off mid-sentence when he noticed what was happening. Chloe was hiding her face, red from embarrassment, on Alphonse's chest, and the surrounding ladies were quietly giggling. This is how the opening of Chloe Vandenberg's tea shop went. Everyone who visited the tea house admired its interior. It was spacious and cozy here. There was a menu of drinks and snacks hanging on the wall, and while studying it, the visitors noted that everything looked appetizing and were at a loss, not knowing what to order first. And very soon Chloe's tea house became a favorite place of rest for young aristocrats. One cold winter morning, unexpected news awaited the Duchess of Vandenberg. A letter arrived from Grey County. After reading it carefully, Chloe realized that her parents were coming here. They hadn't contacted her in any way for 2 years, since she got married. So why did they suddenly decide to come? Besides, these are the old Chloe's parents, not hers, and yet there is no reason to refuse to accept them. But if they realize that she is not the same Chloe, then there will be trouble. The Duchess remembered her dream in which the old Chloe demanded that she return her life, and her heart began to beat wildly with fear. But the girl decided to ask Alphonse first. Duke Vandenberg was surprised that Chloe's parents contacted her. But on the other hand, the last time she spoke with them was more than 2 years ago. Of course, she wants to see her family, and if so, Alphonse agreed to their arrival, and while they are in the capital, it is better for them to stay in the duchy. With a forced smile, the girl said that she would write to them. And so the Count and Countess Grey arrived at the Vandenberg mansion. They immediately swarmed around Chloe, vying with each other to assure her that they had missed their daughter very much. Alphonse also respectfully greeted his father and mother, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Count Grey thanked Alphonse for giving them the opportunity to finally meet his daughter. In turn, Duke Vandenberg asked not to speak to him so formally because they are also part of his family. Chloe noticed that Alphonse was worried and was very surprised by this. Alphonse invited the guests to feel at home and said that he would ask someone to invite them to dinner when it was ready. The Count and Countess bowed formally, to which the Duke again asked to leave the formalities, and only after this were Chloe's parents able to communicate normally with their son-in-law. Cale volunteered to escort the guests to their rooms, and Chloe looked in surprise after her departing parents. Had they always been so caring, the girl wondered. At the dinner table, the Duke asked whether this was the parents' first visit to the capital since their wedding. This was indeed the case. Immediately after the wedding, they returned to their county and did not go anywhere. So news always reaches them late, the Countess said with a laugh. Chloe remembered that their county was very far away, northwest of the capital. Alphonse assumed that the journey had been tiring and asked why they had come now. As if frightened by something, the Count immediately replied that nothing of the sort had happened, and in order to somehow diffuse the tense atmosphere, they laughed awkwardly. At this time, Alphonse gently stroked his wife's cheek, thereby encouraging her. The Duke's gesture was also noticed by Chloe's parents, who noted that the Duke cares very much about their daughter. Alphonse confirmed that for him his wife is the most precious person in the world, and he is grateful to the Count and Countess for allowing him to meet her. These words greatly surprised Chloe's parents. Could this really be the same Duke from 2 years ago? The way he looked at others 2 years ago and the way he does it now are complete opposites. The Count replied that they were glad that the Duke had accepted their daughter. Despite all her shortcomings, she had not been very smart since childhood, so they were very worried about her future. Before the man could finish speaking, Alphonse placed the glass on the table with a loud bang. His mood instantly changed, and in a stern voice he asked her never to say such words to his wife again. Shouldn't they value her more than he did? Trying not to anger the Duke, the Count remarked conciliatorily that he seemed to have said something stupid, and the Duke was certainly right in everything. And yet the atmosphere at the table was very strange. Only occasionally could one hear nervous laughter from the guests. After lunch, sitting in her office, mentally tired, Chloe thought that maybe she was still taking up someone else's place. Now, having met her parents, she feels more and more like they lost their daughter because of her. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid with the message that the Countess wanted to meet her. The Countess, sparkling like a polished teapot, took Chloe by the hands and spoke about how long she had not seen her and how much she missed her. But to be honest, they came to the capital because they had a little talk with her. As Chloe knows, their county is quite small, so her father prepared a business to get the county on its feet, but all attempts failed. Therefore, it would be great if Chloe gave her father some money to start a business. It would even be better to convey these words to the Duke of Vandenberg and ask him. The Countess wants Chloe to help them and show her respect to her elderly father, who has tried so hard for the good of the family until now. Chloe was literally taken aback by this, so that was the reason for such a sudden arrival after 2 years of silence. A married daughter is someone else's daughter. That's what Chloe's parents always said. And the girl wanted to study since childhood, but her parents only paid for her younger brother's education. Her father always told her that she didn't need to study because she was a girl, and that she'd be better off thinking about how to get married successfully. And after Chloe got married, her parents no longer needed her at all. The Count, when he gave her away in marriage, thought more about his own benefit than about the happiness of his own daughter. Yes, for these people, Chloe was just a commodity to be sold profitably. Because the old Chloe was fearful and irresponsible, she caused a lot of trouble for the people around her. But even today's Chloe's heart breaks at the thought of how mean her parents were. From the memories in her head, the old Chloe tried to fix everything, but couldn't. Thinking thus, the girl reproached the Countess that this was the only thing she could say to her daughter after 2 years of silence, the Duchess's appearance being quite unfriendly. Countess Grey was surprised by such a reaction from her quiet daughter, who would usually have simply obediently agreed. Chloe repeated louder if that was all she wanted to say to her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. And if she were a mother, she would have said something completely different. And while Chloe was peppering her with the expected questions, how were you? Is everything okay with you? Are you getting along with your husband? The woman's face grew longer and longer in amazement. Isn't that what you should tell your daughter after a long separation? Chloe asked angrily. Trying to calm the girl down, the Countess took her hands and apologized, and immediately began asking questions about her life. But it hurt Chloe to see and hear the woman who was her mother. She pulled her hands out of her grip and, saying that she was fine, was about to leave, because she still had a lot of work to do. The Duchess of Vandenberg quickly left the room, without turning around or paying attention to the cries of the woman trying to stop her. Returning to the office, she leaned tiredly against the table. She was so tired that she couldn't even work. So I decided to take a walk to get rid of bad thoughts. But the girl had not been walking for long when she was called by name in the winter garden. It was Earl Grey. He had been looking for her for a long time, and finally they met. And her maids were right when they said that the lady would be in the greenhouse. And when the girl asked, without much joy, what had happened, he remarked that he did not need a reason to meet his daughter. Feigning interest, the father asked how she was doing, how she had been doing all this time, and whether everything was well with her health. Chloe, naturally, replied that she was fine, but she already understood what he wanted. And then the Count asked if she had met her mother. When the girl answered in the affirmative, the man put his hand on her shoulder and said that her family was currently in a difficult situation. But they also heard that Chloe herself had recently opened her own business. And Chloe immediately remembered her mother's words at dinner about how all news reached them late. She realized that the parents had only come because they had only recently learned of it. If the news had not reached the county, they would never have come to visit their daughter. Leaning towards the girl, the Count asked ingratiatingly why she shouldn't help her family for the sake of Grey County, since she was their only daughter. Squeezing the girl's shoulder painfully, he said that they were her parents, and it was her duty to listen to them. But the Duchess replied that she did not understand what he was talking about, as she had been taught. She was no longer their daughter. She now belonged to the Duchy of Vandenberg, and not to the County of Grey. Throwing her father's hand off her shoulder, Chloe expressed that the past her might have swallowed it all, but now everything is different. She is not Chloe Grey, but Chloe Vandenberg. The man, instantly angry, called the girl a wretch and an ungrateful daughter, to which he received a remark from the girl to watch his language. Since she was the Duchess of Vandenberg, he should behave with her respectfully and deferentially. The Count's face muscles stood out with rage. His teeth began to grind and he began to shake all over. "You're a bastard!" he shouted, and raised his hand to hit his daughter. Chloe closed her eyes in anticipation of the inevitable blow. There was a cry of pain, but it wasn't her, and then Chloe cautiously opened her eyes in confusion. Earl Grey lay on the ground, rubbing his bruised arm, and someone else was standing over him. It was Alphonse Vandenberg himself. His gaze was that of a real devil, his red eyes sparkling with anger. Grabbing the Count by the collar and lifting him up, the Duke said that he seemed to have misunderstood him. He thought the man in front of him was his wife's father, but it turned out he was just trash worthy of death. And what was he now going to do with his dear wife? Alphonse asked the Count. The old man was overcome with such fear that he was shaking with horror. Duke Vandenberg thought that since Chloe was always so kind and full of love, it meant that she grew up in the care of her parents. That is why he was glad that they came to visit them. By daring to raise his hand against the Duchess of Vandenberg, he had made a big mistake, and Alphonse would make him regret it. The Vandenberg family would not let it go so easily. Earl Grey was in an indescribable panic and literally feared for his life. From the first day, Duke Vandenberg seemed to him unusually affectionate, but he thought it was just politeness. Did he really care about their daughter, the man thought in horror? He immediately began to beg for forgiveness, saying that he had made a huge mistake, that the devil had probably led him astray, and swearing that this would not happen again. The Countess, who came running to the screams, tried to protect her husband and asked the Duke to calm down. Alphonse thought about it. He didn't want to make a scandal, and he let the Count go, so that he fell to the ground. The Countess ran up to the fallen man, asking if he was okay, while the man was trying to say something to the Duke. Ignoring them, Alphonse approached his wife and asked if she was hurt. Chloe gently replied that she was fine and thanked her husband for his concern. Looking at the girl, the Duke thought how such courage and determination could be hidden in such a fragile body, and he hugged the girl tightly. So the Duke and Duchess went into the house together, leaving the Count and Countess to wonder in the garden. Kale noticed the gentleman passing by. "Welcome back, Your Excellency," the butler said respectfully. "Take all the Count's things outside," the Duke ordered. "I don't want them to remain in my house for even a second longer." The servant, although surprised, did not show it, and hastened to carry out the order. Chloe and Alphonse sat down on the bed in the bedroom. The man gently lifted the girl's chin with his hand, thereby forcing her to look at him. He knows personally how difficult it is to have bad parents. He himself suffered enough in his childhood. And that's why he doesn't want her to go through something like that. His heart aches just from the thought that her childhood was spent without parental love. At least he had Mrs. Mason, and little Chloe had no one at all. Hugging the girl tightly, he thought that he wanted to be her consolation. After this, the property and estate of the Earls of Grey were confiscated by Alphonse, and they themselves were driven out of the Vandenberg mansion in disgrace. Keeping their noble name, they started all over again. If moving to another world and into another person's body is real, maybe there is someone else who has experienced something similar. Chloe carefully studied every book that fell into her hands. She did not give up hope of finding answers to her questions in them. Plus, she's curious about what happened to the real Chloe. If she can't find out anything about her at all, then it's unlikely that her feelings of guilt will disappear. There must be at least some kind of clue, the girl thought, slamming another book shut. The Duchess sighed tiredly. She's been searching for so long, and still hasn't found anything, but she needs to take care of the tea shop first, so she should put it off for now. The Duchess of Vandenberg arrived at the pottery workshop. The master was glad to meet her again. It had been several months since she had ordered the first imperial tea service from Mendes. Therefore, she was also glad to see the master. When the greetings were over, the master invited the lady to come in to introduce her to the new products. Chloe was delighted with the tea set she saw in the workshop. Gaiwan, Chawan, Munhyangbai, teapot. Could this really be the tea set of the On Kingdom? Chloe was surprised that the master had so many utensils to study. Mentz explained that almost no porcelain is imported from the kingdom of On these days. He doesn't want to admit it, but their porcelain is simply on another level. The only thing he knows how to do is bake dishes, but he is very worried that porcelain will push him out of the market. So in recent days, he has been studying the ceramic art of the On Kingdom. He thinks this will help him make better quality products. The Duchess was pleasantly surprised by the master's aspirations. Mr. Mendes loves porcelain so much that he never stops learning something new. That's great, the girl remarked. You have already achieved success in your research. The man, in turn, was surprised that he, an ordinary commoner, had just received a compliment from a noblewoman. Previously, clay and glass powder were used to make porcelain in the West, all of which originated in the Republic of France. But Mendes discovered that Ona used kaolin. Through his research, the master discovered that pottery made using kaolin, a white clay, had a more beautiful white hue and was more durable. But he still has a lot to learn. The quality of the porcelain products of the Kingdom of He is still difficult to achieve. The Duchess remained silent, considering something carefully, and then remarked that she did not know much about porcelain, but she had some suggestions. How about using bone ash? Mrs. Mendes was horrified by this proposal. Could she really be referring to bone ash, which is made from cow bones? The girl sincerely did not understand why this was so bad. In her previous life, bone china was a very significant invention. This method of production was developed in England in 1748 and was used to make most porcelain dishes. The main ingredients were cow bones and kaolin, which is why it is called bone. The girl explained that it sounded strange, but asked the master to try it, and he would not regret it. But Mendes couldn't imagine it. Porcelain half made of bone powder. It was creepy for him. Chloe corrected him that she was in no way forcing him, so he shouldn't worry. It would be better for them to talk about the reasons for her visit. Trying to recover his composure, Mendes assumed that the Duchess had come to order a teapot and tea utensils. And a tray for tea leaves, Chloe added. Having made all the necessary purchases, Chloe and the maid were getting ready to leave, reminding that they would come in a few weeks to pick up the order. As he saw the customer off, the master looked after her thoughtfully. Cow bones in porcelain, even if it works, there may be some obstacles. It is not known how such an innovation will be perceived by customers. But wasn't it the Duchess of Vandenberg who introduced the first imperial tea service? The master asked himself. Besides, he could just try it, it occurred to the man, despite the strangeness of such an ingredient, and he was quite determined, because in any case, he had nothing to lose. Several weeks passed, and the time came for the meeting. Duchess Vandenberg stepped out of the carriage with anticipation. Last time she told the master about bone ash, I wonder if he tried to do something with it. If he didn't try or it didn't work out, it's no big deal, because Mr. Mendis's porcelain is already excellent. He is such a good guy that he wants to improve himself. And Chloe also decided to try like Mr. Mendis to make the taste of her tea even better. However, when they entered the store, the girls found no one behind the counter, which was very surprising. Ellie tugged at the utility room door and found it unlocked. The maid informed the Duchess of this and then carefully opened the door, asking if there was anyone there. There was indeed a person in the utility room, and Chloe and Ellie were incredibly surprised to see who it was. It was Mr. Mendis, but he looked very tired. The man looked up at the girls with a lost expression and said that he had completely lost track of time. Chloe was worried that he looked so exhausted, and wondered if it was because he was using bone ash to create porcelain. The master, trying to smile, asked the customer to look at his work, considering it the best in his life. He asked if the Duchess was pleased, but the man's voice broke, and eventually he was pulled to the side, and the man fell, unconscious from fatigue. Chloe and Ellie were very scared. They tried to call him, to bring him to consciousness, but the man did not react in any way. After some time, Mendis opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. A female voice next to him asked how he was feeling, and the master suddenly recoiled, simultaneously asking what had happened to his ceramics. The Duchess reassured him that everything was in order with the dishes. Something fell, which is why there was such a loud sound, but fortunately, nothing broke. Chloe apologized regretfully for causing him so much trouble and putting so many problems on him. Mendis was surprised by the lady's attentiveness towards him. Yes, for people like the Duchess of Vandenberg, he is ready to work as much as necessary. Having finally come to his senses, Mendis asked if the lady liked the ceramics, but Chloe replied that everything happened so quickly that she had not yet had time to examine it. Mendis said with incredible pride that this was literally the work of his entire life. There was a tea set of extraordinary beauty on the table. Taking one of the cups in her hands, the girl examined it carefully, noting that they were much thinner than ordinary ceramics, and also lighter, which made them much more practical. Master Mendis also said that although they are thinner and lighter than regular ceramics, they are much stronger and unlike the usual grayish color. This one is quite vibrant, all thanks to the Duchess. If it weren't for her, he would never have done it. Therefore, Mendis would like to dedicate this bone powder pottery in honor of the Duchess. The girl was very surprised by the master's words. Having bowed, the man expressed the hope that when word spread about this remarkable product, he would also become famous for this permission. Chloe was pleased with such attention from Master Mendis, and she smiled gratefully. And by the way, the master noted, they can't call this thing cowbone ceramics, so could the lady come up with another name? The Duchess immediately remembered the name of the tea that she had come up with herself. It confused everyone around her. It seemed she was not very good at it. But looking at the dishes in her hands, she thought of something. What about the name Chinese porcelain? The Duchess asked. In her past life, they always used this name for similar dishes. The master thought that there seemed to be a lot put into this name, since the Duchess herself had given it, and he happily agreed. Only Chloe missed one thing. In her past life, there was a country called China, so such a name was natural there, but in this world, there was no such country. The porcelain created by the Master Mendis caused a real sensation in the empire. As expected, people had some prejudices about bone pottery. But having seen the personal product, they abandoned their fears. Everyone around was surprised how ceramics could be so bright and white. All the ceramics they had seen before had a gray tint. The girls commented that they would be very happy to use these dishes for snacks, and they really liked the look of them. Chloe thought that because of its beautiful color, these dishes would look great on the table. They are bright and white, so the food would look more appetizing. Speaking of food, the Duchess was considering whether to create a menu that would focus not only on tea, but also on tea snacks. You can call this an evening tea set. Even in her past life, there were people who didn't like tea who went to tea shops just for them. Excellent, the girl decided. Then she would immediately order a 3-tiered plate from Mendis. Soon a new menu was displayed in front of Triple Sweetness. It immediately attracted the interest of the ladies passing by. The Duchess explained that this set includes snacks. They can enjoy tea such as sandwiches, cakes, and others. It is perfect for those who are hungry and want to try something new, and immediately the visitors ordered 2 tea sets. Soon the girls were brought their orders, and Chloe immediately explained that the savory dishes were at the very bottom, and the higher they went, the sweeter they became, so they could be eaten in order from bottom to top. The evening tea set, pleasing both to the taste and to the eye, was to the taste of the fair sex, and they were no doubt impressed by the overall appearance of the appetizers. The set proved extremely popular, and the trial period ended after about a month. It's become even more popular than Chloe thought. It would be nice to include it in the main menu. But if so, it would be worth introducing a reservation system for it. Some noted that the waiting time for orders was too long because there were so many dishes to prepare. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by her assistant. She reported that a lot of letters had come in asking when evening tea sets would reappear in the tea house. And with visible effort, she put the huge box of letters on the floor, noticing that apparently everyone was waiting for him. Who knew they would like it so much, the girl was surprised. Evening tea sets have become so popular not only because of their taste and beautiful appearance. 5 years ago, the tower's mages created a bright source that glows with the help of mana. Everyone could work and have fun at night, hold balls until late at night, and the average time for the inhabitants of the Empire to start sleeping changed. The day in the Empire has become longer, and along with this, dinner time also changed as the gap between lunch and dinner became longer. That is why the inhabitants of the Empire were so happy with the evening tea set, which consisted of a large number of delicacies, especially excellent sandwiches, since they were hungry, so they were slightly full. And while it's still a little weird for them to eat their food in that order, this tea set is perfect for quenching the year. The girls would also like to try something similar at home. When the appetizers were finished, the visitors said goodbye to the Duchess and hurried out into the street. But even on the street, they couldn't stop discussing the wonderful evening tea set and agreed to meet again to try it again. One of the girls suggested booking for next week, and the other agreed because she felt like she could eat it every day, and it wouldn't be enough. Ariana Bannett became an unwitting witness to the conversation between satisfied visitors of the triple sweetness. Evening tea parties, I don't know who came up with such an amazing tradition, but it was definitely someone great, the girl said. Isn't that so? Duchess Lady Ronefelt asked, half-jokingly, offering her guest a pecan tart, the pride of their chef. One by one, the Marquise offered Chloe eclair and also to try scones. While trying all the dishes offered, Chloe was surprised to notice one strange thing. Why is she the only one eating all this time? And she asked Mrs. Ronefelt directly why she was not eating anything, to which the hostess replied that her corset was too tight. Chloe never expected such a reason. But then she remembered the recent situation at the imperial reception after all. This was not the first time she had encountered something like this. The corset is a must-have piece of underwear for every aristocrat of the empire, giving the waist a beautiful silhouette. But because the waist and stomach are too tight, it makes eating very difficult, so much so that it sometimes becomes difficult to breathe, and sometimes girls faint at balls. But despite all the inconveniences, it is an obligatory part of imperial etiquette and must always be worn when leaving the house. Of course, one had to follow the rules of imperial culture, Chloe thought, but corsets were not only uncomfortable, they were also dangerous to one's health. And she directly suggested that the Marquise loosen her corset a little. What brought the hostess into quiet horror was how to loosen the corset. This was the reaction Chloe expected. If you ask someone to take off their underwear, they will definitely be surprised. She would be surprised too. But instead of starving in a corset, it is better to loosen it a little and enjoy food. And she said out loud that there were only the two of them here, and if Lady Ronefelt was embarrassed to do this alone, then she could also dissolve it. The girl thought that she had felt this before, but the Duchess really had an interesting way of thinking, as if she was not even from their empire, but that was what was charming about her. Chloe continued that they were women and close to each other, so wouldn't that be acceptable? Lady Ronefelt gave in to persuasion, but asked the Duchess of Vandenberg to do the same because she felt awkward alone. First of all, Chloe helped Lady Ronefelt with her corset. For the first time in 10 years, the girl thought, someone other than her husband would see her corset. And she still didn't understand if it was right. But she can trust the Duchess. The Duchess asked if she was ready, and the Marchioness answered in the affirmative. One by one, Chloe untied the ties and loosened the corset, and the owner immediately felt an unprecedented relief. It really is that convenient, she noted. Despite her shame, she is glad she was brave enough to do it. Now it was Chloe's turn, and Lady Ronefelt reached up to untie her corset. Everything was done quite quickly. But one thing surprised Lady Ronefelt very much. Even though she had untied her corset, Chloe's waist was still very small, so she felt a little cheated. "Well, Miss Ronefelt, are you ready to eat now?" Chloe asked. Her answer was a bright smile. "It seems like she can now even eat 2 servings. Who knew that it could be so comfortable with a loose corset? Everything really does look more appetizing and tastes much better. The girlfriends' tea party continued without any constraint. After this, when Chloe hosted evening tea parties, she always suggested that the noblewomen loosen their corsets. If they eat with a loose corset, not only will the taste of the food improve, but the feeling of constraint will also disappear, because they are all women here, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Of course, all the noblewomen, like Miss Ronefelt, were surprised at first by such a proposal, but thanks to Chloe and the aroma that came from black tea and desserts, each of them ended up loosening their corsets. Each girl noted that they had no idea that it would be so convenient, and in general they should have done this a long time ago. Chloe was incredibly happy that everyone was happy, and now they could all enjoy all the goodies together. This is how, little by little, the culture of loosening the corset during evening tea began to spread throughout society. And there were even many girls who did not wear corsets at all for evening tea. After some time, the noble women even began to discuss whether it was worth wearing such an uncomfortable thing as a corset. More and more women appeared who did not want to wear it not only during evening tea parties, but also in everyday life, and gradually stopped wearing it altogether. "Ariana, drink some milk tea before it gets cold," the girl suggested to her friend. A friend noticed that Ariana has been feeling down lately, and this is her favorite cup, which always improves her mood. A little angry, Ariana asked again if she was now offering her something to drink from the cup that woman was selling. Lady Shore was outraged that Ariana had called the Duchess so disrespectfully, and noted that she was the only one who now refused to buy anything from her shop. Lady Banquet snorted skeptically and noted that they had been together against her before. And is there really no pride in the world at all? Why should they drink a drink that is only drunk in barbarian countries? Is she really now on the side of the Duchess? Miriam swallowed nervously, noticing that Ariana was acting like a child. She hates tea only because she is hostile to the Duchess herself. Because of her jealousy of the Duke who fell in love with the Duchess, Ariana had to give up her dream of making him her own. What nonsense, the girl was outraged. The Duke would never love someone like her, a pathetic woman who could only be mocked. Miriam, no longer hiding her irritation, asked how much longer she would remember the Duchess's past. Now everything had changed, and everyone liked her. She noticed that the Duke loved the Duchess very much, and it was time for Ariana to accept this. But Lady Banquet seemed to explode, and knocked Lady Shore's favorite cup off the table. She screamed that she had only called her to talk such nonsense, and although everyone thought that Chloe had changed, she was sure that she had not. Chloe may be pretending to be nice now, but soon this girl will show her true colors, and then Ariana will see her fail firsthand. The figure of the mistress of the house was reflected in the tea spilled on the floor among the shards of her favorite porcelain. Lady Shore didn't like all this emotional outburst of Ariana's, and she gritted her teeth and apologized. But it seemed that they could no longer be friends. Miriam no longer wanted to be around Ariana until she changed her mind, and asked the guests to leave as she needed to clean the living room. Lady Ariana Banquet raced home in her carriage in a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, she lost her friends. And it wasn't just Miriam, everyone left her alone. And even Duke Vandenberg now completely ignores her. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Why does she have to go through this? This girl, if it weren't for her, nothing would have happened. It's all because of her. Ariana looked up with tear-stained eyes, just as she had lost everything. Chloe must lose everything too. She will definitely fail someday. Ariana will help her a little with this, then we will see who will smile last. The triple suites was in full swing. The workers were discussing how their mistress was really unusual. She made them wash their hands so often and clean every day, and also wash the dishes thoroughly. Was she really that fastidious? That's all true, one of the guys noted, but there's no other place like this. Everything in the store was, without a doubt, sparkling clean. And Chloe thought that the most important thing in the restaurant business was hygiene. Chloe was interrupted from her thoughts by Yojin, who informed her that a letter had arrived from Lady Miriam of Shore, and it seemed to be something urgent. After reading the letter, Chloe was surprised that it contained a warning to be careful around Ariana. Ariana Banquet has been in love with Alphonse for a long time. Although Chloe knew this, and also that she does not like her, is it really so much that she can do something bad to her? But she had had similar experiences with Mrs. Colleen before, and Chloe can't just sit back. The next day, Chloe arrived to visit Lady Miriam Shore. Miriam immediately apologized for what had happened between them before. She was quite rude earlier because of her stupidity, and therefore asks for forgiveness. Chloe, of course, accepted her apology, and in return asked her not to say any more stupid things about the Duke or the Duchy. With visible relief, Miriam promised this. Chloe continued, as she knows, she came to her to talk about Lady Bannet. In the letter, Lady Shore wrote that something strange is happening to Ariana, but Chloe is interested in why she thinks so. Miriam shook her head and replied that she had thought about it for a long time, because Lady Bannet was her friend. And since she knew everything, she could not pretend and turn a blind eye to it. She promised to tell the Duchess of Vandenberg everything about Ariana's thoughts and behavior. Over a cup of tea, the girls talked for quite a long time. At some points, Miriam emotionally described everything that was happening. The Duchess could not even imagine how much Ariana Bannet hated and despised her. And because of the evening tea drinking that Chloe introduced, she has to fast in the evenings. Then she asked if Miriam knew what Ariana was going to do next. But she couldn't say anything because she didn't know they had recently stopped communicating. Chloe still thanked her for the information, as she thought it would be enough, and since she still had things to do, it was time for her to go. But she would never forget their meeting. Miriam was glad to help the Duchess and hopes that they will see each other again. Chloe just smiled sweetly. A bright full moon shone in the sky like a harbinger of something bad. A hooded figure stopped on the deserted street in front of the Triple Sweets store. An unknown person broke open the door of a store that was closed for the night. The door gave way quickly enough and creaked open. Driven by evil intentions, he entered the store and immediately saw in front of him what he needed. With a satisfied chuckle, he set about his task. A few days later, one of the famous ladies was hosting a reception at her mansion. Many of the girls looked at one of the guests with suspicion. It was Ariana Bannet. She smiled sweetly, while thinking that all the guests here, the aristocratic women, were this girl's main visitors. So if they stop going there, the cafe will quickly come to an end. All noble women hate dirt and vile animals, and if so, then everything is very simple. We need to put rats in her food. When noble women discover these creatures in their food that they buy in the store, it is only a matter of time. I wonder how fast the rumors will spread. It's just a matter of time before the store is destroyed. The girl sitting opposite Ariana noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. "Indeed, Miss Ferguson, I am fine," Ariana replied, smiling. Lady Ferguson noticed that she was literally beaming. Something good had happened. How could she not be happy about this, thought Ariana. In the morning, she received a letter from the mercenary, who said that everything went well. It was only a matter of time before this girl would be finished. Nothing like that happened, she noted out loud. But before Ariana could finish speaking, a maid burst into the hall. The hostess was outraged by such an outrage. How dare the maid enter without knocking? But the girl was very excited, and in a stuttering voice, she said that the guards had arrived, and immediately 2 guards appeared behind her. This event caused a huge stir among the ladies, who jumped up from their seats and screamed. The hostess of the reception was shaking violently with fear and asked why there were guards in her house. The men noted that they understood that everything was sudden, but they had orders. So they were asking for assistance. This was an order from the imperial family. The girls still didn't understand what the order was. Then the men said that the young Countess Ariana Bannet could tell them about this. The girl did not expect such attention to her person. Jumping up from her seat, she screamed that she had done nothing. But she was immediately seized by a guard who said that he was arresting her in accordance with an official order. Ariana demanded that she be released immediately. After all, they have another person to arrest the Duchess, so let them go and arrest her. "You say that I need to be arrested?" a voice came from behind her, and Lady Ariana shuddered in surprise. Duchess Chloe Vandenberg entered the hall. There was a whisper among the girls. Could this really be the Duchess of Vandenberg? Was she somehow different from what they say about her? And Chloe turned to Ariana and asked what she thought were the grounds for her arrest. Lady Bannet just gnashed her teeth in anger. Chloe noted that if she couldn't explain herself, then she would have to do it. Ariana envies her because she is in love with her husband, the Duke of Vandenberg. So, to ruin her business, she hired a man to plant dead mice in the store's food. These details caused new talk among the girls, but Ariana's mercenary is in jail right now, Chloe said. He was caught thanks to this magic ball. And literally an hour ago, this man wrote a confession note where he indicated the name of Ariana Bannet. So is this enough for her arrest, or is she wrong? The girl asked. She asked Ariana to face the truth. The Duke would never have loved her, even if Chloe had not been there. "What do you know?" Lady Bannet began. Having fallen to the floor from nervous tension, she decided to ask her tricky question. How did Chloe manage to bewitch His Excellency so? And then she answered it herself. It was all only thanks to her depraved skills in bed. Chloe was shocked by this accusation. Everyone around, even the knights, was outraged by such statements from the noble lady. Chloe had never heard anything so offensive in her entire life, and she couldn't even imagine anything like it. Trembling all over, the girl thought that she, Ariana, could hate her as much as she wanted, but no one dared to insult her beloved Alphonse. At that moment, a warm hand fell on her shoulder. It was Alphonse Vandenberg. He pressed the girl to himself, thereby calming her down. But the look intended for Ariana did not bode well. Lady Bannet immediately fell to her knees before him, fawning. Alphonse noted that he had already warned Lady Bannet about such behavior. Last time he warned that if Ariana dared to mock his wife again, the Vandenbergs would use all the family's strength. And the answer would not be long in coming. From now on, the Vandenberg family would really have to make every effort to remove the Bannet family from the register of aristocrats of the Empire. Realizing the full scale of the tragedy, Ariana's face darkened with horror. The daughter managed to destroy an entire family with her stupid words and actions. This will definitely go down in the history of the Empire, noted Alphonse. Lady Bannet could not believe that His Excellency could do this to her, because she loved him more than anyone in this world. Alphonse must be hers. His heart, his love, his smile, everything must be hers. And not this girl. Ariana's gaze fell on Chloe. Holding the girl close, Alphonse explained to Miss Bunnet once again that he would never love her, even in another life. Ariana became completely dejected at these words. Considering the situation resolved, Alphonse turned to leave, but the girl grabbed his pants with her hands. Crawling on her knees at the Duke's feet, the girl tearfully begged that everything could not end like this. She asked to pay attention to her at least once. Ariana's gaze was directed only at Alphonse Vandenberg. Shining golden hair, beautiful scarlet eyes, like a demon. From the first time she looked at him, Ariana knew it was fate. She really believed it. Turning around and looking down at the girl, Alphonse called her a pathetic insect. Ariana let him go in surprise, but then she immediately extended her hand to grab it again. Only Duke Vandenberg was already walking away with his wife. The carriage rumbled along the cobbled road, the Duke and Duchess riding in silence as Chloe warmly thanked her husband for his help. She couldn't do anything at that moment because she was so confused. Alphonse was at a loss. He did not expect such a reaction from the girl to everything that happened. Why was she talking like that now, the man wondered. Why didn't she blame him for coming so late? And the way Ariana accused his wife of such unflattering actions. After these words, Alphonse himself did not remember anything, except how he immediately ran into the hall and took his wife away from there. How did it all turn out like this? He was sure that he always acts only rationally, but as soon as something concerns her, he is always overwhelmed with emotions. When Alphonse fell in love with her, his life immediately acquired feelings and meaning. And for the first time in his life, he felt an all-consuming fear. His dear wife, his only weak spot, which he will protect until the end of his days. Thinking like this, the man lightly pressed his forehead against the girl's forehead and apologized. Chloe was very surprised at what he was apologizing for. The Duke explained that it was because of him that she got into such an unpleasant situation. But it wasn't his fault, Chloe replied, and suggested that instead of apologizing, her husband say something else. He wondered what exactly she wanted to hear from him. A little embarrassed, the girl asked him to say that he loved her. Alphonse was literally dumbfounded by her frankness. And blushing, he said tenderly, "I love you, only you, forever." And then he pulled the girl towards him, hugging her tightly. Chloe replied that she loved him very much too. And it seems she even felt jealousy. Alphonse did not understand what kind of jealousy. "It seems that Lady Bannet is really in love with the Duke of Vandenberg," the girl said slowly. Alphonse shuddered at the suggestion, but overall he didn't know how to react to it. The man hesitantly said that she need not worry about it. Even if he were reborn 1,000 times, he would never love her. Chloe understood this, but still couldn't help herself and felt jealous because Alphonse was so popular. The Duke could not believe that such a description was about him. He never considered himself popular. But the girl reminded him that even after their wedding, he still receives a lot of letters and gifts. Alphonse was embarrassed. Cale was in charge of all this, and he had never even laid eyes on them. In any case, Chloe also reminded that even in their contract, it is written that they should not interfere in each other's personal lives. With a completely serious expression on his face, Alphonse swore that he would never look at any other woman except Chloe, and now that contract was null and void. The girl was taken aback by this turn of events, because they had decided to cancel only one point. And in general, why didn't he ask her opinion on this matter? The Duke thought that if he ever saw her with another man, he would not be able to bear it. The man was so deep in thought that he didn't even hear his wife calling him in vain. When they get back, the first thing he'll do is burn that damn contract. After some time, the Duchess of Vandenberg was invited to the imperial palace. The Emperor greeted Chloe warmly, and the girl bowed back, also greeting His Majesty. And also Prince Arthur, the Crown Prince responded, as always, in his informal manner. He noted that he and Chloe had not seen each other for a long time, apparently since the opening of her tea shop. The Emperor, hearing his son talking to the Duchess, was outraged by such familiarity on the part of his offspring. They immediately corrected themselves, and the prince gallantly extended his hand to the Duchess. He did have manners after all, Chloe thought. He just hid them very well. At this time, Arthur kissed the outstretched hand as a sign of greeting. "So what tea did you bring today?" Arthur asked. And Chloe thought that the prince had returned to his usual state. But it was better this way than his sudden politeness. The Emperor at this time was shaking his head in amazement, no longer even surprised by his son's behavior. Today, Duchess Vandenberg brought something very special and unique pu'er tea, which is produced in the southern region of the Kingdom of An. It was the first time Arthur had heard the name, and Chloe explained that it was a tea made through a process of fermentation using microorganisms and oxidation, which is what gave the tea its distinctive aroma. But it was also known to be great for weight loss, detoxification, and anti-aging. Having finished the explanations, they finally began the tasting, and the Emperor was surprised that the Duchess brought 2 types of tea. Apparently, he suggested pu'er also has varieties like Darjeeling. Arthur noticed the tea set the teapot in it looked very unusual. Chloe confirmed that the teapot looked very strange and said that it was made of yixing clay, also known as purple sand. They have one interesting feature, which she will tell you about later. At this time, the prince noticed something else that looked like a lump of earth. And when the girl explained that these were pure leaves, he became indignant. "Should they really drink this?" the prince asked with disgust. Pure leaves are traditionally obtained through strong pressing. After fermentation, the color and shape of the tea leaves change, and they become similar to earth. Typically, when brewing this tea from Ona, the first brew is poured out and the second brew is drunk, a process called cleansing the tea leaves, Chloe said as she brewed the tea. It involves removing any dirt or byproducts that have accumulated in the leaves to produce a more pronounced flavor. Pu'er can be divided into shu pu'er and sheng pu'er. Simply put, they differ in the production process. Chloe has previously said that fermentation requires microorganisms, a process that takes place naturally and is very long. It takes about 30 years to fully mature. This information stunned Arthur. Chloe explained that pu'er that is slowly fermented in a natural environment is called sheng pu'er. And the first tea to try is exactly this one. It is artificially fermented faster by pouring water over the tea leaves and increasing the temperature. Arthur looked closely at the offered tea and was doubtful. It looked like some kind of bitter medicine, but he still took the first sip. There was no second one, as the prince froze in shock. Pouring the tea back into the cup and spitting furiously, the prince was indignant that it really tasted like earth and was impossible to drink, while the Emperor noted that it was an interesting experience and was surprised why Arthur was so rude. Chloe was also stunned. If the Emperor said so, then it was unlikely that they would want to try it again. She could understand them because of the microorganisms. The tea smells strongly of mold and dirt. This specific mold smell is called ripe. Because of it, people who are not familiar with pu'er tea find it quite unusual to drink it. And she suggested moving on to the next tea straight away. It was shu pu'er, which takes 6 years to produce. Even though this tea looked nicer, Arthur was still afraid to drink it. But there was no turning back, and the man took a sip, which surprised him greatly. The rich, magnificent aroma and taste of honey mixed with flowers and fruits is like a kind of aftertaste, as if the dish was lightly sprinkled with spice to better reveal the taste. Why didn't he smell that wonderful scent then? The prince wondered. The Emperor also noted the special and pleasant taste which made Chloe incredibly happy, and she suggested that they hold the tea in their mouths so that they could taste its sweetness. Arthur did so and was shocked again. He had tried many types of tea with a sweet aroma, but with a sweet taste. For the first time, the Duchess explained that the special feature of pu'er is its sweetness. This light, sweet taste gives it a special charm. Freshly brewed pu'er has a taste, aroma, and appearance similar to green tea. But as it is produced over the years, it acquires a deep aroma and flavor, and after 30 years, it is fully matured. It is the unripe pu'er tea that is called shu pu'er, Chloe concluded. Then if you leave this tea and do not drink it, it will also ripen, Arthur asked. True, Chloe noted. Some people even invest in pu'er tea, as it becomes more valuable with age. The price of the same pu'er with different aging, 1 year or 10 years, varies greatly. This news greatly impressed the prince, but he was even more impressed by the happy look on Chloe's face. How she could be like that just talking about tea. Her happy face makes him happy too, the man thought, enjoying his drink. And His Majesty remembered that the Duchess never told them about the unusual teapot. Remembering this, Chloe immediately began to tell that teapots made from yixing clay are special. Arthur skeptically twirled the teapot in his hand, not understanding what could be special about such an ordinary thing. Due to such careless attitude, the kettle slipped in the man's hand and began to fall. The events then unfolded as if in slow motion. Here the teapot was in his hand. The next moment it was already falling. And to Arthur's credit, the teapot did not have time to touch the floor and was intercepted by the prince's deft hand. The man breathed a sigh of relief, and Chloe, frozen in fear of what had almost happened, said that the kettle was very expensive. Arthur did not believe that such nondescript dishes could be more expensive than white porcelain. Then Chloe leaned over and whispered right into His Majesty's ear the cost of the teapot he had just almost broken. After the girl's words, Arthur exaggeratedly carefully put such a valuable teapot back in place. The emperor was again dissatisfied with his son's childish behavior and asked him to calm down. Having recovered a little from the shock, Arthur stared with wide eyes at the teapot, which looked like a child's toy and had no idea that it was so expensive. This teapot may not be the most beautiful, but it is versatile, the girl explained. As you can see, it is not coated with ceramic glaze, so it is breathable and absorbs odors well, and it also retains heat well. There is another interesting feature if you brew tea in it over and over again. The teapot will become saturated with its aroma. There is even a legend that if you use it for a long time, then by simply pouring clean water into it, you can brew tea. But this feature also has a negative side if you brew different teas in it. The aromas will mix. His Majesty was impressed by what Chloe had to say and thanked the girl for always telling them interesting things, and also asked her to deliver the same yixing clay teapot and pu'er tea to the palace. Then the emperor, who had his entire schedule for the day scheduled, left. Chloe was about to leave too, but the prince stopped her. He wanted to ask if anyone really liked shangpu'er, and I was very surprised when Chloe answered that there were quite a lot of such people. Besides, she knows a great way to reveal his taste. Perhaps then the prince too will be able to appreciate all his charm. Having called the girl self-confident, Arthur proposed a bet the loser would have to fulfill the winner's wish. He would drink the tea that she brewed, and if he liked it, then she won. But if not, he would win. Chloe thought about the prince's proposal, and she accepted the bet. Arthur thought that the girl had fallen for his trick. After all, no matter how she pretended to be smart, she was still just as naive, and in her place he would not get involved in such an unprofitable argument. Even if it was delicious, he could simply say that it was not so. When the girl brought the prepared drink, Arthur noticed that this time it was prepared in Western style. But noticing the color of this tea, the prince was surprised, recognizing it at first sight. And Chloe, seeing the confusion in His Majesty's eyes, explained that it was indeed milk tea she had mixed pu'er with black Assam tea in a ratio of about 4 to 5. Arthur was amazed that milk tea could be made from more than just black tea. But when he added milk to green tea, it tasted terrible. The Duchess explained that it is impossible to make milk tea from green tea, but it is possible with pu'er. And you can also add milk to oolongs, for example, da hong pao or shui xian. The prince was pleased that thanks to Chloe, he was always trying something new, and he began tasting it with enthusiasm. Despite the surprise, everything depends on his reaction, which means he will not lose. And Prince Arthur took his first confident sip. The special thing about milk tea is its soft, enveloping taste. It seems familiar, but still different from other milk teas. It doesn't even have that horrible earthy taste. No, it is still present, but not as strong since it is covered by sugar and milk. On the contrary, Arthur felt a new taste, and it surprised him. Was it really the taste of chocolate? It's not a chocolate mixture or chocolate-flavored tea, but then why does he feel it so strongly? The taste is much deeper compared to regular tea with milk, and it even has a richer aroma. How so? It is really delicious. When Chloe asked him how he liked his tea, the prince almost choked. He stammered that one sip was not enough for him and wanted to try a little more. Who knew that it would be so delicious? Maybe he didn't taste everything exactly because of the atmosphere around him. So he should try again, the prince decided. Arthur took a second sip. Damn, why does it taste so good? The prince couldn't believe his own feelings. His plan to get Chloe to call him something else failed. Then the man agreed that it was indeed delicious, and Chloe won. She really doesn't know how to lose. And since they had a deal, she can make her wish. So what does she want? Actually, that wasn't a bad option either, he thought, since there was a small chance to get closer. I wonder what Chloe wants. It's so strange, he always found it annoying to do someone else's bidding. But now he's looking forward to it. He would like their relationship to become more friendly. For example, they can go somewhere together, spend time together somewhere. While Arthur was in the clouds, the girl replied that she did not need anything. Still in her thoughts, the prince automatically replied that since she wanted it so much, he would fulfill her wish. But then the meaning of her words dawned on him. Shocked by the girl's answer, His Highness asked in horror if she really didn't need anything from him, and the girl confirmed this. The dumbfounded prince jumped up from his seat. How is that possible? This is such a chance for her. She can make a wish to the crown prince of this greatest empire. She knows how influential he is, and every woman in the world would like that. The girl, completely uninterested in his proposal, simply offered to convey her desire to another woman. There is so much to wish for and ask for. But Chloe had no expectations or interest in Arthur, which is why she doesn't need anything from him. Considering that her job was done, Chloe said goodbye to the prince and wished him good health. The shocked prince sank into a chair, watching the departing Duchess of Vandenberg. Thanks to Chloe's efforts to show Arthur the charm of shengpuer, soon both types, shupuer and shengpuer, were delivered to the royal castle. Poor milk tea received good reviews, the girl thought. Should she sell it in its pure form in the store? But perhaps it would be better to start with pure with milk tea, so that people get used to it a little. And soon such tea appeared in the tea house. Visitors noted that the taste of this tea was deeper than that of ordinary milk tea. They especially liked the milk pure with the addition of ice. It's probably because the weather is getting hotter. Come to think of it, it's already the beginning of summer. It's been a year since she's been here. She remembers the first time she came here. She adjusted quickly and had the memories of the real Chloe. But despite this, there was a time when all the people in the estate made fun of her, and such a life was very difficult. When Chloe thinks back to those times, she especially feels the value of happiness. How wonderful it is to be able to drink tea and laugh with wonderful people. By the way, when she first came here, she didn't like Alphonse at first sight. He seemed very cold and prickly. It was very uncomfortable to be with him. How did it all happen, the girl wondered. True, she was very glad to be here, and a smile lit up her beautiful face. After all, she was able to meet Alphonse and fall in love with him so much. Someone's warm hand fell on her waist, tearing her out of her pleasant memories. Turning around, Chloe was delighted to see Alphonse next to her, and the girl was glad that her husband finished his business early today. But the man only supported her assumption, but did not confirm it. Chloe didn't understand, because he came to her earlier than usual, because it wasn't even 2 o'clock yet. As if in the clouds, Alphonse replied that he didn't know, and then he hugged the girl and buried his face in her shoulder, thereby pressing her to himself. It seemed to him that he had not seen her for a very long time, an eternity. Chloe was embarrassed by such unexpected tenderness, because they had just recently had breakfast together. So how could he say such a thing? Looking into his wife's eyes, the Duke asked if she missed him. Of course she missed him. She never imagined that she would ever be able to love someone so much. And is it possible to convey feelings in words? Chloe smiled. She thought it was impossible, but she would still try. I missed you very much, Alphonse. As if glowing with happiness, the girl said, and her warmth was transmitted to Alphonse. His face turned slightly red, and his heart began to beat faster. He pulled the girl to himself and kissed her tenderly. After a long search, Chloe finally found what she was looking for, a person who was able to move to another world. Just like her. This book is the diary of a man who came here from another world. One day he opened his eyes and realized that his soul had moved into the body of a resident of the Empire. Judging by the huge amount of dust on this book from the Imperial Library, not many believed him. Not only is his situation similar to Chloe's, but the world he comes from is also very similar to Park Ha-jung's world. This man had definitely gone through the same thing she had, the girl thought. Finally, she found at least some clue. Now Chloe is so happy that she even wants to thank God. But on the other hand, should she dig deeper? Or is it better to continue living in ignorance? Although she is ashamed that she took someone else's place, She really wants to be with Alphonse in the future. Suddenly, as a result of studying this phenomenon, the real Chloe will return and take back her place. And she will have to go to her world. Will she be able to give up her place next to Alphonse to the real Chloe without regrets? But she wants to know why and how she ended up here, and what exactly happened to the real Chloe. Only then will she be able to think about the future. And she won't have to hide anything from Alphonse anymore. Thinking like this, the girl confidently began to write a letter that should help clarify her current situation. Soon she received a response to her letter. Thank God that man agreed to meet and give her advice. Chloe decided that she needed to go to him right away, but first she needed to do something. You mean to say that you are going to the provinces? The Duke was taken aback after his wife's message. Alphonse could not understand what kind of sudden business trip this was, and for 10 days at that, he understood that opening a branch was very important, but he considered it dangerous to go there alone, and how would she endure such a difficult journey? The Duchess promised to take her maids and knights with her. It's a long way, but Milton Keynes is a large and quiet town, so Alphonse needn't worry so much. I'll go with you, said the Duke, but Chloe said no. He also has a lot of important work, the girl reminded him, and she could go alone. She repeated again that he should not worry and warned him not to dare to follow her, which made the Duke shudder as if she had read his thoughts. Alphonse loves her determination and stubbornness, but at such moments he wishes there were less of them. The man had nothing more to say in reply, and he resigned himself, telling his wife that he would do as she wanted, and wished his wife a good trip. Seeing that he was completely dejected, Chloe quickly got up from the table and walked up to him, hugging him tightly. The girl promised to return quickly and bring lots of gifts. She wanted to move away, but the man only pressed himself closer to her, not wanting to let go. After lunch, Chloe was packing for the trip when there was a knock on the door and Alphonse entered. The Duke stood in a stupor, not knowing what to do, his gaze involuntarily falling on the suitcases with things. And Chloe understood why he came. Then she tried to calm her husband down again, because they weren't separating for a year. It was only 10 days. Alphonse just needs to wait a little, now she needs to finish something. For a moment, the Duke also looked at the documents the girl was studying, and then quietly called his wife, finding himself too close to her. The next second, Alphonse was already pressing his lips to the girl's, kissing her passionately. Chloe couldn't resist because she felt the same way. The passionate kiss took hold of both of them, and they could hardly catch their breath. Without understanding how, the girl found herself lying on the bed, and the Duke was hanging over her. Chloe immediately flushed with embarrassment, and was indignant that she had not finished her business yet. Alphonse looked closely at the embarrassed girl's face, and then I noticed that she didn't look like she was unhappy, which made her look even more indignant. Although she said that she didn't know anything about it, her body was telling a completely different story. Alphonse promised Chloe that he wouldn't let her go anywhere that night. From early morning the next day, the Duchess suffered from back pain. It seemed as if she hadn't slept at all, seriously. The girl was indignant. Who would do that to a person who was going on a long trip? Of course, she can understand him because they will see each other only in 10 days, but still. Besides, she herself wasn't against it. Chloe herself was taken aback by her own frank thoughts. Instantly blushing, she tried to convince herself that she was not that kind of person at all, that she seemed to be going crazy, and it was all because of Alphonse. Ellie came up and said that everything was ready for departure. The Duke and Duchess said goodbye near the carriage, ready for the journey. With the sad eyes of a lost puppy, Alphonse asked his wife to be careful. Chloe responded by saying that she would miss her, and the Duke blushed slightly from the overwhelming feelings instead of words. He simply hugged his wife tightly, not wanting to let her go. The servants who observed the strong embrace of their masters were surprised whether they were really parting for 10 days and not 10 years. "Wow, the clouds are so low," Ellie said in surprise. The carriage arrived at its final destination. Milton Keynes turned out to have many high mountains. Mrs. Amelie Mountbatten came a questioning male voice behind them, and Chloe responded, the girl having decided in advance that it was better not to give her real name. Mr. William Riverwood greeted the girl and invited her into the house. Chloe whispered to Knight Jacob to wait. Leaning down so that no one but the knight could hear, the Duchess asked them all to wait outside for a while, which greatly angered the latter. Jacob thought it was dangerous for the lady to be alone with a strange man. Smiling, Chloe explained that she had something important to talk to him about, but the knight was terrified. If the master found out that he left her alone with a stranger, he would kill him. But the girl calmed Jacob down, noting that he was simply following her orders, so she was removing responsibility for this from him, and he should not worry. If something happened, she would immediately start screaming. Everything will be fine. Chloe radiated joy and calmness, hiding behind the door of the house. The door slammed shut, leaving the faithful knight to fidget on the street waiting for his mistress. He thought nervously that he must not allow the master to find out about this, otherwise his knightly life and even his life in general would end. Chloe followed Mr. Riverwood. They passed by countless books, and the girl noticed that they were all books about religion. Could he really have become a priest? The Duchess thought with amazement. Finally, inviting his guest to sit down, William Riverwood apologized for not being able to offer her anything, even though she had come from afar, and he also noticed that she looked determined, unlike the other visitors, and these last words struck Chloe. Is there really anyone else besides them who found themselves in the same situation? Having calmed down a little, Chloe asked Mr. Riverwood to tell her everything about this place, about this phenomenon, about the people who had to go through the same thing. Chloe tried to find out something herself, but nothing came of it, so she begs him to tell her everything. William nodded his head in agreement, as he had stated in the letter that he would help her, but he also wanted this to remain between them. First, he will tell you everything he knows about this phenomenon. In fact, he was a disciple of an imperial priest. Now he has retired and lives in his hometown. In the past world, he was very young, but one day he opened his eyes and realized that he had become an imperial boy. And then he, just like Chloe, tried to find out at least something about this phenomenon. And then one day he accidentally found out that the answers to all his questions were in the Vatican, so he became a priest. The mention of the Vatican puzzled the girl greatly, since it is the source of the imperial religion, the capital of the Holy Land where the Pope resides. Yes, William confirmed. They are well aware of the existence of other worlds besides this one, and that it is rare to meet people wandering between all worlds. But even that is known only to the Pope, the saint, and other high-ranking priests. In fact, there are a huge number of different worlds throughout the universe. And although people consist of a body and a soul, unlike the body, the soul is not attached to any of the specific worlds, since it has no physical form. Therefore, when we sleep or are in an unconscious state, that is, when the connection between the soul and the body weakens, our souls leave it and travel to other worlds. This is called sleep. Then, when it is time to wake up, the souls return to their original body, but in rare cases, it happens that the soul cannot return and remains in the wandering world. Chloe was shocked and confused at the same time, and William concluded that the phenomenon where the soul cannot return to its original body and enters the body of another person in the outside world is exactly what both he and she suffered from. Other worlds, souls, what does it all mean? Chloe thought in bewilderment. And the fact that souls travel around the world during sleep, because that was the last thing she remembered from her world. It's hard to believe, but this is the truth that both she and Mr. Riverwood had to go through. She sincerely thanked the man for his explanation, but Chloe had one more question she wanted to ask. The girl hesitated before asking the question. She was both waiting and afraid of the answer. Was there anyone like them who managed to return to their former world? She finally asked. It seemed that William understood what she was interested in, and the guest was stunned by his answer. No, that was impossible. To return to the world of the past, you need to go through this phenomenon again, and the probability of this is even less than being struck by lightning. That is, it is practically impossible. Should Chloe be happy about this, her heart sank unpleasantly. William noticed the effect his words had on the girl, but he could do nothing to console her. He is very sorry that she cannot get to the past world, but even though there is no way to get there is a way to contact him. Chloe even jumped up from the spot from such unexpected words. William said that, as is known, saints are the only ones who can contact God directly, and their God spans all the countless worlds. And if Chloe misses her family or wants to know what happened to her body, but William didn't finish. Shaking his head, the man noted that this was just a theory that would be difficult to implement. One day, he also wanted to contact his family from that world, so he asked the saint, but was refused. But Chloe was already glad for at least a small chance to contact the past world. It's not that she has any regrets about her past life, but she does feel guilty towards the owner of this body. If only there was a way to contact the real Chloe, the girl thought. But suddenly she hates her, and again the memories of the dream with the real Chloe Vandenberg surfaced. When she demanded that everything be returned to her, that her life be returned, because she is the real Chloe Vandenberg. But the Duchess tried to push these thoughts aside. There was no point in worrying about it now, since she didn't even know if the saint would accept her request. She thanked Mr. Riverwood. She was confused before they met, but he helped her a lot. The man was genuinely happy to help the lady. In fact, many travelers like them can never get used to this world. They have the memories of the original owner of the body, but this is not enough for them. The values and memories of the past world weigh on them, so in this world they are perceived as weirdos or mentally ill, and this endless cycle repeats itself. They cannot let go of the past life and adapt to the new one. And as a result, many of them live in poverty, work hard, or turn to religion, like William. But it seemed that his guest had adapted very well to local life. He apologized for accidentally overhearing her conversation with that knight outside. Chloe became worried and tried to explain that they were just really worried about her and asked William not to take it personally. But William noticed that, on the contrary, it delighted him, and even shocked him a little. The maids, who treat the mistress with respect and friendliness, are respected and cared for by the knights, and they also mentioned her husband. He realized that their difficult fate had more than just bad moments, and if you adapt and make good friends, life here is also possible. And he is sincerely glad to meet his mistress. Chloe's soft smile showed that she was also happy to meet him. After the meeting, the Duchess rested in the room provided to her and thought that she was truly glad to come here. There was a knock at the door, and a maid appeared on the threshold with a tray, who announced that the tea was ready. Chloe took a sip in anticipation of the pleasure. She noticed that the tea tasted like the last time she had it, but in Milton Keynes, it was a little different. Although the tea leaves are the same, the difference in taste in each region is probably due to the quality of the water, so you will have to change the methods of preparing tea for each area individually. The Duchess is currently considering a special breakfast tea. This is a special tea that helps you wake up, with a rich, bitter, and strong taste. In her past life, it was often called English breakfast, referring to breakfast tea in England. Moreover, the recipe for this tea differs from region to region: Irish breakfast, French breakfast, English breakfast. Since she was planning to open a branch in Milton Keynes soon, Chloe wondered if she should try creating a Milton Keynes breakfast. Having decided, she decided to think about a way to prepare tea. This would be the first tea in the empire that would differ depending on the location. Since she is traveling, she has a few types of tea with her. But on the other hand, it will be even more interesting, the girl decided with enthusiasm. Besides, if she concentrated on her research, she would be able to distract herself from the desire to see Alphonse. And Chloe Vandenberg set about her plan. She tried brewing different tea leaves, and soon she liked the result. She managed even faster than she thought. The best breakfast tea in the empire was ready. The girl's happiness knew no bounds. Chloe brewed the resulting tea and poured it into a cup. Milton Keynes breakfast. Assam is the main ingredient and has a distinct sweet malty aroma and a very clean, attractive aftertaste. Moreover, this tea is best revealed due to the uniqueness of Milton Keynes water. There would be no opportunity to enjoy this taste in the capital, so she had to do it to her heart's content here, she decided, and took a sip with pleasure. The girl looked dreamily out the window, thinking about everything that was happening to her. Very soon she would open a branch of the store and tea house, and next time she would definitely come here with Alphonse. At this time, Duke Vandenberg was poring over papers in his office, but the work was not progressing. Father said that patience is the main moral principle of the aristocracy, but all this is useless. Alphonse put his work aside and tried to put his feelings in order, although his feelings must be natural, since he hasn't seen his wife for a long time. Having decided to get some fresh air, the Duke began to descend the stairs towards the exit. He stopped for a second, thinking about something, and then immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. A few minutes later, Duke Vandenberg found himself at the door of his absent wife's room. Why did he miss her so much, the man wondered. In any case, they would meet in a couple of hours, but he still wanted to come here. Maybe if he opened the door, she would be there, he hoped. Alphonse knew he didn't look like himself, but he couldn't help himself. He still reached out to the door handle. The door creaked open and the man's gaze was full of hope, but the room was empty, as it had been for the past 10 days. Knowing that this was how it had to be, Alphonse could not understand what he had hoped for by doing such a stupid thing. And most of all, he cannot understand why he feels disappointment much more than the feeling of his own stupidity, trying to pull himself together. He closed the door, deciding that enough was enough. He needed to go back and continue working, but when he turned around, he saw something that surprised him greatly. His long-awaited wife stood before him, smiling the way only Chloe could. and the Duke threw himself into her arms. Without letting go, as if afraid that she would disappear again, he kissed the girl. When their lips finally parted, Chloe said that she missed him very much. The Duke noted with affection that she had arrived early, and if she had sent the letter, he would have met her. But the girl replied that she just wanted to surprise him. And the man's heart skipped a beat and then filled with endless tenderness and love. Holding the girl in his arms, Alphonse understood that he was infinitely happy and that he could never live without her. Breaking their embrace, Chloe gently touched her husband's elbow and asked how much time there was until dinner. And upon receiving an affirmative answer, she blushed to the tips of her ears, and the Duke understood without words what the girl was hinting at. His usually shy wife asked him about it for the first time. The gigolo could not believe that she herself made the first move, and then the man picked up the girl in his arms, and he gently kissed his indignant wife on the tip of her nose, going lower and lower without ceasing to kiss her. The Duke opened the door to the room, carrying his wife into a world of tenderness and love. The Empire's most famous Casanova, Prince Arthur, has been suffering greatly lately. For some reason, he doesn't find it so fun to meet women anymore. The man was stunned by his own thoughts, how this wasn't so funny. The question involuntarily crept in. Maybe he is dying. They say that before death you do something you have never done before. The prince was pulled out of his deep thoughts by the call of the girl sitting next to him. It was Alina who apologized for her impudence and asked if he had any problems. Arthur did not understand at all what the girl was talking about. She explained that the prince had been constantly sad lately, and although she could not do anything, but if he was having trouble, she would try her best to help him. Arthur just waved it off. He had no problems and couldn't have any. But Alina noticed that in the last few weeks, they saw each other less and less often. And even at their meetings, His Highness is constantly thinking about something else. The man noted with displeasure that Alina was very intrusive today. And anyway, he will go because he is very tired today. Arthur, without looking back, left the room, leaving the girl feeling upset. Usually he said goodbye. See you later. But today he didn't do that. Realizing that this was the end of their relationship, Alina burst into tears. She's here today, Prince Arthur thought, smiling slightly. He kept his eyes on Chloe, who was talking to someone in her tea shop. The Duchess soon noticed this intense gaze. Turning around, she curtsied elegantly, greeting the Crown Prince. Arthur, in his usual cheerful manner, asked if she had anything new. Chloe had no idea what he meant, and asked him to give her an example of what he would like. The man's gaze fell on the vase of roses standing on the table, and a cunning thought was born in his head. "It would be nice to try some rose-scented tea," he said, looking defiantly at the girl. Chloe thought deeply, and then asked the prince to wait a little. Soon Chloe appeared, accompanied by a maid with a tray. As she poured the tea, she expressed hope that the prince would like it. When the tea was ready, Arthur noted that its smell was reminiscent of Earl Grey. After tasting it, the prince thought that he expected the tea to have the same strong aroma of roses as perfume, but this subtle and rich aroma was much better. But what is this unfamiliar smell that is mixed with roses, reminiscent of some sweet fruit? Arthur couldn't figure out whether it was an apple or more like a banana. Finally, he told Chloe that the tea was good enough, but what kind of tea was it? "It's black tea with rose and an oriental fruit called jackfruit," the girl replied. Arthur had never heard of such a fruit. The Duchess said it was a fairly large fruit, similar to durian, with a delicate and sweet flavor reminiscent of mango or banana. Arthur knew about durian, but this was the first time he had heard about jackfruit. And Chloe, it turns out, really does know everything about tea. And the girl blushed, but noted that she still had a lot to learn. By the way, he noticed that these flowers were very beautiful and asked where they were from. Chloe replied with a smile that her husband had given her these flowers. The prince's mood immediately worsened, and his heart seemed to stop beating. Alphonse this, Alphonse that, how he was tired of him. Having put the cup of unfinished tea on the table, the prince hurried away, citing his busy schedule, and thanked Chloe for the tea. The Duchess noticed that he hadn't even drunk half his tea and was already leaving, and this puzzled her. As he walked outside, Arthur himself wondered why he had done this. Does he really like Chloe? A sudden thought came to mind. He didn't even realize that he had any feelings for her, but all the actions and feelings that are incomprehensible to him are directed only at her. Chloe was tidying up the room after Arthur left when another visitor entered the room. Raising her head, the girl was shocked to discover who it was. Lady Alina Thornton stood right in front of her, and the girl's face was literally gone. Chloe immediately rushed to her, asking what happened to her and why she looked like that. Elena, barely holding back her tears, apologized for coming looking like that. She stuttered as she tried to explain that it had something to do with the Crown Prince. Prince Arthur must have offended Lady Thornton in some way, Chloe thought, and she suggested that Elena cry, that everything would be okay, while simultaneously taking the girl by the hand, thereby providing her with support. And she asked her not to worry about etiquette, because she was in pain, which meant she needed to give free rein to her feelings. And the girl burst into tears, releasing all the accumulated pain. Chloe supported the sobbing Lady Thornton as best she could, empathizing with her with all her heart. After the flood of tears had ceased, the Duchess placed lavender tea on the table, which helps with physical and psychological resilience, so it should help Lady Thornton too. Elena thanked Chloe for such care and asked how she could thank her. The girl asked her not to worry because she just wanted to feel better. The girls chatted for a while over tea, discussing everything under the sun. Elena thought that she had drunk delicious tea and chatted with the Duchess, and now her mood really became much better. But she also remembered the reason for her emotional breakdown. Elena thought she could be content just by staying close to the prince. But in fact, she knew the truth. The prince doesn't love her. And most likely, in the future, it will only hurt more. The girl clenched her teeth from the pain that gripped her heart. "Duchess, I am in love with the Crown Prince," Elena said out loud. "But it seems the time has come to leave my feelings behind. She won't love him anymore. Of course it won't be easy." The girl hesitated. Chloe promised to support Lady Thornton because she really wants her to find happiness and true love. Elena felt a little better from the girl's words, and she smiled happily. The imperial family's butler knocked on the door of the room where the prince was conversing with the ladies and said that a message had arrived from Lady Thornton. The prince was surprised because this was the first time the girl had asked him for a meeting. What was going on there? Arthur wanted to apologize for last time anyway, so it was worth meeting her. But what he learned from the girl when he met her really shocked him. Thinking that he had misheard something, the man asked Elena to repeat what she had said. "I would like you to reconsider our relationship, Your Highness," the girl repeated patiently. It's a great honor for her to be by his side. She doesn't think she'd want to continue them. Arthur was deeply surprised. He thought that the girl was in love with him. Of course, he was not sincere in their relationship. But why is she suggesting that they break up now? The prince thought tensely, looking at the seemingly calm girl. It seems he was abandoned. An unexpected guess came to mind. Stuttering, the prince said that if that was the case, and she wanted it, then he could do nothing. And the girl, in turn, thanked him for his understanding. Well, if that was so, and that was all she wanted to tell him, then the prince hurried away. He closed the door behind him and leaned thoughtfully against the back of it. Arthur couldn't believe that Elena would ask for a breakup. He thought that this was impossible. But there's nothing to be done. And besides, he still likes Chloe. And she was already in love with him. And if he wants, he can make her fall in love with him again. A graceful female foot in a boot accidentally stepped on a male foot, causing the latter's owner to scream loudly. Chloe apologized fearfully to the man whose foot she accidentally stepped on. The man screamed hysterically that it hurt and that she had broken his leg and asked what she would do now. Chloe was absolutely taken aback by this statement. She noticed that it was impossible to break someone's leg so easily just by stepping on it. The man became furious, believing that she had accused him of lying and even raised his hand to hit the girl after calling her a slut. But brave Ellie stood up to defend her mistress, literally standing between Chloe and the man. Now the man was angry at the maid. How dare such a little brat interfere in the conversations of adults? And then there was the sound of a loud blow, and the man himself was on the ground, holding his face with his hand and groaning in pain. Raising his bloody face, he asked in righteous anger what kind of bastard dared to hit him. Right in front of him stood His Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Empire in person, and the man instantly stopped in mid-sentence. Arthur said that he was about to give him a good punch if he hadn't recognized him. Having quickly apologized and said that he couldn't help but recognize him, the man ran away as fast as he could, his heels sparkling. Arthur turned to Chloe, noticing that they had met again. Observing etiquette, Chloe bowed elegantly, thanking the prince for his help. But Arthur noticed that since she was so grateful, she could do something for him. It's not like he's asking for anything in return, but he does have one request. Arthur asked Chloe to give him some of her time and go with him to a nice place and have lunch. Knowing the behavior of the Crown Prince, the girl thought about it. She wants as much as possible to avoid situations where she and the prince are left alone. But this time is an exception. After carefully weighing everything, Chloe agreed, which made Arthur incredibly happy. As he thought it would be a piece of cake, she had once been in love with him. But Chloe asked the prince to wait a little. She leaned over to ask Ellie to report this whole situation to the Duke of Vandenberg. Hearing this, Arthur clenched his teeth in impotent rage. That bastard Alphonse again. Well, it doesn't matter, the man decided. Chloe will never love this loser of a duke. She will definitely fall in love with him. The Duchess and the prince sat in the beautiful dining room and engaged in small talk while waiting for their meal. Arthur couldn't stop praising Chloe, calling her truly special, beautiful, and a good business manager. Needless to say, she was very different from other women. In his mind, the prince was already celebrating his victory, confident that the girl had melted from his compliments and had fallen in love with him. And besides, he undoubtedly looked cool in her eyes. Chloe no doubt understood that the prince's behavior was not without reason, but she did not know what to do. "I don't think I quite understood you," the girl replied, trying to avoid the dangerous topic. She said that the prince was a good man, even though his attention sometimes made her uncomfortable. And the prince realized that Chloe had not fallen for his bait, and the girl continued that although she was grateful to him for his concern, she would like the relationship between them to be more formal. The prince wondered if this meant it would be less burdensome. He scratched his cheek sheepishly and said that he was glad that she considered him a good person. And in that case, he suggested that they become friends. He won't be a nuisance to her anymore, so he wants to be friends with her. But Chloe isn't sure she can be a friend to His Highness. The man ran away, that everything was within the bounds of decency, everything was fine, and she shouldn't worry about it. He really wants to have a friendly relationship with her. Chloe replied that she understood, and Arthur thought his plan had worked. It is unlikely that he will be able to seduce her quickly, which means he needs to change his plan of action. He will push her slowly and gently, start with friends, gradually get closer until she falls in love with him again. Soon a variety of dishes were brought in, and the young people began to eat. During a conversation over dinner, Arthur recalled the reception last year, at which Alphonse made his loud declaration of love for Chloe. Doesn't she think that the Duke went a little overboard then, and that it got her into trouble? But the girl noticed that everything was fine. Arthur was unpleasantly surprised that Chloe was defending the Duke. Then he noticed that Alphonse was quite cold, which did not suit a man at all. After all, a man should be caring like him. To which Chloe retorted that Alphonse was becoming more and more concerned about her. He may look like that on the outside, but inside he was a very warm person. Was the girl even irritated by his affection? The prince asked again, and Chloe replied that she even found it cute. Arthur had nothing more to say to her. He generally considered all her answers strange. Every person has complaints about the spouse with whom they live together. If you pretend to be genuinely worried, everyone always tells him about the problems that have accumulated over the years. The prince was puzzled why this trick didn't work on Chloe. The man had an unexpected guess. Could it really be that it wasn't only the Duke who loved her? And then he asked the girl directly if she loved Duke Vandenberg. And when she answered positively, the prince's heart seemed to fall into emptiness. "I love you very much." The Duchess beamed as she said these words. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a breathless Alphonse appeared in the doorway. Chloe was overjoyed to see him and ran towards him, much to the prince's surprise. The Duke and Duchess seemed to have not seen each other for a long time. They were very happy to see and hug each other. Prince Arthur seemed to already understand that his plans had been completely and irrevocably shattered by reality. Chloe asked Alphonse if he had come because he had been given a message from her, and confirming this, the Duke said that he had been very worried about her. Alphonse threw an unkind glance at the crown prince as he hugged his wife. There is no way he would help his wife without ulterior motives. He must be using the rescue as an excuse. Turning to Chloe, the Duke remarked that they had better return home. The girl replied that they had just finished their meal, and bowing, she formally said goodbye to His Majesty. Arthur was very unhappy with this turn of events, but pretending that everything was fine, he allowed Chloe to go and said that they would see each other again. The Duke and Duchess walked along the corridors of the establishment towards the exit. Alphonse asked if everything was okay while she was with the Crown Prince. The girl said that they just chatted a little while eating, and she remembered that His Highness had offered to become friends. Hearing this, Alphonse realized that it was unlikely that the prince had proposed becoming friends out of pure intentions, undoubtedly. He had done this in order to get closer to his wife. Alphonse asked if Chloe agreed with the prince's proposal, and when the girl answered in the affirmative, he just shook his head. He advised his wife not to get close to him. In his opinion, something was wrong here. Chloe didn't understand what could be wrong. It turns out that the Duke doesn't like the way the prince looks at his wife. Obviously, he has impure intentions towards his wife. Chloe herself understood that there were such hints, and so she promised her husband not to meet with His Highness alone, and apologized for the inconvenience caused. Alphonse was glad that he had such a good and understanding wife. However, he noted that it would be a good idea to strengthen her personal security, as a situation like today could not be allowed to happen again. The heroine understood that he was right, but she was not used to resistance from the guards, so she neglected her safety this time, for which she apologizes profusely. Kissing his wife lightly, the Duke said that she had nothing to apologize for. Having embraced, the lovers went home. "Wife! Wife!" someone called Chloe insistently, and the girl with difficulty quietly opened her eyes. Alphonse stood above her in his pajamas, looking very worried about something. It seems she was having a nightmare, so Alphonse woke the girl up. That's right, Chloe remembered. She had just had another dream in which she saw the real Chloe. And she asked her husband if she had accidentally said anything while she was sleeping. The Duke answered in the negative, but, he noticed, it seemed as if something was tormenting her. She was also sweating heavily, and Alphonse was worried that something was bothering her. Looking at her husband, the girl thought that she wanted to tell him about her secret as soon as possible, no matter how he reacted. And the girl, smiling, began to say that she wanted to tell him something. The man listened willingly. "Later, I'll tell you a little later when I'm ready," Chloe said, but asked him to prepare a little first so that he wouldn't be too surprised. This request surprised the Duke, and the girl asked him to remember that no matter what happened, she loved him. Loves with all his heart, more than anyone else. In response, Alphonse said that he also loved and would love no matter what happened. The girl was sincerely glad that she fell in love with such a man. She reached out to the man, took his face in both hands, and pulling him towards her, kissed him. After waking up, Chloe immediately wrote a letter to the saint asking for a meeting. But there was something the girl didn't know. After the last incident, the Duke had strengthened her personal security. As a result, the news reached him that Chloe had sent a letter. Alphonse pondered for a long time about the purpose for which she wanted to have a relationship with the saint. The divine power of a saint is the ability to heal the wounded and sick. And the other day, my wife said that she had to tell him something for which he had to prepare himself mentally. A sudden thought shocked the Duke. Could it be that his dear wife was ill with something? The thought was so shocking that, for some time, the Duke sat in a stupor, unable to believe in the possibility of such a thing. Trying to get rid of the obsessive thought, he shook his head. No, he was sure that if she was sick, she would have definitely told him. In addition, she undergoes regular medical checkups and is always healthy. Yes, the Duke decided. She could turn to the saint for another reason, not related to illness. Alphonse was at a loss to understand why his dear wife had turned to the saint. Soon, Chloe organized another tea party. The girls thanked the Duchess for the invitation to an evening tea party, this time with Mrs. Fortham, Messrs. Ronefelt, and Messrs. Time as guests. The maid helped the pregnant Lady Ronefelt to sit down on the sofa. Elizabeth said with a smile that now she even had difficulty sitting down. Looking at her, Chloe thought that she used to envy Lady Fortham. But now I understand that with caring for a precious life comes numerous changes in the body, and side effects appear not always good. In addition, Elizabeth previously said that she was constantly tormented by swollen legs. So Chloe asked how Miss Fortham was feeling, to which the guest replied that everything was the same, and her doctor said that swollen legs during pregnancy are normal. So all you can do is be patient. But be that as it may, for today's tea party, the Duchess prepared herbal tea. Elizabeth clapped her hands happily, so curious about what kind of tea awaited them today. Chloe smiled mysteriously as the maid began pouring tea, and when the girls saw the tea, they were very surprised how the Duchess managed to make tea of such a color, reminiscent of the color of blood. Chloe explained that it was hibiscus tea, an herbal tea made from dried hibiscus flowers grown in southern countries. For flavor, aroma, and nutrition, she added a mixture of rose hips and berries. In addition, hibiscus is very useful for women in late pregnancy, as it relieves fatigue and swelling, and the Duchess made this tea especially for Mrs. Fortham, who suffers from this ailment. Elizabeth was touched by the Duchess's attentive attitude, but Chloe warned that it is better not to drink herbal tea too much. Its effect depends on the constitution of the body. So if Lady Fortham likes the taste, then it will be necessary to consult a doctor and adjust the intake of this tea. Elizabeth asked Chloe not to worry about it. She always discusses with her doctor what exactly she drinks, as Chloe had advised earlier. In this case, Chloe is happy about it and hopes that she will like the tea. Elizabeth was indeed curious about the color of the tea with such a bright color. Taking a sip, Lady Fortham felt that the rich, sour taste was combined with moderate sweetness, and it contained the taste and aroma of various berries. It was very amazing, like a fragrant fruit juice. Seeing such admiration, Lady Ronefelt and Lady Time wanted to try it too. Lady Ronefelt noted that she loved black tea, but that it also had its own special charm, and Lady Time had no idea that tea could have such a sweet and sour taste. Looking at the satisfied faces of the guests, the Duchess thought that although she had suffered a lot during the preparation of this tea, she could apparently now be proud of herself. Elizabeth noted with a slight smile that she had indeed been curious about the taste of this red tea, and it turned out to be sweet and sour. When tea was over, the girls quickly said goodbye to the Duchess of Vandenberg. But Marquise Ronefelt detained Chloe, and she asked to spare her a minute, as she wanted to ask for something. The Marquise needs someone to help her entertain her husband's business partner, and she would like Chloe to be the one to help her. After all, it was the Duchess of Vandenberg who recently took care of the tea ceremony for the delegation from Ona. Of course, it won't be as grand as the Imperial Palace, but she hopes to at least select an excellent tea for their guest. Chloe replied that she was all for it and happily agreed to help. "But who is Marquis Ronefelt receiving?" the girl asked. The Marchioness replied that it was the Queen of Flanders, and Chloe was very impressed. Rather, even the Duchess became a little afraid. Flanders is a small kingdom to the east of the Empire. Although its size is small enough to be compared to a principality, it has an excellent administrative power and a large number of mines where rubies and sapphires of the highest quality are mined. It is one of the most financially rich kingdoms. And the monarch of this kingdom is Katerina. As Chloe herself knows, Katerina is one of the Empire's most important trading partners in the gemstone business. She said that she would be coming to the Empire in a few weeks on personal business, so the Marchioness wanted to invite her to their estate and leave behind some special and pleasant memories, and perhaps the Duchess could help with that. Chloe thought the visitor she would have to treat was the Queen of Flanders. It wouldn't be easy, but it would definitely be a special experience. Besides, Lady Ronefelt is a very dear friend to her, and the Duchess asked to tell her about the Queen's preferences and tastes so that she could choose a tea that she would like. The Marquise immediately became happy and began to sincerely thank Chloe for her help. "The Queen of Flanders has finally arrived in the Empire. It's still the same empire," the woman noted. "I'm not ashamed to introduce my kingdom anywhere, but it's incomparable to the Empire. She is beautiful like a precious stone that you want to add to your collection." The Marquis, the Marchioness, and all the servants of the Ronefelt estate came out to greet the arriving guest. When the Queen was announced to have arrived, everyone bowed respectfully to greet her. First, a graceful female leg in a slipper sparkling with precious stones appeared from the carriage. The Marchioness of Ronefelt could not take her eyes off the dazzling sparkle of the jewels. Then the whole Queen of Flanders, Katharina, appeared, shining like 1,000 suns. Marquis Ronefelt, as the owner of the estate, was the first to directly greet the guest. The Queen also noted that she and the Marquis had not seen each other for a long time. Then she noticed the girl standing next to him, and assumed that this was the Marchioness Ronefelt, about whom she had heard a lot. The Marquise curtsied elegantly, greeting the high-ranking personage, and said that it was an honor for her. Then she suggested going into the mansion. Inside, everything was ready to receive the long-awaited guest. Katerina, known for her refined taste, looked around carefully. Noticing the very skeptical look of the guest, the Marquise hastened to explain that his wife had tried very hard to decorate the living room, and he was very worried whether the guest would like it here. The Queen was surprised that the Marchioness did everything herself, and she noticed that she liked the jewelry she had chosen, which made the Marquise very happy. "But unfortunately no more," continued Katerina. "Each decoration is beautiful, but together they are not harmonious. I do not feel the consistency and the general idea of what you intended to do. I use all this." The Queen found it difficult to judge this in a positive light by her standards, and every word she said made the Marquise more and more gloomy. The Marquise tried to smooth over the awkward impression by noting that the Queen had an excellent sense of aesthetics. Soon it was time for dinner, and the servants set the table. The Marchioness watched the Queen with caution, in case she didn't like the food either. She was, after all, a very important and irreplaceable trading partner in Marquis Ronefelt's business, and the girl was in a panic deciding what to do to make the Queen happy this time. "All that remains is to hope for the Duchess of Vandenberg." The Marquis turned to the Queen. They had heard that in Flanders they were very fond of drinking black tea, so they had prepared a small tea party for her after the meal, and they hoped that she would like it. These words surprised Katerina. She thought that they didn't drink it in the Empire, but she heard that it had suddenly become popular recently, which was probably why the Marquis decided to cook it. The Marquis confirmed and said that the Duchess of Vandenberg, who popularized tea in their country, would prepare it especially for the Queen. Katerina was quite intrigued by this proposal, and she said that it was very interesting and she was looking forward to it. Soon a girl entered the living room. Chloe Vandenberg greeted the Queen, introduced herself, and said that she had come to serve them tea. Marquise Ronnefeld was very surprised by Chloe's appearance, but now she understood why the Duchess had said she would wear modest clothes. If the Queen and Duchess were both in luxurious dresses, they would both outshine each other, and no one would be able to stand out. The Marchioness was worried about the reaction of the Queen, who silently and appraisingly looked at the Duchess. "So you are the same Duchess who started the fashion for tea in an empire that had not drunk it for hundreds of years." It would be quite interesting to drink tea prepared personally by the Duchess, but she noted that she needed to know in advance that she was not very fond of tea. Chloe noticed the look in the Queen's eyes as she spoke these words. She knows that look because she has seen it countless times both in this world and in her past world. A look that tests a new opponent and does not bode well. "Why doesn't the Queen like tea very much?" asked the Duchess. Katerina answered with feigned exaggeration, "Because he is ugly. She's the ruler of a kingdom that drinks black tea every day, so everyone thinks she likes it. And of course she drinks it every day too, but that's about it." Katerina had indeed drunk tea many times, but she had never liked it. Black tea with an orange or red tint is considered wonderful, but according to the Queen, such statements are ridiculous. It is like a class and AAA if we are talking about precious stones. The Queen opened her fan and remarked that, in her opinion, it was foolish to consider black tea leaves beautiful, and that it would be quicker to find beauty in the bloody color of wine or the round fruits of trees. Then Chloe offered to show her some really great tea. Soon the maids rolled in a cart with the tea accessories and Chloe began brewing. A transparent glass teapot with a blue liquid appeared on the table, which immediately caught Katerina's attention. Chloe explained that it was a blue herbal tea mixed with mallow for color. Although mallow has its own beautiful and vibrant blue color, it has almost no taste or smell, so it is often consumed in combination with other teas. Katerina looked thoughtfully into the cup. The color was really beautiful, as it was similar to the color of sapphires. And the Queen took one sip. "I like the scent, but I don't think that's the only thing that will impress me," said the Queen, putting down her cup. Then Chloe decided to make the next tea. But when the Duchess began to pour the same blue tea into the mug, the Queen was surprised. However, at that very moment, the maid approached the table with a small jug and began pouring something into the same cup. The color of the tea began to change as if by magic. The Duchess began to explain that if you mix blue tea with lemon juice, then together they give such a beautiful pink color. In Chloe's past life, the acid-base experiment was part of the elementary school curriculum. But in this world, it's much easier to believe that it's magic. In addition, the blue color of the mallow oxidizes when exposed to air and gradually turns green. And if you add lemon juice, the color becomes raspberry. You can enjoy so many colors from just one type of tea. Queen Katerina found this very interesting, and this was enough for her to return to the kingdom and boast about what she had seen. But since it was the Duchess who popularized tea in the empire, she feels that Chloe still has a lot to show. The girl obediently agreed and began to prepare the next tea. A teapot and an empty glass appeared on the table. This surprised Katerina, because tea is supposed to be brewed first and then served. At this time, Chloe approached the Queen with a box in her hands. The box opened with a click, and inside was a single ball that looked like a grain. The Duchess explained that these were tea leaves. Katerina was surprised, because they had an unusual appearance, and it seemed that this was the tea Chloe was talking about. Chloe continued to serve the tea. Usually when brewing tea, you add the tea first and then the water. This is the bottom method. But if the tea leaves are too delicate and sensitive to irritants, then the upper method is used, when water is added first, and then the leaves themselves. The method called the middle method, which Chloe is using right now, involves pouring half the water in first, then adding the leaves and topping up with the remaining water. This method is less harsh on the tea leaves. But what Katerina saw next impressed her greatly. The grain from the box in the water began to change. It looked as if a bud was blooming, and the Queen could not hide her surprise after a couple of seconds. At least a bouquet had blossomed in the glass. There was something else that only increased the guest's surprise. The blossoming bud resembled the flag of Flanders. Chloe said that this is a special tea from Ona, which consists of green tea and various flowers, and as you can see, these flowers bloom in hot water. This tea was ordered especially for Her Royal Majesty. Its taste and smell are as wonderful as its appearance. The impressed guest decided to try it herself. Katerina took the first sip. Indeed, as the Duchess said, along with the enticing taste of green tea, there is a wonderful aroma of flowers. While the Queen was enjoying her tea, a servant came up to her with another box in her hands. Inside were a dozen teepees, and Chloe announced that she was giving Her Majesty this tea, reminiscent of the flag of Flanders, and hoped that the Queen would enjoy it. The Queen was very impressed with such a gift. She received many gifts from many people, but who would have thought that she would see tea blooming in water? Katerina laughed loudly and cheerfully to everyone's amazement. "And you really are that very Duchess." She turned to Chloe. "I'm glad that you are truly worthy of your reputation." Chloe was also very surprised by the Queen's words and thanked her, saying that it was a great honor for her. After tea was over, Marquis Ronnefelt and the Queen retired to discuss business, and the Marchioness approached Chloe, who was grateful to the Duchess because everything ended so well only thanks to her. But Chloe herself was grateful to the Marquise because she had an unforgettable experience. The girl would like to talk some more, but she has to go because of her schedule. The Queen of Flanders called out to the Duchess, who was about to leave. She asked the Marquise forgiveness and stepped away for a moment to speak with the Duchess. Katerina asked directly if the Duchess of Vandenberg would like to work with her, and when Chloe asked again in surprise, she explained that the Duchess was, after all, a successful business owner. And the Queen just needs a good entrepreneur who could help her with her jewelry business, or the Duchess could help her with running the kingdom. Her Majesty waited for Chloe's answer, and added that she knew that in the Empire women were not allowed into politics, but in the kingdom, under her leadership, it was possible. And as a down payment, Katerina offers the Duchess 3 mines where the best sapphires are mined, and of course her salary will be allocated separately. It was as if Chloe had been struck by lightning. 3 sapphire mines. This is an incomparable income compared to the current income from Triple Sweetness. After thinking for a moment, Chloe thanked Her Majesty for such a generous offer, but she wondered why she was making it to her in particular. To which the Queen replied that she has a hobby, collecting beautiful things, and talented people like Duchess Chloe Vandenberg. Queen Katerina is ready to do anything to get people like Chloe. This is the joy of her life and the meaning of her existence. Chloe asked in confusion, so now the Queen was asking her to become part of the royal collection. And when Katerina answered in the affirmative, the girl smiled sweetly and remarked that it was an honor for her, but she could not accept this offer, which surprised the Queen. She excitedly asked why Chloe refused, because the rights of imperial women were limited in the areas of politics and heritage. No matter how successful the business was, she would always face prejudice. But in Flanders, under Queen Katerina, she can do anything she wants. They even love tea. Unlike the Empire, is Chloe really going to refuse anyway? The Duchess knew that such an offer would certainly not be easy to refuse. But nevertheless, she wants to do her own thing, of course. The Queen's offer is very profitable, but Chloe still wants to go her own way. No matter how difficult it may be, she still wants to do a lot. Katerina listened thoughtfully, as Chloe was only truly happy when she was doing something that involved only her own tea. In the end, with some disappointment, she said she respected her choice. But if Chloe ever changes her mind, let her know. She'll be waiting. After this, Chloe began working harder to open new branches, and soon opened a second store in Milton Keynes. The ladies gathered at the reception discussed the Duchess of Vandenberg's shop, and the fact that everyone is talking about it now, and even though it is far away, they still want to go there. In addition, there are other rumors circulating in society now that Prince Arthur has not left the castle walls at all lately. He was invited to a banquet, but declined the invitation. It was hard to believe these rumors because the prince loved banquets, but at the same time, the girls really hadn't seen him for a long time. The ladies were beginning to worry about whether everything was okay with the crown prince. Arthur sat alone in his chambers and thought about something. There were so many different thoughts in the man's head. I keep remembering what Chloe said and how she said it. These memories make my heart ache unpleasantly. If he hadn't turned her confession into a joke back then and accepted it with a pure heart, could everything have been different? They both could be happy. Arthur thought it would be nice if he could change Chloe's heart, but he kept remembering how happy she was with Vandenberg, and how happy the Duke himself was, and these memories gave the prince a headache. There was a knock at the door, and the butler entered the room with a message. Today there will be a banquet to celebrate the emperor's birthday. In the evening, Arthur was forced to attend a banquet in honor of his father's birthday. The man stood near the table with drinks and snacks, suffering from inexpressible boredom. Soon, a melodious female voice addressed him, greeting His Majesty. In front of Arthur, bowing elegantly, stood Chloe Vandenberg, and slightly behind her was Alphonse Vandenberg. The prince looked suspiciously at the approaching couple. They looked so happy that they seemed to be glowing. But Arthur thought with irritation that he would rather not see this. After all his problems are because of that bastard Vandenberg. Alphonse Vandenberg, the prince declared loudly for all to hear. Duel echoed throughout the hall, and there was no one left who did not hear this challenge. Arthur excitedly continued to say that he was challenging Alphonse to a duel and demanding that he fight with honor, while asking if he was going to run away like a coward. Chloe was quite surprised by the sudden duel. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Maybe there was some misunderstanding, and the girl asks him to think about it again, but Arthur only got even more angry. It seems that Chloe is doing this because she is worried about this asshole. The Duke turned the girl towards him and asked her not to worry, although Chloe was actually afraid that her husband would get hurt. "I won't shed a drop of blood, it will all be over in 3 shots. The Duke answered calmly and confidently. These words made Prince Arthur even more furious, dissatisfied with his opponent's self-confidence. But the Duke was outwardly calm and balanced. "Don't regret it, Duke," the prince said mockingly, and he announced that the duel would take place right here and now. The guards present at the banquet tried to reason with His Majesty, persuading him that he could not hold a duel at a reception in honor of the birthday of His Majesty the Emperor. But Arthur became even more angry that the head of security had decided to order him around, and he demanded that he immediately step aside and not interfere. Arthur thought only about how he needed to defeat Alphonse at any cost, so that all these people could see the Duke's defeat with their own eyes. He offered Alphonse to take the weapon, and he himself reached for the knife lying on the table. Arthur mockingly thought that a knife would be enough to defeat his opponent. Duke Vandenberg also chose his weapon. It turned out to be a small, 2-pronged cocktail fork. This choice of weapons seemed like a mockery of His Majesty, who could barely contain himself from the fact that the Duke did not take him seriously. Calling Alphonse a scoundrel, Arthur rushed into the attack. Chloe watched the sudden duel with bated breath, listening in horror to the sounds of the struggle and the clanging of knives and forks. At a particularly dangerous moment, the girl could not help but scream in horror. The knife flew into the air and landed on the table, its tip embedded in it. Arthur opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting such an outcome. Alphonse was sitting on top of the lying prince, sticking a fork dangerously close to his head, having carried out exactly 3 attacks as he promised his wife. The Duke rose from the floor and brushed himself off as if nothing had happened. Chloe hurried to him, worried whether her husband was hurt, whether everything was okay with him. Smiling reassuringly, the man noted that everything was okay with him. The ladies and gentlemen who had become involuntary witnesses to the duel whispered to each other and discussed what had happened. No one could believe that His Excellency, the Duke, had just defeated His Highness the Prince, who was famous for his fencing. Arthur also couldn't believe that he had lost. "Arthur Vladimir!" The Emperor's thunderous voice rang out. His Majesty was outraged by the outrageous behavior of his son, especially at a reception in honor of his birthday. And let the prince not hope that he will let him get away with everything as easily as before. From now on, Arthur is under indefinite house arrest in his palace until the Emperor gives an order otherwise. The prince, already shocked, never expected this from his father. This decision was difficult for the father emperor, but his position obliged him to do so. Turning to the Duke and Duchess, he asked for forgiveness for the behavior of his son, who had acted very foolishly, showing great disrespect to them. The prince had no mother, so his father always treated him indulgently. Who knew that he would become like this? The emperor believes that it is his fault, and he is very ashamed in front of the Vandenbergs. Touched, Chloe asked His Majesty not to blame himself. Although the emperor believes that his son's mistakes reflect his own mistakes in raising him, neither Chloe nor Alphonse think so, and it is not the emperor's fault. If only the prince were half as wise as they were, His Majesty lamented. Then the emperor turned to the Duke and asked him to tell him what he could do to apologize for his son's deed. Let the Duke just say it, and he would do everything in his power. Alphonse silently looked at his wife, who at the same moment looked questioningly at her husband. Still, the Duke suggested thinking about it later. The emperor apologized again and left the banquet hall. The duel between Arthur and Alphonse became a hot topic in society, so sales at Triple Sweet suddenly increased again. At the same time, a reply letter arrived from the saint. Reading the letter, Chloe couldn't believe how this was possible. How is it possible that the saint agreed to the meeting? The girl was immensely happy. Now she would be able to feel confident in front of Alphonse. But Chloe's joy has faded a little. She will have to leave him again, and this time she goes abroad. Even when they were only 10 days apart, she missed him terribly. And now they would have to be separated for an even longer period. Maybe she should offer to go with him under the pretext of traveling, and then secretly leave to meet the saint. At first, the idea seemed sensible. But after thinking for a moment, Chloe threw it away. She didn't want to deceive him a second time. The girl firmly decided that she would go herself and tell him everything at dinner that night. Soon evening came. Looking at her husband, the Duchess said what she wanted. It seems she will have to go abroad. There are some problems with business. Alphonse looked at the girl silently, and to Chloe's great surprise, he simply agreed with her words. She even asked again if he really agreed. The Duke, smiling slightly, confirmed. The girl even became slightly nervous. Could it really be that simple? She rushed to her husband with hugs, thanking him for his understanding. He really is the best husband. Meeting him is the greatest luck in her entire life. Hugging the girl in return, Alphonse replied that she is the best wife and too good for him, but in return, offered to go together. Chloe thought she had misheard, but the Duke repeated that he would clear his schedule in a couple of days so they could go together. She tried to object, because he was busy. But the man replied that everything was fine, and wouldn't it be dangerous for her to go alone? But if he's worried about her safety, would it be easier for you to send the knights with her? The girl still tried to object. It had happened before with Milton Keynes, Alphonse countered, and even then, he had not liked the idea of her going alone. So now the Duke was insisting on choosing a date and going together. The girl did not give up hope of going alone, and thanked her husband for the offer. But Alphonse suddenly asked if there was a reason why she wanted to go alone, and Chloe seemed to freeze from his words and harsh tone. She hastily tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came to mind. There was only one possible outcome at this point, but the girl still couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. Gathering all her strength into a fist, Chloe swallowed nervously and made up her mind. Alphonse had proven his devotion and love to her more than once. She needed to tell at least for his sake. She couldn't lie anymore, and it wasn't necessary. She wasn't the same as before either. "Alphonse, I need to tell you something," the girl began, her gaze sliding towards the servants in the room. The Duke understood everything without words and ordered the servants to leave. When the door slammed behind them, Chloe had nowhere else to retreat. But first she asked her husband, no matter what he heard, to promise that he would believe her. This development in the conversation puzzled Alphonse, but he promised without delay. Chloe was grateful and asked to keep everything a secret. The girl began by asking him if he could believe in the existence of other worlds. The man was no less nervous than the girl and did not know what to answer to this question. Taking a deep breath, Chloe blurted out that she was, in fact, a lost person who had come from another world. Alphonse's shocked expression spoke for itself, but Chloe repeated that, although it was hard to believe, it was true. At first, everything seemed so unusual to her. The girl continued her story. But when she got used to this world, she met him and received a new life. All this time, Chloe felt guilty about taking someone else's place, and after searching on her own, she found a saint who could help her contact the real owner of this body. So she tried to leave and couldn't tell him about it. The Duke could not utter a word. It seemed he did not understand anything at all. But Chloe expected such a reaction. Most likely, he would not believe her. She herself would not believe herself. But it will be better this way, and now it's easier for her. At least she was able to show her true self. Alphonse gradually began to understand what was happening. The way Chloe promised to tell him everything and asked him to prepare a little for it. In fact, the man was glad that it wasn't something he was worried about. But he could not even imagine that she was a person from another world. However, she remains the one he loves, and he caught up with her and embraced her. Hugging his beloved, Alphonse asked why she had to suffer alone all this time. The girl did not expect to hear this, and her eyes filled with tears. She began to apologize for deceiving him all the time, but Alphonse interrupted, assuring her that it was not her fault and she had no need to apologize. "Alphonse, I love you more than anything in the world. Please believe me," she almost cried. But the Duke had no intention of denying it, for he himself loved and trusted her more than anyone else, and he swore that he would love her no matter what. Tears of happiness rolled down the girl's cheeks. She pressed her lips to her husband's, feeling relief and all-consuming love. For some time they kissed selflessly, learning new facets of love. "I see the Holy Lands," the coachman announced to the gentlemen about the end of their long journey, and the carriage rumbled towards the well-defended gates of the Holy Lands. Her path was blocked by holy knights who demanded that she introduce herself and state the purpose of her visit. "Alphonse and Chloe Vandenberg, the imperial ducal couple, have come to meet the saint," Chloe said, handing over the invitation letter as confirmation. "May God's blessing be with you," the knights bowed politely, letting the carriage pass. Chloe thought they arrived faster than planned, which was a good thing. Very soon she will meet the saint. There is very little time left. Noticing the quiet girl, the Duke called out to her and asked if she was okay, as she looked anxious. This was indeed the case. Chloe was very worried about the uncertainty of her own future, but she gathered all her strength and smiled sweetly at her husband, assuring him that everything was fine with her, once again convincing herself that she shouldn't worry too much. The next day, Chloe and Alphonse went to the Vatican to meet the saint. They were led into the living room where they awaited her arrival. The girl was nervously thinking about what to say, but her thoughts were interrupted. "May God's blessing be upon you." A figure in a white robe, whose face was hidden by a deep hood, greeted the guests. First of all, the Duchess of Vandenberg thanked her for accepting her sudden meeting request and introducing her husband. The saint noticed that they had come a long way and been through a lot. There must be a reason why the Lord brought them to her and asked them to tell her. Chloe was hesitant, not knowing where to start. Shaking nervously, the girl began to speak. In fact, she is lost and would like to tell about everything that happened to her. Clenching her hands in tension, Chloe added that she wanted to speak with the previous owner of this body. And although she knew how impudent it was, she asked from the bottom of her heart. Alphonse, who had been sitting silently nearby until then, also, without saying a word, handed his wife a handkerchief. And only then did the Duchess notice that tears had appeared in her eyes, and she was grateful to her husband for such invisible but such necessary support. All this time, the saint silently listened and watched the guests. Then, raising her head, she asked Chloe for forgiveness, because in fact she knew about her situation. The girl was very surprised by the saint's words. She explained that several months ago the Duchess met with a former priest, Riverwood, who lives in Milton Keynes. That's when he told her about Chloe. Strict secrecy is an unwavering rule for a clergyman, but the lady's case is special, and therefore the saint asks forgiveness for having violated it. A disconcerted Chloe replied that she understood everything. The saint continued, as Riverwood had probably said, they were doing the Lord's will. Their mission was to look after his children. Since the inhabitants of other worlds are also his children, they all always felt very sorry for the lost ones. To some extent, one could say that this was their fate. They all lived unhappy lives, and they always looked for a way to live their lives happily ever after. In this sense, the Duchess of Vandenberg is the hope of all the lost. Chloe has proven that even such a life can be happy if you build good relationships here and adapt to the new world. So they would also like Chloe to get rid of her guilt and find true happiness. And this is what God wants for his children. Now the saint asks Chloe to show all the lost of this world new possibilities. Since Mr. Riverwood's request was rejected, Chloe was worried that the same would happen to her, but who knew that she would be accepted so willingly? Of course, the girl was very happy and began to thank the saint, promising that she would never forget her mercy. To which the saint replied that they were grateful for the very existence of the Duchess. Then she stood up and asked to follow her. She led the Vandenbergs into a large, darkened room, the place where they received the oracle's messages. The interview with the body's previous owner, requested by Chloe, will take place here. The saint raised the magic ball into the air and announced that everything was ready. But Chloe asked her to wait. The girl's heart was beating so hard from excitement that she could not pull herself together. And the girl felt a calming touch on her hand. It was Alphonse, who noticed his wife's excitement. Chloe was surprised to notice that all her fears had disappeared, and she felt a great sense of calm just from his presence. That's right. She covered his hand with hers. No matter what happened, everything would be fine because Alphonse was with her. Having gained confidence, Chloe asked the saint to begin. Yielding to the saint's command, the magic ball began to glow from within, producing a hissing sound. Its light became brighter and brighter. It sparkled like a bright light bulb in the night. In this bright light, Chloe saw something. Like a TV screen, the magic ball showed a painfully familiar room. A girl in simple home clothes was sitting at a desk. Outwardly, it was Park Ha-jung, and Chloe immediately recognized herself. Once the connection was established, the saint allowed Chloe to speak. The girl hesitated. "Chloe," she finally said quietly. The girl on the other side of the screen seemed to freeze in surprise. And then she turned her head to the side, not understanding who was calling her. The present Chloe repeated her call. Frightened, old Chloe asked in a trembling voice who was calling her, how they could even talk. "It's me, Park Ha-jung, the former owner of your body," the girl answered, trying to remain calm. The current Park Ha-jung seemed to have a surprised expression on her face. "You are the mistress of this body?" she asked again, and her face darkened. Now, as soon as I got used to it, I only liked living here. The more Chloe listened to the words coming from the magic ball, the more surprised she became. Visibly dejected, Park Ha-jung asked if she was going to ask for her body to be returned to her. And then it dawned on Chloe what was happening. She was sure that the girl would want to return to her life, but she liked Ha-jung's new life. And Chloe hastened to refute her words. She's not talking to her because of this. They have no way to go back at all. Ha-jung felt a slight sense of relief and asked why she was talking to her then, and how they were doing it anyway. The Duchess was stunned. This was not how she had imagined this conversation. She was prepared for the real owner of the body to blame her. But in reality, it turned out to be quite the opposite. "To be honest," Chloe began, "I became happier after I came to this world. Unlike that life, I have very dear people here." But remembering the real Chloe, it seemed to her that she brightened her life, and therefore she wanted to somehow contact her, so she found a way to contact her with the help of the saint. The more the current Ha-jung listened, the more astonishment appeared on her face. The Duchess, taking the magic ball in her hands, as if touching Ha-jung's hands in person, asked her for forgiveness for the fact that, albeit accidentally, she took everything from her place, her life, her family. Chloe felt guilty and thought that she would be angry with her, that she missed her life that she had lost and would want it back. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She asked him to forgive her for being such a coward, for taking her place and changing her life. "I don't blame you," the girl said loudly into the void. To be honest, when she suddenly came here for the first time, she was very scared. She didn't know anyone, and all she had was a room and Ha-jung's savings. But she also retained her memories, and soon she settled in, although she still doesn't know anyone else. As Chloe had already realized, she had no friends or precious family in her world either. On the contrary, the current Ha-jung likes it here more because no one knows her. Because she could start a new life in a completely new place, no maids and servants to bully her, no high society to spread rumors about her. And now she's going to get her license. There are courses at this place, so she can learn anything. Old Chloe still can't communicate with people, or even look them in the eye. But present-day Chloe is glad she has something she can do. When she was there, she couldn't do anything at all. She couldn't even imagine how happy she would be to learn something and have something she loves to do. She is really much happier here than there. She even feels that it is getting better here every day. She will definitely find a job before Ha-jung's savings run out and will earn money on her own. And someday she will definitely have a loved one. In fact, she was scared too. She thought that the real Ha-jung would appear and demand that she give everything back. What would tell her to go back to the duchy, where she could do nothing and there was no one on her side? She is happy that everything turned out well, because they have similar thoughts about this whole situation. Chloe was also happy to find out about this. It was like a weight had been lifted from her soul. The girls talked as if they were sitting next to each other and had known each other all their lives. The real Chloe suggested that they try together, she here and Ha-jung there, and do everything possible, so they will become happy in gratitude for the new life, for each other. Although they are unlikely to meet again, which even made current Chloe a little upset that they won't be able to talk anymore. Different worlds cannot contact each other, that's just the way it is. In fact, they shouldn't talk now, but the saint took care of everything. Chloe actually felt sorry. She tried to say something but couldn't find the words. "We're friends," Ha-jung said, and Chloe's heart skipped a beat. Even if they never meet again, they are friends. They know about each other's existence and will support each other in the future. She wants the other to be happy and believes that this will happen. The current Ha-jung was very touched by these words because this was her first time making a friend. A loud cry came from the magic ball, so much so that Chloe became worried. Ha-jung couldn't hold back her tears of emotion anymore. She also wanted Chloe to be happy. She is obliged to become the happiest, happier than everyone else in that world, and she herself will be happy in this one. Chloe hoped that would be the case, but to be sure, she extended her pinky finger to seal the promise. Ha-jung did the same, smiling. Always be healthy and live a good life, wished the current Jung. Bye, Jung, the girl said, and the image began to fade. Then, with a hissing sound, the magic ball went out, and a few salty drops fell onto its dark surface. Bye, Chloe, said the Duchess. The girl stood in silence with the ball in her hands, comprehending what had just happened, not daring to let it go. This is really the end, she realized. She turned her head slightly, feeling invisible support behind her back. Alphonse silently looked at his wife. And then he pulled her close, hugging her tightly and telling her that she had tried hard. That was what Chloe needed right now. And she readily hugged him back. And they would have stood there hugging if the girl hadn't remembered that they weren't alone here. And that was only because the saint said she was glad that their conversation ended on a good note. Blushing slightly from embarrassment, the girl noticed that it was all thanks to her. But the saint reasonably noted that she only helped them connect with each other. But only thanks to Chloe and herself, Jung was able to find happiness in that world. Chloe was surprised that the saint heard the entire conversation, but she corrected herself by saying that she had only heard about half of it, since they both spoke sometimes in the language of this world, sometimes in the language of that world, and there were moments that she did not understand. The Duchess froze in surprise. Could it really be that due to her intense excitement she didn't even notice this? But it was for the best. Otherwise, she would have been even more excited. Thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness, she said to the woman. But the saint herself was glad that Chloe showed her new possibilities for the life of the lost. May God bless you with a happy future, and may you be forever happy with your loved ones, she said to the ducal couple as she left. The young people returned to their rooms in the Holy Land. Chloe felt so relieved she felt like she could fly. Besides, she had so much she wanted to tell Alphonse when he found out about her secret. She took the man by the hands, and she said that she was happy to be here with him, and she is the happiest person in the world because she met him. Alphonse squeezed her hands in response, and he replied that for him it was a miracle that she was with him now. Apparently, I came from another world to meet you, Chloe remarked half-jokingly, and unexpectedly she kissed Alphonse. The man did not resist and responded to the girl's kiss. How happy he is that she came into this world and became his wife. I love you, said the Duke, and Chloe was surprised by these words of love. I really love you with all my heart, the girl said in response. And the lovers merged in a tender kiss. At that moment, they were infinitely happy. After returning from the saint, Alphonsus and Chloe returned to their normal lives. Even though Chloe revealed her secret, the relationship between them remained the same. But there was something interesting in the news that Chloe's best friend had given birth to a baby. So the Duchess of Vandenberg arrived at Fortham Mansion to visit the new mother. The first thing she did was congratulate Elizabeth on such a wonderful event. Lady Fortham, though looking exhausted, was very glad that Chloe had come to her. The baby was in his mother's arms, and looking at him, Chloe could not hide her tenderness. The baby was so cute, with such little arms and legs, and looked like an angel. Seeing her friend's sincere emotions, Elizabeth noted that she, too, would sooner or later have a child, and it was impossible to imagine how cute he would be, taking half from his mother and father. A child like me and Alphonse, Chloe thought. As she imagined him, she thought that he would really be very cute and charming. In order not to get her hopes up too early, the girl replied that even if not, everything would be fine. She still really liked her job. What's most important is that whether she can give birth or not, everything will be fine, because Alphonse loves her. Chloe looked a little downcast, and Elizabeth noticed it, but Lady Fortham was sure that such a beautiful girl would be fine in any case. Breaking the awkward silence, the Duchess asked if Elizabeth would like to see the gift she had brought for her and the baby, and Lady Fortham happily agreed. For Mrs. Fortham, Chloe prepared black tea, a gift she chose because she knew Elizabeth loved it very much, but she had to restrain herself because of the baby during her pregnancy. Since black tea contains caffeine, it may affect the baby during breastfeeding, so all women usually avoid drinking it until they finish breastfeeding. But in the Empire, most aristocrats do not breastfeed themselves but hire nannies, so Chloe decided to prepare such a gift. She hopes Mrs. Fortham will like it. Elizabeth was shocked when she saw the number of gifts. She sorted through the jars of tea and enthusiastically voiced their types: Dimbula, UVA, even Nuara Elia. Chloe happily added that she brought them because she remembered that Elizabeth liked Sinhalese teas. Mrs. Fortham was completely touched by her friend's attentiveness and did not know how to thank her. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She threw herself into the arms of the Duchess of Vandenberg and hugged her tightly. Could there be a better friend in the world than Chloe? The Duchess tried to object that she was being passed over, but in fact, she was pleased with such a reaction from her close friend. Elizabeth Fortham is one of the people dearest to her, and thanks to tea, she met so many people, and she is grateful for that. Once the thanks were over, Chloe suggested trying the Nuvara Elia together since it was this year's harvest and should be delicious. Elizabeth volunteered to take care of the tea herself. She had been lying in bed for so many days that she was a little tired of it and was ready to get down to business. But she was worried that her skills were a little rusty since she hadn't made tea in a long time, and Chloe volunteered to help her. Lady Fortham delightedly called it a secret tea party. She asked to wait until she handed the child over to the nanny and returned, anticipating the long-absent joy. The girls, laughing and talking, went to the kitchen. The seasons changed, and winter came again. Looking at the last leaves falling from the trees, the Duchess decided that it was time to start preparing for the cold weather. She already has experience from last year, so she is almost not worried. Great, then we need to start planning our preparations immediately. So Chloe set out to explore the estate to find out what materials and things needed to be purchased. And this time, despite the colorful speeches of the seller and the display of all sorts of new products, she calmly assessed and bought only what was necessary. And if she wanted to ask something, she didn't hesitate to ask for advice from Cale and Mrs. Lockwood. As a result, the preparation for winter this year was successful again. If anything was different from last year, it was only one thing the seller showed the Duchess, one thing brought from the great Russian principality. He colorfully described the colors and reliefs characteristic of the principality, describing how some use coal and wood, others mana, as it was created using the most modern technology of the magic tower. And Chloe couldn't resist. She had long dreamed of something like this. In her past life, she had neither the money nor the opportunity to buy it. But now everything is different, the girl thought with a smile. Get it ready, said the Duchess to the shop assistant, determined to get the thing. It's getting colder much faster this time. By the way, the Duchess has not organized any public events for a long time. The girl wondered whether she should have tea with the things she had recently bought. The news that Chloe Vandenberg was hosting a tea party quickly spread among the aristocrats. Girls told each other about it, and those who did not receive an invitation were very upset. After all, this was the tea party of that very Duchess who conquered both the Duke of Vandenberg and His Highness the Crown Prince. She will certainly present something new this time, and those who did not receive an invitation decided to write to the Duchess themselves in the hope of still being invited to such an interesting event. Due to the great interest from the aristocrats, Chloe had to increase the scale of the tea party. On the appointed day, she warmly welcomed the arriving guests, noting that this winter was truly cold. The girls sat down at the table and eagerly awaited what kind of tea would surprise them this time. They were talking to each other, but they also noticed a large object on the table, covered with a sad cloth. It was some kind of furniture, they wondered. It looked big and important, probably something to do with tea. Soon, the tea party began, and Chloe solemnly greeted the guests and introduced herself. She tried very hard in preparation, so she asked the girl to rest and enjoy the tea party. The Duchess noticed the girl's interested glances directed at the object on the table, and with a smile she announced that today she would present them with new tea utensils. This thing was perfect for their weather and was imported from the Grand Duchy of Russia. The maid who came up carefully pulled the cloth off the object, revealing a shiny and sparkling silver samovar underneath. The Duchess told the girls, who gasped in admiration, that this tea heater was called a samovar, and that every house in the principality had one. In this world, the Grand Duchy of Russia is a principality that crosses the west and the east. Its geographical size is roughly comparable to the size of the empire, but due to the barren land and harsh climate, life there is quite difficult. The principality is especially famous for its cold winters. 1 to 2 meters of snow falls in one snowfall. Due to the cold winter and the impossibility of going outside, a culture of living indoors developed. And also because of the high level of development of crafts in the principality, their things are highly valued in the empire. The delighted girls were very interested in how it was used, and Chloe volunteered to show them. Obeying the silent order of the mistress, the maid removed the top part from the samovar. Then I poured water inside. After closing the lid, she lit a match and set fire to the top of the samovar. After a while, steam began to come out of the closed object. The guests were surprised to notice that they could hear the sound of boiling water. A samovar is a heating and heating device, the Duchess began her story. Inside it, they light coal, firewood, and pine cones so that they can boil water. And there is a kettle on top of it. The heat of the samovar constantly warms it up, and it does not cool down. Taking the teapot from the samovar in her hands, Chloe carefully poured the tea into the cup, but as she rightly noted, the tea in the teapot was very tart, as if undiluted, so it needed to be mixed with water to get the right concentration. The guests were delighted and noted that since it serves not only for making tea, but also as a heating device, it is truly a necessary thing in the principality, where the weather is constantly cold and dry. The Duchess also explained that you can use the samovar's tap to adjust the concentration of the tea to your taste. And then she demonstrated this by pouring water into a mug. One of the girls took a cup of the prepared tea with interest, wondering what it would taste like. But before she could put it to her lips, Chloe warned her against hasty action. Everyone knows that if you brew tea for a very long time, the tea leaves begin to release bitterness, she asked those present. Therefore, they definitely need to add water to adjust the concentration. That is why the people of the Russian Principality prefer to drink tea with sweets. They even add sweets to the tea itself. And now, they will try the same. They usually add this. Chloe pointed to a small jar standing nearby. It was a jar of jam. The girls were quite puzzled they couldn't understand how it was possible to add jam to tea instead of sugar. Chloe continued that each of them had probably tried iced tea with added fruit. Therefore, even if you add fruit jam to black tea, their unique aromas combine to create a sweet, unique taste that has its own unique charm, different from fruit iced tea. Since Chloe mentioned iced tea, the guests assumed it would be good, and they couldn't wait to try it. Today, the Duchess has prepared orange, blueberry, red currant, and raspberry jams, and she suggested that the girls add any of them that they liked to their tea. Each of the girls added a few spoons of jam and mixed well. Then she took her first sip. Immediately, you feel how the rich, full aroma of fruits mixes with warmth and fills your mouth, and the bitterness of black tea is harmoniously balanced with the remaining sweetness. Surprisingly, tea with jam is very tasty. The aroma of black tea and the taste of fruits combine perfectly. The tea is sweet and not bitter. They really feel like the body is filled with warmth. This is truly a perfectly suitable tea for the Russian Principality. Chloe was genuinely glad that everyone liked it. She made enough so that everyone could enjoy the tea. After the successful end of the tea party, rumors spread about the tea traditions of the Russian Principality, and the popularity of the jam grew. And there were even people who ordered samovars through the Duchy of Vandenberg. Preparations for winter ended warmly and sweetly. Think about your actions from now on. I'm not going to forgive you a second time, I understand, the Emperor scolded his punished son. Coming out of temporary confinement, Arthur wondered how he had gotten to this point, and in fact, Chloe wasn't that big of a problem. Was she worth all his actions, the prince wondered. Just a couple of years ago, she was one of the most stupid aristocrats. He doesn't give up, he just chooses the right path. As luck would have it, the image of Chloe happily next to Vandenberg came to mind. She avoids him because he is scared or because it is unacceptable. The man was angry. Well, good luck to both of them. Around this time, the problem of gin addiction began to spread more and more among ordinary people. Hey, you bastard, you can't even apologize properly. Drunken shouts and sounds of a fight could be heard on the street. The man who had just been pushed wasn't going to let it go that easily, and suggested that they check which of them would be sent to the next world today. The fight between the men took place right on the roadway, making it impossible for the carriage to pass. The gentleman whose carriage was forced to stop asked the coachman with displeasure what was going on, and received the answer that local drunks were fighting in the street. The gentleman was seriously angry that some commoners were preventing him from passing, and he demanded that the coachman immediately tell them to leave. The servant doubted that the fighters would listen to him and suggested that they simply take a different route. The irritated gentleman decided to deal with the obstacle himself, even though the coachman tried to stop him. As he stepped out of the carriage, he loudly called the people ignorant commoners and asked how they dared to stand in the way of Viscount Quignon. The drunks, enraged by the fight, looked angrily at that very Viscount they go hungry every day due to lack of food, but he probably lives very well. The gentleman shuddered from their looks and the tone of their conversation, greatly frightened by the people approaching him. But all orders to stop could not stop them. Viscount Quignon was thrown to the ground and brutally beaten by drunken commoners. The emperor himself was notified of this incident and brought it before the council for consideration. Some members of the council were outraged that this was an obvious rebellion and that the guilty parties should be punished to the fullest extent, including executing their entire family and relatives, while others said that what had happened only proved how much the citizens were suffering and dissatisfied, and asked His Majesty to pardon them. The emperor asked what Prince Arthur thought about this. The crown prince believed that the criminals should be severely punished. This was the first time in 80 years that such an unprecedented display of violence had occurred, and against the aristocracy at that. The emperor was also interested in the opinion of the Duke of Vandenberg on this issue. Alphonse Vandenberg believed that this incident should not be viewed as an act of violence or rebellion, but rather in its social context, gin addiction and the problem of poverty among the capital's residents. Moreover, as a result of the investigation, the Viscount was repeatedly caught in excessive tax collection, exploitation of citizens, and physical violence against them. They must take these factors into account, the Duke concluded, and the Emperor agreed, noting that the Duke's judgment was very wise. Listening to his father listen to the Duke's arguments, Arthur felt as if he trusted Vandenberg much more than his own son. Not only the Emperor, but all those present admired how deeply the Duke was familiar with the problem, and the Duke himself became thoughtful. He remembered the words of his wife, who said that in the place where she lived, there was no division between commoners and aristocrats, and although it was difficult for him to understand, she wanted all people to be happy. She would have liked that very much, Alphonse thought, smiling at his memories. The Emperor noticed the Duke's good mood, and he said out loud that after the wedding he became much softer, and this is quite natural when a loved one appears nearby. It's time to announce the decision on this case. They will punish the criminals for violence against the nobility, but not for rebellion. And an investigation will also need to be conducted into the behavior of Viscount Kynan. And also, now that he realized the seriousness of the gin addiction problem, they should be vigilant, which means it would be better not to delay further creation of a cure for this scourge. And, in the opinion of the Emperor, Duke Vandenberg would cope with this work perfectly, so he asked what he thought about it. Alphonse promised to do his best, and the Emperor relied on him. But at that moment, someone suddenly raised their hand with another proposal. Arthur asked to be put in charge of this matter because he is the Crown Prince of the Empire, so he must demonstrate his skills. This initiative by the Crown Prince, which was completely unusual for him, surprised the members of the council. The Emperor was also very surprised. He asked Arthur if he was sure he could handle it, to which the prince replied in the affirmative. In this case, the Emperor made a decision. His Majesty appoints 2 people responsible for this matter, Prince Arthur and the Duke of Vandenberg. At this point, the meeting was declared closed, despite the prince's attempts to object. The council members rose from their seats and left the meeting room. Alphonse Vandenberg also rose from his seat, but before leaving, he nodded businesslike to the Crown Prince. His behavior greatly surprised the prince. The door closed behind the Duke, leaving the prince alone. A heavy fist abruptly fell on the table. This time he will definitely win. The Duke told Chloe about everything that happened at the meeting over tea. The girl was glad that those people were not accused of treason, and it was good that Viscount Kynan was not seriously wounded. She was also grateful to her husband, because this time he tried very hard for the sake of people. Chloe hugged her husband tenderly, but something was bothering her. Namely, that it turns out that the problem of gin addiction has returned again. This time they definitely have to deal with her. The Duke asked the girl not to worry. He will do everything. Chloe had no doubt about it. Alphonse was happy when his wife was happy too. "What tea shall we drink today?" the Duke asked the Duchess. Chloe replied that today they had Assam, but this time it was prepared in a completely new way. The girl explained that the shape of the tea leaves was unique, so she brought them to show them to the Duke. There was a jar of small tea grains on the table. The black tea leaves that Alphonse had seen so far were large and retained their shape, or on the contrary, were very finely ground and turned into powder. But these are black and very small like the earth, not even like the sifting small fragments of tea leaves from making quick, very strong tea, with a beautiful infusion color and stable taste, which are similar to powder. It turns out that there are small, round tea leaves that look like those guanyins, Alphonse noted. Chloe confirmed that the leaves of the teguanyin are twisted like beads. They are the size of a fingernail, and these are like grains of sand. Tea leaves in granular form are called CTC, short for crushing, tearing, and curling. Chloe offered to pour her husband some tea. Alphonse noticed that this tea looked very dark and rich. The girl said that, as you can see, the tea leaves are very small, and the surface where they meet the water is large. So because the leaves are intentionally crushed and torn, they are brewed using the Jed method, which is characterized by the fact that the tea brews very quickly and becomes strong. But as soon as the Duke raised the cup to his lips, the girl stopped him. Tea made from STS leaves is very strong, so it will be difficult to drink neat. It is better to make milk tea from STS leaves. With these words, she added milk to the tea. She knows that Alphonse doesn't like sweets, so she will only put 1 cube of sugar, and she invited him to try the resulting tea. Now Alphonse took a sip, and the tea seemed really strong to him. Besides, he doesn't like sweets, but the taste and smell of the teas that Chloe prepares for him are always very tasty. Is it really his love for his wife that makes him change his feelings? However, he agrees to everything just so that she is nearby. Strong and tasty, right? Chloe asked, and Alphonse confirmed it, making the girl happy. She described STS with delight, not delicate and very rich, but thanks to its clear taste, there is nothing better than it for making milk tea. This was a completely new way of cooking, and the Duke asked if Chloe had invented it herself. Chloe actually came up with her own method based on the method of making STS from her past life. In general, the method of preparing STS requires mechanical assistance. But since there is no suitable equipment here, she did a little by hand. You developed this method to make delicious milk tea, the Duke asked, Chloe confirmed, but the reason is that she wants to start mass production. Even when using low-quality raw materials, the STS production method maintains quality, and the production time is shorter compared to the traditional method of brewing Jed, and there is less chance of making a mistake and getting a bad result. So this method is great for mass production. Chloe thinks that if she can use the STS method, more people will be able to get acquainted with black tea, and it would be great if at least one more person woke up in the morning and drank a cup of hot milk tea. But the problem is in the equipment. For mass production of tea leaves, mechanical devices are needed, which are not here. She knows the general principle, but does not understand the devices at all, so it will be difficult to develop such a thing herself. So she doesn't know how to solve this problem, which makes Alphonse think deeply. If soft drinks and nutritional drinks are offered as cheap substitutes for gin, then gin consumption will naturally decline. The Duke wondered whether this would help solve problems such as crime and health problems caused by excessive alcohol consumption. In addition, all the inhabitants of the empire strive to become closer to the nobility, and what becomes popular among the aristocrats quickly spreads among ordinary people, as in the case of tea. If they can solve the problem of price and supply, they can quickly attract the attention and support of ordinary citizens. This is indeed a good way. All this time, while the Duke was thinking, he silently looked at Chloe. "I have something on my face," the girl was surprised. She touched her cheek and found nothing there. The next moment, the Duke came close to her, surprising her again, and hugged her tightly, calling his wife a gift and a miracle not only for him, but for the entire empire. And the fact that she became his wife is the greatest luck in his life. "You are for me too, Alphonse," the girl said tenderly. Alphonse said that she crossed worlds and came specifically to him, so he would never let her go. At these words, the image of the crown prince came to his mind. "And I won't give it to anyone," he added gloomily. Chloe replied that she would not go to anyone. She crossed worlds and found him and asked him to never let her go, because she wants to be only with him, so Alphonse should also stay close to her. Soon, Alphonse introduced his wife to 3 people, the best specialists in their fields, who would help her: mechanic, physicist, and magician from the tower. Chloe was grateful to her husband and didn't know how to thank him, to which the Duke remarked that it was not worth it, he had already said so, but he would repeat all her work was his work too. The experts asked the Duchess to explain to them in detail the operating principles of that mechanism. First, to crush the leaves, you will need 2 long round cylinders. On the surface of these 2 cylinders, there should be rotating, jagged blades, like gears in a clock, and you will need to place the leaves between them and thus grind them. The already crushed leaves are immersed in a rotating drum, where they change their shape into a ball. During the normal production of black tea leaves, attention must be paid to oxidation and proper drying of the leaves themselves, so it takes a long time. But using the CTC method, the process will be much easier. The experts were amazed the Duchess's method could really change the entire system of tea leaf production. Even the most expensive teas could be produced in such a simple and fast way. but they are still curious about something else. Chloe answered all the questions and was so happy that she was able to explain how the STS machine works. After finishing the conversation, the men thanked her for the explanations and promised to conduct all the necessary research according to her instructions. Chloe was also pleased with the conversation. She learned a lot more and hopes that the research will be successful. As the new year approached, Alphonse and Chloe attended a New Year's banquet. This invitation from His Majesty personally surprised Chloe, and she was at a loss as to the reasons. Soon the Emperor himself appeared and immediately thanked them for coming to the banquet. The Vandenbergs greeted the ruler politely, to which the Emperor asked to omit the formalities, since they were already encountered frequently. And he asked to speak with the two of them face-to-face personally now, suggesting that they move to a more secluded place. He invited them to the banquet today without fail because of his stupid son. The reason is that at the celebration in honor of his birthday, his son committed a terrible act towards the Duke, and he would like to discuss everything with them, but due to being busy, he never managed to set up a meeting. Not long ago, he entrusted a certain task to Arthur, and after that, he will be ready to make a final decision. And he asked the Duke for forgiveness for not being able to raise his son properly. He is indebted to them. Alphonse, in turn, thanked the Emperor for accepting his proposal for consideration. At this time, Arthur was walking around the palace and thinking that his father would probably want some kind of report on the work done, and he was at a loss as to what to tell him. At one point, he saw the Vandenbergs and his father talking pleasantly in the hallway. Is it really more important for a father to listen to the Duke's opinion than to his own son's? The man thought gloomily, and Chloe was shining as always. The sight of the girl made Arthur's heart beat faster. Why is my heart beating so hard? He didn't understand his own feelings. He tried so hard to forget her. Why was it all useless? She smiled so brightly next to him. Arthur was overcome with strong irritation, and he quickly walked towards the exit. But the ladies, concerned about His Majesty's unusual appearance, stopped him and asked what had happened because he did not look very well. If something is bothering him, he can share it with them. They will help him get rid of all his worries. The prince muttered something under his breath, but the girls did not hear. "Move away! Leave me alone!" the man shouted sharply, falling into a rage, and then he left, leaving the girls perplexed by his behavior. "We'll see. I don't care about you two," Arthur thought irritably. This time he would definitely win over Vandenberg and show everyone that he was better. A few days after the banquet ended, Chloe and Alphonse learned that the research they requested had been completed. They came to see their results, and what the Duchess saw impressed her very much. "This is the STS machine," she asked, and received an affirmative answer. "Apparently, the leaves will be crushed here and dried here." The girl studied the machine with delight. They did everything just as she imagined. But she asked what the device worked on, to which the answer was that it worked on mana. But since it is quite expensive to use, they are already working on creating machines that run on steam, and the Duchess was grateful that they thought about the cost of production. Chloe asked to turn on the machine. She would like to try the tea that it would produce. The specialist assumed that the Duchess would want to try, so he prepared everything in advance. The method requires some time, so he asks to wait in the living room. Chloe and Alphonse accepted the offer. The girl was very happy. The study was completed so quickly, and she felt like she was in a dream. If it weren't for Alphonse, her idea would have remained living only in her head. She is truly very grateful to him. Soon someone entered the room and placed a small plate of ready-made dry tea on the table. The sight of it delighted the Duchess. "You also find round tea leaves very cute?" Chloe asked the Duke. The Duke could hardly contain his laughter. He was not sure if all tea drinkers were so funny or just his wife. And to please his beloved, he answered her question in the affirmative, which made the girl beam. The specialist watched this scene with surprise. Did the Duke really just say that the leaves were cute? The same Duke who is known for his cold disposition, it's just incredible. Soon, the Duchess of Vandenberg brought milk tea, which she had prepared using CTC tea leaves. And the man was surprised that this was the same black tea from the leaves that were made with the help of their machine. He took his first test sip and was delighted with its taste. It's much better than he imagined. The Duchess herself, having tried the tea, also admired that it really did have a very strong taste, and she was very pleased with it. Chloe thinks that the first tea production plant using the STS machine would be a good place to build it in Sinhala, where tea leaves can be grown all year round, around the same time in the tavern. Again, the man noted with a sad sigh. The second man replied that it was a normal drink for its cheap price and there was no point in complaining. But the first man didn't want to drink it. His health was already in shambles due to his constant drinking. Oh well. they replied. Everyone already knew that gin was bad for your health and they couldn't afford the good stuff, so what's the point of saying that if gin was the only thing they could afford? By the way, have you heard? Asked the third man. They say that a new shop with black tea will open on the square where the butcher shop used to be. But only the rich can afford it. The workers were surprised. What's the point of opening in this area if no one here can afford it? But they are really curious about what it tastes like. Because all aristocrats without exception drink black tea, it is probably good for health. Right now, the price for it has dropped significantly. Maybe they will be able to afford it. But some of them thought it was crazy because tea is supplied from abroad. Where do they get the money for imported products? Then someone's hand fell on the first one's shoulder. It was the tavern worker who told me that the very same tea shop was opening today. They also have a promotion going on. The first 400 visitors get free tea. This news caused visitors to exclaim in surprise. The first worker jumped up sharply. He decided that there was no point in him staying here, asked him to quickly calculate, and quickly ran to the tea shop. The reaction of the common people was very positive. It seems that the Duchess's wisdom did not fail her this time either, noted the girl, standing far from the crowd of people wanting to get into the store. Chloe watched everything that was happening with a light heart. A couple of weeks ago, Mrs. Ronefelt asked Chloe with surprise why she wanted to open a store in a commoner's area. The Duchess replied that it was still a secret and asked not to tell anyone. The girl was quite taken aback by this news, because the Vandenbergs are the second most noble family after His Majesty. What were they doing in such a place? And they are unlikely to make much profit, and fleas can also appear from visiting such places. Chloe thanked Ms. Ronefelt for her concern, but she thinks that every person, regardless of his status and position in society, has the right to drink something tasty and healthy. She really doesn't want tea to be seen as something pompous, but wants something else for everyone to be able to enjoy it. Chloe would really be happy if more people could start their day with milk tea in the morning. Mrs. Ronefelt was surprised by the Duchess's words, and after thinking for a bit, she decided that Chloe was right, and she herself hadn't thought about it at all. Chloe was just glad that her friend understood her point of view. The Marchioness was constantly surprised that she and the Duchess had such different ways of thinking, and that she still had a lot to learn from her. Besides, their tea parties now take place in a more comfortable atmosphere. And Ms. Ronefelt said Chloe really has a big heart. Despite her high status, she always thinks about others. And she said that she would support the Duchess's new business. She was sure that people's reaction would be positive, and everyone would think of the Duchess. Chloe sincerely thanked Ms. Ronefelt for her support. And now, looking at the excitement outside the store, Chloe is really happy that the response from customers was so great, although she didn't know how best to attract their attention. Marketing to the common people and the elite is very different. Unlike aristocrats who spend money to satisfy their vanity, ordinary people think much more about price than about quality. So the strategy of free sales and promotions worked perfectly. Plus, the light, sweet aroma, maybe floral or sweet potato, like the malt they add to whiskey, worked better than any advertising. Instead of explaining how delicious food can be, it's better to let people smell it once. One of the shop's visitors became interested in a drink that looked like milk, but was too dark in color. And the store worker said that it was milk tea made from black tea leaves and suggested that the girl try it, which is what the visitor did immediately. She was indescribably delighted. It was the first time she had tried something so delicious. Other visitors, having heard such a review, wanted to try it themselves, also noting the delicate, tasty, and aromatic tea. It is pleasant to drink such tea in cold weather, and also for half the price today, so you will definitely need to buy it. Milk and sugar are familiar to every person, and since they are part of milk tea, it's not surprising that people like it. It is also quite high in calories and nutritious, which is why it helps to maintain the feeling of satiety for longer. For this shop, it is better to focus not on the variety of teas, but on milk tea from black tea leaves produced using the CTC method. This strategy is different from the one Chloe used in Triple Sweetness. Since everything was going well, the Duchess decided it was time to leave and asked Yojin to look after everything. Yojin asked to leave everything to her and not to worry, but the maid accompanying the Duchess was very surprised. Doesn't the lady want to look around while the excitement is so great? But the Duchess feels that everyone will be worried if she goes inside, and people will be uncomfortable given the difference between them. Chloe just hopes that they will come to her shop as freely as any other in the market, so she just has to watch from afar. How can I become a person with a big soul like you? the girl asked, not hiding her admiration. Will I ever be as mature? Chloe smiled and remarked that of course she could become the person with the biggest heart in the whole world. The girl promised that she would try very hard for this, and Chloe said that he would really look forward to it. Sales of black tea using the CTC method grew more and more every day. Although production did become cheaper, due to the use of manna to operate the machines, it was still more expensive than the original plan. So the very poor people still couldn't afford tea, but the overall reaction was still positive. Presenting a report on the work done, Jin suggested that all people were already very tired of gin addiction. Of course, it helps you forget, but it is very harmful to your health and everyone knows it. But people continued to drink it because there was no suitable alternative, and now milk tea has appeared. There is nothing better than a cup of freshly brewed tea at an inexpensive price with a pleasant taste and smell, which also improves health and gives a feeling of satiety. Chloe noticed that Jin knew all the benefits of milk tea, but she said she didn't drink it, so she still liked it, the Duchess asked, which made Jin even shudder. Embarrassed, the girl replied that it wasn't that she liked it. It was just that she didn't like milk in her tea. That combination wasn't for her. To be honest, Chloe sometimes saw milk jugs and sugar cubes and traces of milk tea in Jin's office. She also sometimes tried milk tea before selling it and drank it all. Chloe is really glad that they have similar tastes, and she hopes that one day she will admit it to her, because Chloe will not make fun of her for it. Well, someday she will confess, the Duchess thought with a smile. Yes, perfect, the man thought, looking at the completed documents. A law that forces people to pay a huge tax for a license to sell gin. Now no one will be able to sell it just like that. If you don't sell gin, people won't be able to buy it, so there are no addictions. Arthur doesn't know what Vandenberg has planned, but he's going to win this time, and he can't wait to see their faces. Walking along the corridors of the palace, the prince heard the gentlemen talking. They talked about how the shop in Shalat, a poor area, now also sells black tea. That is, black tea became available to common people. They were surprised. Thanks to the supply of cheap black tea, there was a boom for it among the common population, and the consumption of milk and sugar along with it increased. But how can you make black tea cheaper after all? It's imported. The men were surprised. And Arthur was shocked when he heard that a special new method of processing leaves had been developed to produce cheap black tea. The new method of making tea, that is. People now drink tea instead of gin. The whole meaning of everything that was happening reached the prince, which made him angry. Interrupting the men's conversation, he asked if what they were saying was true. Who started selling this black tea, Arthur asked, but the gentleman did not know. As one of them knows, the first store opened on Gyllenhaal Square. It is located in the commoners area. Apparently, the seller is also a commoner. Anyway, there is no point for aristocrats to open a business there. But they didn't think that this information would interest the prince, because it was an ordinary store like many others. Arthur felt a pang of discomfort as he realized that in their empire, there was only one person who could develop something new in tea. And this is Chloe Vandenberg. But Arthur cannot know what results selling cheap black tea will lead to. He thoughtfully repeated the location of the store and then hurried away, telling the gentlemen to continue their conversation. Soon, Prince Arthur, dressed discreetly, arrived at Gyllenhaal Square. There was dust and a musty smell everywhere. Why did they open a store here? He wondered, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. But then his attention was drawn to the announcements on the wall. Discounts, promotions, these are for the complete poor. Could this really be Chloe's doing? Arthur was very shocked. No matter how ideological she is, she's a duchess. And immediately Arthur remembered something. Chloe Vandenberg once said something like this about discounts and promotions on tea. Even then she had such ideas, and her success in selling Jasmine tea was incredible. Other aristocrats wouldn't think of such a thing, but she could actually do it to promote her product, and to be honest, that's what he likes about her. And the prince was unpleasantly surprised by his own thoughts. For a second, he forgot about his own promise to forget her. He managed to convince himself that there was nothing special about her. So why did he constantly think about her? A salesman in a tea shop was consulting a customer when a gentleman with a cap pulled down low over his eyes entered the shop. "Who is the director here?" The gentleman's tone did not bode well. Arthur demanded to call the director, the main one in the store. He needed to talk to him right now, and soon a second man came out of the back rooms. He immediately noticed that the gentleman, judging by the atmosphere, was an important person, and asked how he could help him. Arthur asked again if the man here was really the director, and he confirmed it. "So, this isn't Chloe's shop. The prince doubted his judgment, but I couldn't be mistaken. "Bring the documents," he demanded from the store director. Arthur demanded to see a business license, a real estate document, a supply contract, and an identity card. He will check if everything is okay with this store, so he demanded to bring everything. This could be called a fraud, because according to the laws of the empire, ordinary people could conduct business without licenses and permission in their place of residence, except in special cases. And the reason why the government is so loyal to the business of ordinary people is that everyone understands perfectly well how hard life is for them. In the constant worry of how to find money for food and living, it is completely impossible to find enough time to obtain licenses. Therefore, unless there were exceptional problems, as with gin addiction, no one usually paid attention to the illegal business among the common people. The customers who accidentally witnessed what was happening whispered in horror that now the store would close. Who knew that someone from the nobility would look in here? The store manager bowed and asked the gentleman to wait. Arthur was quite surprised. "Here are all the documents, certificates, and credentials that you asked for," said the director, bringing a stack of papers. He described all the documents he brought, but Arthur listened with half an ear. Even when he took the documents in his hands, he could not believe that this was possible. These are indeed seals from the Empire and Sinhala, but such documents are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. "Since you are the director, you came up with a way to make tea cheaper," the prince asked the man. And he replied that, of course, it was him. Arthur was interested in how exactly. The director began to tell that his father was a merchant, and at one time he and his family even lived in Sinhala, and it was this experience that came in handy for him. And he knew one mechanic, but then Arthur interrupted him, telling him not to continue, but still found it surprising that it was he who developed a method for mass production of tea. Just at the time when the Duchess was popularizing black tea in the Empire, he noted suspiciously. "Oh, you mean the Duchess of Vandenberg?" asked the director. "I've never met her, but I respect her very much." Arthur found this strange. He noted that all the teas here are from Sinhala only, the director confirmed, saying that for now this is so, but they plan to import other products and types. The prince then asked when the Assam from Sinhala would arrive, to which the director replied that it would be very soon. Having learned everything he wanted, Arthur hurried to say goodbye and leave, wishing him good luck in business and caution, which greatly surprised the store director. Stepping outside, Arthur could barely contain his rage. "What kind of Assam from Sinhala is this? This is complete nonsense." The specialty of Assam is its strong yet sweet taste and delicate aroma. But Assam grows in the kingdom of Bharat and got its name because it grows in a region called Assam. How could he reduce the cost of production if he doesn't know such basic things? And he seemed to live in Sinhale. Arthur is sure that Chloe invented this STS method. She simply taught this method to ordinary people, and it was probably she who opened the store, too. He doesn't know why she's hiding, but he's not so easy to fool. And also, getting a real license for a commoner. According to the documents, everything really belongs not to her, but to this director. This could result in a serious problem. Tax issues. Registration problems. This is clearly an illegal business. Arthur could not believe that the Duchess of their empire would do something illegal, and as a prince of the empire, he cannot turn a blind eye to this. Soon, events in the palace began to unfold very quickly. Arthur turned to the emperor, saying that he had discovered something important that he absolutely must know about. "You seem to have found a solution to the task I assigned you?" the emperor asked, causing Arthur to shudder and feel a pang of conscience. "But once the prince has discovered something important, then it will be necessary to call a meeting." Soon the members of the council began to arrive at the palace. Among them was Alphonse Vandenberg. Arthur met him in the corridor and asked how his work on the gin situation was progressing. The Duke calmly replied that everything was fine. But Arthur was interested in what solution he found, because they were doing the same job. Alphonse replied that he would tell everything very soon. The prince was angered by the Duke's response. It turns out that he was simply ignoring him, the only prince of the empire and future ruler. But pretending not to care, he asked if Alphonse knew why this meeting was being held, since it was he who had called everyone together. And he hoped that the Duke would show interest in his report and was sure that he would like it. Then he frivolously said goodbye and left. Alphonse was slightly displeased that the prince had interrupted his time with his wife, but what should interest him so much in the prince's report? "Well, everyone is here," the emperor announced. He has gathered so many high-ranking people because of the report of the crown prince, who has found a way to rid the empire of its addiction to gin, and he hopes that they will pay attention and express their opinions. Arthur noted that he didn't want any misunderstanding, so he would correct it a little. He gathered everyone here under the pretext of solving the problem with the genie, but in fact it was not for that, and in order to expose the offense committed among high-ranking nobility. All the council members began to whisper in fear. Arthur confirmed their whispers and explained that he was talking about the Duchess of Vandenberg's misdeed. These words increased the talk among the gentlemen, who were interested in what the Duchess of Vandenberg could have done. Silence, came the Emperor's thunderous voice. "Do you even have any idea what you're talking about, Prince?" The ruler was indignant. "Will you be able to answer for what you said?" He reminded Arthur of his recent misdeed and the subsequent punishment for his outburst in front of the Duke. If he did something like that again, the Emperor would not care that he was the prince of this empire. Arthur was getting more and more angry because his father was constantly protecting them. Was the Duke really that important to his father, even more than his own son? And he replied that he had proof and was ready to take responsibility. Otherwise, he is ready to step down as crown prince. The prince's last phrase caused even more confusion among those present. The Duke must be very angry now, Arthur thought. After all, he had, one might say, insulted his beloved Chloe at an important meeting. "Okay," the Duke answered calmly, and he offered to listen to what his wife had done. Alphonse's calmness angered the crown prince even more. The Emperor asked the Duke to end the meeting and discuss everything later, because his son had once again committed a stupid act. And he takes full responsibility for his words today, so he asks to finish for today. "These are not empty words," Arthur cried sharply, "and I have evidence to prove the Duchess's guilt in what she did under the pretext of resolving the Jinn situation." The Emperor tried to silence his son, but Duke Vandenberg really wanted to hear what the prince had to say. "How can one ignore the words of the future ruler?" the Duke noted. The Emperor was a little touched by Alphonse's attentiveness, and he suggested, in that case, to invite the Duchess here as well. It would be better for her to personally repel the accusations against herself. But Alphonse did not want to bother his wife about this, and he replied that it was not worth it. He himself was perfectly aware of everything his wife was doing, so he was quite enough to listen to this nonsense. The Duke's calling his information nonsense only angered Arthur even more. He said he hoped the Duke's confidence would not leave him by the end of the meeting, but if he had not already understood, he was going to expose both him and his wife, everything they had hidden under the pretext of saving the empire from dependence. After all, Duke Vandenberg was also involved in this offense, of course. Love is wonderful, but he would also think about himself. "How dare you speak to the Duke like that? That's enough!" The Emperor flared up. Arthur began his speech recently. He heard that black tea had become very popular among the common people, the same black tea that the aristocrats loved so much. This news shocked most of those present, but some of them had heard something similar before. Arthur noted that it wasn't so bad. The only question was where they were getting it from. One of the gentlemen suggested that it was from grocery stores, of which there are now many. And the prince confirmed this, saying that, indeed, black tea is now sold in many stores. But they are not available to the common people, and let's not forget how expensive black tea is, so it is impossible for it to become popular with the poor. During the investigation, he found out who is the center of the whole situation. Arthur thinks everyone knows that Gyllenhaal Square is filled with shops for the common people, and he learned that the Duchess had opened one there, circumventing the law. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. With these words, the prince took a magic ball out of his bag, which immediately activated. The prince's memories of checking out the store flashed through it, one after another. Arthur continued his report, indignant at the terrible advertising leaflets, how a noble duchess, an example to follow, could do such a thing, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the entire aristocracy of the empire. But the gentleman had some questions. They still didn't understand why His Highness believed that this store belonged to the Duchess of Vandenberg. Thanks to the ball, they were able to see the documents. And on all of them, there was a signature and the name of a certain Smith. Arthur countered that going through the complex procedure of legalizing a business and collecting all the necessary documents was beyond the power of an ordinary commoner. Also, they should have listened more carefully when they talked about the STS method. This man mentioned the Assam from Sinhala. Don't they find it strange? And the prince turned to the Duke, because he knew why the Assam from Sinhala sounded suspicious. And Alphonse confirmed that Assam grows in the kingdom of Bharat, but not in Sinhala. The tea got its name because it grows in the Assam province of the kingdom of Bharat, so it is impossible for Assam to exist from Sinhala. Arthur became even more convinced that he was right. It was very strange, he noted, that the man who had invented a new way of making tea was not aware of such basic and obvious things. "And here's what I'm getting at." He slapped the table. "The STS method was not invented by this man Smith, but by Chloe Vandenberg, the Duchess who imports tea into the Empire, and she is the owner of Smith's black tea shop." Arthur finished his speech, and a ringing silence hung in the room. One of those present noted that he accepted the evidence that the Duchess may have invented the STS method, but there was insufficient evidence that she was also the owner of the shop. The prince couldn't understand why they were all defending Chloe when the evidence was right in front of them. "Duke, tell us," he said to Alphonse. "He can't help but know he's Chloe's husband and life partner. He himself said that he understood her behavior and actions better than anyone else. He couldn't possibly know that his wife had a new store." At this point, the emperor could not stand it any longer and was outraged that the prince was treating the duke without due respect and allowing himself such familiarity. Arthur then asked more respectfully if the tea shop in Gyllenhaal Square belonged to the duke's wife. Arthur wondered if Alphonse would be able to answer truthfully. Even if he lies, Arthur will still finish him off with evidence, and when he gets his way, everyone will finally understand who they really are, and the Vandenbergs will lose their status and adoration in society. "That's right," he finally answered. This answer surprised Arthur and greatly disappointed the emperor. The prince thought that Alphonse would begin to defend his wife, but apparently honor was more important to him. Arthur knew exactly what the hell love was, just a show for everyone. "And she also invented the STS method?" he asked with a triumphant grin. "And that's right," the duke answered with his former calm. "Here is your proof," said the prince, fully confident in his victory. But some of those present had questions. Now they know that the Duchess actually owns the shop, but what's the big deal? As they saw in the ball, the business has all the necessary documents. All hygiene standards are met. Everything is justified from the income structure to employment. Is it really all about inappropriate advertising? He really doesn't understand. True, other gentlemen also noticed. They were also a little surprised by this news. But she did it in order to sell tea in the commoners' areas without problems. Besides, this is the first time in the history of the empire that an aristocrat managed to open a successful business among the common people. These conversations literally enraged the prince. He believed that they were all missing the point, and that in fact the Duchess of Vandenberg had thus shied away her responsibility. All this is done only to receive income and not pay taxes. "Duke, answer me. Why did your wife open a store in a name that wasn't hers?" Arthur unceremoniously pointed his finger at Alphonse, to which Vandenberg responded that there are 3 reasons. The first was so that aristocrats like them wouldn't judge her for having a business for the common people. The second is so that people, when buying tea in a store, do not feel inconvenienced or burdened. And the last, third. The gigolo fell silent, pausing because of the work that was entrusted to me and not to my wife. The Duke finished. At this point, Prince Arthur was completely at a loss as to what kind of work was being entrusted to the Duke. Since things had turned out this way, the Duke decided that he should also speak out. Turning to the Emperor, he took out some papers from his briefcase, explaining that this was a report on the measures to alleviate addiction to gin, which he had entrusted to him not long ago. It was not yet finished, but only a summary remained, so it was already possible to take a look at it. The Emperor was puzzled as to why the Duke had suddenly started talking about his addiction to gin and how it related to the tea shop. Alphonse asked permission to explain everything. Duke Vandenberg thought long and hard about how to find a solution to the problem of gin addiction among the common people of the Empire, trying to find a balanced solution without coercive and prohibitive methods. "And your solution is black tea?" the ruler asked in surprise, studying the documents provided. "That's right," replied the Duke. "You could say that the common people were addicted to gin because they had no other alternative. The lack of sufficient food and numerous stressful situations, the rise in prices due to the suspension of foreign trade, and more importantly, the chronic poverty that is the cause of their dissatisfaction and suffering, are the reasons why alcohol addiction has arisen. And they have already found a product that can replace gin, a simple drink that gives a feeling of satiety and calm, does not harm health, and does not have negative consequences such as crime or poverty, and also nutritious ingredients that have become more accessible." And yet the Emperor was surprised. Did the Duchess really develop a new way to make black tea cheaper just for this reason? The ruler asked. "That's right," replied the Duke. "They came to the conclusion that black tea could best help in this matter. Page 164 compares the sizes of the black tea and gin markets from the Duke's independent investigation, gives the proportion of addicts admitted to the Imperial Emergency Center, and documents an analysis of the correlation between the rate of conscious and intoxicated offenses in the capital. As can be seen, the size of the gin market, which had grown dramatically in the last 3 years, began to shrink as the black tea market grew, and the number of gin addicts and drunken crimes decreased significantly. It can be said that black tea has become the new soothing drink for the common people, replacing gin. And this is after a short time, when black tea only became available to them. The Duke is confident that in just 6 months, the progress will be much greater, and in a year, they will be able to completely get rid of the addiction. Arthur was unpleasantly surprised that the Duke had studied the matter so deeply. Of course, Alphonse continued, one cannot say with complete certainty that this is the ideal solution, simply replacing gin with tea, because the common people began to drink because of poverty. Therefore, with the spread of tea, the Duke would also like to begin to combat poverty by reducing taxes. This was truly a stunning alternative that exceeded all his expectations, the Emperor noted, meaning that the Duchess had supported him throughout the entire research. That's right, Alphonse replied. Without her, he wouldn't have succeeded. It was Chloe who invented a new way of making tea, and it was thanks to her outstanding business acumen that the black tea market was able to expand in such a short time among ordinary people. An excellent solution, the Emperor noted. If it weren't for the Duke and Duchess, nothing would have worked out. It is truly amazing that 2 such educated and noble people were able to do such a worthy job. But there was also one dissatisfied person. Arthur is outraged that this is all. They just solved the problem of addiction and that's it. Let's close our eyes to the rest. The Emperor was truly disappointed in his son. He would not be able to apologize for his misdeeds to the Duke and Duchess for the rest of his days. But how could he still have the audacity to continue this? Arthur didn't seem to hear him. He kept going on about those horrible leaflets and the way they sold tea, claiming that they were wrong. They saw that she was running her business under the name of someone named Smith, which was not a valid business license and was clearly a fake identity. The ruler tried to stop his son, but Arthur did not want to stop at all. He was indignant that the Emperor only listened to what the Duke and his wife said, since this was an illegal act, unbecoming for the Duchess of this country to commit. I'm sorry I caused such trouble, a female voice was heard. And Arthur realized with surprise to whom it belonged. It was Chloe Vandenberg herself, who respectfully greeted the Emperor and the Prince. Alphonse immediately approached his wife, and the girl immediately tried to calm him down. The Duke, although surprised, quickly pulled himself together. His wife was still the same. What the hell did you do here, Chloe? The Prince was indignant. This is actually a meeting of state importance. Don't you know that only those involved in the matter can be here? The girl apologized for the intrusion, but explained that His Majesty had asked her to come here. The Emperor confirmed that it was he who called the Duchess. Although the Duke said that his wife should not be disturbed, the matter had taken a serious turn, so the ruler still insisted on her presence. He apologized for going against it, but Chloe noted that she was always ready to come at his request. Observing all formalities, the girl politely curtsied, at the same time casting a cold glance at the prince. This fleeting glance affected Arthur like a cold shower. Why did she have such a cold look? The man wondered mentally. Chloe Vandenberg noted that she can answer for everything related to her business herself. As the Crown Prince noted, the business license for Smith's store was issued to her deputy. She does not hide the fact that she is the real owner of the establishment, but all this was invented so that ordinary people would feel more free in the store, and also so that they could discreetly carry out the necessary research. Chloe understands that this does not justify her actions, as well as the problems with the documents, so right now she is working on drawing up the documentation in her own name, but so that it does not become known to the public. The news that the Duchess wanted to license her name stunned the prince, but he would have known about it. He checked all the papers in the licensing department. There is no mention of the Duchess. Or does she want to say that they lied to him, in principle, the Empire? No one would have dried up his order. You seem to have forgotten that you will only rule the Empire, and not that you already rule it. The Emperor's voice rang out. It was he who authorized the issuance of a license for the black tea shop, and he knew about this situation. And the prince did not know this for only one reason, all because of his excessive confidence due to his status as a prince. It seemed that the absurdity of the situation had dawned on Arthur. That is, he lost to them again, it dawned on the prince. He is the prince of this empire, Arthur Canissar Vladimir. He could always get everything he wanted from the moment he was born. Since he had nothing to answer with, the emperor hoped that he had moderated his ardor. The Duke and Duchess worked hard together on the research and achieved excellent results. Despite some paperwork problems, their contribution was invaluable. Other members of the council also expressed agreement with the emperor's words. Then, the imperial court officially accepts the proposal to distribute black tea as a preventive measure against gin addiction and will also contribute to its promotion, the ruler announced. He would also like to thank the Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg for their work. Such a wise and warm-hearted couple to the problems of the people had never existed in the empire and is unlikely to exist, the ruler noted. He hopes that the future ruler of the empire will also be like them. And the ruler hastened to move on to the remaining question, the behavior of the crown prince, who caused all this commotion. There were whispers around the room that he must have done it out of jealousy, and what should he do now? He may be the only prince of the empire, but you can't turn a blind eye to this. It's a big problem. Arthur literally felt that everyone was looking at him with pity, and in the confusion of his feelings, he closed his eyes, hoping that all this would pass. His Majesty the Emperor addressed the prince directly, saying that it was he who had decided to publicly accuse the Duchess, so there was no need to deny the offense in front of witnesses. Arthur didn't object. Then the Emperor asked if he had anything to say. The prince had nothing to say. The ruler was worried by his son's silence, but he had no one to blame for this. It was because of him that Arthur grew up like this. He lost his mother in infancy, and to fill this void his father tried to give him everything he wanted. But this good-hearted intention turned into a bad outcome. And then the emperor took the floor all this time he had been looking after his son, and he really gave him enough time to think about his behavior and change. But while he was taking responsibility for his actions, the prince went too far, and even caused irreparable harm to the Duke and Duchess of Vandenberg, one of the closest allies of the imperial family, and violated the rules of the palace. At a banquet in honor of his birthday, he showed disrespect by challenging the Duke to a formal duel. And now he thoughtlessly accused the Duchess. The Emperor Father can no longer defend the prince's actions and, as the ruler, has decided to directly intervene in this matter. For these crimes, the first prince of the empire, Arthur Canissar Vladimir, was sentenced to lifelong exile abroad. This decision caused protests among those present, and Chloe was very shocked. They remembered that at the previous banquet, His Majesty had already said something similar to them. He also took into account the fact that the prince's behavior had worsened and said that he would like to send him into exile so that he could reflect on his behavior and clear his mind. Then they spoke of 5 years of exile, since Arthur was the only heir. This time should be enough, and His Majesty agreed with this, but was not permanent exile too cruel a punishment. The Emperor noticed Chloe's thoughtfulness, and he said that he understood what the Duchess was thinking. Despite all the inconveniences his son has brought them, she is truly compassionate and sympathetic, but he can no longer rely on her mercy. The Emperor hopes that his stupid and ignorant son will repent of his actions during his exile and become a little more mature. Chloe thought that His Majesty had made a balanced decision and replied that she understood him. His Majesty the Emperor thanked the girl for her understanding. The urgent meeting of high-ranking nobility ended. As they left the meeting room, the council members discussed who would have thought that the prince would dare to slander the Duchess. This was the first time such a thing had happened in imperial history. And surprisingly, simple black tea was able to solve the problem of addiction to gin. And quite seriously, some gentlemen decided from that day on to introduce their daughters to the study of economics and management. Prince Arthur left the room accompanied by guards. For him, it is truly a complete defeat, a complete failure, and a complete disgrace. His reputation has come to a crushing end. But the most important thing is not this. She never looked at him even once. If only he had treated her confession differently back then. Before, everyone laughed at her, she was lonely, and she had no one to rely on. If only he had protected her from all this then. If I could make her happy and see a smile on her beautiful face. Then it would not be the Duke who would have had lovely tea parties with her, but he. But no matter how much Arthur thought about it, nothing could be changed. He didn't protect her, didn't make her happy. He just constantly interfered in her relationship and treated her terribly. Yes, that's all he did for her. Why was he like this? Why did he do this? The prince painfully asked himself questions without answers. He couldn't stand how happy she was without him, so he dissolved into his jealousy and almost tarnished her honor. With such heavy thoughts, the crown prince went to his room. Rumors quickly spread through high society, and the truth that the creator of the STS method was Chloe Vandenberg was revealed earlier than expected, and all thanks to Prince Arthur, who was very eager to expose her shortcomings. Rumors about this also quickly spread among the common population of the empire. Around the same time, an article about this news appeared in a weekly magazine that was quite popular among the common people. And people were very surprised by this, especially that the Duchess had developed the STS method for the sake of their health. Chloe, meanwhile, was worried that everyone knew about it. Of course, she understood that after that meeting, rumors would spread quickly, but not to that extent. The Duchess had no idea that the article about her would be so detailed and long. Elizabeth, sitting next to him, studied the article and was surprised that it even mentioned the incident at the banquet when the Duke publicly confessed his love to Chloe. I wonder how they even found out. Chloe felt awkward about the whole thing. She didn't think it would turn out like this, and Lady Fortham tried to reassure her friend. The article only said good things anyway. Besides, she is sure that the young ladies will like the story of their love with the Duke, and maybe they will even make a play about their life with the Duke. Chloe only thought that she could bear the embarrassment and the burden, but something else was more important to her. Will the common people stop going into the store because of embarrassment? They have only just begun to fight their gin addiction and still have a long way to go. Elizabeth noticed how much the Duchess had drooped. Then the girl took her hands in hers and asked her to stop worrying. After all, Chloe came up with the STS method with only the best of intentions, and she is sure that people will understand how sincere she was. They say that sincerity is the key to all doors, smiled Lady Fortham. She's even willing to bet that this article won't affect their sales in any way. Chloe noticed that aristocrats usually did not use such expressions in their speech. She offered her friends to argue several times. Apparently, now they were used to such an expression. The girl sincerely thanked her friend for her support. Now she feels better. At that moment, a breathless Yojin knocked on the door and entered the room. Chloe was seriously alarmed by her appearance. Sales of black tea made using the CTC method have suddenly increased, the assistant reported, and it is even said that the current supply of the product does not meet the demand for it. As expected, the content of the diary article became a hot topic and had a positive impact on the public, and Chloe was indescribably surprised by such news. She thought that the effect, on the contrary, would be negative, that people, having learned that the Duchess had made it all up, would feel a huge gap between them. The girls were noticeably shaking with emotion. Yojin noted that if she were an aristocrat, she wouldn't have expected such a large increase in sales either. Apparently, Chloe's good social standing and friendly image had their effect. The girl didn't expect anything in return, but she was truly glad that her small efforts turned out so wonderfully. Elizabeth was the first to rush to Chloe with hugs. She was sincerely happy for her friend. Now people will love black tea even more, not only because it tastes good, but also in gratitude for how much effort the Duchess put into developing it. Chloe hugged Elizabeth back, happy to have a friend who could genuinely be happy for her successes. After Yojin's report, sales of CTC tea continued to increase steadily, perhaps due to the desire to imitate the aristocrats, or perhaps due to admiration for the Duchess. Afterwards, Chloe also decided to sell teaware to make tea drinking even more enjoyable. Good teaware at a reasonable price also received a positive response. As production using the STS method expanded due to its popularity, research using the steam engine also continued successfully. Our wedding anniversary is coming soon, Chloe thought. Looking out the window, what should I give as a gift? The Vandenbergs celebrate their wedding anniversary every year, but before she became Chloe, Alphonse would unilaterally send expensive but heartless gifts. However, the year she became Chloe, they enjoyed dating, and then dinner in a cozy restaurant. And so the anniversary day arrived, the Vandenbergs' carriage was rapidly rolling down the road, Alphonse invited his wife on a date, and Chloe was at a loss to guess what kind of surprise he had prepared. She noticed that the road they were driving on did not lead to the center, but took them outside the capital. The girl is very curious about what a man like her husband has come up with. Soon the coachman announced that they had arrived at their destination. The Duke gallantly helped Chloe out of the carriage. Looking around, the girl noticed that they were at the Cathedral of St. Minos. This place has a history of more than 200 years. She heard that this historical building is protected by the guards of the imperial family due to its high cultural and artistic value. It's strange that Alphonse chose this particular place for their date. The cathedral should be packed with tourists, but why was it so quiet? Chloe wondered. Could this really be the work of Alphonse, since the ducal and imperial families have been closely connected for generations? Then renting this architectural masterpiece for just one day would not be a problem. The Duke and Duchess entered the cathedral. There they were already met, and it was none other than a fashion designer and makeup artist who are known throughout the capital. Chloe was completely confused about what they were doing in such a place, but when she asked her husband what was going on, he only replied with satisfaction that she would soon find out everything. The fashion designer invited the Duchess to come into the room. Behind the door, Chloe saw nothing more or less than an entire dressing room in the cathedral, and the girl had a strong feeling that everything had been carefully prepared here long ago. The girl suggested starting with makeup. The maids appeared and carefully worked with the Duchess's hair, and then they applied makeup that suited her type. Then a makeup artist approached Chloe with a box in her hands and asked which diamonds she would choose for the day. The box contained an elegant necklace that the Duke had taken out especially for this day. Moreover, this soft color suits the Duchess's fair skin very well. Chloe honestly didn't understand what for this day meant. Did it really mean the wedding anniversary? Soon the prepared dress was brought. Seeing him, the girl gasped in amazement. This is a wedding dress. The designer confirmed that the Duke said he wanted to hold a wedding ceremony with Chloe again. The Duchess was shocked that the Duke had prepared a repeat of their wedding ceremony. If you think about it, she never married him. She just got the memories of the previous Chloe, who did get married. But these are just other people's memories. After all, it wasn't she who married Alphonse, but the previous Chloe. Was Alphonse really that worried about her situation and wanted to create memories of her marrying him? Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks as she was moved. He was so caring. The fashion designer, in turn, thought that the Duchess was crying because she didn't like the dress. But Chloe reassured him that she was delighted with him. The dress was so beautiful, so graceful and refined that she was moved, and the designer was pleased to hear it. When the girl tried on the dress, she literally blinded everyone around her. How can a person be so graceful? Now Chloe will really marry Alphonse. When the girl was ready, the doors swung open in front of her, and behind them, Alphonse was waiting for her. He extended his hand to her, and she took it willingly. Holding hands, the couple walked to the altar, where the priest was already waiting for them. "Do you swear to love, respect, and protect each other under the protection of one God?" he asked. "I swear," Chloe and Alphonse replied. "God will look after them," the priest said. Then Alphonse put a ring with a huge diamond on the girl's finger. As Chloe looked at her hand, she thought that these were no longer someone else's memories, but her own. This is the best moment in her life, and now she wants to thank Alphonse with all her heart for these emotions. But the lump in her throat does not allow her to utter a word. But the man understood everything anyway, because he felt the same thing. He kissed his wife tenderly, and at the end of the ceremony, the couple sealed their marriage with a long kiss. While in the carriage on the way home, Chloe asked with delight how Alphonse came up with such an idea. She was very surprised, because she didn't think that he would prepare such a gift for her. And she liked it so much that she literally beamed with happiness. The Duke was genuinely glad that she liked it. But then Chloe became a little sad. Come to think of it, she also prepared an anniversary gift for him. But now it seems too simple to her. If she had known, she would have prepared something more sophisticated. The man came close to the girl and asked her not to say that. His gift would never compare to hers, because she was the only happiness in his life. The girl's heart sank at these words. Whatever gift she gives him, he will be happier than anyone else. Chloe thanked her husband tenderly. It was the best anniversary gift, and she will never forget it. Soon they arrived at the mansion, and the girl was surprised again. After all, Lady Fortham and Lady Ronefelt with their husbands, her close friends, were already waiting for them. The girls immediately rushed to congratulate the Duchess on her wedding. They admired their decision to have a second wedding ceremony, finding it so romantic they must love each other very much. Chloe Vandenberg was happy to spend a good time with her loved ones. This is the best anniversary she will never forget. Chloe soon returned to her duties at Triple Suite. Yojin approached her and greeted her, and the assistant immediately noticed that the lady did not look well, and she asked if the Duchess was tired, because her complexion was not good. Chloe replied with a smile that she was indeed a little tired. There had been too many issues to deal with lately, and she noticed that it was reducing her workload, so she didn't have to worry about it. But when they got to work, specifically tasting dessert options for future sale, Chloe felt even worse. The sights and smells of the offered sweets made the girl feel nauseous, and the next moment she couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. Jin was seriously frightened by the lady's condition. This was good, long-awaited news. Later, already at home in the mansion, the servants happily congratulated their mistress. Elizabeth was also very happy for her friend, but most of all, Duke Vandenberg was pleased with his wife's unusual situation. Chloe herself was also incredibly happy. The pregnancy was going well, and Chloe enjoyed herbal teas occasionally. But this did not make the girl happy. Sure, the herbal tea was delicious, but it wasn't quite what she wanted. Herbal teas boast a wide variety of flavors and aromas, as their composition is not limited to tea leaves. There are even varieties that are very similar to black tea, from which you can make rooibos or milk tea. But while herbal teas have a unique charm, so do tea trees. There are so many delicious types of tea in the world. But she can't have them because of her pregnancy, the girl lamented. Besides, she has a more important goal. She plans to develop a decaffeinated tea so that pregnant and breastfeeding mothers can enjoy the taste of tea even in their difficult situation. In her past world, decaffeinated tea was sold under various brands and was very popular among people who could not drink caffeinated beverages. It wouldn't be easy, but Chloe was determined to do her best to create this drink before she gave birth. As Chloe's due date approached, more and more gifts arrived, and the mansion became more and more lively. Alphonse was also thinking about a gift for Chloe. If you buy something very expensive, it won't be enough to make her happy. The Duke will have to rack his brains over what kind of gift she might like. This proved to be a great problem. The Duke sought advice from servants and other acquaintances, but their answers were no different from each other, and there was nothing suitable that he could present as a gift to his beloved wife. Alphonse thought about this even in front of the guests, who were the Count and Countess of Fortham. And then it dawned on the Duke. Until now, he had only sought advice from men, but how about asking a woman who was already pregnant? And so, when Chloe went out to order tea and Earl Fortham went off to smoke a cigarette, Alphonse was left alone with Lady Fortham. He apologized for his tactlessness, but still asked Elizabeth for advice. And the girl promised to help in any way she could. The Duke explained that he could not decide on a gift for his wife, so he would like to know Lady Fortham's opinion. Elizabeth thought that they had known each other for several years, but this was the first time the Duke had addressed her personally, and it was for Madame Vandenberg's sake that she considered the question an honor. And in reply, she said that she had heard that the Duchess had received many gifts, and that the Duke must have thought a lot about this subject. Alphonse confirmed that he wanted his gift to be especially touching to his wife. Elizabeth replied that she did have a child, and that there was a gift during her pregnancy that touched her. When she was pregnant, everyone naturally gave her a lot of baby things, and that's normal. Those are the first gifts that come to mind for pregnant women. But the Duchess of Vandenberg chose another. She gave her herbal tea, which is fashionable to drink during pregnancy. And she felt so happy. She felt that she was respected not only as a mother. When everyone was taking care of the baby and giving baby things, one person gave a gift to her, taking care of her health. Even after many years, Elizabeth cannot forget this feeling. Alphonse thought that the official gift from the duchy should have been children's things, but his wife decided to present the gift from herself. "Well, I had no idea," said the Duke, and Lady Fortham gave a startled gasp, for she had thought it was with his permission. In any case, Elizabeth wanted to say that it was worth preparing a gift especially for the Duchess of Vandenberg, so she would give him advice. The best way is to remember the most memorable moments since he wants to touch his wife's heart. Alphonse was grateful to Lady Fortham for her advice and promised to express his gratitude later. But Elizabeth stopped this because neighbors should help each other. Besides, Chloe is her close friend. Soon, after apologizing for the long wait, Chloe herself entered the hall. She chose desserts that would go with tea. A couple of minutes later, Count Fortham appeared and also apologized for being late. So, when everyone is gathered, it's time to start drinking tea. The whole little event was held in a relaxed and friendly atmosphere, with Chloe talking and laughing a lot. Now the man understood why the advice he had heard seemed inappropriate to him, because he himself must choose the gift so that it becomes the best. Later, after the guests had left, Chloe was resting in her room. She was reading a fairy tale to her unborn baby. There was a knock on the door, and the girl, without stopping, allowed them to enter. Alphonse entered the room. He asked what she was doing, and the Duchess replied that she was reading to the baby. Alphonse noted that if the baby takes after his mother, he won't be able to tear himself away from books. But Chloe added that the child is like him too, which means he will be smart. And since Alphonse was here, Chloe suggested they have some tea, but the man was worried whether his wife would be able to reach the room, and, in order not to take any risks, he suggested that the maid bring everything here. But the girl noticed that there was nothing complicated here, and they nevertheless moved to the tea room, where Chloe brewed new magnolia tea. Over a cup of tea, the Duke said he had come to talk to Chloe about a gift in honor of her pregnancy. The Duchess was surprised because this was not only her child, but also his. So why the gifts? This process was controlled by her body, the Duke explained, so he simply had to help her, for which Chloe was very grateful. Alphonse noted that she shouldn't thank him, rather he should thank her. But the Duchess was interested in what her husband had prepared for her. "Do you know anything about the beach at Positano?" asked the Duke, which greatly surprised Chloe. "It is a famous holiday destination located in the east of the empire, making it very popular among tourists. Even noble ladies sometimes boast that they went there." It seems that the girl has heard something about this place. The water there is so clear that you can see the seabed, and the color of the sea is like a beautiful sapphire. "True," the Duke confirmed. "Those lands are not part of the duchy, but he owns them in his own name and intends to give them to Chloe." Oh my God, the girl was surprised. The beach as a gift in honor of pregnancy. Alphonse also recently acquired a small mansion and village in the Kingdom of Mir. After all, a few years ago, Chloe said that she wanted to visit the Kingdom of Mir. Now this land belongs to her. While the child is small, it will be difficult to visit it. But in the near future, they will definitely go there together. Chloe couldn't contain her emotions. It's been so many years since she came to the Empire. After several years, she finally got used to this place. Although sometimes I felt nostalgia for the world in which I lived for 20 years. How well Alphonse understands her. She's infinitely happy and grateful to her husband. The man was also pleased that his wife liked his gift. "Pregnant women are usually given baby things," Chloe said, so she was so surprised he was the only one who gave her such a wonderful gift. "It must have been difficult to come up with such a thing," asked the Duchess. "It's all right," the man replied, because he doesn't miss a single detail related to his wife. And Chloe admitted that he did a good job this time, to which Alphonse childishly asked that this be acknowledged in the future. Despite the doctor's fears that the birth would be difficult due to Chloe's fragile figure, she gave birth without any problems. Although the number of visitors was limited to protect the mother and baby from infections, many people came to congratulate her, and many took care of Chloe. "The child looks very much like Alphonse. The little girl has the same beautiful golden hair. She will definitely grow up to be a beauty, maybe even the most beautiful girl in the Empire," said the new mother. The Duke was glad that Chloe was feeling well after giving birth, but the man was worried if everything was okay with the baby, and then the baby opened her eyes. And the newly made father froze in admiration. How could she be so charming? The girl's eyes were very similar to his wife's eyes. She was truly charming. "Your daughter is beautiful," Chloe said, smiling. "No, our daughter is beautiful," the Duke remarked, embracing his wife and daughter. A few years later, the little lady, who was not even 6 years old, was already like an impeccable lady. Seeing her mother, the girl immediately rushed to meet her. Chloe asked her daughter if her classes were interesting, and the girl confirmed that she had studied world history today. Soon the girl saw another person approaching them. It was her father, Alphonse Vandenberg. As Chloe hugged her husband, she noticed that he was early today. Alphonse actually finished his business earlier than expected and decided to spend time with his family, so he dismissed his daughter's teacher, announcing that her lessons were over for the day. That evening, Chloe and her daughter, Evangeline, were slowly returning to the nursery. The girl was pleased that everyone admired her beautiful tea set and thanked her mother for it. Chloe was glad that her daughter liked it and asked what gift she would like for the next holiday. The girl, without thinking, answered that she really liked her mother's golden cup with a blue pattern, and she would like to have one like that for herself. Chloe promised to order a cup with the same design, but in a suitable size for her beloved daughter. From Alphonse, refined features and beautiful hair. From Chloe, intelligence, business acumen, and love of tea, Evangeline Vandenberg inherited all this. She later took over her mother's business and expanded Triple Sweets into a global company that still produces a wide range of beloved teas hundreds of years later, with mother and daughter leaving an indelible mark on the Empire's tea-drinking culture.